Opens up about her journey through menopause.
And our girl Bobby Thomas shares a very personal story about her own sexual health. That's this morning on Hoda and Jenna.
A lot to watch this morning. Thanks for watching Early Today with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. New details about what caused the blast at a Gaza hospital, which Palestinian officials say killed hundreds. Now leaders in the region are questioning America's assessment as the president returns with plans to address the country.
A stunning confession 18 years later. The prime suspect in the murder of Natalie Holloway reveals how and why he committed the act. Hear Natalie's mother's reaction after she finally learned her daughter's fate.
A QR warning. Hackers are using the convenient tech to steal your money and even your identity. The disturbing trend and how to protect yourself.
Amazon is taking to the air. As the tech giant enters the health space, it wants to bring you meds on a drone. We'll take a first look at the new program.
Plus, how much is too much? We jump into the internet debate sparked by a date who ordered 48 oysters. It's Thursday, October 19th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. President Biden has returned to the United States after his whirlwind trip to Israel. The White House announcing the president will deliver a primetime foreign policy address to the nation tonight, covering both the terrorist attacks on Israel and Russia's war on Ukraine.
NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now live from D.C. Bree, good morning. The president already outlined a lot of his goals for the Middle East during that historic trip yesterday.
Yes, good morning, Francis. Philip. President Biden delivered a clear message in Tel Aviv that the U.S. would always stand with Israel. He says he plans to ask Congress for an unprecedented defense package for Israel's defense. However, in his remarks, the president urged Israelis not to be consumed by rage in the wake of the horrific terrorist attacks of October 7th, saying the vast majority of Palestinians are not affiliated with Hamas. President Biden announced $100 million in humanitarian aid for Gaza and the West Bank, and also secured an agreement with Egypt to allow humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. The president spoke candidly about this issue on Air Force One with reporters.
If you have an opportunity to alleviate the pain, you should do it, period. And if you don't, you're going to lose credibility worldwide. And I think everyone understands that. I was very blunt about the need to support getting humanitarian aid to Gaza. Get it to Gaza and do it quickly.
During his time in Israel, the president also had the chance to comfort survivors and families of the victims killed in Israel. 31 Americans have been confirmed killed in this conflict, with at least 13 still unaccounted for. President Biden said the U.S. is working with partners throughout the region to rescue hostages taken by Hamas. He again promised that getting those hostages home is a top priority. We can likely expect to hear more about those efforts when the president speaks later tonight. Francis?
Okay, Bree, thank you. In fact, the president's speech is set for 8 p.m. Eastern. You can see special live coverage of that address tonight here on NBC.
There are now increasing signs that a deadly blast near Gaza hospital was caused by a rocket from the group Palestinian Islamic Jihad that misfired. Palestinian officials say hundreds were killed on Tuesday and blame Israel. But while visiting Tel Aviv yesterday, President Biden told the Israeli prime minister, quote, "It appears as though it was done by the other team, not you." For the latest on this, let's go to Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, good morning. So what evidence does President Biden have that led him to that conclusion?
Good morning, Philip. President Biden based its conclusion on evidence he was shown by the U.S. Defense Department, but NBC News made its own evaluation and assessment by consulting with 4 military and munitions experts. We showed them tens of photographs and videos of the blast and the aftermath, and they all concluded, all 4 of them, that it's unlikely that Israel was the one that carried out the attack, based mainly on the marks left behind by missiles after that attack. They say that it was inconsistent. They were inconsistent with the weaponry that was used by Israel recently. Now, This is not a definitive conclusion. It's just, of course, an assessment, but it will probably do little if nothing to convince the Arab world that Israel was not behind the attack yesterday. Hundreds of people protested all across the Middle East. Some of these demonstrations turned violent, but also lawmakers in the region seems to have no doubt that Israel was behind the attack, including the foreign minister of Jordan, who told Lester Holt yesterday that the people in the region do not buy the narrative that it was an Islamic jihad missile gone astray that caused the blast, and accused the Israeli military of not being very credible. In the meantime, on the diplomatic front, the U.S. has vetoed yesterday a UN resolution that called for humanitarian pauses. This is the wording they used to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza. The U.S. ambassador to the UN said that it was unacceptable that in the resolution the right to self-defense of Israel was not mentioned. Well, this decision was heavily criticized by other members of the UN Security Council. China said that the decision was nothing short of unbelievable, while Russia said that this is yet another proof of the double standards by the United States. Philip, Francis.
All right, Claudio Luvango reporting for us this morning. Claudio, thank you.
Amid a spiraling humanitarian crisis on the Gaza Strip, the southern border with Egypt will now open to permit some aid to enter. Regina Waldrop with our Chicago station has this report about how a local aid group sprung into action to get medical supplies to people desperate in need.
Getting critical aid and medical supplies to Gaza. Suburban-based Med Global has a team of nurses and doctors in the war-torn area right now. They've been on the ground in Gaza since 2018, providing health care.
They are overwhelmed, as you may imagine, and overwhelmed is probably an understatement.
Dr. Zahir Salul is president and co-founder of Med Global.
These are teams of doctors and nurses who are working under a lot of stress with very limited resources. They don't have enough medicine to give to their patients. So yesterday, for example, after the bombing of the Al Ahli hospital, doctors in Al Shifa Hospital and Kamal Adwan did surgeries without anesthesia.
The organization has launched an urgent humanitarian campaign.
We started a campaign to help the people in Gaza, especially the children and the women and the elderly who have nothing to do with what happened.
A lot of items.
This is one of two warehouses the group has filled with medical supplies.
For malnutrition, we provide drinks.
And everything here donated by area hospitals, all of it life-saving equipment.
It's a, source of fiber.
The hope is to have these items on their way to Gaza soon.
We know what's needed in times of emergency. Our team understands exactly how to respond. So we try to collect the items that we know we'll need, and then we ship them out as quickly as possible.
Medicine, money, and prayers. That's what's needed right now, says Dr. Salul.
We want to thank Regina for that report.
199 Israelis are being held captive in Gaza, and their faces can now be seen all over New York City. Posters are plastered up and down the streets showing the faces and names of those kidnapped by Hamas into Gaza. They have been put up by an Israeli artist couple in what they call a humanitarian project to put a name and a face to those who are missing. They're hostages in both Hamas custody and under Israeli bombardment. Right now, it's currently unclear.
We want to turn to those stunning new developments in the Natalee Holloway case. Nearly 2 decades after she disappeared, we finally know what happened. As part of a new plea deal, the prime suspect has confessed to killing Holloway. Our Sam Brock spoke to Natalee's mother.
For 18 years, the Holloway family searched for answers as to how their daughter died. Today, indescribable relief layered with pain that will never go away.
It's over. Joran Vandersloot is no longer the suspect in my daughter's murder. He is the killer.
The man long suspected in Natalee Holloway's death pleaded guilty to wire fraud and extortion of Natalee's mother as part of his plea deal, also confessing to Natalee's brutal murder. According to a transcript of his confession, Vandersloot said he killed the 18-year-old Alabama teen with a cinder block after she rejected his sexual advances on the beach and then pushed her body out to sea.
Were you stunned by the depravity, both of what he did to your daughter, but also the behavior that you mentioned after the fact, right after he'd committed murder?
Exactly. How could he have murdered her and then he goes home and checks the soccer scores, gets on a porn site, and gets up, takes a shower, and goes to school?
For years, Vandersloot led investigators and family members on a fruitless chase.
I mean, that's a killer. That is a person with no conscience, no remorse, no guilt.
Beth, in a powerful victim impact statement, confronting him. You are a killer, and I want you to remember that every time that jail cell door slams. The plea deal puts Vandersloot behind bars for 20 years. The confession brings closure.
And I think the not knowing is worse. You know, the knowing is shocking. You brace yourself, you take the hit. But the not knowing is the never-ending nightmare, and that's worse.
And that's the boat that you were in.
Yeah.
For almost 20 years of your life.
Yeah.
At least part of that nightmare is over. Sam Brock, NBC News, Birmingham.
The weather now, and a storm system over the Great Lakes right now means that the Northeast is in for yet another soggy weekend. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the rain that is on the way. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. It's the last 8 out of 10 weekends we've dealt with rain across places like New York and Boston. And this weekend is not going to be any different. We'll see some rain working through, and it's all thanks to the storm system that right now is centered over portions of the Great Lakes. You can see bringing rain from Marquette down through Green Bay and into Chicago. As we get through the next couple of days, though, we're going to continue to see some of this rain working through, bringing us some of that moisture here as we get into our Saturday, eventually into our Sunday. We'll see kind of a busy forecast for us with some breezy conditions too, but this is the area of concern when it comes to the flash flooding. We've got saturated grounds and additional rainfall. 1 to 2 inches are possible here as we go through the next couple of days, so we'll be watching for that. We're also going to look for the potential for some gusty winds in this region as well. 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts are possible, so potentially some minor power outages, some down trees will also be on the table through the weekend for this area. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A pretty nice day on tap from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. Richmond ends up at 71 degrees. We move to the south where it's warm but mild in Montgomery. Atlanta heads to 71 degrees this afternoon, and full sunshine expected in Dallas today. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. If you're lucky enough to get clear skies this weekend, you'll want to check out an incredible star show. This weekend, the Orionids meteor shower will peak. It's considered one of the most spectacular events of the year. The meteors are often different colors and can even produce fireballs in the sky. The Orionids happen when Earth passes through the dust and particles trailing behind Halley's Comet.
Which only comes around. We only get to see it every 76 years, but we can still see that show. All right, stay with us. Early Today is back in just 60 seconds with an update on the auto workers' strike. Car parts are becoming harder and harder to find as the bargaining continues.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC. Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
The United Auto Workers strike is in its second month, and as the negotiations continue, the ripple effects of those walkouts are starting to rev up across the country. Chris Bryant with our Springfield, Missouri affiliate has more on the difficulty finding parts.
Almost all of us rely on our vehicles, whether it's to get to work, take the kids to school, or grocery shopping. But when a breakdown happens and repair is needed, it's almost a major disruption to our lives. But what about if that part you need isn't available?
And if they don't have it, they don't have it. That's really hard to hear on our side of the phone, that I got to figure out another way around.
Auto repair shops from across the country are looking for parts.
As I talked to a parts vendor this morning, he said that there's places from California, New Mexico, Arizona calling right here in Springfield because they think he might have a factory part.
It's not just the probability of not having a part, but the cost is another factor for local repair shops.
You know, everything the car business has been through the last few years, I'd say keeping us up at night. I mean, we adapt and go, and we're hopefully going to be there for the customers to do just the best that we can with what we've got. I mean, we've made it through some pretty hard times.
Some dealerships are still trying to get things back to normal following the COVID-19 outbreak.
Well, we're still feeling some of the effects of the pandemic, and then, of course, some of the process has changed, and it is, you know, it is still difficult to get certain parts. There's still stuff that's on constraint.
Clay Maxey Ford says eventually the effects of the strike are going to be passed along to the consumer.
The prices are going to go up on the parts, and the longer that this takes, and of course the more that the higher the wages they go, it's just going to find its way to the overall cost.
For the nearly 60-year-old parts department at Maxey Ford,
we loaded up on parts in our parts department. We've got the normal maintenance items, the high volume items we have tried to stock up on.
For the customers,
this again, we'll probably see some trade-in values go up. There will be some gain out of this for the consumer. However, the products, the new cars, are probably going to increase again.
For Atwood, local repair shops are working together to make it through this.
We are leaning on each other, whether it's a specialty tool that, you know, everything takes a specialty tool now, or a supplier. Sometimes it's sharing a supplier. I'm very thankful to be in this part of the country. Makes a huge difference having people that'll work with you instead of against you.
Oh, thanks to Chris Bryant for that report.
Coming up, a woman's TikTok video is sparking debate online after she says her date walked out on her. We've got the details next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here now to bring you the latest in culture and trends. Let's take a minute now to appreciate the many years of Neil Patrick Harris and his family's spectacular Halloween costumes. So there's Harris, his husband David Burkta, and their 12-year-old twins bring it every year with what seems like a never-ending stream of creative costume ideas. This one is my favorite here, the fast food theme. We expect this year to be no different, so I'm sure they got it all in the works. And what I love, these kids are all in, but they're 12. My daughter, who's 13, they're kind of wanting to break away, do their own thing and kind of be too cool, so we'll see how long it lasts.
You're good at that, though. You're for those well thought out themed costumes. All right, the age-old debate of how often you should wash your jeans may finally be over. Levi's CEO Charles Berg brought some clarity to the issue, walking back a 2014 comment that he never washes them. He says he does keep his jeans out of the washing machine. However, he does spot clean them, and if they get really dirty, he washes them by taking a shower while wearing them. Nah, I don't know about that. I mean, I rarely wash my jeans, or at least it used to before I had kids. Now everything gets dirty and I don't even know what's on them now.
My thing is, if you're not washing your jeans several times, you're not sitting on my couch, because my face sometimes, we're lying down and we're cuddling on the couch. We don't want to be there where your jeans go. All right.
Makes sense.
Another debate. A woman is sparking this one on social media after she says her date ran out on their bill right in the middle of their meal. The woman, who goes by Equana on social media, posted a TikTok video chronicling the date at Fontaine's Oyster Bar in Atlanta. She ordered 4 dozen oysters, crab cakes, potatoes, lemon drop martinis, too. She commented that she ordered too much, and others did too as well on social media. Others defended her decision, offering to go with her next time. She even posted a screenshot confronting the man who defended himself that he only ordered to take her out for drinks, or offered to take her out for drinks. There's her lemon drop martini. Out of everything she ordered, about $185, $200 bill, he ordered 1 drink and skipped out.
I mean, people have been ghosted for way less than that. I mean, that's a lot, though. I mean, I think Joey Chestnut is probably the only person that can appreciate that type of gluttony on a date.
Listen, the audacity, right? Have some just self-awareness. You don't do that on a first date.
There you go. Her future dates. Heads up. You know what you're in for. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No. What is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Drugs via drone. Here's what you need to know early today. Amazon Pharmacy is now making drugstore deliveries by drone.
It's kicking off the program for customers in College Station, Texas. It promises delivery for over 500 qualifying medications in under an hour.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When it comes to virtual scamming, you've probably heard of email phishing, but what about quishing? It's the latest way to get your money or identity stolen, as we commonly come across QR codes. NBC New York's Linda Baccaro tells us how to stay protected.
Have you ever heard of quishing?
No. What is that?
Have you ever heard of quishing?
No.
We went from phishing to smishing, which is text messages, to now quishing.
The executive director of the Better Business Bureau of Metro New York is seeing an increase in so-called quishing scams using QR codes.
And it will lead you to a phishing website that's going to help extract your personal information, your financial information. It also could download malware onto your device.
QR codes are convenient for parking meters and restaurants, but they're also convenient for scammers. The BBB is reporting a recent uptick in quishing and fake parking sites.
A, you haven't actually paid for the parking, so you could end up with a ticket or being towed. And B, it could actually end up leading to malware being downloaded onto the site there. And then C, you're dealing with possible future identity theft.
Cryptocurrency ads and romance scams are other popular methods for quishing.
They may offer you this incredible deal. You can double, triple your money for crypto. So one of the two things, either way they want to get you to bite. They'll give you that QR code. It will send you to their digital wallet, and your money's gone. And by the way, so is the romance.
Before you become the next victim, we've got some tips to help protect you from going to fraudulent sites.
With all these scams, there's a sense of urgency created, this false sense of urgency. They don't want you to check.
Look for tampering on signs with QR codes.
Make sure it's really theirs. Anyone can stick something on the back of a dispenser in a restaurant or on front of a door.
And check that URL when you scan the code.
Independently verify, is this the real business?
The BBB also says QR code scanner apps can also help spot fake sites.
Our thanks to Linda Baccaro for that report. With every convenience of technology comes the risk.
Yeah, the criminals always seem like they're one step ahead, but this is one where, it's not calling grandmas over the phone asking for money.
No.
We're with our phones constantly, and we're so used to scanning those. So it's an important heads up for everybody out there. All right, we got a blast from Domino's past that is up for auction. Check this out, a 1985 pizza delivery car. It's being sold by Mecum Auctions in Las Vegas. It features 3 wheels and a warming oven inside. The Triton A2 car is one of 10 prototypes, and while a value estimate was not given, another model sold for over $44,000 back in 2019. The auction for this will take place on November 10th. I mean, it does look really cool, way cooler than the Wienermobile.
Yeah, and here's the thing. There's a warming oven, so you get hot pizza, but can they keep the cheese from sticking at the top of the box?
Well,
that's the trick right there.
There you go. You got a bid to find out.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Be safe. Have a great Thursday. We're learning more about who caused this deadly explosion at a hospital in Gaza. President Biden says it wasn't Israel, but rather a Palestinian group, and military experts agree. We have a live report ahead.
The House of Representatives gears up for a 3rd round of voting for a new speaker as Republican Jim Jordan lives to die another day on the Hill.
Ahead of today's closely watched speech by Fed Chair Jerome Powell, CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us to talk about what we can expect.
The FBI is warning of a new Cold War supercharged by AI. What can happen if the technology falls into the wrong hands?
And it's a different kind of mission for these veterans working on their golf game with the PGA Hope program. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad to be with you. I'm Francis Rivera. There are now increasing signs that a deadly blast near a Gaza hospital was not caused by an Israeli airstrike, but rather a rocket from the group Palestinian Islamic Jihad that misfired. Palestinian officials say hundreds were killed Tuesday and blame Israel. But while visiting Tel Aviv yesterday, President Biden told the Israeli Prime Minister, quote, "It appears as though it was done by the other team, not you."
For the latest, let's go to Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, good morning. So how does the president know? What evidence does he have that led him to that conclusion?
Good morning, guys. Well, President Biden has based his conclusion on evidence that was provided by the U.S. Defense Department. But NBC News has made its own assessment by consulting with 4 military and munitions experts. We show them tens of photos of the blast and the aftermath, and they all concluded that it's unlikely that Israel carried out that attack based on the fact that the marks left behind by the missile, they say, are inconsistent with the weaponry used by Israel recently. Now, this is an assessment that kind of matches the one from Israel and the U.S. Defense Department, but at the same time, is probably going to do very little or nothing to convince the Arab world, on the contrary, that Israel was not guilty of this attack, because yesterday there were hundreds of protests taking to the streets. Sometimes these demonstrations turned violent, and lawmakers in the region also appear to have no doubt that Israel was behind this attack, including the foreign minister of Jordan, who told Lester Holt that nobody in the region is buying the narrative that it was a Islamic Jihad missile gone astray that caused that blast, and also accused the Israeli military of not being very credible. Now, on the diplomatic side, yesterday the U.S. vetoed a UN Security Council resolution that was calling for humanitarian pauses. This is the wording they used to allow humanitarian aid to enter the Gaza Strip. The U.S. ambassador to the UN said that it was unacceptable that in that resolution the right of self-defense of Israel was not mentioned. Other members of the UN Security Council criticized heavily that decision to veto the resolution, including China, that said that that was nothing short of unbelievable, and Russia that said that that was yet another demonstration of the double standards by the United States. Back to you, Philip, Francis.
So much distrust. All right, Claudio, thank you.
President Biden has returned to the United States after his whirlwind trip to Israel. The White House announcing the president will deliver a primetime foreign policy address to the nation tonight, covering both the terrorist attacks on Israel and Russia's war in Ukraine. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now live from D.C. Bree, the president already outlined a lot of his goals for the Middle East trip during that historic trip yesterday.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. So President Biden delivered a clear message in Tel Aviv that the U.S. would always stand with Israel. He says he plans to ask Congress for an unprecedented defense package for Israel's defense. However, in his remarks, the president urged Israelis not to be consumed by rage in the wake of the horrific terrorist attacks of October 7th, saying the vast majority of Palestinians are not affiliated with Hamas. President Biden announced $100 million in humanitarian aid for Gaza and the West Bank, and also secured an agreement with Egypt to allow humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. The president spoke candidly about this issue on Air Force One with reporters.
If you have an opportunity to alleviate the pain, you should do it, period. And if you don't, you're going to lose credibility worldwide. And I think everyone understands that. I was very blunt about the need to support getting humanitarian aid to Gaza. Get it to Gaza and do it quickly.
During his time in Israel, the president also had the chance to comfort survivors and families of the victims killed in Israel. 31 Americans have been confirmed killed in this conflict, with at least 13 still unaccounted for. President Biden said the U.S. is working with partners throughout the region to rescue hostages taken by Hamas. He again promised that getting those hostages home is a top priority. And we can likely expect to hear more about those efforts when the president speaks tonight. Francis.
Hey, Bree, thank you. And the president's speech is set for 8 p.m. Eastern. You can see special live coverage of that address tonight here on NBC.
The Speaker's office remains vacant as the House prepares for a third day of voting. Republican nominee Jim Jordan again failing to shore up the support of his GOP colleagues on Wednesday, only garnering 199 votes. That's one less than he received during the first round of voting on Tuesday. A third vote is expected to be held at noon today. And while Jordan says he is staying in the race, his frank support does raise questions about the future of his candidacy. This prolonged dysfunction comes as the House has less than a month to avert another shutdown and faces the pressing issues of new aid for both Israel and Ukraine. As that timeline shrinks, some on Capitol Hill are floating the idea of temporarily elevating acting Speaker Patrick McHenry in order to conduct pressing House business while a permanent Speaker is elected.
Senator Bob Menendez was absent from a New York courtroom on Wednesday where his wife pleaded not guilty to new federal charges. Nadine Menendez and 3 other defendants entered the pleas after a superseding indictment last week. They're charged with conspiring to use Senator Menendez as an agent of the Egyptian government. This comes after the Menendezes were indicted last month on federal bribery and corruption charges. The senator was excused from Wednesday's proceedings due to Senate business and will instead appear in court Monday. Menendez said in a statement last week that he will show my innocence at trial.
A woman has been arrested after trying to approach former President Donald Trump at his civil fraud trial in New York. She was told to sit back down after getting up, telling a court officer that she wanted to speak to him and that she was there to support him. The woman was then escorted out and told the officers that they were scaring her and she had a right to be there. According to a spokesperson for the State Office of Court Administration, that woman is a court employee and has been placed on administrative leave. She's also been charged with second-degree contempt of court.
Texas is advancing legislation that would give state police the right to arrest migrants crossing the border. Republican Governor Greg Abbott has already been sued by the DOJ over the so-called Operation Lone Star. It deploys state resources to prevent and deter migrants from crossing into Texas. Earlier this week, the new police law passed the state Senate, but has yet to be approved by the House. Civil rights advocates say arresting migrants would likely lead to widespread civil rights abuses.
Now to an unusual case of an exploding teddy bear. Police in California shared this video of a man placing a teddy bear in a parking lot in San Bernardino. It starts to smoke and then blows up. The man drove off, but police were able to track him down. They say they don't have a motive, but at the suspect's house, they found a ghost gun, ammunition, and items used for bomb making. He's now facing multiple felony charges.
Greenland is nearing a critical climate tipping point. According to new research published in the journal Nature, global warming has put Greenland's ice sheet on track to cross a threshold that would cause runaway melting. Scientists think if it melted completely, it would cause the sea level to rise around 23 feet. But researchers say there is still time to reverse the temperatures to avoid this.
And there's still time to check your weekend plans if you're in the Northeast. A storm system in the Great Lakes right now is headed our way. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the soggy weather that's in store. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. You don't want to forget your umbrella for folks in the Great Lakes region today. That's where we're seeing this storm system kind of swirling as of right now. You can see rain stretch from the UP of Michigan all the way down into portions of Illinois. We're seeing a good batch of rain working through the Davenport area right now. We saw some showers overnight in Chicago, and this is kind of the lay of the land that we'll have to deal with through the day today. This is the system that we're watching, not just today, but over the next couple of days as it moves a little farther to the east today, again over the Great Lakes. But look what happens by tomorrow. Rain working into the mid-Atlantic, stretching up to New England. We're going to have a couple batches of this. Notice this coastal low sitting just offshore. It kind of works its way north, adds some additional rain into the forecast, and it eventually merges with that previous system, bringing us just an unsettled weekend across parts of the Northeast through Sunday. Now, one other thing to note besides the rain, we're also going to see some gusty winds with that. Notice these peak wind gusts through early Sunday, high 20s, low 30s for places like Philadelphia, New York. We'll see the high teens as well. So some gusty winds, potentially some power outages. We'll have to watch for that. Otherwise, rolling into the weekend for the rest of the country with some warm and sunny conditions. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Some showers to contend with for folks in Green Bay this morning. Indianapolis dealing with mid-60s and some showery conditions too. Low 80s as we head to New Orleans, upper 70s for Mobile, and Miami heads to 85 degrees with partly cloudy skies today. And that is a look at the forecast, guys. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Early today is back in 1 minute with a warning from the FBI.
Now, the Bureau is saying that artificial intelligence might supercharge a new Cold War with China.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They are calling it the new Cold War, but this time with more intelligent machines. That's just part of the latest warning from both the FBI and the White House about how tech is being used against us. NBC Bay Area's Scott Budman explains.
AI technology is hot and full of promise, but according to security experts, it can be very dangerous in the wrong hands.
These technologies are of a level
and of an importance both in terms of the opportunity they present and the dangers that they present of something like we've never seen.
And at a summit hosted by the FBI and the Hoover Institute, experts say the biggest current security threat comes from China.
And there is no greater threat to innovation than the Chinese government. And it is a measure of how seriously the five of us and our services take that threat that we have chosen to come together.
The Biden administration issued new restrictions on companies exporting AI technology to China and other countries. And Bay Area cybersecurity companies like SlashNext say this Cold War is supercharged with technology.
Yeah, Scott, this is definitely the new Cold War, because back in the day, it was really more, can I put more bombs, more missiles that point to you? Whereas in this case, it's truly digital. It's anywhere the information is. And then there's also the spy component with it.
And our thanks to Scott Budman for that report.
It seems more and more Americans are giving up on the dream of owning a home. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us now to hopefully give us a little hope about interest rates. Steve, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Philip. Good morning, Francis. I'd love to do that as well, but the fact of the matter is the U.S. economy, look, the good news is the U.S. economy is still firing on all cylinders. The bad news is that means that interest rates are going to be higher for longer, and we'll come to that in a few moments' time. But the 30-year fixed mortgage rate, which is one of the most popular products for people trying to buy a home, it's just hit 8%. Let me put that into perspective for our audience. It's hit 8% for the first time this year, this decade, this millennium. It's the first time since 2000 we've seen rates like that. And I'll give you even more context. If you're trying to buy a home for $400,000, you put 20% down, you're now paying a monthly payment of nearly $1,000 more than you would have done 2 years ago. It was 3%. It's now 8%, a huge number. Is there going to be any relief? Well, why don't we listen to Jay Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve? He's speaking later on to the Economic Club of New York. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get some indications about interest rates, because the next meeting, well, they're calling it the Halloween meeting, the end of this month, and we'll get the decision on the 1st of Nov. Back to you both.
All right, Steve, thank you. $1,000 more a month. Think about what that can buy you or buy a family.
Something else. All right, still to come, we break down how Apple TV's The Morning Show tackled a hot-button issue.
And Bad Bunny faces his own worst enemy, himself. We've got the first promo for his SNL hosting debut.
Oh, my God.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Who's this entering the ring? Is it? It can't be. Oh my God! It's Bad Bunny!
Cállate, que llegué yo. Well, I forgot a weekend update for you, amigo. You suck. Shut up, ugly. Please, you put the L in SNL. Please turn on my subtitle. Gracias. Este pendejo no sabe ni leer. What? Ah, sí. Te voy a romper la cara.
We are back to break down the latest in entertainment. The two sides of a superstar clash in the first promo for this weekend's SNL. Bad Bunny will serve as both host and musical guest. The Puerto Rican rapper and actor is no stranger to the ring. He has made regular appearances on Monday Night Raw since 2021. And this guy is an entertainer of the highest order. The best part is he doesn't take himself clearly too seriously. And that is what makes the best host here.
And last week, SNL set the bar already for many, many reasons. So lots of live up to. This might be a good one. The Masked Singer held a celebration of Elton John Wednesday night. The Hawk and Royal Hen found themselves facing elimination and battled for their lives with their renditions of Don't Go Breaking My Heart. Ultimately, the Royal Hen was unmasked as tennis icon Billie Jean King. King had chosen 1975's Philadelphia Freedom for her original performance. It's a song that Elton John had written in honor of King. This is such a fun show for families, and it's great because they get to learn, literally iconic figures in history and in sports. So
I mean, these
so much fun too.
Yeah, these costumes are just so elaborate. There's a lot to look at there.
Yeah.
Art imitates life in the newest installment of Apple TV's The Morning Show. The latest episode of the streaming drama depicts the night the TMS team learns about the leaked Dobbs decision, where the Supreme Court ultimately overturned Roe v. Wade and the right to legal abortion. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the episode's original script was written before the May 2022 leak, and it was revised to add it before shooting began last year. That's when shows like this are at its best, when they dramatize events that we all live through.
There are so many parallels, I should say, between the show and what happens behind the scenes, even around here.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, still to come on Early Today, how one airline might turn the window seat into the most coveted spot on the plane. We'll tell you what you need to know.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The zoo loses an endangered animal and a new flight plan for United. Here's what you need to know early today. Amazon Pharmacy is now making drugstore deliveries by drone, kicking off the program for customers in College Station, Texas. It promises delivery of over 500 qualifying medications in under an hour.
United Airlines is changing up its boarding procedures. Starting next week, economy passengers with window seats will be allowed on the plane before middle seat and aisle flyers. United says this will cut 2 minutes from boarding times.
The St. Louis Zoo announced the death of a 27-year-old female Asian elephant Tuesday. Zoo officials say Rainey died after she and her herd became agitated when a lost dog ran loose near the elephant barn.
And another price hike is coming to Netflix. The company announced Wednesday the cost of its basic and premium plans will increase to $11.99 and $22.99 in the U.S. The price for the streamer's standard and ad-supported plans will stay the same.
Veterans are healing on the golf course. Hear about the new therapeutic program up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer Deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
From battlegrounds to the golf course, veterans and active duty military are finding comfort in the sport through the PGA Hope Golf Clinic. Joseph Oma has more on the program that's making a difference.
At the Congressional Country Club in Bethesda, Maryland, a different kind of mission for these vets.
We want to be part of the healing process.
Chris Nowak, a Marine Corps vet, no stranger to the traumas one can experience when serving America at home and abroad.
These veterans have seen their friends that they're serving would get killed in front of them. They have seen stuff that the human mind should not see and have to deal with.
He's part of PGA Hope, or Helping Our Patriots Everywhere, where veterans go through a 6-week class guided by a PGA pro instructor. It isn't just for exercise, it's for the veterans' mental, social, and emotional well-being, too.
Those images of combat do not go away. I've deployed 4 times.
15 years ago, but those images are still there.
Chris Cordova was 24 years active duty Army.
And so coming here to a place of extreme beauty, of extreme peacefulness and serenity is a great contrast to those images of war.
And PGA Hope isn't just here. It's offered at over 350 locations across the country. Organizers say its impact is real, helping more than 7,500 veterans last year, and the goal this year, to serve 11,000.
So let's say a veteran plays 18 holes, goes out and shoots 118. That's 118 moments in time that veteran was not reliving the trauma or experience it and trying to deal with everything else.
Oh, and you don't have to be a pro to hit the course. I certainly found that out.
When you shank a ball or lose a ball, it doesn't feel so good, but it also kind of reminds you that it's just golf. It's a small thing that you shouldn't get upset over, but you should enjoy the peace and be present in the moment and enjoy the surroundings that you're at.
Our thanks to Joseph Olmo for sharing that story. Makes sense. Exercise, fresh air, and getting your mind off that trauma. Fantastic.
Not to mention the friendships that they're building right there, you know, when they're walking, when there's golf carts, when they're having a beer right after they play. Great to see. This morning on Today with Hoda and Jenna, they have a very special hour devoted entirely to women's health, spanning generations.
We've got a very special show.
We're going to help you own your health so you can live life to its fullest.
Maria Shriver sits down with her daughters Christina and Catherine for an intimate conversation about what women are facing in their 30s.
Plus, actress Naomi Watts opens up about her journey through menopause.
And our girl Bobby Thomas shares a very personal story about her own sexual health. That's this morning on Hoda and Jenna.
A lot to watch this morning. Thanks for watching Early Today with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, an intensified fight between Israel and Hamas. This morning, more rocket fire across northern Gaza as anticipation grows over an expected ground assault. Right now at the Egyptian border with Gaza, thousands of people desperately waiting for aid, hours after Israel agreed to allow emergency supplies into Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel and Hamas blaming each other for that horrific explosion at a Gaza hospital that left hundreds dead. Two senior U.S. officials tell NBC News an independent assessment concluded the blast came from a rocket fired by the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad. Overnight, the violence setting off protests across the Middle East and all over the world, with supporters on both sides marching to embassies and mosques. And this morning, President Biden back at the White House after his one-day visit to Israel.
I come to Israel with a single message. You're not alone. There's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages.
Good morning. I am Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. We are going to get right to the latest on the Israel-Hamas, where our team, as you can see here, is tracking the newest developments from the Middle East to Washington. We're going to go ahead and get started with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Jay, good morning. So President Biden said last night that Egypt agreed to open this Rafah border crossing to allow aid into Gaza on Friday. It's the only border that is not with Israel. What do we know about this plan? Is it any closer to getting started? And what did he say about Israel's role in facilitating that humanitarian assistance?
Yeah, it certainly is a lot closer, Savannah, certainly much closer than when he showed up. And look, the headline in the Tel Aviv paper today says Biden dictates rules of the game, and that dealing specifically with that delivery of aid, food, water, as well as medicine. They haven't had that in the region for 2 weeks. And these are 2 million or so people trapped in the crossfire. And there's been an outcry for this aid to move in. We know that they are repairing roadways right now at the Rafah border crossing that were destroyed during Israeli bombing runs. They expect to have the first of 20 trucks rolling in tomorrow with this desperately needed aid. And what the president said about Israel's commitment to all this was that regardless of the battle continuing, this is what is the right thing to do humanitarian-wise. Listen to what he talked about.
The truth is that if they have an opportunity to relieve suffering of people who have nowhere to go, they're going to be, that's what they should do. And if they don't, they'll be held accountable. And in ways that may be unfair. If you have an opportunity to alleviate the pain, you should do it, period. And if you don't, you're going to lose credibility worldwide.
Yeah, and the president has said that the U.S. will provide $100 million in aid. One thing, there's no indication of the duration of these deliveries, Savannah. We don't know how long this is going to last.
Jay, also, I do want to ask about something else I mentioned at the top of the show, which is more Israeli bombs dropping on Gaza. It includes an area that were supposed to be safe zones. That's according to the Associated Press. And then over in the occupied West Bank, there's been a surge of violence as well. What is the latest in both places?
Yeah, and we've seen some of the video from bombs that have struck just blocks from hospitals in the area, and that's something, obviously, that is a very sensitive subject right now after the loss of hundreds in that explosion just a night or so ago. We do know that there is escalations in the skirmishes between Hezbollah fighters and the Israeli army along the Lebanon border. In fact, this morning, we know that anti-tank missiles were launched toward a kibbutz in the vicinity of the security fence along that border, and that the IDF did respond with artillery fire. So those fights are growing. More troops are moving into that region. You've got more equipment in the area as well, and there is a big concern that this could become another front, another part of this military war. And if that's the case, it's got a chance to spread across the region. Very concerning and very tenuous right now.
Jay, we do also have some new information this morning about that horrific hospital bombing. So the White House National Security Council actually took what is a rare step for them of releasing a statement saying Israel was not responsible for the blast at that hospital that killed hundreds in Gaza. They pointed to evidence, it was a group called Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The intelligence is video, images of the incident. Is there any sense on the ground, do you know, from within Gaza that there's recognition of that this might have been this accident on that side of the border, or is it still simply being seen as the U.S. backing its Israeli allies?
Yeah, I think that it does, in many instances, feel like people believe that this is just the U.S. supporting someone that they are backing in this war. And you can see some of that in the protests that have spilled out across the region. Thousands surrounding U.S. embassies, surrounding Israeli embassies, pulling into the streets, and more protests expected this weekend. So, yeah, I think there's still a lot of doubt, a lot of confusion, and clearly everyone in this region on edge and not ready to just accept carte blanche what's being said.
Jay Gray, thank you very much for your reporting. We'll see you soon. For more, let's bring in Martin Fletcher. He's a former NBC News correspondent and bureau chief in Tel Aviv, and we have been tapping into his expertise since this crisis unfolded. Martin, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to start with the president because Biden is set to give a foreign policy address tonight. What do you expect to hear from him following his trip to Israel, and what role the U.S. is trying to play in the war between Israel and Hamas? But also, you know, this is being billed, as I mentioned, as this foreign policy address. There's a lot going on right now throughout the globe that's not just this particular conflict. What do you think we'll hear?
Well, I think the United States is getting deeper and deeper into two major conflicts. Of course, Ukraine already going on for a year, and what's happening now, very suddenly and sharply and bitterly here in Israel and Gaza. So that's what he's going to be talking about. His message he already delivered to Israel could not have been stronger in terms of support for the embattled Jewish nation. Israel needed to hear support from President Biden, and he's been providing it in a dramatic way ever since the beginning. I mean, not only what he's saying, that Israel has a right to defend itself and indeed the obligation to defend the security of its people, but that America will back them all the way, even to the extent of sending battleships into the area as a kind of deterrent against Israel's other enemies, in particular Hezbollah and Iran. So President Biden has already given Israel pretty much everything they wanted. But at the same time, there's another message from him to them, too, which is do not occupy the Gaza Strip. He's given the green light for Israel to attack, to reduce the power of Hamas. But from what we understand, he has not given Israel the green light to invade Gaza and stay there. We're not sure whether Israel actually will launch that ground invasion that they've been planning and preparing for now several days. It's not clear they'll do that. In the past, they've threatened to do it several times. There's been 5 or 6 of these engagements, if you like, mini skirmishes between Israel and Gaza. None as big as this one. And calling up entire reserves of the Israeli army is a very expensive thing for Israel to do. So they've got to do it or not do it soon. But certainly Biden has been persuading Israel, trying to persuade them, do not, if you go into Gaza, do not stay there. It'll just make things a lot worse. And the question about, on a wider question you asked about mostly Ukraine, and we're talking about also potential confrontations in the east with China or with Taiwan. There's a lot to unpack in America's foreign policy right now. All of it boils down to one thing, though, I think, which is that America is still the leader of the free world. And that's an expensive and difficult responsibility. But President Biden seems to be taking on his shoulders, and we'll see what he actually what America is capable of doing if this region does degenerate into a full-scale war. Because America has said repeatedly, we don't want to get involved in another war. Nevertheless, American warships off the coast threatening to respond if there's any kind of violence from Hezbollah and from Iran. So this region is on the abyss of a major, major conflict.
You mentioned President Biden pushing Israel somewhat out in the open, but a lot behind closed doors, it seems, to not occupy Gaza, which begs the question, where does this go, especially since eradicating Hamas is not just a terrorist group, it's also, of course, the politics in the area. What does that mean after this, Kairos?
That's a terrific, it's a great question, Savannah, because it's not clear that anybody really knows. And that's part of the danger for escalation. The Prime Minister Netanyahu made very clear what his goal is early on. The utter destruction of Hamas, the annihilation, the killing of its leadership, and making it impossible for Hamas ever to threaten Israel again. Now, those are huge goals. I would say they're essentially unachievable goals, but he set a very wide, ambitious project for Israel, and anything less than that would then be seen as a defeat. He can't destroy Hamas, and he can't kill all the leaders from the air. He can do a lot of damage. He can kill a lot of people, especially innocent civilians. But actually, to destroy a strong military organization, you have to, in the end, take them on the ground. And so the short term would be the ground invasion, I guess, if Israel's going to do what the Prime Minister said, to destroy Hamas. But in the long term, if they destroy Hamas, the problem exists, what then? Who then runs Gaza? If it's not Hamas, who's going to do this job? Israel doesn't want to occupy and stay there. President Biden has warned them not to do that. So somebody has to manage the people, to be a government, to make sure the infrastructure works. Who's going to fix the sewage and the water? So various options of maybe the United Nations can come in, maybe a mixture of Arab nations would go in to run the place if Hamas doesn't exist anymore. But that's a dangerous thing too for the UN. Arab nations, anyway, if they say we don't want to go in there, it's not our business. The United Nations, well, they've been very ineffective in controlling parts of South Lebanon and any other jobs they've had in the region before. So this is really a mess. Destroying Hamas just raises more questions. So it's not Israel's fault. They have to do something to protect their people. So with the end game, we don't know it yet.
Martin Fletcher, we always appreciate you joining us. I hope we will continue to be able to discuss this with you throughout this unfolding. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Minister.
And as the fighting drags on, the situation in Gaza continues to get worse. Civilians are desperately awaiting aid from Egypt as hospitals remain on the verge of collapse. Gaza journalist Akram Al-Sadari has the latest.
Gaza Strip has been witnessing a continuous bombardment since 12 days. After Mr. Biden's statements about the possible entry of the humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip, even the bombardment continued, taking more lives in the Gaza Strip at large, and in particularly in the southern Gaza Strip, in the area of Khan Yunis, Rafah, Al-Nusayrat, and Deir al-Balah, Al-Maghazi, and Porridge. Whole families were killed, and the bombardment also targeted some infrastructure areas. The hospitals in Gaza Strip and in Khan Yunis in particular, where we are now in Nasser Hospital, have been calling for the international community and for the local community as well to help them, because they stated that the situation is more than just dire, and that they are running the hospitals with nothing at all, and they're hoping to survive by collecting whatever is available in the local market with the local suppliers. And they have been communicating also with the full suppliers and have been hoping that the community would provide them. And it looks like they have managed to secure some stock that will help them continue serving the large number of people coming to those hospitals. Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital in the Gaza middle area also made a statement in which they said that they have already depleted all their strategic stock, and that they are struggling now to still continue serving the large number of injured people who are coming to them. The overall situation in the Gaza Strip is dire, catastrophic, lacking, and the people were hopeful that they would see something happening Friday tomorrow, according to the statements that were made by Mr. Biden, that they would be allowing, that the Israeli government would be allowing the flow of a humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip sometime tomorrow. The situation in the southern Gaza Strip is still very dire, and the bombardment has been increasing for the past few days or hours.
Akram El-Sadri, thank you so much. Please continue to stay safe. Well, Israel's Iron Dome, that's that system that blocks and destroys rockets over the country. It's considered to be one of the best defense systems in the world. NBC News correspondent Tom Yamas was given access to see how it works up close.
Much of the fighting in this war has been in the skies overhead, day and night, where Israel has a massive advantage, but Hamas has launched thousands of rockets. Some say Israel's Iron Dome is the world's best defense against missiles. We were given access to see it up close.
That's one of the batteries that makes up this system. This technology was developed by Israel, and the way it works is that when a rocket is fired from Gaza, that battery right there launches another missile that crashes midair, making sure the people in this country stay safe.
The system is a combination of a radar unit monitoring the skies and the direction of the incoming missile, a control center determining if that rocket will strike a population center, and a battery able to launch dozens of missiles that can destroy an enemy rocket launched from up to 43 miles away.
In the last about 10 days, Hamas has launched over 6,500 rockets.
6,500?
Over 6,500 rockets in 10 days. We would have thousands of casualties, unbelievable destruction, injuries, and we would be living in a very different reality.
Hamas can't match Israel's firepower, but training videos published online show they are stocked with rockets. And in 2020, this video shows them digging up pipes to convert them into projectiles. Israel says the Iron Dome is 90% effective, but during the attacks on October 7th, Hamas overwhelmed the system.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions when rockets fired from Gaza are so many that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon, where a rocket hit this building with people inside.
This couple was home when the rocket hit.
What has the rocket barrage been like?
They say the missiles come like rain, and they wouldn't be here without the Iron Dome. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Well, as we've discussed, massive protests have erupted outside the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon and across the region after Hezbollah called for a day of rage following that deadly hospital blast. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the details.
Chaos erupting in the streets of Lebanon's capital city after pro-Palestinian protesters turned violent outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, even setting part of the building on fire. Lebanese security forces attempted to quell the mayhem with water cannons and tear gas, leading to brutal and bloody clashes with police. The anti-Israeli militant group Hezbollah calling for a day of rage following the Gaza hospital blast that the Gazan health ministry said killed hundreds of civilians. The crowds that are filling public squares throughout the Arab and Muslim world putting the blame squarely on Israel. While Israel points to documentation they say shows the explosion was a result of a failed launch by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the U.S. making a similar assessment.
It's really that the Israelis have left us as Arab people no other chance or no other choice but to resist. And resistance means that you have to resist with at whatever means you've got, including armed resistance.
One member of parliament from Hezbollah we spoke to calling those U.S. claims propaganda.
We believe that the Israelis are committing a genocide in Gaza and in Palestine. And now it is the responsibility of the international society to do something about it and to hold Netanyahu and the Israelis responsible for it.
A palpable anger directed toward both Israel and the U.S. They're chanting death to America. It's a cry that's uniting the entire region. A view from above shows thousands protesting in Yemen, the streets teeming with demonstrators in Tunisia, and police clashing with protesters in Jordan. As fighting with Iran-backed Hezbollah on Israel's northern border stokes fear that a multi-front war could soon become a reality.
Our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. Well, anger over these events in Israel and Gaza, it's now sparking threats of violence in other parts of the world. Law enforcement officials here in the U.S. as well as in Europe are stepping up patrols because of a sharp increase in online threats against Jewish communities and other targets. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, good morning. First, just set the scene for us in terms of how serious of a problem this is and what exactly these messages that are spreading look like.
Well, Savannah, you heard last week when a former head of Hamas called for a day of rage globally, and that was last Friday. And in fact, some Homeland Security experts I talked to, some counterterrorism experts I talked to in the U.S. said, they felt comfort that there was no massive attack after that. Of course, they did point to the hate crime perpetrated against that Muslim boy and his mother in Illinois as a sign of escalating tensions. But really, what they're saying is that we're not out of the woods, and in fact, the chatter online, the threats online that they're seeing are getting more intense. The words we heard from DHS yesterday, as well as NYPD, is that we are in a heightened threat environment. In fact, as journalists, we want to make sure that we don't scare people by retelling them the same scary story over and over again. So we really pressed sources yesterday to say, has something changed? And in fact, we're told, yes, it has. And they're trying to get the word out to state and local law enforcement because that's really the front lines of defense against any kind of attack, whether that be against the Jewish American community, the Muslim American community, or the Arab American community. Those are really the groups that they're the most worried about right now.
And anything specific, any specific terrorist threats being made that officials have identified?
No, they say that there are no specific credible threats. That's really the line that they set before they can go intervene and arrest someone to keep them from carrying out violence. Otherwise, it can fall into the bucket of free speech. But what we've learned is that that's really kind of a 2002, 2003 way of thinking. That was the way we thought about threats after September 11th. But because of the fact that so many attacks have been perpetrated by lone wolves, someone who might be disturbed or might be radicalized by what they see online or falling for misinformation, they're worried that a lot of times they aren't able to stop an attack because it doesn't cross that specific credible line before an attack happens. Another thing they're worried about that might bring people to action is that attack that we saw earlier this week on the hospital in Gaza. As we know, U.S. intelligence thinks that was not an Israeli rocket that hit, but rather a misfire from the Palestinian side. But they say that regardless of the truth, that could be used to energize people to carry out an attack against the Jewish American community.
And Julia, with the absence of anything specific, no specific threat that they're watching, how are law enforcement officials treating these posts and messages? What are they doing about them?
Well, they try to share as much as they can with state and local law enforcement so that they can take action. If there's a certain area of the country where they're seeing more of this information, they're looking at that. It's also cross-coordination between DHS and the National Counterterrorism Center, as well as FBI, who is able to get human intelligence, to get people who are maybe noticing things and they can also share it. It's not just what they're watching online. The other thing that they're flagging is that this has really been a time where they've seen some groups reemerge, like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hezbollah, as they're trying to really take advantage of this situation. And now they're seeing some rhetoric that's used by that group also being used by neo-Nazis in the United States to carry out more anti-Semitic language that gets shared online. And they say the longer this plays out, they're more worried about anti-Semitic attacks because as Israel ramps up its attack on Gaza and it becomes longer since that attack from Hamas on Israel.
Julia, you mentioned specific language like that. I mean, social media companies have policies in place to try to prevent this type of content from spreading. It breaks their rules, things like that. How is so much still getting through?
That's a great question, and we have a lot of great correspondents here who follow disinformation. And I think that what I've learned from them and from people I've spoken to at DHS is that, you know, something might get pulled down, but then there are often these underground chat rooms. You have the dark web. There's a lot of ways that people who are angry can find information that will only confirm their anger.
Oh, Julia Ainsley, thank you very much. I always appreciate your reporting. There is much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, low demand. Applications for home loans are now at a nearly 20-year low. We'll break down the numbers and what it means if you are looking to buy. Up first, though, speakerless. House Republicans still without a leader after another failed round of voting. We will bring you the latest up next.
And time to check those weekend plans in the Northeast. Another wet weekend on tap. We'll tell you where the system is now and how long that rain sticks around coming up.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back now with the ongoing race for House Speaker. It's been nearly 16 days since Kevin McCarthy was ousted from the speakership. In a second round of voting yesterday by the full House of Representatives, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan once again failed to get the 217 votes he needed to be elected Speaker. He received 199 votes, which is actually one fewer than he received on Tuesday. A third round of voting is planned for today at noon Eastern time, but it is unclear if it will take place. Jordan briefly addressed reporters after losing that second round of voting.
Second vote. We got 200 of our colleagues who are before us with 2 ballots now. This is right where Speaker McCarthy was in the process, so we're just going to keep talking to members.
For the latest here, we are joined by Julia Manchester, national political reporter at The Hill. Julia, thanks very much for joining us. Kind of feels like it's been longer than 16 days to me, which I'm sure as a Hill reporter, it feels much worse than that. But House Republicans clearly remain divided here as Jordan lost support even during yesterday's vote. What should we make right now of the state of this race? What is it going to take? Will he be able to win over fellow Republicans?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. I think if one word were to really describe the state of the race, it would be chaotic and really dismal for Jordan and his allies. Look, this obviously came after Steve Scalise bowed out of the race. So I think there was a hope that Jordan would be able to coalesce the Republican conference. Anything but that has happened for the Ohio congressman. In fact, it's gotten worse for him as we've seen the first round of voting than the second round of voting. A lot of this has to do, though, with those relationships that are so critical on Capitol Hill. Of course, we know that Jim Jordan is somewhat of a conservative firebrand, very popular with conservative news media here in the United States, often appearing on those networks. But in terms of his relationship with maybe more moderate members or, maybe more moderate voters, he doesn't really have much of one yet. So there was that hurdle to climb. But then, of course, after, losing the first round of votes, we saw these reports and this chatter that Jordan and his team were using pretty aggressive tactics to sort of try to whip votes together for him. We've seen Carlos Jimenez, for example, a congressman from Florida, who has talked about how in his district there are robocalls going out for Jordan, that he's asked Jordan to stop this, and it's questions who's paying for these robocalls. And then, of course, you have Congresswoman Marianne Miller Meeks, who has essentially said that she's received death threats, not from Jordan's office, but from supporters around, the country and, outside of Capitol Hill. So this is getting incredibly heated. But one, I think, sort of light at the end of the tunnel, potentially, I don't want to speak too soon, is that Republicans seem to be warming to this idea of expanding the powers of Patrick McHenry, the interim speaker at the moment. We know that there is, of course, a looming government shutdown next month, and President Biden wants to announce that $100 billion aid package to Israel and Ukraine. So these are actions that are going to require Congress. So there's a lot of questions around, whether McHenry should get those powers, and it seems like more warming to it.
Julia, you mentioned the robocalls, the texts. I mean, even the wife of Nebraska Congressman Tom Bacon received some of those threatening messages. Is this unprecedented in terms of a campaign for this particular role? What do you make of what we're hearing about here in these tactics?
Yeah, in my experience, it absolutely is unprecedented, because when you see someone campaigning for the speakership, whether it's Kevin McCarthy, Nancy Pelosi, John Boehner, Paul Ryan, the way you warm up to these members and earn their trust, get their vote, is by, offering them some concessions. So maybe a spot on a committee, for example, promising them that, you'll take a look at particular pieces of legislation or prioritize those issues. This seems to be the complete opposite of that. And, there's a lot of Republicans who we've heard complain over the past couple of days that Jordan's never really, reached across the aisle to them, that, you hear Speaker John Boehner talk about how some of these members, including Jim Jordan, former Speaker John Boehner, use quote unquote terrorist tactics to sort of push these Republicans and get them into line. But that's really not how Capitol Hill has worked. So it seems like these Republicans who aren't going along with Jim Jordan are just pushing back and saying this isn't how we roll here.
And all of this is to say nothing of the mountain of work that needs to get done by the future speaker and the entire chamber whenever this comes to an end. Julia Manchester, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Well, as the House continues its search for a speaker, North Carolina Congressman Patrick McHenry holds the gavel just right now as what's called pro tempore. But what exactly does that title mean? NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains.
I'll now act as Speaker pro tem.
So what do we know about acting Speaker of the House Patrick McHenry?
One thing's for sure, McHenry slams down a mean gavel.
So, he's a Republican from North Carolina. He's got a serious bow tie collection, but most significantly, he's serving as Speaker pro tempore, Latin meaning for the time being. He got the job when the House ousted Kevin McCarthy from the speakership. And now, as one attempt after another to elect a new speaker goes down in flames,
A speaker has not been elected.
growing chorus in Congress is calling for McHenry to get more power, allowing the House to function until a new permanent speaker is picked. It's seen as a temporary compromise for a guy who used to be adverse to him. McHenry was first elected to Congress in 2004 at 29 years old, known as a firebrand.
Look, Chris, you're going to invite me on your show. Let me answer a question, for God's sakes.
And for his sparring with Democrats.
No,
Congressman, we had an agreement.
You had no agreement.
We had an agreement for the time this hearing would occur.
You're making this
you
up, Ms.
asked
Warren.
it.
But later, as he told the Raleigh News and Observer in 2017, he slowed down enough to respect the process. McHenry now chairs the House Financial Services Committee and supported the Trump tax cuts. He voted to certify the 2020 presidential election, pushing back against the hard right wing of his party.
Electing a speaker.
McHenry has the pro tempore job now thanks to McCarthy's trust in him if it was ever needed in an emergency. Well, now we're in that emergency, and McHenry has the gavel, but he said he doesn't want the permanent job. Question is, will enough Republicans and Democrats work together to pick him anyway?
I have respect for Patrick McHenry. I think he is respected on our side of the aisle.
Our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report. Well, a storm system is moving across the Midwest, and it's going to bring showers to the Great Lakes area right as the Northeast braces for a very wet weekend ahead as well. What else is new? Angie Lastman is here in studio with us. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Savannah. Like clockwork, we once again are going to see some of those showery conditions impacting us across the Northeast for our weekend plans. But right now and through the day today, we're going to see the Midwest getting in on this action. We've seen the Great Lakes already dealing with some of these showers and stretching down into portions of the Tennessee Valley. We do have that line of storms that's going to continue working its way to the east. Today, it's focused over that region, so expect kind of an unsettled commute for your morning and your afternoon. You'll have to deal with that for places like Detroit, Chicago, stretching down through Columbus as we get through the day today. That'll start to move out, and then it starts to push into portions of the Northeast, New England to mid-Atlantic. We'll have to deal with the unsettled conditions once again. Notice we have a coastal kind of low that's sitting just offshore. This is going to contribute to adding to that heavy rain and the wind that we'll see through Friday and into Saturday. But it eventually starts to combine with that system we're watching move across the Midwest, and it leaves us with really just a busy kind of forecast and a wet forecast for not just Friday, but Saturday as well as into Sunday with some of those lingering showers. One thing to note, we're also going to see those breezy conditions across this region, and it'll be quite chilly. So just a heads up, even if you see some drier spots, if you're out and about, if it stops raining, it'll still be cloudy and kind of cool, so the jackets will be necessary as well. When it's all said and done, I think through Sunday, maybe 1 inch to 3 inches of rain will be the most likely, and that's stretched up across portions of the Northeast, mainly New England area, Burlington, Portland, Caribou, all included in that. We could have up to a 12-hour time period where we have multiple periods of heavy rain, potentially isolated flooding. So just something to watch for with the flash flood risk through Saturday. That's for Saturday. And meanwhile, I kind of briefly mentioned that we'll see some of those gusty conditions, and we will. 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts are more of the widespread range that we're looking at. But check out Washington, D.C., 35 miles per hour. So that means, you know, not only will it be chilly and kind of uncomfortable even when it's dry, but also down trees, down power lines are a possibility. It'll be minor, but just a heads up.
Okay, a lot going on. Rain, stay inside again. Exactly. Thanks, Angie. See you in a little bit. Okay. Well, now to breaking news this morning. Another American journalist has been detained in Russia. Alsu Kormasheva, a dual Russian-American reporter, has been charged with failure to register as a foreign agent. Kormasheva works for the Prague-based Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. The charge carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison and has been used to target journalists and people who speak out against the Kremlin. This new case follows the arrest of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich in Russia on espionage charges. NBC News has reached out to Russia's foreign ministry and the U.S. Embassy in Moscow for comment. We will keep you updated on that developing story. Here are some more international headlines for you now. In Venezuela, the first in a series of U.S. deportation flights has landed. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other international headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. Those deportation flights to Venezuela resumed yesterday with the first charter flight landing in Venezuela carrying more than 100 migrants. Now, this is the first time in many years that the U.S. immigration authorities are deporting people to the South American country. It's the latest attempt from the Biden administration to slash rising illegal immigration crossings at the U.S. border. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency said these flights strengthen, quote, the consequences for those who cross our border unlawfully. Now let's travel over to Afghanistan, where people are still recovering from that series of earthquakes that killed thousands of people. The United Nations World Food Programme has just appealed for $19 million to provide emergency aid to 100,000 people in the region. The group says they are working to offer emergency food and assistance, but they say they are underfunded. And we end our tour here in Italy, where a student at the University of Nebraska was able to use artificial intelligence to translate a word on an ancient Roman scroll. The ancient text, which looks like a burnt log, was carbonized by a Mount Vesuvius eruption in 79 AD. It's one of nearly 800 scrolls unearthed in the ancient Roman city of Herculaneum. Until recently, reading the scorched scroll seemed impossible. In fact, it hasn't been read in nearly 2,000 years, of course, but the student, 21-year-old Luke Farador, used the magic of AI to make out a single word, porphyras, which in ancient Greek word, it's an ancient Greek word for purple, that the student was awarded $40,000 for that colorful discovery. Savannah?
I'm obsessed with this story, Claudio. I am trying to interview this student because I just think it's so fascinating. And it's very cool whenever we see a use of AI that can, make us all a little happy, not concerned. Claudio, thank you very much. Well, coming up, a shocking confession 2 decades later. The man suspected of killing 18-year-old Natalie Holloway now saying he did it. More on the confession and what happens next. Plus, closer to closure, how one state is working to help families in wrongful death cases. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The disappearance of Natalie Holloway, a mystery nearly 20 years in the making, has come to an end after Joran van der Sloot admitted to killing the 18-year-old. The confession came during an extortion hearing brought on by Holloway's mother. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
For 18 years, the Holloway family searched for answers as to how their daughter died. Indescribable relief layered with pain that will never go away.
It's over. Joran van der Sloot is no longer the suspect in my daughter's murder. He is the killer.
The man long suspected in Natalie Holloway's death pleaded guilty to wire fraud and extortion of Natalie's mother as part of his plea deal, also confessing to Natalie's brutal murder. According to a transcript of his confession, Vandersloot said he killed the 18-year-old Alabama teen with a cinder block after she rejected his sexual advances on the beach and then pushed her body out to sea.
Were you stunned by the depravity, both of what he did to your daughter, but also the behavior that you mentioned after the fact, right after he'd committed murder?
Exactly. How could he have murdered her and then he goes home and checks the soccer scores, gets on a porn site, and gets up, takes a shower, and goes to school?
For years, Vandersloot led investigators and family members on a fruitless chase.
I mean, that's a killer. That is a person with no conscience, no remorse, no guilt.
Beth, in a powerful victim impact statement, confronting him. You are a killer, and I want you to remember that every time that jail cell door slams. The plea deal puts Vandersloot behind bars for 20 years. The confession brings closure.
And I think the not knowing is worse. You know, the knowing is shocking. You brace yourself, you take the hit. But the not knowing is the never-ending nightmare, and that's worse.
And that's the boat that you were in.
Yeah.
For almost 20 years of your life.
Yeah.
At least part of that nightmare is over. Sam Brock, NBC News, Birmingham.
Well, new legislation in New York could give grieving families the ability to file for damages in cases related to wrongful death. For some, the settlements could be life-changing. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah spoke to one father who says the bill would also provide accountability.
She was someone who was very elegant, very fearless.
Bruce McIntyre says his partner Amber Rose Isaac was the light of his life. But at 26 years old, Isaac's life was cut short. McIntyre says due to medical negligence during her first pregnancy.
She had feelings that she wasn't going to make it.
She was expressing those to you?
Yeah, she was.
McIntyre says her hospital treatment got so bad, Isaac tweeted in part, "I can't wait to write a tell-all about my experience." 4 days later, she was dead.
Yeah, we used to try to take pictures all the time.
McIntyre says doctors missed repeated signs of HELLP syndrome, a life-threatening pregnancy complication. Now, the 31-year-old is a single father to their 3-year-old son, Elias. Today, he supports the Grieving Families Act, legislation in New York that would permit families in wrongful death suits to recover compensation for their emotional anguish. Nationwide, New York and Alabama are the only two states that do not compensate for some type of emotional loss, including grief, anguish, or loss of companionship in wrongful death cases.
We should just be receiving quality care.
Instead, in New York, wrongful death compensation is largely based on the potential future income of the person who died, something experts say can lead to, quote, problematic payout calculations.
It says, for example, that children's lives or lives of the elderly are worth much less. It also cements past structural racism, and it also tends to value men's lives much more than women's lives.
She left there to get groceries on the way home.
It's a reality Garnell Whitfield has felt firsthand. The 66-year-old's mother, Ruth, was murdered last year in the Top supermarket shooting. A white gunman killed 10 black residents in a hate crime. At 86, Ruth was the oldest victim and a lifelong work-from-home mother.
For her life not to be valued because of her chosen profession, because of her age, is outrageous. She was invaluable.
Opponents to the Grieving Families Act say updating the wrongful death calculation would drive up health insurance premiums and liability costs for malpractice.
If you drive up the cost of liability insurance, you're going to lose more physicians.
Since 2019, at least 2 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws banning the use of race, gender, or ethnicity in wrongful death calculations. Survivors, like Bruce McIntyre, say ending this practice is not just about compensation, but accountability and equity.
We don't want to put a price tag on Amber. You know, she's not just another statistic.
Our thanks to Zincle Esamoah for that powerful report. Well, Bruce McIntyre tells us he filed a wrongful death lawsuit with the hospital, and the litigation is ongoing. In a statement, Montefiore Medical Center tells NBC News they are not able to share information due to pending litigation, HIPAA regulations, and patient privacy rules. Well, coming up here on Morning News Now, signs of a shift in the housing market as demand for home loans hits a nearly 2-decade low. Our friend Caleb Silver here on set to break down the numbers, what it means for home buyers and sellers. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. A new report shows the demand for home loans is at a nearly 20-year low. That is according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. Applications for a mortgage were down 21% compared to this time last year. Refinance loans also down 12% lower than last year's applications. Let's bring in Caleb Silver to help break down these numbers. He is the editor-in-chief of Investopedia, and I think I'm upgrading you to best friend of the show instead of just friend. You are here all the time, and we love it and we appreciate it. Caleb, why are we seeing this? Is this because interest rates are so high? It must be.
Yeah, this is interest rates, and mortgage rates are super sensitive to interest rates. So as the Fed has raised interest rates over the past 18 months, mortgage rates have responded. They're the first to respond. The good news is they're also the first to come down once rates start to get lowered by the Federal Reserve, which is maybe a next year event.
We love when you have a little bit of good news in there. Is this a time when turning to an adjustable rate mortgage is a good call rather than conventional?
You can, but you're taking the bet that the Fed is going to lower rates.
Right.
And they've pretty much signaled that they will by the middle of next year if nothing else happens. The question is something else going to happen? So adjustables are good if you believe that interest rates are going to have a path downward. Looks like they might, but right now that 30-year fix is at 8%. We haven't seen a number like that since the year 2000. Refinancing's 8.1%, so nobody's incentivized to buy a home, or if you own a home, to sell it to go have to buy another one at these rates.
Adjustable's tricky, though, huh? If you were on that 5 years ago, you are not happy right now, right?
Absolutely.
All right, what can people do to try to get the best deal?
Well, right now, developers and builders are trying to give you deals because housing affordability is at its worst level in decades. So you can maybe get a deal from your developer, from your buyer, from a seller potentially. You can ask for that. Some banks are being a little bit more flexible. If you have great credit, that helps too. Put a lot of money down, that's going to ease up on your payments as well. But just because we have these super high rates and a very tight supply of homes, home prices are high. It's really hard for first-time buyers to get in there.
What does this look like heading into 2024? Just the market generally as well as the rates?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to get better, like a springtime event. And this is a tough time of year anyway, the end of the year. But by the middle of next year, we expect interest rates to fall. The Federal Reserve is probably going to lower those absent another economic shock. When that happens, mortgage rates respond very quickly. So once we get down below maybe 7 or 6%, you'll see the housing market wake up again. But it's been in a deep freeze for about 15 months now.
Caleb Silver covering it all for us. Thank you so much. Great to have you here. Well, let's stick on money news. Pfizer is preparing to take its big COVID drug Paxlovid commercial. NBC's Contessa Brewer has that and other financial headlines for us this morning. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Hi there. Good morning to you. Pfizer will price its COVID drug Paxlovid at just a little less than $1,400 for a 5-day course. When it shifts it to the commercial market later this year, the list price, which is before rebates and other discounts to insurers, is more than double what the federal government was paying. The U.S. has distributed Paxlovid for free since the end of 2021, but starting next year, Pfizer will sell it directly to health insurers who will likely pay a lot less than the list price, meaning patients should have small or maybe no out-of-pocket costs. Netflix raising prices for some of its streaming plans as it blew past forecasts for new subscribers in its latest quarter. Netflix added nearly 9 million new customers worldwide. The company credited gains to its crackdown on password sharing. Netflix is raising the price of its premium ad-free plan by $3. It will now be $22.99 a month, and the one-stream basic plan will go up by $2 a month. And Delta Airlines is making some changes to its frequent flyer program after facing backlash from customers. Delta is not fully undoing its overhaul of the SkyMiles program, which shifted it to reward the biggest spenders and not the most frequent flyers. Now it will make it less expensive for passengers to achieve elite status and will ease limits on visiting airport lounges for certain credit card holders. There's nothing that we hate less than when our airline that we've been loyal to changes the rules on us.
I know, and I am Delta loyal, and I'm happy to hear this and can't wait to get more details. Contessa, thank you so much.
Sure.
Coming up, making history in women's hoops. This morning, the Las Vegas Aces are champions again. More on the thrilling WNBA Finals run after the break. And she is the most decorated gymnast of all time. Hear from Simone Biles, fresh off her 6th all-around title. You're watching Morning News Now.
stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
It was all aces at the WNBA championships last night. The Las Vegas Aces took home their second straight championship title, the first team to win back-to-back trophies in 21 years. The Aces defeated the New York Liberty 70-69 in an electric Game 4 of the series at Barclays Center here in New York. A'ja Wilson clinched her second ever WNBA titles MVP. She led the Aces with 24 points and 16 rebounds. And we're going to stay on sports to end the hour. One of America's favorite athletes making history once again, none other than Simone Biles, the first woman to pull off one of the sport's most challenging vaults. Biles went on to win her 6th all-around title at the World Championships, making her the most decorated gymnast of all time. She spoke to our friends at Today in her first live interview since that triumph. Here is part of that conversation.
We were watching your Yurchenko, now the Biles, too. I mean, I can't help but think back, Simone, to the days when you were kind of a little bit unsteady, and now to watch you nail this thing in competition. When you stuck the landing on that Yurchenko, too, how did it feel?
It felt really good. I was just excited that I finally got it named after me and then that we could move on. But it is kind of crazy because 10 years ago in Antwerp, I got my very first skill named after me. And this time, 10 years later, I got my 5th skill named after me.
It's definitely full circle. And 10 years ago, we were reading this, and it's so cute. The announcer said your name wrong. She didn't know how to say Simone. Yeah, that's how new you were. Now everyone knows your name, and we really don't need the last name unless we're saying the Biles to refer to the 2 skills named after you.
Yes, it is kind of crazy. Obviously, it's a different announcer and all of that, but it is pretty wild now.
Well, you wrote on Instagram, I thought this was super cute, doing it for the little girl who fell in love with the sport. I think that's what it's all about, isn't it, at the end of the day? I mean, there's pressure, there's all the things, but you were just a little girl who fell in love with it. Who are you today?
I think in gymnastics, I still have to dig deep down and remember why I'm doing it and do it for the little girl, like I said on the Instagram post. But it is a little bit different. I feel like now it's like I'm a wife, I'm still a daughter, a sister, and all of the things. And gymnastics is just something that I get to come in and have the privilege of doing. I don't feel like it's the end-all, be-all anymore, as before I kind of felt like that. And, you know, I get to go home to my husband, to my dogs, to my house, and all of the things, so it feels really good.
Oh, don't we just love her? So cool to see her doing so well at this point. She is just a national treasure. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. It is just about the top of the hour now. We begin this morning at home. President Biden is back on U.S. soil, arriving overnight at Joint Base Andrews after a whirlwind one-day visit to Israel, where in a face-to-face meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he reiterated America's strong support for one of its longtime allies.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
The president bolstering that sentiment with a multi-billion-dollar aid package proposal for Israel, Ukraine, and beyond. That's expected to be unveiled to Congress later this week. President Biden also pledging $100 million to humanitarian efforts in Gaza in the wake of that deadly hospital explosion there. U.S. officials now telling NBC News that the blast wasn't levied by Israel, but instead likely caused by a misfired rocket from another militant group known as the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Protests against the tragedy turning violent in Lebanon as the Arab world reacts to a polarizing Western visit. Tonight, though, a key Oval Office address from President Biden on what is next as that rumored Israeli ground assault on Gaza looms over a tattered region. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe Fryer is off this morning. We're going to get started this morning with our coverage with Richard Engel, who has the latest from Jerusalem, and a warning: the images in this report might be distressing for some viewers.
President Biden's visit to Israel. There was a brief lull in Israeli airstrikes into Gaza. It didn't last long.
As soon as President Biden left Israel, Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip intensified. 4 hours after he was wheels up, the bombs were raining down. One, according to several witnesses, damaging a UN school turned into a refugee center in southern Gaza, where Palestinians were told to go for safety. Medical officials say 5 people were killed and dozens injured. We are all people from other areas who fled here because of the war, says this man. Then he sees something in the air, and there's panic, as many fear another strike is coming. During his visit to Israel, President Biden expressed the United States' full support for Israel's military campaign after Hamas gunmen from Gaza broke into Israel and killed at least 1,400 Israelis and foreigners and took 199 hostages, at least.
Israel, you're not alone.
The president also backed Israel's claim that it did not attack a hospital in Gaza on Tuesday. Hamas claims hundreds were killed. Israel insists the explosion was caused by a rocket from the militant group Islamic Jihad that misfired and crashed on the hospital grounds. New video capturing the blast. That explosion sparked protests across the Arab world. But in Gaza, it was just one of many. To the north, in Gaza City, right before President Biden landed, our crew witnessed an Israeli airstrike on an apartment building, the first of a small group of local reporters still in Gaza to reach the scene. People tried to dig through the rubble. They think they hear voices below. A rescue worker makes an appeal. Anyone with a bulldozer, come here now, he says. It's not clear who Israel may have been targeting, but civilians were among the dead, including a baby. The Gaza Strip remains cut off. Fuel and medical supplies are running out. Doctors say babies in incubators will soon die unless aid is allowed in. President Biden struck a deal for aid trucks to come in, but for now, they remain in Egypt, just across the border.
Regarding that explosion at the UN school in southern Gaza, we have reached out to both the Israeli military and the United Nations for comment. There is still a lot of anger in the Middle East over what is happening in Gaza. There were protests yesterday, and more demonstrations are expected across the Arab world tomorrow, Friday, the Muslim holy day.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much for your reporting. For more, we are joined by NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Hey, Peter, good morning. So let's talk about this address tonight. President Biden set to address this crisis in Israel in a primetime Oval Office speech. What are we expected to hear?
Yeah, that's right. We are going to hear from the president, and actually what is only his second Oval Office address of his time as president. The president is certain to make a direct appeal to the American people, calling on them to continue their support for both Ukraine and for Israel. And this comes ahead of what we expect tomorrow to be, as the president has described it, an ask of Congress for what he calls an unprecedented aid package that would support Ukraine, Israel, as well as Taiwan, facing threats from China, and the border security crisis here in the United States. The president, in this speech, obviously is going to reiterate his support for Israel, made all the more powerful when he said he stands with Israel, standing in Israel. Tonight, he will detail those remarks yet again and really call on Americans to continue to stand with him and stand with Israel at this time.
This big story, Peter, has, of course, been about what happened at this hospital. And on this quick trip to Israel, President Biden sided with Israelis, pointing blame to this misfired Palestinian rocket, not an Israeli airstrike. Walk us through how the administration came to that conclusion. What evidence pointed to that?
Well, so the U.S., as you importantly noted there, Savannah, is backing up Israel's assessment that this was not an Israeli airstrike on that hospital in Gaza. In fact, they assessed that it was a misfired rocket by a smaller Palestinian terror group, a group by the name of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And the U.S., the president relied on U.S. intelligence for this, not exclusively what the Israelis were showing, but the Americans themselves had gathered, including, we are told, intercepts, which I'm told include phone conversations that the U.S. picked up between some Palestinian militants in Gaza describing the situation there and their belief that this was a misfired Palestinian military or terrorist group's rocket. In addition to that, the U.S. has missile activity, and they also have open information that any of us can see that has been made publicly available, as well as images from overhead, giving them a better assessment of what happened on the ground.
Peter, the president also announced a pledge of $100 million of new U.S. funding for humanitarian aid in both Gaza and the West Bank to support more than 1 million people displaced in this conflict. This comes with conditions, though, right? Because there are concerns about it being used correctly, going to the right people who really need it. Walk us through that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there are going to be international inspections, the U.S. says, to make sure that this aid, $100 million, as you noted, does get to the right people there. To be clear, it doesn't seem that in spite of one of the biggest takeaways the president was able to clinch with Israel and Egypt was the opening of the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt and the allowing of 20 humanitarian aid trucks to enter Gaza. It doesn't seem like those trucks have been able to enter at this point. It's not clear when this money will be able to make it to the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations on the ground in Gaza and in the West Bank. But as we've heard from many administration officials, and one said to me again this morning, if there is any indication that any of this aid is being taken by Hamas, that could really impact its delivery, and it could force it to be shut down altogether.
Peter Alexander, as always, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks for joining us this morning. We are now joined by Colonel Mark Kansian. He's a senior advisor for International Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Colonel, thanks very much for joining us this morning. So let's start on President Biden's trip to Israel, his second, actually, wartime trip as president. What do you think was the most significant takeaway from his visit and the impact a trip like this has for the ally of Israel?
Well, the trip had two purposes. One succeeded brilliantly. The other failed spectacularly. The president wanted to reassure Israel about U.S. support. That was very effective. He was eloquent in his support of Israel and its right to exist. The part that failed was his effort to meet with regional allies and partners to try to prevent the war from expanding. Of course, the explosion at the hospital derailed that, and now it's an ongoing competition between U.S. and Hamas for regional support.
How much of a concern is that he was not able to have those conversations? He was supposed to be sitting down with Palestinian leadership, especially as we see tensions start to spread in the region.
That was really a major blow. Even though the hospital story is now looking to be disinformation, that doesn't matter at this point. The Hamas is trying to line up regional support to expand the conflict, to try to take it beyond Israel. The United States is trying to contain it. So far, the United States has been pretty successful in containing it, but we've seen a lot of violence from this day of rage that Hamas asked for, and there's still a lot of violence, for example, on the West Bank. So this is still an issue that's up in the air.
Yeah, and a lot of what we saw yesterday, some of the images that just played, did seem sort of in reaction to this day of rage. But aside from that and some of these protests that we saw, like this one on a screen right here, actually that's the Rafah gate where people are waiting to cross into Israel. But how concerned are you about this war actually spreading in the region, about Hezbollah increasing? What we've already seen is this military activity oncoming into Israel. How concerned are you that this gets even larger?
Well, this is a great concern, and I think the issue is on the knife edge. Hezbollah has been skirmishing with Israel in the north. They have not launched an all-out attack. Iran has, of course, been fanning the flames. Traditionally, Iran lights the fire and then stands back while others get consumed. There's also issues with getting support from Jordan and the Gulf states, trying to maintain the Israeli-Saudi rapprochement. So this is very much up in the air.
I do also want to ask you about what I was just discussing with Peter a moment ago, which is this aid that is set to head into Israel, into Gaza. Both this $100 million that President Biden has pledged, but there is aid that's waiting right at that border that was just on the screen a moment ago, the Rafah border. This is from Egypt into Gaza. So many people in need. This aid has been waiting to get in, but how do you make sure that that help gets to the people who need it most and not into the wrong hands or used for the wrong purposes?
Well, that's a very difficult question, and one that the United States and the world community are very concerned about. First, the aid has to get in, and that's been difficult. The Egyptians have not been very cooperative. They've not taken any refugees out of Gaza, for example. The United States, I think, is going to work through some of the NGOs that are still operating in Gaza and emphasize to them that this aid needs to go to civilians, not to the military. Unfortunately, there's a long history of such aid being hijacked by militants. We saw that, for example, in Somalia, and we've seen it many other places. It's an area that needs watching and is of concern.
Colonel Mark Hansian, thank you very much for joining us on this. We very much appreciate your expertise. Well, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security is warning that the unrest overseas is leading to a dramatic increase in online hate speech here at home. U.S. law enforcement is stepping up its readiness amid concerns over violence. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now for more on this. Tom, good morning. So what are we hearing from Homeland Security officials? What are they warning?
Yeah, bottom line here is Homeland Security is very concerned about what they see as an explosion in online content, really on behalf of Hamas, pro-Hamas commentary calling for attacks against Jewish targets specifically. And as a result, we've already seen police departments across the country, including here in D.C., kind of ramping up security around synagogues, but also taking keen interest in and watching any potential attacks against Muslim Americans and Arab Americans as well. We do know that the NYPD is right now saying that all officers must be in uniform right now. NYPD, which of course has a global intelligence arm, says it has no current and credible information suggesting an attack is imminent either in New York or the homeland. But NYPD says, listen, we still know that New York remains a keen potential terrorist target, as evidenced by 9/11. So this is a nationwide effort with Homeland Security very concerned about a heightened security threat, and also NYPD and other departments going to a heightened security posture surrounding all of those concerns.
Tell me more about that posture, Tom. What does this look like? What are law enforcement agencies doing in response to these warnings?
It really does vary from department to department, and specifically whether they think that they may be a target or they have targets within the city. So, for example, areas where there is a heavy Jewish presence, you're definitely seeing an increased police presence around synagogues, for example. Here in D.C., it's very heavy in those areas. Same in New York. Also, tactical teams are out and available and able to respond to an incident at a moment's notice, as opposed to being pulled back. NYPD putting every officer in uniform, saying that they've also suspended training for now as they increase patrols as well. It depends on the city and the exact circumstances per city, but this is really a nationwide effort to be on guard given what's happening overseas, and specifically most recently 3 days ago in Brussels, in which that man who claimed to have ISIS connections shot and killed two Swedes who were visiting Brussels. Police shot and killed him. In Sweden, there have been these Koran burnings, which have really kind of fueled the flame in Sweden. It's not known whether he was responding to what happened in Sweden or if he was acting as a lone wolf on behalf of ISIS in Brussels.
Tom, what are social media companies, tech companies doing to block out online hate speech? I mean, it doesn't necessarily seem like enough because this is breaking their rules as it stands, right? So how is so much getting through?
I think you're right. I think that by any analysis, not enough is being done, but maybe not enough can be done. Listen, Twitter, X, bans all Hamas activity on Twitter because, of course, Hamas is a declared terrorist organization. However, by one count, they've already had some 16 million views of terror-related content on X that was related to the Hamas attacks in Israel. So, you know, trying to contain this, as we've seen many times, is virtually impossible. Right. Some platforms may be doing a better job than others. And, oh, by the way, then there's Telegram, which is a completely different animal as well. And a lot of that kind of activity has migrated to Telegram.
Absolutely, and that lots of things that are communicated there can kind of be done so completely off the grid where a lot of this heads. Tom Costello, thank you very much for your reporting this morning. Let's stay on this conversation on security around the country and bring in Frank Figliuzzi. He's an NBC News national security analyst and a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI. Frank, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. We are very happy to have your expertise on this topic this morning as people hear some of these headlines. So the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring what an official says is this heightened threat environment, as Tom just described. Walk us through what that looks like. He mentioned it's kind of different for each department, each city, depending on where you are, but just kind of any standard operating procedure that law enforcement follows in a situation like this. What do you think they're doing right now in response to what's going on and what we're seeing online?
Yeah, we're seeing a spectrum of responses from local, county, state, and federal authorities, depending on their mission and their risk picture in their territory. So, for example, within the last week, the FBI director, Chris Wray, has gotten on the phone with about 5,000 Jewish community leaders who are part of something called the Secure Communities Network. And he's addressed the increased threat and explained the need for additional security at highly visible places of worship, et cetera, and Hebrew schools, synagogues. Then, also this week, he went and addressed the annual conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and he told those police executives that the FBI is indeed seeing increased threats, and he's warning that at a community level, they need to increase their visibility and their presence. And so that's why you see, for example, NYPD telling their officers, hey, you may be a detective, you may be behind a desk, we've all got to get into uniform. So that increased visibility acts as a kind of suppressant and makes people think twice. But behind the scenes, this is really interesting. You know, after 9/11, we used to take some comfort in statements like, hey, there's no direct credible threat. We're not seeing specific intel, things like that, things that you're hearing now. But here's the problem with that. This is about lone actors. The real concern here is not, that there's some cell that we're not on top of and identifying through electronic surveillance and sources and undercovers, but rather that lone actor that can act out like the person did in Brussels, Belgium this week and killed 2 people. That's the concern. So yes, we can take comfort that there's no specific credible intel against the homeland, but that doesn't give law enforcement comfort because it's about that lone actor or 2 acting out. And then the online thing, like you referenced the online problem. Boy, is there propaganda trying to instigate and divide us, and we can't let that happen.
And online, I mean, things are being called for like attacks on Jewish communities, other targets in the U.S. and Europe. Let our viewers know, what are some of the things, just as individuals, we should be aware of when it comes to being vigilant in an environment like this?
So, with the weekend coming up, there will likely be more protests. President Biden addressing the nation tonight. There'll be this big public debate about how many billions of dollars we're providing or not. And you'll see these massive protests. There's calls for additional protests this weekend. Be careful, be smart, stay in touch, tell your family and friends where you are. If you're going to exercise your right to free speech, be aware that protests are soft and vulnerable targets. Stay near the edge of the crowd. Be very vigilant. When you're online on your social media, and by the way, it might be time to back away from social media right now, be aware that even foreign adversaries are on there pretending to be Americans, but really out to instigate and divide. So before you engage, think, get your facts, and understand this is fraught with deep-seated religious and ethnic long-term, centuries-long issues. So it's not like any topic you would converse with people with normally. It is fraught with peril.
Really important reminders. Frank, we always appreciate when you join us, but that was really good stuff. Thank you very much. Well, nearly 2 weeks ago, the community of Kibbutz Be'eri came under attack by Hamas militants. More than 120 people were killed in the massacre. Survivors are now spread across the region, dealing with the fallout of that ill-fated day. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya sat down with a group of child survivors to discuss their new reality.
The kids of Kibbutz Be'eri now living in a hotel on the Dead Sea, trying to make sense of their new reality.
Is that an ice cream? No, ice cream? Candy. No, candy. Oh, like a lollipop.
But below the surface, the horror lingers.
She asked me if the bad people, the Hamas come here to hotel.
Home no longer feels safe after Hamas terrorists stormed their small community, killing more than 50 and kidnapping others.
My son, 4 years old, he's just started talking about the terrorist bodies that he saw.
For volunteers like nursery teacher Shahar, the trauma is plain to see.
I can see many kids not willing to move away from their parents, speaking about many kinds of things that you wouldn't want small children to speak about.
Anthony's family hid for hours in their safe room, reading about the horrors on their phones, leaving the father of 3 considering the unthinkable.
At one point, I thought I was going to have to kill my own kids.
Nira and her teenage daughters came face to face with the terrorists.
And we just say to them, please don't kill us. Please, we didn't do nothing. Don't kill us.
They spared her and her daughters, but took her husband and daughter's boyfriend.
Too much sadness and too much that nobody's crying. It's like, you know, it's no contact between my heart and my mind.
A community heartbroken and numb. Their children changed forever.
They just want to be kids. They want to be kids again.
But first, they'll need to find a way to feel safe again. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News, the Dead Sea, Israel.
A heartbreaking report, but so powerful. We've got so much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including a stunning court confession that's putting a nearly 20-year mystery to rest. But first, we'll take you to Washington with another failed vote for House Speaker. A closer look at Congressman Jim Jordan's future as another vote looms later today. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The House of Representatives will be back in session today without a House Speaker in place. For a second day in a row yesterday, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan failed to get enough support from fellow Republicans to be elected Speaker. With another vote planned for today, questions are growing about whether Jordan or anyone else really can reach the 217 votes needed to win the speakership. Of course, that means we are talking to NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake this morning. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, look, the House is back at noon today, and Republican leaders hope to have a third vote for Speaker where they can show progress for their nominee, Jim Jordan. But in 2 votes so far have shown Jordan actually losing, not gaining Republican backing. Now with the biggest job in Congress vacant for 16 days and counting. House Republicans this morning hoping the third time's the charm for their embattled Speaker nominee, Jim Jordan, after seeing the gavel slip further from his reach on Wednesday. A second floor vote on Jordan's nomination showed support for the Trump-endorsed Republican slipping, with 22 of his GOP colleagues now opposing him. Jordan vowing to fight on.
Keep talking to our colleagues.
But those colleagues who oppose Jordan, like Florida's Carlos Jimenez, say they will not be moved. The Jordan team thinks they can change the minds of people like you. To that you say what?
No.
No, no way.
If you buckle to pressure, you're just going to get more pressure in the future.
Jordan supporters believe only he can now unite their fractured party.
We need to get Jim Jordan elected. 199 Republicans have voted for him. I expect Jim Jordan to stay in there, and we'll keep voting for him as long as it takes.
But his GOP opponents say his hardball political tactics and past support for divisive strategies like government shutdown brinksmanship make him unelectable, with no clear alternative ready to step forward. One member who supported Jordan in the first round said she received, quote, credible death threats and a barrage of threatening calls after shifting her vote to someone else. Marionette Miller Meeks of Iowa writing, quote, one thing I cannot stomach or support is a bully. Is there anyone in America right now who can get 217 votes on the House floor?
So evidently not right now.
So given that dire sentiment, one idea gaining traction on the Hill is empowering the temporary speaker, Patrick McHenry, to continue to do the job on an acting basis for a short-term period, maybe through the end of the year. Democratic leaders say they respect McHenry and they may be willing to support such a plan, but that could likely only happen after Jordan either withdraws or steps back from a race he still says he intends to win. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you very much. Well, we are tracking Tropical Storm Tammy this morning. For more on your weather and your forecast, let's go to Angie Lastman. Hey there.
Hey there, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yes, we've got Tropical Storm Tammy, newly formed yesterday. Right now it has winds at 60 miles per hour, and it is currently moving west at 16 miles per hour. Still over 400 miles to the east-southeast of Guadalupe, but we are looking at impacts here as we get into Friday and Saturday for folks across the Lesser Antilles. You can see this system will likely become a Category 1 hurricane, but it only does that after it starts that northerly turn out into the Atlantic and into the open water. So we're not worried per se about it after Sunday morning, but we will see plenty of rain for folks in the Windward and Leeward Islands, stretching into the Virgin Islands, as well as Puerto Rico could pick up on some rain. So we'll likely look at some potential flooding concerns, some mudslides also on the table for folks there. And we, of course, will continue to keep an eye on that through the next 48 hours. And we're also going to be watching this system working through portions of the Midwest over the next 48 hours. It right now is bringing rain from the upper peninsula of Michigan all the way down to portions of the Tennessee Valley. You can see Memphis seeing some of that rain earlier today, Cincinnati on deck as that line of thunderstorms continues working its way to the east. So a soggy day for folks in this region. As we look ahead to tomorrow, we'll start to see this on the move and moving east and eventually bringing the rain to portions of the mid-Atlantic, stretching up into northern New England. You can see it's kind of periods of heavy rain that we'll look at. It looks like most of the heaviest of the rain will be focused up into, again, portions of northern New England, but we're still going to have a pretty unsettled day that isn't great for those outdoor soccer games or any outdoor plans, really, if you and the kids are heading out. Now, that's something you'll have to watch for Friday, but also Saturday. You can see this kind of coastal low develops and then pushes up, kind of combines with that system that we've been monitoring, and that'll bring us the heavy rain, of course, through Saturday as well. We'll continue to see breezy and cool conditions across the northeast as we get through Saturday. Sunday, we'll start to see that tapering off, but it'll still be not a great forecast with breezy and chilly conditions lasting. Now, what a difference location makes. Look at this. How about out west, middle of the country, warm, sunny, gorgeous conditions. We're actually going to look at some potential record-breaking conditions across parts of the south. We'll see summer-like conditions. Texas on Saturday, parts of it at least, will be into the 90s. It'll be a gorgeous day in the Pacific Northwest. Pretty fall-like, great out there to see some fall colors, of course, which have already peaked. But the rain and the wind, like I mentioned, will stick around for Saturday, and that cool breeze will be left behind. But nice conditions lasting for the middle of the country. That's where we got to take a trip this weekend, Savannah. And I know you've been taking trips to all the nice places. You missed all the rainy weekends in New York.
I somehow have missed this. So
are you headed to Kansas City or what?
I will be here, but I'm not upset about it because I haven't been dealing with it. You know what I mean?
You are ready for a cozy one.
Yeah, there we go. Angie, thank you so much.
No problem.
Let's get you some international headlines now, starting with developing news out of France, where several airports were evacuated this morning over possible threats of attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labongo has the details on that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. This morning, at least 4 regional airports across France had to be evacuated following bomb alerts, literally a day after 8 airports across France, plus the Palace of Versailles, had to be evacuated once again yesterday over a similar scare. Now, this is the second time Versailles had to do this in a matter of days. Security in France is on a high alert after that deadly knife attack at a French school last week that killed a teacher and injured several others. The prosecutor's office say a suspect from the attack is under investigation for terrorism. Now let's move to Berlin, where early yesterday assailants threw Molotov cocktails at a synagogue in the center of the city. Police say anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise in Germany amid ongoing violence in the Middle East. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz took to X, strongly condemning the firebomb assault, saying, quote, "Anti-Semitism has no place in Germany." We end our tour around the world with a tee-off in South Korea. Elite women's golfers from around the world are competing for the 2023 BMW Ladies Championship. 26-year-old Lydia Ko, a New Zealander who was actually born in South Korea, is the defending champion of the tournament this year. Right now, they're in the second of 4 tours with the Ladies Professional Golf Association Asian Wing. The tour moves to Malaysia and then Japan over the next 2 weeks. Savannah?
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a bombshell confession that's now put an end to perhaps one of America's most notorious missing persons cases. We'll bring you Joran van der Sloot's shocking account of Natalie Holloway's last moments. That is up next on Morning News Now.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. The mystery surrounding the disappearance of Natalie Holloway has come to an end nearly 20 years after she went missing. Joran van der Sloot, the man who's long been at the center of the case, admitted to killing the 18-year-old. The confession was part of a plea deal in a federal extortion case. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock was inside the courtroom for all of it and spoke with the family. Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. It's hard to believe that this saga, decades-old saga, is finally over. Now, Natalie Holloway's mom, Beth, spoke with me yesterday and described how, Savannah, she spent years playing out all the different scenarios in her mind as to what might have happened to her daughter. Having this information, finally, she says, will help her to heal down the road. But we have to also warn you, we are hearing audio for the first time of Joran van der Sloot describing his actions, and it is graphic.
A startling confession inside of an Alabama courtroom, ending a nearly 20-year mystery surrounding Natalie Holloway's disappearance.
We wake up knowing that we have reached justice for Natalie.
For Beth Holloway, confronting her daughter's killer not nearly as daunting as living with unanswered questions.
The reason why is because the not knowing is more torturous than the knowing.
And that's the boat that you were in
Yeah,
for almost 20 years of your life.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Overnight, the court releasing gruesome audio of Joran Vandersloot explaining to investigators how he took Natalie Holloway's life, part of his plea deal for extortion and wire fraud.
She asked to go back to her hotel, but I was just trying to get dropped off a little bit further away from her hotel so we could walk back to her hotel and I might still get a chance to be with her.
Frustrated by his rejected sexual advances, Vandersloot says Natalie kneed him in the groin to get free, and then he responded by kicking her in the face.
She's laying down unconscious, possibly even dead, but definitely unconscious.
He then struck her with a nearby cinder block and disposed of her body in the ocean.
I walk up to about my knees into the ocean and I push her off into the sea.
On Wednesday, Beth Holloway came face to face with Vandersloot in court, telling him, "You are a killer, and I want you to remember that every time that jail cell door slams." Vandersloot apologizing to both the Holloway family and his own, saying, "I am no longer that person back then that I am today." But Beth Holloway is not buying it.
He doesn't have that in his existence. And I think, just to say the words, it's fine. It didn't mean anything.
And while nothing can bring Natalie back, Beth says knowing how her daughter died brings her some measure of peace.
I think now it becomes easier for me to appreciate her life through my son's life and through his children's lives. And I hadn't really been as, I've been a little distracted. So I feel like now I can kind of like, oh, now I can focus on that.
The judge called the crimes heinous in the extreme and sentenced Vandersloot to 20 years behind bars. That sentence to run concurrently, Savannah, with a sentence he's already serving in Peru for the murder of a college student there. Back to you.
Sam, very powerful interview. Thank you very much. We're going to dig into this more now with NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella. Angela, always good to have you with us. So a federal jury, just it's sort of confusing, I think, for some people who feel like this person has been at the center of it. And then what this really comes down to is wire fraud and extortion. This was back from 2010 that he was indicted on that. Why did this take so long?
So I think when anything changes in a case that happened from 2010, when you have a 13-year gap, there was some catalyst, there was something that happened. So I think when he was in Peru, the U.S. government, prosecutors in Alabama or some federal prosecutor knew that Joran Vandersloot was going to give a confession. And because they knew that he was willing to do that, they extradited him, they brought him here, and they went through this whole just production in order to get the confession, because closure is what they wanted.
So as you just mentioned, he's been in Peru. He's serving time there for a different murder. As Sam just mentioned, he will be serving this is concurrent. But what happens if he gets out early from Peru?
If he gets out early, then he would come back and serve out the remainder of this sentence. But that is unlikely because not only is he being jailed for having murdered another young female who rejected his sexual advances in Peru, but then he had extra time tacked on for running a cocaine ring behind bars. So at this point, he's projected to stay in Peru for at least 20 plus years. So it's unlikely he will be released earlier.
Now that he's confessed, could he be tried for this murder in Aruba or too much time's passed?
He cannot. The statute of limitations in Aruba is 12 years, so that is obviously why he waited this long for any sort of a real confession. Also, as part of this plea deal, the prosecutors in the U.S. also agreed they will never use this confession against him in any other charge in the future. So basically, there's very little consequence.
It almost feels like he is getting away with that. He's serving time, but it's not for this. This was never, legally put to rest, I guess.
It is so tragic, and I think that's true. The prosecutors could have really gone forth and tried to get 20 years in prison time in addition to what he's serving in Peru. But it sounds like they made this plea deal because what they really wanted was a confession, closure for Beth Holloway.
Yeah, I guess if that's what matters most to the family, that's what matters most, period. Angela, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a woman who truly means business this morning. She's flipping the wine industry on its cork, if you will. We'll bring you that story up next.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Vander delivery.
All right, it just made it too.
We are back with some breaking data on the job market. CNBC's Contessa Brewer has those new numbers and some other financial headlines that could impact your wallet this morning. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Well, we're just getting a fresh snapshot here at the U.S. economy and the labor market. Jobless claims coming in at 198,000 versus the estimate of 210,000 that were expected. What we're seeing here is economists worrying about persistent tight labor situation there and the effect that this might have on the Fed and its decisions whether to continue raising rates. The Tesla Cybertruck finally has a delivery date. The company announcing the long-delayed electric pickup will have its first deliveries during an event on November 30th. Tesla is expected to reveal the price then. And the Cybertruck originally was pegged at a little under $40,000 when it was first unveiled 4 years ago. But CEO Elon Musk is tempering expectations, saying the cost to ramp up production for the truck will be difficult and it won't be profitable before 2025. Amazon will soon deliver prescription drugs by drone. The company will test deliveries from the sky in College Station, Texas. Customers can get their order, they say, within an hour. The drone is programmed to fly from a delivery center with a secure pharmacy and then travels to the buyer's address, descends about 13 feet off the ground, and then just drops the padded package. Customers will be able to choose from more than 500 medications, we're told. What will they think of next?
Exactly. By drone, my goodness. Sounds convenient in some ways, though. Contessa, thank you so much. Sure. Well, now let's get to the latest in our series, Women Mean Business. Today, we are featuring Barbara Banke, the driving force behind the successful Jackson Family Wines brand. I'm sure you know it. You probably have it in your home. Well, under her leadership, Jackson Family Wines continues to expand well past its beginnings in California's wine country, really changing the wine industry. Here's a look at her impressive career.
Barbara Banke started out as a lawyer, but she gave up her career to join her husband, Jess, in running their family's company, Jackson Family Wines. Over 20 years, the husband and wife duo built their portfolio from their flagship Kendall Jackson Winery. And after Jess's passing in 2011, Banke took the reins as chairman and proprietor. Under her leadership, the Jackson Family Wines brand has expanded globally, with 40 wineries from California and Oregon all the way to South Africa and Australia under its umbrella. It's led to her being labeled the most significant woman in wine. Sustainability and climate responsibility is close to her heart, and she supports more than 200 nonprofit organizations. In addition to the wine business, she also oversees the family's successful horse breeding operation and racing stable. Banke is fueled by innovation, saying that prospect of making something spectacular, discovering something new, is what motivates me. Barbara Banke is a woman who means business.
And of course, Barbara Banke, chairman and proprietor of Jackson Family Wines, is here in studio with us. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. This is so fun.
Oh, it's so fun. I know you're a long way from home, so we really are just so happy to have you here. One of the things that we mentioned in there that I'd like to dig a little bit in on is you and your late husband, Jess, you were in the law industry, and then you leave that and you get to go into the wine industry. What was making that leap like? I mean, how did it feel, and what motivated you to do so?
Well, when I was practicing law, it was 10% fun, and that was the arguing in court or writing legal briefs. That was fun, but the rest of it was just sort of rote and billing hours and all kinds of things. So my husband went into the wine business first, and I had 3 kids. He was having lots and lots of fun, and I was having less, a lot less. So in 1990, I decided that I would make the break and go into the wine industry full time. And I had been in it a little bit, but so I went in full time, and I have not regretted it for 1 minute.
Absolutely. We can't have him having more fun.
No,
yeah.
absolutely.
It makes me think of, the saying, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Obviously, I'm sure it has been very hard work. But between wine and horses, two things that just, I think for so many of us who are not in those industries, think, wow, how incredible. Does it feel like that a lot? Like it's not working?
It's not really working. I shouldn't say this. But every year in the wine business, you get a new harvest. And right now we're in the middle of harvest in California. And it's so exciting because it's going to be a great harvest this year. And every year you get the chance to make a new wonderful vintage. And we have now over 40 wineries around the world. And we get a chance to see what we can do every single year. So it's a very natural product, and it's something that is very enjoyable. There's a lot of romance in the wine industry. And so, yes, it's a lot of fun.
What was it like going global?
We started with a small property in Italy that my husband referred to as Barbara's Folly, because it never made any money. And the wines were terrible until I brought a friend over, our winemaker, Pierre Sayan, and I said, Pierre, help me fix this. And so he did, and I think that was in about 2002. And then when my daughter Julia graduated from college, she said, Mom, the wines are good, the labels are terrible, and your marketing is terrible. And I said, you're really smart, fix it. And she did.
Oh my God.
So now it's no longer Barbara's Folly, and that was the start. And we're in eight countries now.
First of all, I love hearing the behind-the-scenes details and how honest you're being about some of them, so I very much appreciate that. You mentioned your daughter. What's this been like for this to be really a family affair?
Well, it's very much a family business. When Jess started it, his two oldest daughters, Jenny and Laura, worked in the business, and his son-in-law, Don Hartford. And Don and Jenny and Laura and I have worked together for over 35 years, and now we have the kids. So there are 5 that we call the next gen. That's Jess and my 3, Christopher, Julia, and Katie. And Jenny and Don's 2, Haley and McLean. So, and we have son-in-laws, we have Sean, we have
I love it.
Max. So we have a lot of family members in our business. We have cousins.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, lots and lots of family members. So it's definitely a family business.
When your husband passed, what was it like taking the step into chairman and proprietor? Obviously, it seems like you had been right there for a very long time, but how much of a shift was it for you?
Well, he was ill for about 2 years, so I had the opportunity to sort of take it on gradually. And I had been there, we worked together pretty much 24/7. So it wasn't really hard at all. And it was something I really wanted to do because, as I said, it's a family business, so we wanted to continue. And everyone was on board, and we decided that we'd go on into the future and do more fun stuff. So we've expanded since then, and we're constantly finding new projects. Right now, our newest project, we're going to make sparkling wine in the UK. So we bought a small property. We're planting vines, and we're going to do Pinot Noir and Chardonnay.
Oh my goodness!
And sparkling wine.
Oh, it's too bad. We don't have any testers here this morning. Right?
It is too bad.
It's a little early, I guess.
Yeah, it is sort of early.
Quickly, I do want to ask you. We mentioned in there climate responsibility. I know that's important to you. What does that look like at your vineyards?
Well, we have over 24 initiatives. We're trying to get to climate positivity by 2050, which is a hard task, and we want to do that without buying offsets. So my kids, Julia and daughter Katie and son Christopher, are very involved in the sustainability push, as well as my son-in-law. So now we're doing regenerative farming in most of our vineyards. And we're certified organic in our Napa vineyards, but it's a lot of fun. We have sheep that weed the vineyard. We have geese.
Wow.
In Australia, we're biodynamic, so we use crystals and chickens and all kinds of things. But these are, it sounds a little bit hocus pocus, but it's really not, because it's been used for so long.
Right.
And it's definitely having an effect, improving quality of the wines, and it's good for the climate.
Well, that sounds like something we're going to have to come see, which we'll talk about in the break. Barbara Banke, thank you very much for being here this morning. It was so great to talk to you and hear about a business that I know so many people at home are so familiar with, and like I said, probably have in their homes. So we love having you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up, we are talking about my girl Taylor Swift, her Eras Tour concert film now. Some of her movie-going fans are spurring some new conversations on theater etiquette. We'll explain right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, Taylor Swift's blockbuster Eras Tour concert film pulled in nearly $93 million during its debut, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Now, as it gears up for its second weekend, though, there's a debate around the right and wrong way to enjoy it. NBC News correspondent Emily Ketta joins us now with more on the debate over this Eras etiquette. I don't know. Hi, good morning.
I know, how much of a debate is there?
Yeah.
For most of us, going to the movies, you think about it's a quiet experience. You can't take out your cell phone, and there's obviously no talking in theaters. But the Eras Tour concert film for many has been the exact opposite of that, with singing, dancing, and snapping plenty of photos. And while many Swifties are hailing the buzz as part of the unique experience, the movie mayhem is stirring up some bad blood among others.
Waving phone lights, dancing in aisles, even belting out lyrics at the top of your lungs. Swaths of Swifties can't control their excitement at the Eras Tour concert film.
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
just as excited as I was to go see this actual show.
But this morning, the movie mayhem has some saying, amid a growing debate over movie theater etiquette, some fans airing their frustrations on social media, calling scenes like this disrespectful. I want to hear Taylor sing, not y'all, one person wrote. Another saying, suddenly, I don't want to go. The music's so loud, it spilled into theater hallways. Some moviegoers bracing for potential interruptions during this weekend's highly anticipated release of Killers of the Flower Moon, the Martin Scorsese movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro.
Turn it down a notch. There are a few of us next door. We're trying to watch Killers of the Flower Moon.
But those swept up in Swiftmania describe the experience as the most iconic thing and point to Taylor Swift's own words in defense. Era's attire, friendship bracelets, singing and dancing, encouraged, she wrote on Instagram when announcing the movie's release. And theaters around the world listened, dropping long-held decorum for the 2-hour and 45-minute film that's already shattered domestic box office records for the genre, raking in nearly $93 million in its opening weekend.
I'm gonna go to this movie at least 13 times.
And movie theaters are going with the flow. AMC encourages dancing and singing throughout the concert film. And in Kentucky, the Sauerbeck Family Drive-In is letting in fewer vehicles to make more room for dancing. Even dine-in theater Alamo Drafthouse welcomed fans getting a little rowdy within reason.
Singing and dancing has been encouraged, but what would you caution people against doing?
If you are singing so loudly that the people around you can't actually hear Taylor singing, this is a problem. This is an experience that we're having communally, but that doesn't give you the permission to destroy someone else's viewing experience simply for your own enjoyment.
Etiquette experts say it's okay to take selfies, trade friendship bracelets, and respectfully sing and dance at the concert film, but they say avoid stealing the show. Don't stand on seats, block other guests from viewing or exiting, talk between your favorite songs, or record the concert film. And if you have a concern, raise the issue with a theater employee.
So finding that middle ground where everyone can truly enjoy, can revel in being Swifties in the theater together, I think what a wonderful thing and what a great reason to bring us back to the movies.
Okay, so some fans who would rather pay attention to the detail of the cinematography say they're now waiting for a digital release. But I'll point out, a Question Pro survey shows the majority of people do think singing and dancing enhance the experience, of course, within reason. And in celebration of the movie's success, Swift overnight releasing the live version and remix of her song, Cruel Summer. Have you heard it? I love the song.
It's so great.
I think the live version really captures the energy from the concert.
It's just so fun. It makes you want the whole thing just on audio to be able to listen to. But
it's a brilliant idea.
I think whether digital release or whether you just wait a few weeks, like right now it's like the people who couldn't wait for it.
Yes.
It's like, just take a second.
I'm going again this weekend and I will be singing and dancing.
There you go. I was as well. Emily, thank you so much. And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Breaking right now on Morning News Now, an intensified fight between Israel and Hamas. This morning, more rocket fire across northern Gaza as anticipation grows over an expected ground assault. Right now at the Egyptian border with Gaza, thousands of people desperately waiting for aid, hours after Israel agreed to allow emergency supplies into Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel and Hamas blaming each other for that horrific explosion at a Gaza hospital that left hundreds dead. Two senior U.S. officials tell NBC News an independent assessment concluded the blast came from a rocket fired by the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad. Overnight, the violence setting off protests across the Middle East and all over the world, with supporters on both sides marching to embassies and mosques. And this morning, President Biden back at the White House after his one-day visit to Israel.
I come to Israel with a single message. You're not alone. There's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages.
Good morning. I am Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. We are going to get right to the latest on the Israel-Hamas, where our team, as you can see here, is tracking the newest developments from the Middle East to Washington. We're going to go ahead and get started with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Jay, good morning. So President Biden said last night that Egypt agreed to open this Rafah border crossing to allow aid into Gaza on Friday. It's the only border that is not with Israel. What do we know about this plan? Is it any closer to getting started? And what did he say about Israel's role in facilitating that humanitarian assistance?
Yeah, it certainly is a lot closer, Savannah, certainly much closer than when he showed up. And look, the headline in the Tel Aviv paper today says Biden dictates rules of the game, and that dealing specifically with that delivery of aid, food, water, as well as medicine. They haven't had that in the region for 2 weeks. And these are 2 million or so people trapped in the crossfire. And there's been an outcry for this aid to move in. We know that they are repairing roadways right now at the Rafah border crossing that were destroyed during Israeli bombing runs. They expect to have the first of 20 trucks rolling in tomorrow with this desperately needed aid. And what the president said about Israel's commitment to all this was that regardless of the battle continuing, this is what is the right thing to do humanitarian-wise. Listen to what he talked about.
The truth is that if they have an opportunity to relieve suffering of people who have nowhere to go, they're going to be, it's what they should do. And if they don't, they'll be held accountable in ways that may be unfair. If you have an opportunity to alleviate the pain, you should do it, period. And if you don't, you're going to lose credibility worldwide.
Yeah, and the president has said that the U.S. will provide $100 million in aid. One thing, there's no indication of the duration of these deliveries, Savannah. We don't know how long this is going to last.
Jay, also, I do want to ask about something else I mentioned at the top of the show, which is more Israeli bombs dropping on Gaza. It includes an area that were supposed to be safe zones. That's according to the Associated Press. And then over in the occupied West Bank, there's been a surge of violence as well. What is the latest in both places?
Yeah, and we've seen some of the video from bombs that have struck just blocks from hospitals in the area, and that's something, obviously, that is a very sensitive subject right now after the loss of hundreds in that explosion just a night or so ago. We do know that there is escalations in the skirmishes between Hezbollah fighters and the Israeli army along the Lebanon border. In fact, this morning, we know that anti-tank missiles were launched toward a kibbutz in the vicinity of the security fence along that border, and that the IDF did respond with artillery fire. So those fights are growing. More troops are moving into that region. You've got more equipment in the area as well, and there is a big concern that this could become another front, another part of this military war. And if that's the case, it's got a chance to spread across the region. Very concerning and very tenuous right now.
Jay, we do also have some new information this morning about that horrific hospital bombing. So the White House National Security Council actually took what is a rare step for them of releasing a statement saying Israel was not responsible for the blast at that hospital that killed hundreds in Gaza. They pointed to evidence, it was a group called Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The intelligence is video, images of the incident. Is there any sense on the ground, do you know, from within Gaza that there's recognition of that this might have been this accident on that side of the border, or is it still simply being seen as the U.S. backing its Israeli allies?
Yeah, I think that it does, in many instances, feel like people believe that this is just the U.S. supporting someone that they are backing in this war. And you can see some of that in the protests that have spilled out across the region. Thousands surrounding U.S. embassies, surrounding Israeli embassies, pulling into the streets, and more protests expected this weekend. So, yeah, I think there's still a lot of doubt, a lot of confusion, and clearly everyone in this region on edge and not ready to just accept carte blanche what's being said.
Jay Gray, thank you very much for your reporting. We'll see you soon. For more, let's bring in Martin Fletcher. He's a former NBC News correspondent and bureau chief in Tel Aviv, and we have been tapping into his expertise since this crisis unfolded. Martin, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to start with the president because Biden is set to give a foreign policy address tonight. What do you expect to hear from him following his trip to Israel, and what role the U.S. is trying to play in the war between Israel and Hamas? But also, you know, this is being billed, as I mentioned, as this foreign policy address. There's a lot going on right now throughout the globe that's not just this particular conflict. What do you think we'll hear?
Well, I think the United States is getting deeper and deeper into two major conflicts. Of course, Ukraine already going on for a year, and what's happening now, very suddenly and sharply and bitterly here in Israel and Gaza. So that's what he's going to be talking about. His message he already delivered to Israel could not have been stronger in terms of support for the embattled Jewish nation. Israel needed to hear support from President Biden, and he's been providing it in a dramatic way ever since the beginning. I mean, not only what he's saying, that Israel has a right to defend itself and indeed the obligation to defend the security of its people, but that America will back them all the way, even to the extent of sending battleships into the area as a kind of deterrent against Israel's other enemies, in particular Hezbollah and Iran. So President Biden has already given Israel pretty much everything they wanted. But at the same time, there's another message from him to them, too, which is do not occupy the Gaza Strip. He's given the green light for Israel to attack, to reduce the power of Hamas. But from what we understand, he has not given Israel the green light to invade Gaza and stay there. We're not sure whether Israel actually will launch that ground invasion that they've been planning and preparing for now several days. It's not clear they'll do that. In the past, they've threatened to do it several times. There's been 5 or 6 of these engagements, if you like, mini skirmishes between Israel and Gaza, none as big as this one. And, you know, calling up entire reserves of the Israeli army is a very expensive thing for Israel to do. So they've got to do it or not do it soon. But certainly Biden has been persuading Israel, trying to persuade them, do not, if you go into Gaza, do not stay there. It'll just make things a lot worse. And the question about, on a wider question you asked about mostly Ukraine, and we're talking about also potential confrontations in the east with China or with Taiwan. There's a lot to unpack in America's foreign policy right now. All of it boils down to one thing, though, I think, which is that America is still the leader of the free world. And that's an expensive and difficult responsibility. But President Biden seems to be taking on his shoulders, and we'll see what he actually, what America is capable of doing if this region does degenerate into a full-scale war. Because America has said repeatedly, we don't want to get involved in another war. Nevertheless, American warships off the coast threatening to respond if there's any kind of violence from Hezbollah and from Iran. So this region is on the abyss of a major, major conflict.
You mentioned President Biden pushing Israel somewhat out in the open, but a lot behind closed doors, it seems, to not occupy Gaza, which begs the question, where does this go, especially since eradicating Hamas is not just a terrorist group, it's also, of course, the politics in the area. What does that mean after this, Kairos?
You know, that's a terrific, it's a great question, Savannah, because it's not clear that anybody really knows. And that's part of the danger for escalation. The Prime Minister Netanyahu made very clear what his goal is early on. The utter destruction of Hamas, the annihilation, the killing of its leadership, and making it impossible for Hamas ever to threaten Israel again. Now, those are huge goals. I would say they're essentially unachievable goals, but he set a very wide, ambitious project for Israel, and anything less than that would then be seen as a defeat. He can't destroy Hamas, and he can't kill all the leaders from the air. He can do a lot of damage. He can kill a lot of people, especially innocent civilians. But actually, to destroy a strong military organization, you have to, in the end, take them on the ground. And so the short term would be the ground invasion, I guess, if Israel's going to do what the Prime Minister said, to destroy Hamas. But in the long term, if they destroy Hamas, the problem exists, what then? Who then runs Gaza? If it's not Hamas, who's going to do this job? Israel doesn't want to occupy and stay there. President Biden has warned them not to do that. So somebody has to manage the people, to be a government, to make sure the infrastructure works. You know, who's going to fix the sewage and the water? So various options of maybe the United Nations can come in, maybe a mixture of Arab nations would go in to run the place if Hamas doesn't exist anymore. But you know, that's a dangerous thing too for the UN. Arab nations, anyway, if they say we don't want to go in there, it's not our business. The United Nations, well, they've been very ineffective in controlling parts of South Lebanon and any other jobs they've had in the region before. So this is really a mess. Destroying Hamas just raises more questions. You know, so it's not Israel's fault. They have to do something to protect their people. So it was the end game. We don't know it yet.
Martin Fletcher, we always appreciate you joining us. I hope we will continue to be able to discuss this with you throughout this unfolding. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Minister.
And as the fighting drags on, the situation in Gaza continues to get worse. Civilians are desperately awaiting aid from Egypt as hospitals remain on the verge of collapse. Gaza journalist Akram Al-Sadari has the latest.
Gaza Strip has been witnessing a continuous bombardment since 12 days. After Mr. Biden's statements about the possible entry of the humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip, even the bombardment continued, taking more lives in the Gaza Strip at large, and in particularly in the southern Gaza Strip, in the area of Khan Yunis, Rafah, Al-Nusayrat, and Deir al-Balah, Al-Maghazi, and Porridge. Whole families were killed, and the bombardment also targeted some infrastructure areas. The hospitals in Gaza Strip and in Khan Yunis in particular, where we are now in Nasser Hospital, have been calling for the international community and for the local community as well to help them, because they stated that the situation is more than just dire, and that they are running the hospitals with nothing at all, and they're hoping to survive by collecting whatever is available in the local market with the local suppliers. And they have been communicating also with the food suppliers and have been hoping that the community would provide them. And it looks like they have managed to secure some stock that will help them continue serving the large number of people coming to those hospitals. Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital in the Gaza middle area also made a statement in which they said that they have already depleted all their strategic stock, and that they are struggling now to still continue serving the large number of injured people who are coming to them. The overall situation in the Gaza Strip is dire, catastrophic, lacking, and the people were hopeful that they would see something happening Friday tomorrow, according to the statements that were made by Mr. Biden, that they would be allowing, that the Israeli government would be allowing the flow of a humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip sometime tomorrow. The situation in the southern Gaza Strip is still very dire, and the bombardment has been increasing for the past few days or hours.
Akram Al-Sadari, thank you so much. Please continue to stay safe. Well, Israel's Iron Dome, that's that system that blocks and destroys rockets over the country. It's considered to be one of the best defense systems in the world. NBC News correspondent Tom Yamas was given access to see how it works up close.
Much of the fighting in this war has been in the skies overhead, day and night, where Israel has a massive advantage, but Hamas has launched thousands of rockets. Some say Israel's Iron Dome is the world's best defense against missiles. We were given access to see it up close.
That's one of the batteries that makes up this system. This technology was developed by Israel, and the way it works is that when a rocket is fired from Gaza, that battery right there launches another missile that crashes midair, making sure the people in this country stay safe.
The system is a combination of a radar unit monitoring the skies and the direction of the incoming missile, a control center determining if that rocket will strike a population center, and a battery able to launch dozens of missiles that can destroy an enemy rocket launched from up to 43 miles away.
In the last about 10 days, Hamas has launched over 6,500 rockets.
6,500?
Over 6,500 rockets in 10 days. We would have thousands of casualties, unbelievable destruction, injuries, and we would be living in a very different reality.
Hamas can't match Israel's firepower, but training videos published online show they are stocked with rockets. And in 2020, this video shows them digging up pipes to convert them into projectiles. Israel says the Iron Dome is 90% effective, but during the attacks on October 7th, Hamas overwhelmed the system.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions when rockets fired from Gaza are so many that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon, where a rocket hit this building with people inside.
This couple was home when the rocket hit.
What has the rocket barrage been like?
They say the missiles come like rain, and they wouldn't be here without the Iron Dome. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Well, as we've discussed, massive protests have erupted outside the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon and across the region after Hezbollah called for a day of rage following that deadly hospital blast. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the details.
Chaos erupting in the streets of Lebanon's capital city after pro-Palestinian protesters turned violent outside the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, even setting part of the building on fire. Lebanese security forces attempted to quell the mayhem with water cannons and tear gas, leading to brutal and bloody clashes with police. The anti-Israeli militant group Hezbollah calling for a day of rage following the Gaza hospital blast that the Gazan health ministry said killed hundreds of civilians. The crowds that are filling public squares throughout the Arab and Muslim world putting the blame squarely on Israel. While Israel points to documentation they say shows the explosion was a result of a failed launch by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the U.S. making a similar assessment.
It's really that the Israelis have left us as Arab people no other chance or no other choice but to resist. And resistance means that you have to resist with whatever means you've got, including armed resistance.
One member of parliament from Hezbollah we spoke to calling those U.S. claims propaganda.
We believe that the Israelis are committing a genocide in Gaza and in Palestine. And now it is the responsibility of the international society to do something about it and to hold Netanyahu and the Israelis responsible for it.
A palpable anger directed toward both Israel and the U.S. They're chanting death to America. It's a cry that's uniting the entire region. A view from above shows thousands protesting in Yemen, the streets teeming with demonstrators in Tunisia, and police clashing with protesters in Jordan. As fighting with Iran-backed Hezbollah on Israel's northern border stokes fear that a multi-front war could soon become a reality.
Our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. Well, anger over these events in Israel and Gaza, it's now sparking threats of violence in other parts of the world. Law enforcement officials here in the U.S. as well as in Europe are stepping up patrols because of a sharp increase in online threats against Jewish communities and other targets. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, good morning. First, just set the scene for us in terms of how serious of a problem this is and what exactly these messages that are spreading look like.
Well, Savannah, you heard last week when a former head of Hamas called for a day of rage globally, and that was last Friday. And in fact, some Homeland Security experts I talked to, some counterterrorism experts I talked to in the U.S. said, they felt comfort that there was no massive attack after that. Of course, they did point to the hate crime perpetrated against that Muslim boy and his mother in Illinois as a sign of escalating tensions. But really, what they're saying is that we're not out of the woods, and in fact, the chatter online, the threats online that they're seeing are getting more intense. The words we heard from DHS yesterday, as well as the NYPD, is that we are in a heightened threat environment. In fact, as journalists, we want to make sure that we don't scare people by retelling them the same scary story over and over again. So we really pressed sources yesterday to say, has something changed? And in fact, we're told, yes, it has. And they're trying to get the word out to state and local law enforcement because that's really the front lines of defense against any kind of attack, whether that be against the Jewish American community, the Muslim American community, or the Arab American community. Those are really the groups that they're the most worried about right now.
And anything specific, any specific terrorist threats being made that officials have identified?
No, they say that there are no specific credible threats. That's really the line that they set before they can go intervene and arrest someone to keep them from carrying out violence. Otherwise, it can fall into the bucket of free speech. But what we've learned is that that's really kind of a 2002, 2003 way of thinking. That was the way we thought about threats after September 11th. But because of the fact that so many attacks have been perpetrated by lone wolves, someone who might be disturbed or might be radicalized by what they see online or falling for misinformation, they're worried that a lot of times they aren't able to stop an attack because it doesn't cross that specific credible line before an attack happens. Another thing they're worried about that might bring people to action is that attack that we saw earlier this week on the hospital in Gaza. As we know, U.S. intelligence thinks that was not an Israeli rocket that hit, but rather a misfire from the Palestinian side. But they say that regardless of the truth, that could be used to energize people to carry out an attack against the Jewish American community.
And Julia, with the absence of anything specific, no specific threat that they're watching, how are law enforcement officials treating these posts and messages? What are they doing about them?
Well, they try to share as much as they can with state and local law enforcement so that they can take action. If there's a certain area of the country where they're seeing more of this information, they're looking at that. It's also cross-coordination between DHS and the National Counterterrorism Center, as well as FBI, who's able to get human intelligence, to get people who are maybe noticing things and they can also share it. It's not just what they're watching online. The other thing that they're flagging is that this has really been a time where they've seen some groups reemerge, like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hezbollah, as they're trying to really take advantage of this situation. And now they're seeing some rhetoric that's used by that group also being used by neo-Nazis in the United States to carry out more anti-Semitic language that gets shared online. And they say the longer this plays out, they're more worried about anti-Semitic attacks because as Israel ramps up its attack on Gaza, and it becomes longer since that attack from Hamas on Israel.
Julia, you mentioned specific language like that. I mean, social media companies have policies in place to try to prevent this type of content from spreading. It breaks their rules, things like that. How is so much still getting through?
That's a great question, and we have a lot of great correspondents here who follow disinformation. And I think that what I've learned from them and from people I've spoken to at DHS is that, you know, something might get pulled down, but then there are often these underground chat rooms. You have the dark web. There's a lot of ways that people who are angry can find information that will only confirm their anger.
Oh, Julia Ainsley, thank you very much. I always appreciate your reporting. There is much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, low demand. Applications for home loans are now at a nearly 20-year low. We'll break down the numbers and what it means if you are looking to buy. Up first, though, speakerless. House Republicans still without a leader after another failed round of voting. We will bring you the latest up next.
And time to check those weekend plans in the Northeast. Another wet weekend on tap. We'll tell you where the system is now and how long that rain sticks around coming up.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now
is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with the ongoing race for House Speaker. It's been nearly 16 days since Kevin McCarthy was ousted from the speakership. In a second round of voting yesterday by the full House of Representatives, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan once again failed to get the 217 votes he needed to be elected Speaker. He received 199 votes, which is actually one fewer than he received on Tuesday. A third round of voting is planned for today at noon Eastern time, but it is unclear if it will take place. Jordan briefly addressed reporters after losing that second round of voting.
Second vote. We got 200 of our colleagues who are before us with 2 ballots now. This is right where Speaker McCarthy was in the process, so we're just going to keep talking to members.
For the latest here, we are joined by Julia Manchester, national political reporter at The Hill. Julia, thanks very much for joining us. Kind of feels like it's been longer than 16 days to me, which I'm sure as a Hill reporter, it feels much worse than that. But House Republicans clearly remain divided here as Jordan lost support even during yesterday's vote. What should we make right now of the state of this race? What is it going to take? Will he be able to win over fellow Republicans?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. I think if one word were to really describe the state of the race, it would be chaotic and really dismal for Jordan and his allies. Look, this obviously came after Steve Scalise bowed out of the race. So I think there was a hope that Jordan would be able to coalesce the Republican conference. Anything but that has happened for the Ohio congressman. In fact, it's gotten worse for him as we've seen the first round of voting than the second round of voting. A lot of this has to do, though, with those relationships that are so critical on Capitol Hill. Of course, we know that Jim Jordan is somewhat of a conservative firebrand, very popular with conservative news media here in the United States, often appearing on those networks. But in terms of his relationship with maybe more moderate members or, maybe more moderate voters, he doesn't really have much of one yet. So there was that hurdle to climb. But then, of course, after, losing the first round of votes, we saw these reports and this chatter that Jordan and his team were using pretty aggressive tactics to sort of try to whip votes together for him. We've seen Carlos Jimenez, for example, a congressman from Florida, who has talked about how in his district there are robocalls going out for Jordan, that he's asked Jordan to stop this, and it's questions who's paying for these robocalls. And then, of course, you have Congresswoman Marianne Miller Meeks, who has essentially said that she's received death threats, not from Jordan's office, but from supporters around, the country and, outside of Capitol Hill. So this is getting incredibly heated. But one, I think, sort of light at the end of the tunnel, potentially, I don't want to speak too soon, is that Republicans seem to be warming to this idea of expanding the powers of Patrick McHenry, the interim speaker at the moment. We know that there is, of course, a looming government shutdown down next month. And President Biden wants to announce that $100 billion aid package to Israel and Ukraine. So these are actions that are going to require Congress. So there's a lot of questions around, whether McHenry should get those powers. And it seems like more are warming to it.
Julia, you mentioned the robocalls, the texts. I mean, even the wife of Nebraska Congressman Tom Bacon received some of those threatening messages. Is this unprecedented in terms of a campaign for this particular role? What do you make of what we're hearing about here in these tactics?
Yeah, in my experience, it absolutely is unprecedented, because when you see someone campaigning for the speakership, whether it's Kevin McCarthy, Nancy Pelosi, John Boehner, Paul Ryan, the way you warm up to these members and earn their trust, get their vote, is by, offering them some concessions. So maybe a spot on a committee, for example, promising them that, you'll take a look at particular pieces of legislation or prioritize those issues. This seems to be the complete opposite of that. And, there's a lot of Republicans who we've heard complain over the past couple of days that Jordan's never really, reached across the aisle to them, that, you hear Speaker John Boehner talk about how some of these members, including Jim Jordan, former Speaker John Boehner, use quote unquote terrorist tactics to sort of push these Republicans and get them into line. But that's really not how Capitol Hill has worked. So it seems like these Republicans who aren't going along with Jim Jordan are just pushing back and saying this isn't how we roll here.
And all of this is to say nothing of the mountain of work that needs to get done by the future speaker and the entire chamber whenever this comes to an end. Julia Manchester, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Well, as the House continues its search for a speaker, North Carolina Congressman Patrick McHenry holds the gavel just right now as what's called pro tempore. But what exactly does that title mean? NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains.
I'll now act as Speaker pro tem.
So what do we know about acting Speaker of the House Patrick McHenry?
One thing's for sure, McHenry slams down a mean gavel.
So, he's a Republican from North Carolina, he's got a serious bow tie collection, but most significantly, he's serving as Speaker pro tempore, Latin meaning for the time being. He got the job when the House ousted Kevin McCarthy from the speakership. And now, as one attempt after another to elect a new speaker goes down in flames,
A speaker has not been elected.
Growing chorus in Congress is calling for McHenry to get more power, allowing the House to function until a new permanent speaker is picked. It's seen as a temporary compromise for a guy who used to be adverse to him. McHenry was first elected to Congress in 2004 at 29 years old, known as a firebrand.
Look, Chris, if you're going to invite me on your show, let me answer a question, for God's sakes.
And for his sparring with Democrats.
No, Congressman, we had an agreement.
You had no agreement.
We had an agreement for the time this hearing would occur.
You're making this up,
You
Ms.
asked
Warren.
it.
But later, as he told the Raleigh News and Observer in 2017, he slowed down enough to respect the process. McHenry now chairs the House Financial Services Committee and supported the Trump tax cuts. He voted to certify the 2020 presidential election, pushing back against the hard right wing of his party.
Electing a speaker.
McHenry has the pro tempore job now thanks to McCarthy's trust in him if it was ever needed in an emergency. Well, now we're in that emergency, and McHenry has the gavel, but he said he doesn't want the permanent job. Question is, will enough Republicans and Democrats work together to pick him anyway?
I have respect for Patrick McHenry. I think he is respected on our side of the aisle.
Our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report. Well, a storm system is moving across the Midwest, and it's going to bring showers to the Great Lakes area right as the Northeast braces for a very wet weekend ahead as well. What else is new? Angie Lassman is here in studio with us. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Savannah. Like clockwork, we once again are going to see some of those showery conditions impacting us across the Northeast for our weekend plans. But right now and through the day today, we're going to see the Midwest getting in on this action. We've seen the Great Lakes already dealing with some of these showers, and stretching down into portions of the Tennessee Valley, we do have that line of storms that's going to continue working its way to the east. Today, it's focused over that region, so expect kind of an unsettled commute for your morning and your afternoon. You'll have to deal with that for places like Detroit, Chicago, stretching down through Columbus. As we get through the day today, that'll start to move out, and then it starts to push into portions of the Northeast, New England to Mid-Atlantic. We'll have to deal with the unsettled conditions once again. Notice we have a coastal kind of low that's sitting just offshore. This is going to contribute to adding to that heavy rain and the wind that we'll see through Friday and into Saturday. But it eventually starts to combine with that system we're watching move across the Midwest, and it leaves us with really just a busy kind of forecast and a wet forecast for not just Friday, but Saturday as well as into Sunday with some of those lingering showers. One thing to note, we're also going to see those breezy conditions across this region, and it'll be quite chilly. So just a heads up, even if you see some drier spots, if you're out and about, if it stops raining, it'll still be cloudy and kind of cool, so the jackets will be necessary as well. When it's all said and done, I think through Sunday, maybe 1 inch to 3 inches of rain will be the most likely, and that's stretched up across portions of the Northeast, mainly New England area, Burlington, Portland, Caribou, all included in that. We could have up to a 12-hour time period where we have multiple periods of heavy rain, potentially isolated flooding. So just something to watch for with the flash flood risk through Saturday. That's for Saturday. And meanwhile, I kind of briefly mentioned that we'll see some of those gusty conditions, and we will. 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts are more of the widespread range that we're looking at. But check out Washington, D.C., 35 miles per hour. So that means, not only will it be chilly and kind of uncomfortable even when it's dry, but also down trees, down power lines are a possibility. It'll be minor, but just a heads up.
Okay, whew, a lot going on. Rain, stay inside again. Exactly. Thanks, Angie. See you in a little bit. Okay. Well, now to breaking news this morning. Another American journalist has been detained in Russia. Alsu Kormasheva, a dual Russian-American reporter, has been charged with failure to register as a foreign agent. Kormasheva works for the Prague-based Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. The charge carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison and has been used to target journalists and people who speak out against the Kremlin. This new case follows the arrest of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich in Russia on espionage charges. NBC News has reached out to Russia's foreign ministry and the U.S. Embassy in Moscow for comment. We will keep you updated on that developing story. Here are some more international headlines for you now. In Venezuela, the first in a series of U.S. deportation flights has landed. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other international headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. Those deportation flights to Venezuela resumed yesterday with the first charter flight landing in Venezuela carrying more than 100 migrants. Now, this is the first time in many years that the U.S. immigration authorities are deporting people to the South American country. It's the latest attempt from the Biden administration to slash rising illegal immigration crossings at the U.S. border. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency said these flights strengthen, quote, the consequences for those who cross our border unlawfully. Now let's travel over to Afghanistan, where people are still recovering from that series of earthquakes that killed thousands of people. The United Nations World Food Programme has just appealed for $19 million to provide emergency aid to 100,000 people in the region. The group says they are working to offer emergency food and assistance, but they say they are underfunded. And we end our tour here in Italy, where a student at the University of Nebraska was able to use artificial intelligence to translate a word on an ancient Roman scroll. The ancient text, which looks like a burnt log, was carbonized by a Mount Vesuvius eruption in 79 AD. It's one of nearly 800 scrolls unearthed in the ancient Roman city of Herculaneum. Until recently, reading the scourged scroll seemed impossible. In fact, it hasn't been read in nearly 2,000 years, of course, but the student, the 21-year-old Luke Farador, used the magic of AI to make out a single word, porphyras, which in ancient Greek word, it's an ancient Greek word for purple, that the student was awarded $40,000 for that colorful discovery. Savannah?
I'm obsessed with this story, Claudia. I am trying to interview this student because I just think it's so fascinating. And it's very cool whenever we see a use of AI that can, make us all a little happy, not concerned. Claudio, thank you very much. Well, coming up, a shocking confession 2 decades later. The man suspected of killing 18-year-old Natalie Holloway now saying he did it. More on the confession and what happens next. Plus, closer to closure, how one state is working to help families in wrongful death cases. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. The disappearance of Natalie Holloway, a mystery nearly 20 years in the making, has come to an end after Joran Vandersloot admitted to killing the 18-year-old. The confession came during an extortion hearing brought on by Holloway's mother. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
For 18 years, the Holloway family searched for answers as to how their daughter died. Indescribable relief layered with pain that will never go away.
It's over. Joran Vandersloot is no longer the suspect in my daughter's murder. He is the killer.
The man long suspected in Natalie Holloway's death pleaded guilty to wire fraud and extortion of Natalie's mother as part of his plea deal, also confessing to Natalie's brutal murder. According to a transcript of his confession, Vandersloot said he killed the 18-year-old Alabama teen with a cinder block after she rejected his sexual advances on the beach and then pushed her body out to sea.
Were you stunned by the depravity, both of what he did to your daughter, but also the behavior that you mentioned after the fact, right after he'd committed murder?
Exactly. How could he have murdered her and then he goes home and checks the soccer scores, gets on a porn site, and gets up, takes a shower, and goes to school?
For years, Vandersloot led investigators and family members on a fruitless chase.
I mean, that's a killer. That is a person with no conscience, no remorse, no guilt.
Beth, in a powerful victim impact statement, confronting him. You are a killer, and I want you to remember that every time that jail cell door slams. The plea deal puts Vandersloot behind bars for 20 years. The confession brings closure.
And I think the not knowing is worse. You know, the knowing is shocking. You brace yourself, you take the hit. But the not knowing is the never-ending nightmare, and that's worse.
And that's the boat that you were in?
Yeah.
For almost 20 years of your life?
Yeah.
At least part of that nightmare is over. Sam Brock, NBC News, Birmingham.
Well, new legislation in New York could give grieving families the ability to file for damages in cases related to wrongful death. For some, the settlements could be life-changing. NBC News correspondent Zinklea Samwat spoke to one father who says the bill would also provide accountability.
She was someone who was very elegant, very fearless.
Bruce McIntyre says his partner Amber Rose Isaac was the light of his life. But at 26 years old, Isaac's life was cut short. McIntyre says due to medical negligence during her first pregnancy.
She had feelings that she wasn't going to make it.
She was expressing those to you?
Yeah, she was.
McIntyre says her hospital treatment got so bad, Isaac tweeted in part, "I can't wait to write a tell-all about my experience." 4 days later, she was dead.
Yeah, we used to try to take pictures all the time.
McIntyre says doctors missed repeated signs of HELLP syndrome, a life-threatening pregnancy complication. Now, the 31-year-old is a single father to their 3-year-old son, Elias. Today, he supports the Grieving Families Act, legislation in New York that would permit families in wrongful death suits to recover compensation for their emotional anguish. Nationwide, New York and Alabama are the only 2 states that do not compensate for some type of emotional loss, including grief, anguish, or loss of companionship in wrongful death cases.
We should just be receiving quality care.
Instead, in New York, wrongful death compensation is largely based on the potential future income of the person who died, something experts say can lead to, quote, problematic payout calculations.
It says, for example, that children's lives or lives of the elderly are worth much less. It also cements past structural racism, and it also tends to value men's lives much more than women's lives.
She left there to get groceries on the way home.
It's a reality Garnell Whitfield has felt firsthand. The 66-year-old's mother, Ruth, was murdered last year in the Top supermarket shooting. A white gunman killed 10 black residents in a hate crime. At 86, Ruth was the oldest victim and a lifelong work-from-home mother.
For her life not to be valued because of her chosen profession, because of her age, is outrageous. She was invaluable.
Opponents to the Grieving Families Act say updating the wrongful death calculation would drive up health insurance premiums and liability costs for malpractice.
If you drive up the cost of liability insurance, you're going to lose more physicians.
Since 2019, at least 2 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws banning the use of race, gender, or ethnicity in wrongful death calculations. Survivors, like Bruce McIntyre, say ending this practice is not just about compensation, but accountability and equity.
We don't want to put a price tag on Amber. You know, she's not just another statistic.
Our thanks to Zincle Esima for that powerful report. Well, Bruce McIntyre tells us he filed a wrongful death lawsuit with the hospital, and the litigation is ongoing. In a statement, Montefiore Medical Center tells NBC News they are not able to share information due to pending litigation, HIPAA regulations, and patient privacy rules. Well, coming up here on Morning News Now, signs of a shift in the housing market as demand for home loans hits a nearly 2-decade low. Our friend Caleb Silver here on set to break down the numbers, what it means for home buyers and sellers. You're watching Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
A new report shows the demand for home loans is at a nearly 20-year low. That is according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. Applications for a mortgage were down 21% compared to this time last year. Refinance loans also down 12% lower than last year's applications. Let's bring in Caleb Silver to help break down these numbers. He is the editor-in-chief of Investopedia, and I think I'm upgrading you to best friend of the show instead of just friend. You are here all the time, and we love it and we appreciate it. Caleb, why are we seeing this? Is this because interest rates are so high? It must be.
Yeah, this is interest rates, and mortgage rates are super sensitive to interest rates. So as the Fed has raised interest rates over the past 18 months, mortgage rates have responded. They're the first to respond. The good news is they're also the first to come down once rates start to get lowered by the Federal Reserve, which is maybe a next year event.
We love when you have a little bit of good news in there. Is this a time when turning to an adjustable rate mortgage is a good call rather than conventional?
You can, but you're taking the bet that the Fed is going to lower rates.
Right.
And they've pretty much signaled that they will by the middle of next year if nothing else happens. The question is something else going to happen? So adjustables are good if you believe that interest rates are going to have a path downward. Looks like they might, but right now that 30-year fix is at 8%. We haven't seen a number like that since the year 2000. Refinancing's 8.1%, so nobody's incentivized to buy a home, or if you own a home, to sell it to go have to buy another one at these rates.
Adjustable is tricky, though, huh? If you were on that 5 years ago, you are not happy right now, right?
Absolutely.
All right, what can people do to try to get the best deal?
Well, right now, developers and builders are trying to give you deals because housing affordability is at its worst level in decades. So you can maybe get a deal from your developer, from your buyer, from a seller potentially. You can ask for that. Some banks are being a little bit more flexible. If you have great credit, that helps too. Put a lot of money down, that's going to ease up on your payments as well. But just because we have these super high rates and a very tight supply of homes, home prices are high. It's really hard for first-time buyers to get in there.
What does this look like heading into 2024? Just the market generally as well as the rates?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to get better, like a springtime event. And this is a tough time of year anyway, the end of the year. But by the middle of next year, we expect interest rates to fall. The Federal Reserve is probably going to lower those absent another economic shock. When that happens, mortgage rates respond very quickly. So once we get down below maybe 7 or 6%, you'll see the housing market wake up again. But it's been in a deep freeze for about 15 months now.
Caleb Silver covering it all for us. Thank you so much. Great to have you here. Well, let's stick on money news. Pfizer is preparing to take its big COVID drug, Paxlovid, commercial. CNBC's Contessa Brewer has that and other financial headlines for us this morning. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Hi there. Good morning to you. Pfizer will price its COVID drug, Paxlovid, at just a little less than $1,400 for a 5-day course. When it shifts it to the commercial market later this year, the list price, which is before rebates and other discounts to insurers, is more than double what the federal government was paying. The U.S. has distributed Paxlovid for free since the end of 2021, but starting next year, Pfizer will sell it directly to health insurers, who will likely pay a lot less than the list price, meaning patients should have small or maybe no out-of-pocket costs. Netflix raising prices for some of its streaming plans as it blew past forecasts for new subscribers in its latest quarter. Netflix added nearly 9 million new customers worldwide. The company credited gains to its crackdown on password sharing. Netflix is raising the price of its premium ad-free plan by $3. It will now be $22.99 a month, and the one-stream basic plan will go up by $2 a month. And Delta Airlines is making some changes to its frequent flyer program after facing backlash from customers. Delta is not fully undoing its overhaul of the SkyMiles program, which shifted it to reward the biggest spenders and not the most frequent flyers. Now it will make it less expensive for passengers to achieve elite status and will ease limits on visiting airport lounges for certain credit card holders. There's nothing that we hate less than when our airline that we've been loyal to changes the rules on us.
I know, and I am Delta loyal, and I'm happy to hear this and can't wait to get more details. Contessa, thank you so much.
Sure.
Coming up, making history in women's hoops. This morning, the Las Vegas Aces are champions again. More on the thrilling WNBA Finals run after the break. And she is the most decorated gymnast of all time. Hear from Simone Biles, fresh off her 6th all-around title. You're watching Morning News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was all aces at the WNBA championships last night. The Las Vegas Aces took home their 2nd straight championship title, the first team to win back-to-back trophies in 21 years. The Aces defeated the New York Liberty 70-69 in an electric Game 4 of the series at Barclays Center here in New York. A'ja Wilson clinched her 2nd ever WNBA titles MVP. She led the Aces with 24 points and 16 rebounds. And we're going to stay on sports to end the hour. One of America's favorite athletes making history once again, none other than Simone Biles, the first woman to pull off one of the sport's most challenging vaults. Biles went on to win her 6th all-around title at the World Championships, making her the most decorated gymnast of all time. She spoke to our friends at Today in her first live interview since that triumph. Here is part of that conversation.
We were watching your Yurchenko, now the Biles, too. I mean, I can't help but think back, Simone, to the days when you were kind of a little bit unsteady, and now to watch you nail this thing in competition. When you stuck the landing on that Yurchenko, too, how did it feel?
It felt really good. I was just excited that I finally got it named after me and then that we could move on. But it is kind of crazy because 10 years ago in Antwerp, I got my very first skill named after me. And this time, 10 years later, I got my 5th skill named after me.
It's definitely full circle. And 10 years ago, we were reading this, and it's so cute. The announcer said your name wrong. She didn't know how to say Simone. Yeah, that's how new you were. Now everyone knows your name, and we really don't need the last name unless we're saying the Biles to refer to the 2 skills named after you.
Yes, it is kind of crazy. Obviously, it's a different announcer and all of that, but it is pretty wild now.
Well, you wrote on Instagram, I thought this was super cute, doing it for the little girl who fell in love with the sport. I think that's what it's all about, isn't it, at the end of the day? I mean, there's pressure, there's all the things, but you were just a little girl who fell in love with it. Who are you today?
I think in gymnastics, I still have to dig deep down and remember why I'm doing it and do it for the little girl, like I said on the Instagram post. But it is a little bit different. I feel like now it's like I'm a wife, I'm still a daughter, a sister, and all of the things. And gymnastics is just something that I get to come in and have the privilege of doing. I don't feel like it's the end-all, be-all anymore. As before, I kind of felt like that. And, you know, I get to go home to my husband, to my dogs, to my house, and all of the things, so it feels really good.
Oh, but don't we just love her? So cool to see her doing so well at this point. She is just a national treasure. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. It's the top of the hour now, and we get started at home. President Biden back on U.S. soil, arriving overnight at Joint Base Andrews after a whirlwind one-day visit to Israel, where in a face-to-face meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he reiterated America's strong support for one of its longtime allies.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
The president bolstering that sentiment with a multi-billion-dollar aid package proposal for Israel, Ukraine, and beyond that's expected to be unveiled to Congress later this week. President Biden also pledging $100 million to humanitarian efforts in Gaza in the wake of that deadly hospital explosion there. U.S. officials now telling NBC News that the blast was not levied by Israel, but instead likely caused by a misfired rocket from another militant group known as the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Protests against the tragedy turning violent in Lebanon as the Arab world reacts to a polarizing Western visit. And new this morning, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut is telling all Americans to leave Lebanon as soon as possible, while commercial flights are still running. Tonight, though, a key Oval Office address from President Biden on what's next as that rumored Israeli ground assault on Gaza looms over a tattered region. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the latest here. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, who is in Tel Aviv. Jay, thanks for being here. So Israeli airstrikes hit locations across the Gaza Strip early this morning, including in the south, also near the Egyptian border. That's an area that many civilians evacuated to, also an area many people are waiting to potentially cross should that border ever open. Tell us about this. What's the latest on these strikes?
Yeah, and by their own admission, the IDF says that they've had hundreds of strikes over the last 24 hours. And you're right, some of those in areas where a lot of the people trapped in Gaza have moved toward that Egyptian border to try and escape at some point. There had been talk about that border opening. It's not been the case, and there's no indication that that may happen anytime soon. But there's also been strikes that have hit within blocks of hospitals and other areas where civilians are known to be sheltering right now, and it's adding to some of the frustration that we've seen across the region with thousands pouring into the streets. And that's something that is being watched very closely with concerns that it could ultimately mean the violence, the military action could spread in this region, something they're watching very closely right now.
So we mentioned that part of this is happening near what's called the Rafah Gate. This is that crossing between Gaza and Egypt. And these strikes are coming after President Biden announced that Egypt had agreed to open that crossing to let in up to 20 trucks with much needed humanitarian aid that have been waiting here at this crossing for this to happen. What do we know about that aid? And in any way, did any of the military activity, any of the airstrikes in this area jeopardize it or the ability to get those in and through this border?
Yeah, more so the ability to move these desperately needed supplies in. And what they're working on right now in that area is repairing some of the roadways which have been hit, which have been damaged by some of the bombing runs by these Israeli fighters. They expect that they may have that patchwork done in time to perhaps start things rolling tomorrow. 20 trucks are going to move in with the first round of this. Food, water, and medicine. Deliveries haven't been made in the better part of 2 weeks, and there are 2 million people or so in Gaza, civilians who are in desperate need of these supplies. And then you talked about it, but there are thousands who have gathered near that crossing to go the other way and try and escape the violence, including, according to the State Department, 600 American nationals in Gaza. Now, we don't know that they're all at the gate waiting to leave, but we know that thousands have gathered there, and to this point, there's been no indication that they'll get the opportunity to escape.
Last night, Jay, we also saw protests protests across much of the region, from Turkey to Morocco. Yes. Of course, we've discussed Lebanon has been a big concern. Civilians marching on embassies expressing outrage at this Israeli siege on Gaza. How serious is the concern? And of course, as I mentioned, you are in Tel Aviv. So tell us, among Israeli leaders, that this fight could spread, I guess, as outrage spreads, because of course that's a lot of civilians that we're seeing expressing outrage, but does that translate militarily in any way? And how are Israelis feeling about this? Are they supportive of what they've seen so far?
I think they're supportive of the actions of the military. They still have a lot of questions about how the initial attack was carried out and how it wasn't known by Israeli Defense Forces that this was coming. I will tell you, if you just want to judge how the military is feeling about the situation with the border at Lebanon, look to the fact that they are sending more troops in, more equipment in. We know today that Hezbollah fired anti-tank missiles at the direction of a kibbutz in a safety zone area there. The IDF responded with artillery fire, and the fighting has been building there for the last several days. So this is a very big concern, not only here, but globally, that we could see another front in this war.
Jay Gray, thank you very much for getting us started this hour. For more, we are joined now by NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Of course, the president set to address this crisis in Israel in a primetime Oval Office speech tonight. What are we expected to hear from the president? Obviously, this is quite a big deal that this is how he's choosing to address it. What do we know so far?
Yeah, Savannah, this is just the second time during President Biden's term that he's done one of these primetime Oval Office addresses. The first was when Russia invaded Ukraine, and the White House says that we should expect President Biden to talk about the U.S. response to the Israel-Hamas war, as well as this ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. We expect the president to underscore his unwavering support for Israel and Ukraine and urge Congress to pass this unprecedented aid package that we expect him to send before the end of the week, that we expect will include Israel's defense aid, as well as aid to Ukraine, Taiwan, and funding for the U.S.-Mexico border. But of course, you've talked to our Capitol Hill correspondents. Nothing can be done. Not a dollar of that aid can be sent to any of these places until the House of Representatives confirms a speaker. So we expect the president to put a little pressure on those lawmakers on the Hill to be able to do that, Savannah.
So kind of in the same timing of his trip to Israel to show the support, of course, there was this tragedy of the bombing at that hospital. Now, President Biden has sided with Israelis, blaming a misfired Palestinian rocket and not an Israeli airstrike for the deadly hospital explosion there in Gaza. Walk us through how the administration came to that conclusion. What evidence do we know of so far?
Yeah, Savannah, the president and U.S. officials say they're still reviewing intelligence that's coming in, but they say after reviewing essentially aerial pictures, chatter online, as well as intelligence that they were able to assess independently, that the U.S. Defense Department came to the conclusion that, as you mentioned, this was the result of an errant rocket from another terrorist organization within Gaza, not Hamas. You take a listen to a bit more of what the president had to say about that yesterday.
Our Defense Department says that it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but a different footprint, and they've intercepted some anyway. So that's why, if you notice, I didn't say it first. I wanted to make sure that I knew. So I don't know all the detail, but I do know the people at the Defense Department who I respect, and the intelligence community that I respect. It's highly improbable that Israel did that.
That, of course, backs up the conclusion that the Israelis were able to come to, but U.S. officials say there is still intelligence being gathered in the aftermath of that bombing, Savannah.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you very much. For more on getting the aid that we have been discussing this morning to the people of Gaza, we are joined by spokesperson for the International Committee of the Red Cross, Chris Hanger. Chris, thank you very much for joining us this morning. So we just heard a moment ago from a colleague of mine, Jay Gray, that these strikes that happened overnight near this crossing, near the Rafah border crossing, had made some damage that was making it difficult. Roads need to be repaired. Walk us through logistical challenges to actually getting this aid to the people who need it.
So good morning. I think, first of all, what we've seen in terms of human misery and the suffering, what's going on in Israel and Gaza, it's devastating for the people. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out as we speak. So it's very important that humanitarian aid reaches the people in Gaza who've lost loved ones, who've fled with nothing. I've talked to a colleague who's seen that, families are now staying in the streets with no roof over their head. They have nothing. And so it's quite essential that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza. And what I think is important right now, just to stress, as we speak, we have a convoy with 60 tons of medical supplies and other humanitarian relief items that are on their way. We also deployed a surgical team that's on the way to help people and to help the medical infrastructure that is on its knees. And it is a challenge right now because nothing enters, but it's really, really important that the goods that are on the way, that are waiting at Rafah crossing, can enter into Gaza to help people.
So this is set to start rolling out tomorrow. You just gave us a backdrop of just how bad things are. Where do relief agencies begin?
It's the needs are enormous. The humanitarian situation is extremely dire. What we do, we've been in Gaza for decades. We've been helping people because it's also not the first time that this is happening. We will continue to be there for people once, the headlines have moved on because people have lost their livelihoods, they have lost loved ones. And what is really important right now is to focus on medical support. You've seen the images. You've seen that hospitals and the infrastructure in Gaza are on their knees, and more needs to be done. That's why we are also sending a very experienced surgical team that's on the way, that's already been in Gaza, that is, if I can be frankly speaking, is trying to help stitching up people as soon as they get into Gaza. And that's what's needed right now, and that's what we're focusing on right now.
You absolutely can be frank, and we appreciate you sharing that information with us. We just have a few moments left, but just tell us, there's been a lot of talk about this $100 million in aid that President Biden has pledged. How much of an impact can that have?
Of course, this is humanitarian aid is desperately needed. I think what is important is that it is reaching the people that are needing it right now as we speak. And what has been obviously a source of great challenge for us is that nothing has been going in, nothing has been going out. And that's why it's so important that agreements are found how, humanitarian aid for whoever actor that's really trying to make a difference on the ground is being used for the people who need it, who desperately have lost everything. So I think it's quite important that, humanitarian aid and support is given, but it's really important that it needs, meeting and going to people where it's most needed.
Absolutely. Chris Hanger, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security is warning that the unrest overseas is leading to a dramatic increase in online hate speech here at home. U.S. law enforcement is stepping up its readiness amid concerns over violence. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now for more on this. Tom, good morning. So what are we hearing from Homeland Security officials? What are they warning?
Yeah, bottom line here is Homeland Security is very concerned about what they see as an explosion in online content, really on behalf of Hamas, pro-Hamas commentary calling for attacks against Jewish targets specifically. And as a result, we've already seen police departments across the country, including here in D.C., kind of ramping up security around synagogues, but also taking keen interest in and watching any potential attacks against Muslim Americans and Arab Americans as well. We do know that the NYPD is right now saying that all officers must be in uniform right now. NYPD, which of course has a global intelligence arm, says it has no current and credible information suggesting an attack is imminent either in New York or the homeland. But NYPD says, listen, we still know that New York remains a keen potential terrorist target, as evidenced by 9/11. So this is a nationwide effort with Homeland Security very concerned about a heightened security threat, and also NYPD and other departments going to a heightened security posture surrounding all of those concerns.
Tell me more about that posture, Tom. What does this look like? What are law enforcement agencies doing in response to these warnings?
It really does vary from department to department, and specifically whether they think that they may be a target or they have targets within the city. So, for example, areas where there is a heavy Jewish presence, you're definitely seeing an increased police presence around synagogues, for example. Here in D.C., it's very heavy in those areas. Same in New York. Also, tactical teams are out and available and able to respond to an incident at a moment's notice, as opposed to being pulled back. NYPD putting every officer in uniform, saying that they've also suspended training for now as they increase patrols as well. It depends on the city and the exact circumstances per city, but this is really a nationwide effort to be on guard given what's happening overseas, and specifically most recently 3 days ago in Brussels, in which that man who claimed to have ISIS connections shot and killed two Swedes who were visiting Brussels. Police shot and killed him. In Sweden, there had been these Koran burnings, which have really kind of fueled the flame in Sweden. It's not known whether he was responding to what happened in Sweden or if he was acting as a lone wolf on behalf of ISIS in Brussels.
Tom, what are social media companies, tech companies doing to block out online hate speech? I mean, it doesn't necessarily seem like enough because this is breaking their rules as it stands, right? So how is so much getting through?
I think you're right. I think that by any analysis, not enough is being done, but maybe not enough can be done. Listen, Twitter, X, bans all Hamas activity on Twitter because, of course, Hamas is a declared terrorist organization. However, by one count, they've already had some 16 million views of terror-related content on X that was related to the Hamas attacks in Israel. So, you know, trying to contain this, as we've seen many times, is virtually impossible. Right. Some platforms may be doing a better job than others. And, oh, by the way, then there's Telegram, which is a completely different animal as well. And a lot of that kind of activity has migrated to Telegram.
Absolutely. And that lots of things that are communicated there can kind of be done so completely off the grid where a lot of this heads. Tom Costello, thank you very much for your reporting this morning. Let's stay on this conversation on security around the country and bring in Frank Figliuzzi. He's an NBC News national security analyst and a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI. Frank, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. We are very happy to have your expertise on this topic this morning as people hear some of these headlines. So the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring what an official says is this heightened threat environment, as Tom just described. Walk us through what that looks like. He mentioned it's kind of different for each department, each city, depending on where you are, but just kind of any standard operating procedure that law enforcement follows in a situation like this. What do you think they're doing right now in response to what's going on and what we're seeing online?
Yeah, we're seeing a spectrum of responses from local, county, state, and federal authorities, depending on their mission and their risk picture in their territory. So, for example, within the last week, the FBI director, Chris Wray, has gotten on the phone with about 5,000 Jewish community leaders who are part of something called the Secure Communities Network. And he's addressed the increased threat and explained the need for additional security at highly visible places of worship, et cetera, and Hebrew schools, synagogues. Then, also this week, he went and addressed the annual conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and he told those police executives that the FBI is indeed seeing increased threats, and he's warning that at a community level, they need to increase their visibility and their presence. And so that's why you see, for example, NYPD telling their officers, hey, you may be a detective, you may be behind a desk, we've all got to get into uniform. So that increased visibility acts as a kind of suppressant and makes people think twice. But behind the scenes, this is really interesting. You know, after 9/11, we used to take some comfort in statements like, hey, there's no direct credible threat. We're not seeing specific intel, things like that, things that you're hearing now. But here's the problem with that. This is about lone actors. The real concern here is not, that there's some cell that we're not on top of and identifying through electronic surveillance and sources and undercovers, but rather that lone actor that can act out like the person did in Brussels, Belgium this week and killed 2 people. That's the concern. So yes, we can take comfort that there's no specific credible intel against the homeland, but that doesn't give law enforcement comfort because it's about that lone actor or 2 acting out. And then the online thing, like you referenced the online problem. Boy, is there propaganda trying to instigate and divide us, and we can't let that happen.
And online, I mean, things are being called for like attacks on Jewish communities, other targets in the U.S. and Europe. Let our viewers know, what are some of the things, just as individuals, we should be aware of when it comes to being vigilant in an environment like this?
So, you know, with the weekend coming up, there will likely be more protests. President Biden addressing the nation tonight. There'll be this big public debate about how many billions of dollars we're providing or not. And you'll see these massive protests. There's calls for additional protests this weekend. Be careful, be smart, stay in touch. Tell your family and friends where you are. If you're going to exercise your right to free speech, be aware that protests are soft and vulnerable targets. Stay near the edge of the crowd. Be very vigilant. When you're online on your social media, and by the way, it might be time to back away from social media right now, be aware that even foreign adversaries are on there pretending to be Americans, but really out to instigate and divide. So before you engage, think, get your facts, and understand this is fraught with deep-seated religious and ethnic long-term, centuries-long issues. So it's not like any topic you would converse with people with normally. It is fraught with peril.
Really important reminders. Frank, we always appreciate when you join us, but that was really good stuff. Thank you very much. Well, nearly 2 weeks ago, the community of Kibbutz Be'eri came under attack by Hamas militants. More than 120 people were killed in the massacre. Survivors are now spread across the region, dealing with the fallout of that ill-fated day. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya sat down with a group of child survivors to discuss their new reality.
The kids of Kibbutz Be'eri now living in a hotel on the Dead Sea, trying to make sense of their new reality.
Is that an ice cream? Ice cream? Candy. No, candy. Oh, like a lollipop.
But below the surface, the horror lingers.
She asked me if the bad people must come here to hotel.
Home no longer feels safe after Hamas terrorists stormed their small community, killing more than 50 and kidnapping others.
My son, 4 years old, he just started talking about the terrorist bodies that he saw.
For volunteers like nursery teacher Shachar, the trauma is plain to see.
I can see many kids not willing to move away from their parents, speaking about many kinds of things that you wouldn't want small children to speak about.
Anthony's family hid for hours in their safe room, reading about the horrors on their phones, leaving the father of 3 considering the unthinkable.
At one point, I thought I was going to have to kill my own kids.
Nira and her teenage daughters came face to face with the terrorists.
And we just say to them, please don't kill us. Please, we didn't do nothing. Don't kill us.
They spared her and her daughters, but took her husband and daughter's boyfriend.
Too much sadness and too much that nobody's crying. It's like, you know, it's no contact between my heart and my mind.
A community heartbroken and numb. Their children changed forever.
They just want to be kids. They want to be kids again.
But first, they'll need to find a way to feel safe again. Kelly Kobaya, NBC News, the Dead Sea, Israel.
A heartbreaking report, but so powerful. We've got so much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including a stunning court confession that's putting a nearly 20-year mystery to rest. But first, we'll take you to Washington with another failed vote for House Speaker. A closer look at Congressman Jim Jordan's future as another vote looms later today. Stick around. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We want to get to some breaking news this morning. Donald Trump's former attorney, Sidney Powell, just pleaded guilty in a deal with prosecutors over efforts to overturn Trump's election loss in Georgia. For more, we are joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thanks for joining us on this. Just crossing the wires here. This was part of a plea deal. What exactly is Powell pleading guilty to, and what are the terms of the deal?
Savannah, Sidney Powell is admitting to a set of reduced charges involving election conspiracy. She's the second of these 19 defendants in Georgia to have pled guilty, and she's agreeing to testify truthfully as part of her plea deal, which essentially means she's going to testify against former President Donald Trump. And as part of this deal, she would be sentenced to 6 years probation, no jail time. So a good deal for her, considering that she was facing significant felony racketeering charges, as these other defendants are in this Georgia election case. And viewers will remember that she was a lawyer retained by Donald Trump who made some of the most outlandish claims of fraud in the election, filed lawsuits all over the country, all of which were totally repudiated. She's under bar sanctions and legal actions around the country, and then finally was charged as part of this case, now pleading guilty, a significant blow to former President Donald Trump's legal strategy because she was a key ally. She was in the room with Donald Trump as they discussed claims of fraud in this election, and she brought some of the really outlandish claims about alleged voter machine manipulations and plots involving foreign countries, none of which were true. And if she gets on the stand and admits that none of that was true, that's going to be powerful evidence in that Georgia case.
So, Ken, if you are the former president, you're a member of his current legal team, what does this news mean for you today? What do you think they are thinking in hearing this?
It's not completely unexpected, but nonetheless a devastating blow. They had to figure that when the state of Georgia brought these significant racketeering charges against a group of 19 people, that some of them would decide it's in their best interest to plead guilty, take their lumps, and cut a deal. And that is, in fact, what's happening. This is, again, the second person to plead guilty. But this is a big one. They must be significantly worried about what she can testify to. They may make claims of attorney-client privilege to the extent that she was representing former President Trump, although that's not entirely clear whether she was actually representing him or whether she was merely bringing lawsuits alleging fraud on her own behalf or on behalf of others. That remains to be seen. But they got to be significantly worried about what she could possibly testify to, Savannah.
Yeah, so that's what I want to ask about. A big piece of this here that we know she's now required to testify in these other trials. Tell us more about what kind of information she has that the Trump legal team would specifically be worried about.
Well, remember, at one point, we learned this during the January 6th hearings, Donald Trump was contemplating appointing Sidney Powell as a special counsel to investigate allegations of fraud in the election. The Justice Department, remember those Trump appointees, they came to testify. They revolted against that, told them it would be a horrible idea. People inside the White House were trying to keep her away from Donald Trump because they said she was making absolutely outlandish claims that he was then adopting. So to the extent that she can speak to what she was saying to Donald Trump and whether he actually believed these claims or whether he was using them merely as a strategy to try to stay in power, that would be devastating testimony. If she comes in and says that actually Donald Trump knew he lost the election and we made this stuff up and we said it anyway, that would be, you know, very, very damaging. It remains to be seen whether that's going to be her testimony. But just the idea that she can come in and testify about conversations that she had with former President Trump about what evidence they had, what their ideas were about fraud in that election, which we now know was bogus allegations, that's a big deal.
So, Ken, you've laid out the concern that must sort of be rippling through the Trump team at this moment. But let me ask you this. Is there a chance that the former president's legal team sees this and uses it as an opportunity to sort of pin this on her or put more blame on her, given the fact that she is pleading guilty?
I think that's a good bet, 100%. And they may have some rope there because she made a lot of claims on her own and pursued really outlandish allegations that even in some cases President Trump did not adopt, and certainly White House officials were trying to keep him away from some of her really out there bizarro allegations. So yeah, I think it's very conceivable that we could see that. But you know, the truth outs in these situations. If she has receipts, if she has notes, which generally lawyers take very good notes about their meetings with people, she could. And you know, look, before this, before she had this reputation as the Kraken, the sort of outlandish maker of these crazy allegations, she was a reputable lawyer for many, many years with a sterling background. So she is not. She could be a very, very compelling witness in front of a jury.
Ken Delaney, thank you very much for doing this breaking news for us. Again, this is just happening. The former president's former attorney, Sidney Powell, pleading guilty in that Georgia election interference case. Stay with us. We're now rejoining our latest broadcast of Morning News Now.
This weekend, Savannah, and I know you've been taking trips to all the nice places. You missed all the rainy weekends in New York.
I somehow have missed this. So
are you headed to Kansas City or what?
I will be here, but I'm not upset about it because I haven't been dealing with it. You know what I mean?
So
it's like cozy. Yeah,
yes.
There we go. Angie, thank you so much.
No problem.
Let's get you some international headlines now, starting with developing news out of France, where several airports were evacuated this morning over possible threats of attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labongo has the details on that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. This morning, at least 4 regional airports across France had to be evacuated following bomb alerts, literally a day after 8 airports across France, plus the Palace of Versailles, had to be evacuated once again yesterday over a similar scare. Now, this is the second time Versailles had to do this in a matter of days. Security in France is on a high alert after that deadly knife attack at a French school last week that killed a teacher and injured several others. The prosecutor's office say a suspect from the attack is under investigation for terrorism. Now let's move to Berlin, where early yesterday assailants threw Molotov cocktails at a synagogue in the center of the city. Police say anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise in Germany amid ongoing violence in the Middle East. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz took to X, strongly condemning the firebomb assault, saying, quote, "Anti-Semitism has no place in Germany." We end our tour around the world with a tee-off in South Korea. Elite women's golfers from around the world are competing for the 2023 BMW Ladies Championship. 26-year-old Lydia Ko, a New Zealander who was actually born in South Korea, is the defending champion of the tournament this year. Right now, they're in the second of 4 tours with the Ladies Professional Golf Association Asian Wing. The tour moves to Malaysia and then Japan over the next 2 weeks. Savannah?
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a bombshell confession that's now put an end to perhaps one of America's most notorious missing persons cases. We'll bring you Joran van der Sloot's shocking account of Natalie Holloway's last moments. That is up next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The mystery surrounding the disappearance of Natalie Holloway has come to an end nearly 20 years after she went missing. Joran Vandersloot, the man who's long been at the center of the case, admitted to killing the 18-year-old. The confession was part of a plea deal in a federal extortion case. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock was inside the courtroom for all of it and spoke with the family. Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. It's hard to believe that this saga, decades-old saga, is finally over. Now, Natalie Holloway's mom, Beth, spoke with me yesterday and described how, Savannah, she's spent years playing out all the different scenarios in her mind as to what might have happened to her daughter. Having this information, finally, she says, will help her to heal down the road. But we have to also warn you, we are hearing audio for the first time of Joran Vandersloot describing his actions, and it is graphic.
A startling confession inside of an Alabama courtroom, ending a nearly 20-year mystery surrounding Natalie Holloway's disappearance.
We wake up knowing that we have reached justice for Natalie.
For Beth Holloway, confronting her daughter's killer, not nearly as daunting as living with unanswered questions.
The reason why is because the not knowing is more torturous than the knowing.
And that's the boat that you were in
Yeah,
for almost 20 years of your life.
yeah.
Overnight, the court releasing gruesome audio of Joran Vandersloot explaining to investigators how he took Natalie Holloway's life, part of his plea deal for extortion and wire fraud.
She asked to go back to her hotel, but I was just trying to get dropped off a little bit further away from her hotel so we could walk back to her hotel and I might still get a chance to be with her.
Frustrated by his rejected sexual advances, Vandersloot says Natalie kneed him in the groin to get free, and then he responded by kicking her in the face.
She's laying down unconscious, possibly even dead, but definitely unconscious.
He then struck her with a nearby cinder block and disposed of her body in the ocean.
I walk up to about my knees into the ocean, and I push her off into the sea.
On Wednesday, Beth Holloway came face to face with Vandersloot in court, telling him, "You are a killer, and I want you to remember that every time that jail cell door slams." Vandersloot apologizing to both the Holloway family and his own, saying, "I am no longer that person back then that I am today." But Beth Holloway is not buying it.
He doesn't have that in his existence. And I think, just to say the words, it's fine. It didn't mean anything.
And while nothing can bring Natalie back, Beth says knowing how her daughter died brings her some measure of peace.
I think now it becomes easier for me to appreciate her life through my son's life and through his children's lives. And I hadn't really been as, I've been a little distracted. So I feel like now I can kind of like, oh, now I can focus on that.
The judge called the crimes heinous in the extreme and sentenced Vandersloot to 20 years behind bars. That sentence to run concurrently, Savannah, with a sentence he's already serving in Peru for the murder of a college student there. Back to you.
Sam, very powerful interview. Thank you very much. We're going to dig into this more now with NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella. Angela, always good to have you with us. So a federal jury, just it's sort of confusing, I think, for some people who feel like this person has been at the center of it. And then what this really comes down to is wire fraud and extortion. This was back from 2010 that he was indicted on that. Why did this take so long?
So I think when anything changes in a case that happened from 2010, when you have a 13-year gap, there was some catalyst, there was something that happened. So I think when he was in Peru, the U.S. government, prosecutors in Alabama or some federal prosecutor knew that Joran van der Sloot was going to give a confession. And because they knew that he was willing to do that, they extradited him, they brought him here, and they went through this whole just production in order to get the confession, because closure is what they wanted.
So as you just mentioned, he's been in Peru. He's serving time there for a different murder. As Sam just mentioned, he will be serving this is concurrent. But what happens if he gets out early from Peru?
If he gets out early, then he would come back and serve out the remainder of this sentence. But that is unlikely, because not only is he being jailed for having murdered another young female who rejected his sexual advances in Peru, but then he had extra time tacked on for running a cocaine ring behind bars. So at this point, he's projected to stay in Peru for at least 20 plus years. So it's unlikely he will be released earlier.
Now that he's confessed, could he be tried for this murder in Aruba, or too much time's passed?
He cannot. The statute of limitations in Aruba is 12 years, so that is obviously why he waited this long for any sort of a real confession. Also, as part of this plea deal, the prosecutors in the U.S. also agreed they will never use this confession against him in any other charge in the future. So basically, there's very little consequence.
I mean, it almost feels like he is getting away with that. I mean, he's serving time, but it's not for this. This was never, legally put to rest, I guess.
It is so tragic, and I think that's true. The prosecutors could have really gone forth and tried to get 20 years in prison time in addition to what he's serving in Peru. But it sounds like they made this plea deal because what they really wanted was a confession, closure for Beth Holloway.
Yeah, I guess if that's what matters most to the family, that's what matters most, period. Angela, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a woman who truly means business this morning. She's flipping the wine industry on its cork, if you will. We'll bring you that story up next.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with some breaking data on the job market. CNBC's Contessa Brewer has those new numbers and some other financial headlines that could impact your wallet this morning. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Well, we're just getting a fresh snapshot here at the U.S. economy and the labor market. Jobless claims coming in at 198,000 versus the estimate of 210,000 that were expected. What we're seeing here is economists worrying about persistent tight labor situation there and the effect that this might have on the Fed and its decisions whether to continue raising rates. The Tesla Cybertruck finally has a delivery date. The company announcing the long-delayed electric pickup will have its first deliveries during an event on November 30th. Tesla is expected to reveal the price then. And the Cybertruck originally was pegged at a little under $40,000 when it was first unveiled 4 years ago. But CEO Elon Musk is tempering expectations, saying the cost to ramp up production for the truck will be difficult and it won't be profitable before 2025. Amazon will soon deliver prescription drugs by drone. The company will test deliveries from the sky in College Station, Texas. Customers can get their order, they say, within an hour. The drone is programmed to fly from a delivery center with a secure pharmacy and then travels to the buyer's address, descends about 13 feet off the ground, and then just drops the padded package. Customers will be able to choose from more than 500 medications, we're told. What will they think of next?
Exactly. By drone, my goodness. Sounds convenient in some ways, though. Contessa, thank you so much. Sure. Well, now let's get to the latest in our series, Women Mean Business. Today, we are featuring Barbara Banke, the driving force behind the successful Jackson Family Wines brand. I'm sure you know it. You probably have it in your home. Well, under her leadership, Jackson Family Wines continues to expand well past its beginnings in California's wine country, really changing the wine industry. Here's a look at her impressive career.
Barbara Banke started out as a lawyer, but she gave up her career to join her husband, Jess, in running their family's company, Jackson Family Wines. Over 20 years, the husband and wife duo built their portfolio from their flagship Kendall Jackson Winery. And after Jess's passing in 2011, Banke took the reins as chairman and proprietor. Under her leadership, the Jackson Family Wines brand has expanded globally, with 40 wineries from California and Oregon all the way to South Africa and Australia under its umbrella. It's led to her being labeled the most significant woman in wine. Sustainability and climate responsibility is close to her heart, and she supports more than 200 nonprofit organizations. In addition to the wine business, she also oversees the family's successful horse breeding operation and racing stable. Banke is fueled by innovation, saying that prospect of making something spectacular, discovering something new, is what motivates me. Barbara Banke is a woman who means business.
And of course, Barbara Banke, chairman and proprietor of Jackson Family Wines, is here in studio with us. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. This is so fun.
Oh, it's so fun. I know you're a long way from home, so we really are just so happy to have you here. One of the things that we mentioned in there that I'd like to dig a little bit in on is you and your late husband, Jess, you were in the law industry, and then you leave that and you get to go into the wine industry. What was making that leap like? I mean, how did it feel, and what motivated you to do so?
Well, when I was practicing law, it was 10% fun, and that was the arguing in court or writing legal briefs. That was fun, but the rest of it was just sort of rote and billing hours and all kinds of things. So my husband went into the wine business first, and I had 3 kids. He was having lots and lots of fun, and I was having less, a lot less. So in 1990, I decided that I would make the break and go into the wine industry full time. And I had been in it a little bit, but so I went in full time, and I have not regretted it for 1 minute.
Absolutely. We can't have him having more fun.
No,
yeah,
absolutely.
It makes me think of, you know, the saying, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Obviously, I'm sure it has been very hard work. But between wine and horses, 2 things that just, I think for so many of us who are not in those industries, think, wow, how incredible. Does it feel like that a lot? Like it's not working?
It's not really working. I shouldn't say this. But every year in the wine business, you get a new harvest. And right now we're in the middle of harvest in California. And it's so exciting because it's going to be a great harvest this year. And every year you get the chance to make a new wonderful vintage. And we have now over 40 wineries around the world. And we get a chance to see what we can do every single year. So it's a very natural product, and it's something that is very enjoyable. There's a lot of romance in the wine industry. And so, yes, it's a lot of fun.
What was it like going global?
We started with a small property in Italy that my husband referred to as Barbara's Folly, because it never made any money. And the wines were terrible until I brought a friend over, our winemaker, Pierre Sayon, and I said, Pierre, help me fix this. And so he did, and I think that was in about 2002. And then when my daughter Julia graduated from college, she said, Mom, the wines are good, the labels are terrible, and your marketing is terrible. And I said, you're really smart, fix it. And she did.
Oh my gosh.
So now it's no longer Barbara's Folly, and that was the start. And we're in eight countries now.
First of all, I love hearing the behind-the-scenes details and how honest you're being about some of them, so I very much appreciate that. You mentioned your daughter. What's this been like for this to be really a family affair?
Well, it's very much a family business. When Jess started it, his two oldest daughters, Jenny and Laura, worked in the business, and his son-in-law, Don Hartford. And Don and Jenny and Laura and I have worked together for over 35 years, and now we have the kids. So there are 5 that we call the next gen. That's Jess and my 3, Christopher, Julia, and Katie. And Jenny and Don's 2, Haley and McLean. So, and we have son-in-laws, we have Sean, we have
I love it.
Max. So we have a lot of family members in our business. We have cousins.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, lots and lots of family members. So it's definitely a family business.
When your husband passed, what was it like taking the step into chairman and proprietor? Obviously, it seems like you had been right there for a very long time, but how much of a shift was it for you?
Well, he was ill for about 2 years, so I had the opportunity to sort of take it on gradually. And I had been there, we worked together pretty much 24/7. So it wasn't really hard at all. And it was something I really wanted to do because, as I said, it's a family business. So we wanted to continue. And everyone was on board. And we decided that we'd go on into the future and do more fun stuff. So we've expanded since then. And we're constantly finding new projects. Right now, our newest project, we're going to make sparkling wine in the UK. So we bought a small property. We're planting vines, and we're going to do Pinot Noir and Chardonnay.
Oh my goodness!
And sparkling wine.
Oh, it's too bad. We don't have any testers here this morning.
It is too bad.
A little early, I guess.
Yeah, it is sort of early.
Quickly, I do want to ask you. We mentioned in there climate responsibility. I know that's important to you. What does that look like at your vineyards?
Well, we have over 24 initiatives. We're trying to get to climate positivity by 2050, which is a hard task, and we want to do that without buying offsets. So my kids, Julia and daughter Katie and son Christopher, are very involved in the sustainability push, as well as my son-in-law. So now we're doing regenerative farming in most of our vineyards. And we're certified organic in our Napa vineyards, but it's a lot of fun. We have sheep that weed the vineyard. We have geese. In Australia, we're biodynamic, so we use crystals and chickens and all kinds of things. But these are, it sounds a little bit hocus pocus, but it's really not, because it's been used for so long, and it's definitely having an effect, improving quality of the wines, and it's good for the climate.
Well, that sounds like something we're going to have to come see, which we'll talk about in the break. Barbara Banke, thank you very much for being here this morning. It was so great to talk to you and hear about a business that I know so many people at home are so familiar with, and like I said, probably have in their homes. So we love having you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up, we are talking about my girl Taylor Swift, her Eras Tour concert film now. Some of her movie-going fans are spurring some new conversations on theater etiquette. We'll explain right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Well, Taylor Swift's blockbuster Eras Tour concert film pulled in nearly $93 million during its debut, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Now, as it gears up for its second weekend, though, there's a debate around the right and wrong way to enjoy it. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on the debate over this Eras etiquette. I don't know. Hi, good morning.
I know, how much of a debate is there? For most of us, going to the movies, you think about is it's a quiet experience. You can't take out your cell phone, and there's obviously no talking in theaters. But the Eras Tour concert film for many has been the exact opposite of that, with singing, dancing, and snapping plenty of photos. And while many Swifties are hailing the buzz as part of the unique experience, the movie mayhem is stirring up some bad blood, among others.
Waving phone lights, dancing in aisles, even belting out lyrics at the top of your lungs. Swaths of Swifties can't control their excitement at the Eras Tour concert film. Welcome to the Eras Tour!
Just as excited as I was to go see this actual show.
But this morning, the movie mayhem has some saying, amid a growing debate over movie theater etiquette, some fans airing their frustrations on social media, calling scenes like this disrespectful. I want to hear Taylor sing, not y'all, one person wrote. Another saying, suddenly, I don't want to go. The music's so loud, it spilled into theater hallways. Some moviegoers bracing for potential interruptions during this weekend's highly anticipated release of Killers of the Flower Moon, the Martin Scorsese movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro.
Turn it down a notch. There are a few of us next door. We're trying to watch Killers of the Flower Moon.
But those swept up in Swiftmania describe the experience as the most iconic thing and point to Taylor Swift's own words in defense. Eras attire, friendship bracelets, singing and dancing, encouraged, she wrote on Instagram when announcing the movie's release. And theaters around the world listened, dropping long-held decorum for the 2-hour and 45-minute film that's already shattered domestic box office records for the genre, raking in nearly $93 million in its opening weekend.
I'm gonna go to this movie at least 13 times.
And movie theaters are going with the flow. AMC encourages dancing and singing throughout the concert film. And in Kentucky, the Sauerbeck Family Drive-In is letting in fewer vehicles to make more room for dancing. Even dine-in theater Alamo Drafthouse welcomed fans getting a little rowdy within reason.
Singing and dancing has been encouraged, but what would you caution people against doing?
If you are singing so loudly that the people around you can't actually hear Taylor singing, this is a problem. This is an experience that we're having communally, but that doesn't give you the permission to destroy someone else's viewing experience simply for your own enjoyment.
Etiquette experts say it's okay to take selfies, trade friendship bracelets, and respectfully sing and dance at the concert film, but they say avoid stealing the show. Don't stand on seats, block other guests from viewing or exiting, talk between your favorite songs, or record the concert film. And if you have a concern, raise the issue with a theater employee.
So finding that middle ground where everyone can truly enjoy, can revel in being Swifties in the theater together, I think what a wonderful thing and what a great reason to bring us back to the movies.
Okay, so some fans who would rather pay attention to the detail of the cinematography say they're now waiting for a digital release. But I'll point out, a Question Pro survey shows the majority of people do think singing and dancing enhance the experience, of course, within reason. And in celebration of the movie's success, Swift overnight releasing the live version and remix of her song, Cruel Summer. Have you heard it? I love the song.
It's so great.
I think the live version really captures like the energy from the concert.
It's just so fun. It makes you want the whole thing just on audio to be able to listen to. But
it's a brilliant idea.
I think whether digital release or whether you just wait a few weeks, like right now it's like the people who couldn't wait for it.
Yes.
It's like, just take a second.
I'm going again this weekend and I will be singing and dancing.
There you go. I was as well. Emily, thank you so much. And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. It's the top of the hour now, and we get started at home. President Biden back on U.S. soil, arriving overnight at Joint Base Andrews after a whirlwind one-day visit to Israel, where in a face-to-face meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he reiterated America's strong support for one of its longtime allies.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
The president bolstering that sentiment with a multi-billion-dollar aid package proposal for Israel, Ukraine, and beyond that's expected to be unveiled to Congress later this week. President Biden also pledging $100 million to humanitarian efforts in Gaza in the wake of that deadly hospital explosion there. U.S. officials now telling NBC News that the blast was not levied by Israel, but instead likely caused by a misfired rocket from another militant group known as the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Protests against the tragedy turning violent in Lebanon as the Arab world reacts to a polarizing Western visit. And new this morning, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut is telling all Americans to leave Lebanon as soon as possible, while commercial flights are still running. Tonight, though, a key Oval Office address from President Biden on what's next as that rumored Israeli ground assault on Gaza looms over a tattered region. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the latest here. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, who is in Tel Aviv. Jay, thanks for being here. So Israeli airstrikes hit locations across the Gaza Strip early this morning, including in the south, also near the Egyptian border. That's an area that many civilians evacuated to, also an area many people are waiting to potentially cross should that border ever open. Tell us about this. What's the latest on these strikes?
Yeah, and by their own admission, the IDF says that they've had hundreds of strikes over the last 24 hours. And you're right, some of those in areas where a lot of the people trapped in Gaza have moved toward that Egyptian border to try and escape at some point. There had been talk about that border opening. It's not been the case, and there's no indication that that may happen anytime soon. But there's also been strikes that have hit within blocks of hospitals and other areas where civilians are known to be sheltering right now, and it's adding to some of the frustration that we've seen across the region with thousands pouring into the streets. And that's something that is being watched very closely with concerns that it could ultimately mean the violence, the military action could spread in this region, something they're watching very closely right now.
So we mentioned that part of this is happening near what's called the Rafah Gate. This is that crossing between Gaza and Egypt. And these strikes are coming after President Biden announced that Egypt had agreed to open that crossing to let in up to 20 trucks with much needed humanitarian aid that have been waiting here at this crossing for this to happen. What do we know about that aid? And in any way, did any of the military activity, any of the airstrikes in this area jeopardize it or the ability to get those in and through this border?
Yeah, more so the ability to move these desperately needed supplies in. And what they're working on right now in that area is repairing some of the roadways which have been hit, which have been damaged by some of the bombing runs by these Israeli fighters. They expect that they may have that patchwork done in time to perhaps start things rolling tomorrow. 20 trucks are going to move in with the first round of this. Food, water, and medicine. Deliveries haven't been made in the better part of 2 weeks, and there are 2 million people or so in Gaza, civilians who are in desperate need of these supplies. And then you talked about it, but there are thousands who have gathered near that crossing to go the other way and try and escape the violence, including, according to the State Department, 600 American nationals in Gaza. Now, we don't know that they're all at the gate waiting to leave, but we know that thousands have gathered there, and to this point, there's been no indication that they'll get the opportunity to escape.
Last night, Jay, we also saw protests across much of the region, from Turkey to Morocco. Yes. Of course, we've discussed Lebanon has been a big concern. Civilians marching on embassies expressing outrage at this Israeli siege on Gaza. How serious is the concern? And of course, as I mentioned, you are in Tel Aviv. So tell us, among Israeli leaders, that this fight could spread, I guess, as outrage spreads, because of course that's a lot of civilians that we're seeing expressing outrage, but does that translate militarily in any way? And how are Israelis feeling about this? Are they supportive of what they've seen so far?
I think they're supportive of the actions of the military. They still have a lot of questions about how the initial attack was carried out and how it wasn't known by Israeli Defense Forces that this was coming. I will tell you, if you just want to judge how the military is feeling about the situation with the border at Lebanon, look to the fact that they are sending more troops in, more equipment in. We know today that Hezbollah fired anti-tank missiles at the direction of a kibbutz in a safety zone area there. The IDF responded with artillery fire, and the fighting has been building there for the last several days. So this is a very big concern, not only here, but globally, that we could see another front in this war.
Jay Gray, thank you very much for getting us started this hour. For more, we are joined now by NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Of course, the president set to address this crisis in Israel in a primetime Oval Office speech tonight. What are we expected to hear from the president? Obviously, this is quite a big deal that this is how he's choosing to address it. What do we know so far?
Yeah, Savannah, this is just the second time during President Biden's term that he's done one of these primetime Oval Office addresses. The first was when Russia invaded Ukraine, and the White House says that we should expect President Biden to talk about the U.S. response to the Israel-Hamas war, as well as this ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. We expect the president to underscore his unwavering support for Israel and Ukraine and urge Congress to pass this unprecedented aid package that we expect him to send before the end of the week, that we expect will include Israel's defense aid, as well as aid to Ukraine, Taiwan, and funding for the U.S.-Mexico border. But of course, you've talked to our Capitol Hill correspondents, and nothing can be done. Not a dollar of that aid can be sent to any of these places until the House of Representatives confirms a speaker. So we expect the president to put a little pressure on those lawmakers on the Hill to be able to do that, Savannah.
So kind of in the same timing of his trip to Israel to show the support, of course, there was this tragedy of the bombing at that hospital. Now, President Biden has sided with Israelis, blaming a misfired Palestinian rocket and not an Israeli airstrike for the deadly hospital explosion there in Gaza. Walk us through how the administration came to that conclusion. What evidence do we know of so far?
Yeah, Savannah, the president and U.S. officials say they're still reviewing intelligence that's coming in, but they say after reviewing essentially aerial pictures, chatter online, as well as intelligence that they were able to assess independently, that the U.S. Defense Department came to the conclusion that, as you mentioned, this was the result of an errant rocket from another terrorist organization within Gaza, not Hamas. You take a listen to a bit more of what the president had to say about that yesterday.
Our Defense Department says that it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but of a different footprint, and they've intercepted some anyway. And so that's why, if you notice, I didn't say it first. I wanted to make sure that I knew. So I don't know all the detail, but I do know the people at the Defense Department who I respect, and the intelligence community that I respect. It is highly improbable that Israel did that.
That, of course, backs up the conclusion that the Israelis were able to come to, but U.S. officials say there is still intelligence being gathered in the aftermath of that bombing, Savannah.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you very much. For more on getting the aid that we have been discussing this morning to the people of Gaza, we are joined by spokesperson for the International Committee of the Red Cross, Chris Hanger. Chris, thank you very much for joining us this morning. So we just heard a moment ago from a colleague of mine, Jay Gray, that these strikes that happened overnight near this crossing, near the Rafah border crossing, had made some damage that was making it difficult. Roads need to be repaired. Walk us through logistical challenges to actually getting this aid to the people who need it.
So good morning. I think, first of all, what we've seen in terms of human misery and the suffering, what's going on in Israel and Gaza, it's devastating for the people. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out as we speak. So it's very important that humanitarian aid reaches the people in Gaza who've lost loved ones, who've fled with nothing. I've talked to a colleague who's seen that, families are now staying in the streets with no roof over their head. They have nothing. And so it's quite essential that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza. And what I think is important right now, just to stress, as we speak, we have a convoy with 60 tons of medical supplies and other humanitarian relief items that are on their way. We also deployed a surgical team that's on the way to help people and to help the medical infrastructure that is on its knees. And it is a challenge right now because nothing enters, but it's really, really important that the goods that are on the way, that are waiting at Rafah crossing, can enter into Gaza to help people.
So this is set to start rolling out tomorrow. You just gave us a backdrop of just how bad things are. Where do relief agencies begin?
It's the needs are enormous. The humanitarian situation is extremely dire. What we do, we've been in Gaza for decades. We've been helping people because it's also not the first time that this is happening. We will continue to be there for people once, the headlines have moved on because people have lost their livelihoods, they have lost loved ones. And what is really important right now is to focus on medical support. You've seen the images. You've seen that hospitals and the infrastructure in Gaza are on their knees, and more needs to be done. That's why we are also sending a very experienced surgical team that's on the way, that's already been in Gaza, that is, if I can be frankly speaking, is trying to help stitching up people as soon as they get into Gaza. And that's what's needed right now, and that's what we're focusing on right now.
You absolutely can be frank, and we appreciate you sharing that information with us. We just have a few moments left, but just tell us, there's been a lot of talk about this $100 million in aid that President Biden has pledged. How much of an impact can that have?
Of course, this is humanitarian aid is desperately needed. I think what is important is that it is reaching the people that are needing it right now as we speak. And what has been obviously a source of great challenge for us is that nothing has been going in, nothing has been going out. And that's why it's so important that agreements are found how, humanitarian aid for whoever actor that's really trying to make a difference on the ground is being used for the people who need it, who desperately have lost everything. So I think it's quite important that, humanitarian aid and support is given, but it's really important that it needs, that is, meeting and going to people where it's most needed.
Absolutely. Chris Hanger, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security is warning that the unrest overseas is leading to a dramatic increase in online hate speech here at home. U.S. law enforcement is stepping up its readiness amid concerns over violence. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now for more on this. Tom, good morning. So what are we hearing from Homeland Security officials? What are they warning?
Yeah, bottom line here is Homeland Security is very concerned about what they see as an explosion in online content, really on behalf of Hamas, pro-Hamas commentary calling for attacks against Jewish targets specifically. And as a result, we've already seen police departments across the country, including here in D.C., kind of ramping up security around synagogues, but also taking keen interest in and watching any potential attacks against Muslim Americans and Arab Americans as well. We do know that the NYPD is right now saying that all officers must be in uniform right now. NYPD, which of course has a global intelligence arm, says it has no current and credible information suggesting an attack is imminent either in New York or the homeland. But NYPD says, listen, we still know that New York remains a keen potential terrorist target, as evidenced by 9/11. So this is a nationwide effort with Homeland Security very concerned about a heightened security threat, and also NYPD and other departments going to a heightened security posture surrounding all of those concerns.
Tell me more about that posture, Tom. What does this look like? What are law enforcement agencies doing in response to these warnings?
It really does vary from department to department, and specifically whether they think that they may be a target or they have targets within the city. So, for example, areas where there is a heavy Jewish presence, you're definitely seeing an increased police presence around synagogues, for example. Here in D.C., it's very heavy in those areas. Same in New York. Also, tactical teams are out and available and able to respond to an incident at a moment's notice, as opposed to being pulled back. NYPD putting every officer in uniform, saying that they've also suspended training for now as they increase patrols as well. It depends on the city and the exact circumstances per city, but this is really a nationwide effort to be on guard given what's happening overseas, and specifically most recently 3 days ago in Brussels, in which that man who claimed to have ISIS connections shot and killed two Swedes who were visiting Brussels. Police shot and killed him. In Sweden, there had been these Koran burnings, which have really kind of fueled the flame in Sweden. It's not known whether he was responding to what happened in Sweden or if he was acting as a lone wolf on behalf of ISIS in Brussels.
Tom, what are social media companies, tech companies doing to block out online hate speech? I mean, it doesn't necessarily seem like enough because this is breaking their rules as it stands, right? So how is so much getting through?
I think you're right. I think that by any analysis, not enough is being done, but maybe not enough can be done. Listen, Twitter, X, bans all Hamas activity on Twitter because, of course, Hamas is a declared terrorist organization. However, by one count, they've already had some 16 million views of terror-related content on X that was related to the Hamas attacks in Israel. So, you know, trying to contain this, as we've seen many times, is virtually impossible. Right. Some platforms may be doing a better job than others. And, oh, by the way, then there's Telegram, which is a completely different animal as well. And a lot of that kind of activity has migrated to Telegram.
Absolutely. And that lots of things that are communicated there can kind of be done so completely off the grid where a lot of this heads. Tom Costello, thank you very much for your reporting this morning. Let's stay on this conversation on security around the country and bring in Frank Figliuzzi. He's an NBC News national security analyst and a former assistant director for counterintelligence at the FBI. Frank, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. We are very happy to have your expertise on this topic this morning as people hear some of these headlines. So the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring what an official says is this heightened threat environment, as Tom just described. Walk us through what that looks like. He mentioned it's kind of different for each department, each city, depending on where you are, but just kind of any standard operating procedure that law enforcement follows in a situation like this. What do you think they're doing right now in response to what's going on and what we're seeing online?
Yeah, we're seeing a spectrum of responses from local, county, state, and federal authorities, depending on their mission and their risk picture in their territory. So, for example, within the last week, the FBI director, Chris Wray, has gotten on the phone with about 5,000 Jewish community leaders who are part of something called the Secure Communities Network. And he's addressed the increased threat and explained the need for additional security at highly visible places of worship, et cetera, and Hebrew schools, synagogues. Then, also this week, he went and addressed the annual conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and he told those police executives that the FBI is indeed seeing increased threats, and he's warning that at a community level, they need to increase their visibility and their presence. And so that's why you see, for example, NYPD telling their officers, hey, you may be a detective, you may be behind a desk, we've all got to get into uniform. So that increased visibility acts as a kind of suppressant and makes people think twice. But behind the scenes, this is really interesting. You know, after 9/11, we used to take some comfort in statements like, hey, there's no direct, credible threat. We're not seeing specific intel, things like that, things that you're hearing now. But here's the problem with that. This is about lone actors. The real concern here is not, that there's some cell that we're not on top of and identifying through electronic surveillance and sources and undercovers, but rather that lone actor that can act out like the person did in Brussels, Belgium this week and killed 2 people. That's the concern. So yes, we can take comfort that there's no specific credible intel against the homeland, but that doesn't give law enforcement comfort because it's about that lone actor or 2 acting out. And then the online thing, like you referenced the online problem. Boy, is there propaganda trying to instigate and divide us, and we can't let that happen.
And online, I mean, things are being called for like attacks on Jewish communities, other targets in the U.S. and Europe. Let our viewers know, what are some of the things, just as individuals, we should be aware of when it comes to being vigilant in an environment like this?
So, with the weekend coming up, there will likely be more protests. President Biden addressing the nation tonight. There'll be this big public debate about how many billions of dollars we're providing or not. And you'll see these massive protests. There's calls for additional protests this weekend. Be careful, be smart, stay in touch. Tell your family and friends where you are. If you're going to exercise your right to free speech, be aware that protests are soft and vulnerable targets. Stay near the edge of the crowd. Be very vigilant. When you're online on your social media, and by the way, it might be time to back away from social media right now, be aware that even foreign adversaries are on there pretending to be Americans, but really out to instigate and divide. So before you engage, think, get your facts, and understand this is fraught with deep-seated religious and ethnic long-term, centuries-long issues. So it's not like any topic you would converse with people with normally. It is fraught with peril.
Really important reminders. Frank, we always appreciate when you join us, but that was really good stuff. Thank you very much. Well, nearly 2 weeks ago, the community of Kibbutz Be'eri came under attack by Hamas militants. More than 120 people were killed in the massacre. Survivors are now spread across the region, dealing with the fallout of that ill-fated day. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya sat down with a group of child survivors to discuss their new reality.
The kids of Kibbutz Be'eri now living in a hotel on the Dead Sea, trying to make sense of their new reality.
Is that an ice cream? Ice cream? Candy. No, candy. Oh, like a lollipop.
But below the surface, the horror lingers.
She asked me if the bad people, the Hamas come here to hotel.
Home no longer feels safe after Hamas terrorists stormed their small community, killing more than 50 and kidnapping others.
My son, 4 years old, he just started talking about the terrorist bodies that he saw.
For volunteers like nursery teacher Shachar, the trauma is plain to see.
I can see many kids not willing to move away from their parents, speaking about many kinds of things that you wouldn't want small children to speak about.
Anthony's family hid for hours in their safe room, reading about the horrors on their phones, leaving the father of 3 considering the unthinkable.
At one point, I thought I was going to have to kill my own kids.
Nira and her teenage daughters came face to face with the terrorists.
And we just say to them, please don't kill us. Please, we didn't do nothing. Don't kill us.
They spared her and her daughters, but took her husband and daughter's boyfriend.
Too much sadness and too much that nobody's crying. It's like, it's no contact between my heart and my mind.
A community heartbroken and numb. Their children changed forever.
They just want to be kids. They want to be kids again.
But first, they'll need to find a way to feel safe again. Kelly Kobaya, NBC News, the Dead Sea, Israel.
A heartbreaking report, but so powerful. We've got so much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including a stunning court confession that's putting a nearly 20-year mystery to rest. But first, we'll take you to Washington with another failed vote for House Speaker. A closer look at Congressman Jim Jordan's future as another vote looms later today. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer and everything.
All right, anticipate.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We want to get to some breaking news this morning. Donald Trump's former attorney, Sidney Powell, just pleaded guilty in a deal with prosecutors over efforts to overturn Trump's election loss in Georgia. For more, we are joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thanks for joining us on this. Just crossing the wires here. This was part of a plea deal. What exactly is Powell pleading guilty to, and what are the terms of the deal?
Savannah, Sidney Powell is admitting to a set of reduced charges involving election conspiracy. She's the second of these 19 defendants in Georgia to have pled guilty, and she's agreeing to testify truthfully as part of her plea deal, which essentially means she's going to testify against former President Donald Trump. And as part of this deal, she would be sentenced to 6 years probation, no jail time. So a good deal for her, considering that she was facing significant felony racketeering charges, as these other defendants are in this Georgia election case. And viewers will remember that she was a lawyer retained by Donald Trump who made some of the most outlandish claims of fraud in the election, filed lawsuits all over the country, all of which were totally repudiated. She's under bar sanctions and legal actions around the country, and then finally was charged as part of this case, now pleading guilty, a significant blow to former President Donald Trump's legal strategy because she was a key ally. She was in the room with Donald Trump as they discussed claims of fraud in this election, and she brought some of the really outlandish claims about alleged voter machine manipulations and plots involving foreign countries, none of which were true. And if she gets on the stand and admits that none of that was true, that's going to be powerful evidence in that Georgia case.
So, Ken, if you are the former president, you're a member of his current legal team, what does this news mean for you today? What do you think they are thinking in hearing this?
It's a Not completely unexpected, but nonetheless a devastating blow. They had to figure that when the state of Georgia brought these significant racketeering charges against a group of 19 people, that some of them would decide it's in their best interest to plead guilty, take their lumps, and cut a deal. And that is, in fact, what's happening. This is, again, the second person to plead guilty. But this is a big one. They must be significantly worried about what she can testify to. They may make claims of attorney-client privilege to the extent that she was representing former President Trump, although that's not entirely clear whether she was actually representing him or whether she was merely bringing lawsuits alleging fraud on her own behalf or on behalf of others. That remains to be seen. But they got to be significantly worried about what she could possibly testify to, Savannah.
Yeah, so that's what I want to ask about. A big piece of this here that we know she's now required to testify in these other trials. Tell us more about what kind of information she has that the Trump legal team would specifically be worried about.
Well, remember, at one point, we learned this during the January 6th hearings, Donald Trump was contemplating appointing Sidney Powell as a special counsel to investigate allegations of fraud in the election. The Justice Department, remember those Trump appointees, they came to testify. They revolted against that, told them it would be a horrible idea. People inside the White House were trying to keep her away from Donald Trump because they said she was making absolutely outlandish claims that he was then adopting. So to the extent that she can speak to what she was saying to Donald Trump and whether he actually believed these claims or whether he was using them merely as a strategy to try to stay in power, that would be devastating testimony. If she comes in and says that actually Donald Trump knew he lost the election and we made this stuff up and we said it anyway, that would be, you know, very, very damaging. It remains to be seen whether that's going to be her testimony. But just the idea that she can come in and testify about conversations that she had with former President Trump about what evidence they had, what their ideas were about fraud in that election, which we now know was bogus allegations, that's a big deal.
So, Ken, you've laid out the concern that must sort of be rippling through the Trump team at this moment. But let me ask you this. Is there a chance that the former president's legal team sees this and uses it as an opportunity to sort of pin this on her or put more blame on her, given the fact that she's pleading guilty?
I think that's a good bet, 100%. And they may have some rope there because she made a lot of claims on her own and pursued really outlandish allegations that even in some cases President Trump did not adopt, and certainly White House officials were trying to keep him away from some of her really out there bizarro allegations. So yeah, I think it's very conceivable that we could see that. But you know, the truth outs in these situations. If she has receipts, if she has notes, which generally lawyers take very good notes about their meetings with people, she could. And you know, look, before she had this reputation as the Kraken, the sort of outlandish maker of these crazy allegations, she was a reputable lawyer for many, many years with a sterling background. So she is not. She could be a very, very compelling witness in front of a jury.
Ken Delaney, thank you very much for doing this breaking news for us. Again, this is just happening. The former president's former attorney, Sidney Powell, pleading guilty in that Georgia election interference case. Stay with us. We're now rejoining our latest broadcast of Morning News Now.
Savannah, and I know you've been taking trips to all the nice places. You missed all the rainy weekends in New York.
I somehow have missed this. So
are you headed to Kansas City or what?
I will be here, but I'm not upset about it because I haven't been dealing with it. You know what I mean?
You are ready for cozy.
Yeah, yes. There we go. Angie, thank you so much.
No problem.
Let's get you some international headlines now, starting with developing news out of France, where several airports were evacuated this morning over possible threats of attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labongo has the details on that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. This morning, at least 4 regional airports across France had to be evacuated following bomb alerts, literally a day after 8 airports across France, plus the Palace of Versailles, had to be evacuated once again yesterday over a similar scare. Now, this is the second time Versailles had to do this in a matter of days. Security in France is on a high alert after that deadly knife attack at a French school last week that killed a teacher and injured several others. The prosecutor's office say a suspect from the attack is under investigation for terrorism. Now let's move to Berlin, where early yesterday assailants threw Molotov cocktails at a synagogue in the center of the city. Police say anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise in Germany amid ongoing violence in the Middle East. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz took to X, strongly condemning the firebomb assault, saying, quote, "Anti-Semitism has no place in Germany." We end our tour around the world with a tee-off in South Korea. Elite women's golfers from around the world are competing for the 2023 BMW Ladies Championship. 26-year-old Lydia Ko, a New Zealander who was actually born in South Korea, is the defending champion of the tournament this year. Right now, they're in the second of 4 tours with the Ladies Professional Golf Association Asian Wing. The tour moves to Malaysia and then Japan over the next 2 weeks. Savannah?
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a bombshell confession that's now put an end to perhaps one of America's most notorious missing persons cases. We'll bring you Joran van der Sloot's shocking account of Natalie Holloway's last moments. That is up next on Morning News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The mystery surrounding the disappearance of Natalie Holloway has come to an end nearly 20 years after she went missing. Joran van der Sloot, the man who's long been at the center of the case, admitted to killing the 18-year-old. The confession was part of a plea deal in a federal extortion case. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock was inside the courtroom for all of it and spoke with the family. Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. It's hard to believe that this saga, decades-old saga, is finally over. Now, Natalie Holloway's mom, Beth, spoke with me yesterday and described how, Savannah, she spent years playing out all the different scenarios in her mind as to what might have happened to her daughter. Having this information, finally, she says, will help her to heal down the road. But we have to also warn you, we are hearing audio for the first time of Joran van der Sloot describing his actions, and it is graphic.
A startling confession inside of an Alabama courtroom, ending a nearly 20-year mystery surrounding Natalie Holloway's disappearance.
We wake up knowing that we have reached justice for Natalie.
For Beth Holloway, confronting her daughter's killer, not nearly as daunting as living with unanswered questions.
The reason why is because the not knowing is more torturous than the knowing.
And that's the boat that you were in.
Yeah.
For almost 20 years of your life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Overnight, the court releasing gruesome audio of Joran van der Sloot explaining to investigators how he took Natalie Holloway's life, part of his plea deal for extortion and wire fraud.
She asked to go back to her hotel, but I was just
trying to get dropped off a little bit further away from our hotel so we could walk back to our hotel, and I might still get a chance to be with her.
Frustrated by his rejected sexual advances, Vandersloot says Natalie kneed him in the groin to get free, and then he responded by kicking her in the face.
She's laying down unconscious, possibly even dead, but definitely unconscious.
He then struck her with a nearby cinder block and disposed of her body in the ocean.
I walk up to about my knees into the ocean, and I push her off into the sea.
On Wednesday, Beth Holloway came face to face with Vandersloot in court, telling him, "You are a killer, and I want you to remember that every time that jail cell door slams." Vandersloot apologizing to both the Holloway family and his own, saying, "I am no longer that person back then that I am today." But Beth Holloway is not buying it.
He doesn't have that in his existence. And I think, just to say the words, it's fine. It didn't mean anything.
And while nothing can bring Natalie back, Beth says knowing how her daughter died brings her some measure of peace.
I think now it becomes easier for me to appreciate her life through my son's life and through his children's lives. And I hadn't really been as, I've been a little distracted. So I feel like now I can kind of like, oh, now I can focus on that.
The judge called the crimes heinous in the extreme and sentenced Vandersloot to 20 years behind bars. That sentence to run concurrently, Savannah, with a sentence he's already serving in Peru for the murder of a college student there. Back to you.
Sam, very powerful interview. Thank you very much. We're going to dig into this more now with NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella. Angela, always good to have you with us. So a federal jury, just it's sort of confusing, I think, for some people who feel like this person has been at the center of it. And then what this really comes down to is wire fraud and extortion. This was back from 2010 that he was indicted on that. Why did this take so long?
So I think when anything changes in a case that happened from 2010, when you have a 13-year gap, there was some catalyst. There was something that happened. So I think when he was in Peru, the U.S. government, prosecutors in Alabama or some federal prosecutor knew that Joran Vandersloot was going to give a confession. And because they knew that he was willing to do that, they extradited him, they brought him here, and they went through this whole just production in order to get the confession, because closure is what they wanted.
So as you just mentioned, he's been in Peru. He's serving time there for a different murder. As Sam just mentioned, he will be serving, this is concurrent. But what happens if he gets out early from Peru?
If he gets out early, then he would come back and serve out the remainder of this sentence. But that is unlikely, because not only is he being jailed for having murdered another young female who rejected his sexual advances in Peru, but then he had extra time tacked on for running a cocaine ring behind bars. So at this point, he's projected to stay in Peru for at least 20 plus years. So it's unlikely he will be released earlier.
Now that he's confessed, could he be tried for this murder in Aruba, or too much time's passed?
He cannot. The statute of limitations in Aruba is 12 years, so that is obviously why he waited this long for any sort of a real confession. Also, as part of this plea deal, the prosecutors in the U.S. also agreed they will never use this confession against him in any other charge in the future. So basically, there's very little consequence.
It almost feels like he is getting away with that. he's serving time, but it's not for this. This was never, legally put to rest, I guess.
It is so tragic, and I think that's true. The prosecutors could have really gone forth and tried to get 20 years in prison time in addition to what he's serving in Peru. But it sounds like they made this plea deal because what they really wanted was a confession, closure for Beth Holloway.
Yeah, I guess if that's what matters most to the family, that's what matters most, period. Angela, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a woman who truly means business this morning. She's flipping the wine industry on its cork, if you will. We'll bring you that story up next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this? Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We are back with some breaking data on the job market. CNBC's Contessa Brewer has those new numbers and some other financial headlines that could impact your wallet this morning. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Well, we're just getting a fresh snapshot here at the U.S. economy and the labor market. Jobless claims coming in at 198,000 versus the estimate of 210,000 that were expected. What we're seeing here is economists worrying about persistent tight labor situation there and the effect that this might have on the Fed and its decisions whether to continue raising rates. The Tesla Cybertruck finally has a delivery date. The company announcing the long-delayed electric pickup will have its first deliveries during an event on November 30th. Tesla is expected to reveal the price then. And the Cybertruck originally was pegged at a little under $40,000 when it was first unveiled 4 years ago. But CEO Elon Musk is tempering expectations, saying the cost to ramp up production for the truck will be difficult and it won't be profitable before 2025. Amazon will soon deliver prescription drugs by drone. The company will test deliveries from the sky in College Station, Texas. Customers can get their order, they say, within an hour. The drone is programmed to fly from a delivery center with a secure pharmacy and then travels to the buyer's address, descends about 13 feet off the ground, and then just drops the padded package. Customers will be able to choose from more than 500 medications, we're told. What will they think of next?
Exactly. By drone, my goodness. Sounds convenient in some ways, though. Contessa, thank you so much. Sure. Well, now let's get to the latest in our series, Women Mean Business. Today, we are featuring Barbara Banke, the driving force behind the successful Jackson Family Wines brand. I'm sure you know it. You probably have it in your home. Well, under her leadership, Jackson Family Wines continues to expand well past its beginnings in California's wine country, really changing the wine industry. Here's a look at her impressive career.
Barbara Banke started out as a lawyer, but she gave up her career to join her husband, Jess, in running their family's company, Jackson Family Wines. Over 20 years, the husband and wife duo built their portfolio from their flagship Kendall Jackson Winery. And after Jess's passing in 2011, Banky took the reins as chairman and proprietor. Under her leadership, the Jackson Family Wines brand has expanded globally, with 40 wineries from California and Oregon all the way to South Africa and Australia under its umbrella. It's led to her being labeled the most significant woman in wine. Sustainability and climate responsibility is close to her heart, and she supports more than 200 nonprofit organizations. In addition to the wine business, she also oversees the family's successful horse breeding operation and racing stable. Banky is fueled by innovation, saying that prospect of making something spectacular, discovering something new, is what motivates me. Barbara Banky is a woman who means business.
And of course, Barbara Banky, chairman and proprietor of Jackson Family Wines, is here in studio with us. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. This is so fun.
Oh, it's so fun. I know you're a long way from home, so we really are just so happy to have you here. One of the things that we mentioned in there that I'd like to dig a little bit in on is you and your late husband, Jess, you were in the law industry, and then you leave that and you get to go into the wine industry. What was making that leap like? I mean, how did it feel, and what motivated you to do so?
Well, when I was practicing law, it was 10% fun, and that was the arguing in court or writing legal briefs. That was fun, but the rest of it was just sort of rote and billing hours and all kinds of things. So my husband went into the wine business first, and I had 3 kids. He was having lots and lots of fun, and I was having less, a lot less. So in 1990, I decided that I would make the break and go into the wine industry full time. And I had been in it a little bit, but so I went in full time, and I have not regretted it for 1 minute.
Absolutely. We can't have him having more fun.
No,
yeah,
absolutely.
It makes me think of, you know, the saying, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Obviously, I'm sure it has been very hard work. But between wine and horses, 2 things that just, I think for so many of us who are not in those industries, think, wow, how incredible. Does it feel like that a lot? Like it's not working?
It's not really working. I shouldn't say this. But every year in the wine business, you get a new harvest. And right now we're in the middle of harvest in California. And it's so exciting because it's going to be a great harvest this year. And every year you get the chance to make a new wonderful vintage. And we have now over 40 wineries around the world. And we get a chance to see what we can do every single year. So it's a very natural product, and it's something that is very enjoyable. There's a lot of romance in the wine industry. And so, yes, it's a lot of fun.
What was it like going global?
We started with a small property in Italy that my husband referred to as Barbara's Folly, because it never made any money. And the wines were terrible until I brought a friend over, our winemaker, Pierre Sayon, and I said, Pierre, help me fix this. And so he did, and I think that was in about 2002. And then when my daughter Julia graduated from college, she said, Mom, the wines are good, the labels are terrible, and your marketing is terrible. And I said, you're really smart, fix it. And she did.
Oh my God.
So now it's no longer Barbara's Folly, and that was the start. And we're in eight countries now.
First of all, I love hearing the behind-the-scenes details and how honest you're being about some of them, so I very much appreciate that. You mentioned your daughter. What's it been like for this to be really a family affair?
Well, it's very much a family business. When Jess started it, his 2 oldest daughters, Jenny and Laura, worked in the business, and his son-in-law, Don Hartford. And Don and Jenny and Laura and I have worked together for over 35 years, and now we have the kids. So there are 5 that we call the next gen. That's Jess and my 3, Christopher, Julia, and Katie. And Jenny and Don's 2, Haley and McLean. So, and we have son-in-laws, we have Sean, we have
I love it.
Max. So we have a lot of family members in our business. We have cousins.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, lots and lots of family members. So it's definitely a family business.
When your husband passed, What was it like taking the step into chairman and proprietor? Obviously, it seems like you had been right there for a very long time, but how much of a shift was it for you?
Well, he was ill for about 2 years, so I had the opportunity to sort of take it on gradually. And I had been there, we worked together pretty much 24/7. So it wasn't really hard at all. And it was something I really wanted to do because, as I said, it's a family business. So we wanted to continue, and everyone was on board, and we decided that we'd go on into the future and do more fun stuff. So we've expanded since then, and we're constantly finding new projects. Right now, our newest project, we're going to make sparkling wine in the UK. So we bought a small property. We're planting vines, and we're going to do Pinot Noir and Chardonnay.
Oh my goodness!
And sparkling wine.
Oh, it's too bad we don't have any testers here this morning.
It is too bad.
A little early, I guess.
Yeah, it is sort of early.
Quickly, I do want to ask you. We mentioned in there climate responsibility. I know that's important to you. What does that look like at your vineyards?
Well, we have over 24 initiatives. We're trying to get to climate positivity by 2050, which is a hard task, and we want to do that without buying offsets. So my kids, Julia and daughter Katie and son Christopher, are very involved in the sustainability push, as well as my son-in-law. So now we're doing regenerative farming in most of our vineyards. And we're certified organic in our Napa vineyards, but it's a lot of fun. We have sheep that weed the vineyard. We have geese.
Wow. In
Australia, we're biodynamic, so we use crystals and chickens and all kinds of things. But these are, it sounds a little bit hocus pocus, but it's really not, because it's been used for so long, and it's definitely having an effect, improving quality of the wines, and it's good for the climate.
Well, that sounds like something we're going to have to come see, which we'll talk about in the break. Barbara Banke, thank you very much for being here this morning. It was so great to talk to you and hear about a business that I know so many people at home are so familiar with, and like I said, probably have in their homes. So we love having you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up, we are talking about my girl Taylor Swift, her Eras Tour concert film now. Some of our movie-going fans are spurring some new conversations on theater etiquette. We'll explain right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Welcome Welcome back. Well, Taylor Swift's blockbuster Eras Tour concert film pulled in nearly $93 million during its debut, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Now, as it gears up for its second weekend, though, there's a debate around the right and wrong way to enjoy it. NBC News correspondent Emily Ketta joins us now with more on the debate over this Eras etiquette. I don't know. Hi, good morning.
I know, how much of a debate is there? For most of us, going to the movies, you think about is it's a quiet experience. You can't take out your cell phone, and there's obviously no talking in theaters. But the Eras Tour concert film for many has been the exact opposite of that, with singing, dancing, and snapping plenty of photos. And while many Swifties are hailing the buzz as part of the unique experience, the movie mayhem is stirring up some bad blood among others.
Waving phone lights, dancing in aisles, even belting out lyrics at the top of your lungs. Swaths of Swifties can't control their excitement at the Eras Tour concert film. Welcome to the Eras Tour!
Just as excited as I was to go see this actual show.
But this morning, the movie mayhem has some saying, amid a growing debate over movie theater etiquette, some fans airing their frustrations on social media, calling scenes like this disrespectful. I want to hear Taylor sing, not y'all, one person wrote. Another saying, suddenly, I don't want to go. The music's so loud, it spilled into theater hallways. Some moviegoers bracing for potential interruptions during this weekend's highly anticipated release of Killers of the Flower Moon, the Martin Scorsese movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro.
Turn it down a notch. There are a few of us next door. I'm trying to watch Killers of the Flower Moon.
But those swept up in Swiftmania describe the experience as the most iconic thing and point to Taylor Swift's own words in defense. Eras attire, friendship bracelets, singing and dancing, encouraged, she wrote on Instagram when announcing the movie's release. And theaters around the world listened, dropping long-held decorum for the 2-hour and 45-minute film that's already shattered domestic box office records for the genre, raking in nearly $93 million in its opening weekend.
I'm gonna go to this movie at least 13 times.
And movie theaters are going with the flow. AMC encourages dancing and singing throughout the concert film. And in Kentucky, the Sauerbeck Family Drive-In is letting in fewer vehicles to make more room for dancing. Even dine-in theater Alamo Drafthouse welcomed fans getting a little rowdy within reason.
Singing and dancing has been encouraged, but what would you caution people against doing?
If you are singing so loudly that the people around you can't actually hear Taylor singing, this is a problem. This is an experience that we're having communally, but that doesn't give you the permission to destroy someone else's viewing experience simply for your own enjoyment.
Etiquette experts say it's okay to take selfies, trade friendship bracelets, and respectfully sing and dance at the concert film, but they say avoid stealing the show. Don't stand on seats, block other guests from viewing or exiting, talk between your favorite songs, or record the concert film. And if you have a concern, raise the issue with a theater employee.
So finding that middle ground where everyone can truly enjoy, can revel in being Swifties in the theater together, I think what a wonderful thing and what a great reason to bring us back to the movies.
Okay, so some fans who would rather pay attention to the detail of the cinematography say they're now waiting for a digital release. But I'll point out, a Question Pro survey shows the majority of people do think singing and dancing enhance the experience, of course, within reason. And in celebration of the movie's success, Swift overnight releasing the live version and remix of her song, Cruel Summer. Have you heard it? I love the song.
It's so great.
I think the live version really captures the energy from the concert.
It's just so fun. It makes you want the whole thing just on audio to be able to listen to. But
it's a brilliant idea.
I think whether digital release or whether you just wait a few weeks, like right now it's like the people who couldn't wait for it.
Yes.
It's like, just take a second.
I'm going again this weekend, and I will be singing and dancing.
There you go. I was as well. Emily, thank you so much. And that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Good Thursday. We are so happy you could join us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for being here. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, October 19th. Backing off, embattled Congressman Jim Jordan said he supports a plan to elevate the interim House Speaker. What this means for his candidacy and whether the rest of the Republicans are on board.
primetime address, President Joe Biden preparing to speak directly to America about the Israel-Hamas war. What he'll say about his plans to ask Congress to fund an unprecedented aid package.
Health alert, Pfizer says its COVID antiviral drug Paxlovid will cost more than $1,000 when it hits the market later this year. Why the high price tag is raising concerns among doctors and patient advocates.
Well, speaking of prices, price hike. Netflix announced and it's raising its membership rates for the first time in nearly 2 years. How the new cost could affect your binge-watching habits.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. Happy you could be with us. We're going to start with breaking news on Capitol Hill. Republican firebrand Jim Jordan is taking his foot off the gas in the House Speaker race because of his lack of support.
That's right. Well, now he'll back a plan to empower interim Speaker Patrick McHenry at least until January. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky has a closer look at the North Carolina congressman who could take on a whole bigger role.
I'll now act as Speaker pro tem.
So what do we know about acting Speaker of the House Patrick McHenry?
One thing's for sure, McHenry slams down a mean gavel.
So, he's a Republican from North Carolina. He's got a serious bow tie collection, but most significantly, he's serving as Speaker pro tempore, Latin meaning for the time being. He got the job when the House ousted Kevin McCarthy from the speakership. And now, as one attempt after another to elect a new speaker goes down in flames,
A speaker has not been elected.
Growing chorus in Congress is calling for McHenry to get more power, allowing the House to function until a new permanent speaker is picked. It's seen as a temporary compromise for a guy who used to be adverse to him. McHenry was first elected to Congress in 2004 at 29 years old, known as a firebrand.
Look, Chris, if you're going to invite me on your show, let me answer a question, for God's sakes.
And for his sparring with Democrats.
No, Congressman, we had an agreement.
You had no agreement.
We had an agreement for the time this hearing would occur.
You're making this
you
up, Ms.
asked
Warren.
it.
But later, as he told the Raleigh News and Observer in 2017, he slowed down enough to respect the process. McHenry now chairs the House Financial Services Committee and supported the Trump tax cuts. He voted to certify the 2020 presidential election, pushing back against the hard right wing of his party.
Electing a speaker.
McHenry has the pro tempore job now thanks to McCarthy's trust in him if it was ever needed in an emergency. Well, now we're in that emergency, and McHenry has the gavel, but he said he doesn't want the permanent job. Question is, will enough Republicans and Democrats work together to pick him anyway?
I have respect for Patrick McHenry. I think he is respected on our side of the aisle.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now live from the Capitol. Julie, it's good to see you. First off, we know that McHenry already has this sort of temporary position. So why would the House need to vote on a measure to empower him further? I mean, what ultimately would that really change?
Because McHenry right now is empowered only because he was on that short list that then Speaker McCarthy submitted in secret in January. He effectively can't do anything, though. He can't even hold a moment of silence, for example, for the victims of that Hamas attack in Israel, let alone pass any kind of supplemental request, which we've reported we know the administration is looking to send tomorrow. So his colleagues, you're right, Democrats are going to need to join them, Republicans as well. It's looking like they are open to that idea. And if they do essentially elect McHenry as Speaker pro tem, nothing will really change. He's still a temporary speaker, but now he'll be empowered at least through January to get some of those critical pieces of legislation moving.
So if we have that Speaker pro tem, Julie, what happens with Jim Jordan and his plans going forward?
Well, Jim Jordan's plans stay as is, according to sources that we spoke to. He's still going to plan to run for Speaker permanently. This would just buy him a longer runway, in Jordan's mind, to try and pick off some of those no's, of which there are many and growing, at least 22 Republicans who did not support Jordan on that second ballot yesterday. It doesn't look at this moment that he will pursue a third ballot because he knows that he could lose that. Instead, he will now get behind this effort to empower McHenry. We could see a vote on that as soon as today or tomorrow. Meanwhile, for Jordan, he's just going to continue trying to whip those votes, trying to get the support on his side, and we could potentially see more from him in the coming months.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, thank you.
Well, tonight, President Biden will address the nation from the Oval Office, discussing the ongoing wars both in the Middle East and in Ukraine. His speech comes after the president spent several hours in Tel Aviv yesterday.
Yeah, the president threw his support behind Israel, but urged Israelis not to be consumed by rage in their fight against Hamas. Now, President Biden is expected to make his case to the American people and Congress for a massive aid package that includes help for Ukraine Israel, Taiwan, and the U.S. border. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from outside the White House there. So, Ali, this is another really high-stakes moment for the president in prime time tonight. A new national poll from CNBC shows he has a 37% approval rating right now among adults. 31% approve his handling of foreign policy, and 32% approve of his handling of the economy. So how critical is this speech tonight, and could we see those numbers tick upward?
Yeah, Vicki, this is a huge test for President Biden tonight, especially after we've seen how this Israel-Hamas war has exposed fractures not just in the Middle East, but also here domestically, here in the United States. So this is a huge test of President Biden's diplomatic, his foreign policy chops, his ability to rally and unite the American people behind not just Israel, but also Ukraine as their war with Russia drags on. So we expect the president to talk about the impact of both of these wars, not just globally, but how that all of that impacts Americans in their regular lives here back home. As you mentioned, we expect him to talk about that supplemental funding request, a roughly $100 billion aid package to also go to Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, as well as the U.S.-Mexico border, guys.
And Ali, another main concern, of course, for the president right now is freeing those American hostages in Gaza. Where do we stand right now with those negotiations?
Yeah, Americans believed to be among the nearly 200 hostages that were taken by Hamas. Now, U.S. officials are remaining, understandably so, tight-lipped about the efforts underway to find and free these hostages, but they are saying that this has been and will remain the president's #1 priority. The president talking about this during his trip to Israel yesterday, saying that diplomatic relations and communications are still going on between the U.S. and leaders in the Middle East to get these hostages back. And remember, that was a big part of why we saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken make that marathon trip all around the Middle East last week.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa for us there. Ali, thank you.
Well, in Israel today, more troops and tanks are lining up near the Gaza border as Israeli forces continue to pound Hamas targets with airstrikes ahead of a potential ground offensive.
And then if you go further south to the Egyptian border, that crossing into Gaza, it's still closed. But President Biden says he reached a deal with Egypt's president to allow up to 20 trucks carrying humanitarian aid to go into Gaza as early as tomorrow. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray is live for us in Tel Aviv. Jay, first, just walk us through the process logistically. How would they get this aid into Gaza?
Well, right now the problem is just traveling into the area through the Rafah border crossing. And what they're doing right now as we speak is working on the roadways there that have been damaged as a result of Israeli bombing runs. So they think they can have everything patched there by tomorrow. And that's when this process could begin. Rolling trucks, semi-trailers full of food, water, and medicine into the area. 20 will be the initial roll-in. And there's concern that these might not reach the right hands. Here's what President Biden had to say about that.
If Hamas confiscates it or doesn't let it get through, just confiscates it, then it's going to end, because we're not going to be sending any humanitarian aid to Hamas if they're going to be confiscated. That's the commitment that I've made.
Yeah, while this is a start, 20 trucks rolling in, the UN tells us today that it would take 100 trucks a day to satisfy the need there.
The need is very great, Jay. Well, the fighting appeared to ramp back up almost as soon as President Biden left Israel yesterday.
Yes.
And certainly we saw violent protests breaking out across the Middle East. Give us a sense of what you're seeing and hearing there on the ground today. And did the president's trip have an impact on that situation overall?
I think that it had an impact in the sense that it showed the strong support that the U.S. has for Israel, but that frustrated a lot of people, as you talk about, across the region, thousands pouring into the streets. Let's talk about what the Israeli Defense Forces are saying has happened. Over the last 24 hours, they say they've been involved in continuous attacks, hundreds of strikes, missile launch sites, tunnel shafts, intelligence and operational structures, they say, have all been destroyed. They are also saying, and remember, this is all from the IDF, that they have, and their words, eliminated 10 leaders of Hamas.
Oh, NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray with the latest there for us. Thank you, Jay.
It's time now to switch gears, head back home. CNBC Money Minute. Applications for unemployment benefits, they dropped last week to their lowest level since January. In fact, the Labor Department reporting that jobless claims in the U.S. hit 198,000.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, some economists are saying this recent wave of strikes, like the one going on with the United Auto Workers, could cause an uptick in these jobless claims. So take us through today's report and how those numbers might change if more workers jump on that picket line.
Sure, Vicki and Morgan, the strike against the country's three largest automakers could cause an uptick in jobless claims. Striking workers don't qualify for unemployment benefits in most states, but Stellantis, General Motors, and Ford, they have been furloughing thousands of workers across plants, making them eligible to claim unemployment. Nokia is planning to cut up to 14,000 jobs worldwide after a drop in third-quarter sales and profit. The Finnish telecom gear maker is one of the world's largest suppliers of high-speed 5G networks. The company reports it's looking to reduce costs by about $1 billion as it navigates higher interest rates. And finally, Delta Airlines is making some changes to its frequent flyer program after facing backlash from customers. Delta isn't fully undoing its overhaul of the SkyMiles program, which it shifted to reward the biggest spenders and not the most frequent flyers. But it will now make it less expensive for passengers to achieve elite status, and it will ease limits on visiting airport lounges for certain credit card holders. Guys, the loyalty programs, they've become so controversial these days.
And they're also so important.
Well, this is an interesting case, Deirdre, of people really speaking out, emailing, complaining, and it made a difference.
Exactly, because this is how they sort of retain a lot of their customers. I know when I book a flight, I look at where my loyalty program is, and that keeps me with that airline. A lot of people are the same.
I think the outrage is so severe that now, like when you call Delta, they'll say, hey, if you're calling about this change, just hold on and come to our website before you can even change a flight. All right, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you.
Coming up, Pfizer is setting the price for its antiviral COVID drug Paxlovid, how much the medication is expected to cost, and how it could affect you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
The The cost of fighting COVID is actually going up. The drug maker behind the life-saving medication Paxlovid announced it's pricing the drug at nearly $1,400 for a 5-day dose.
Yeah, well, that pricing will go into effect later this year. This news comes as the CDC reported more than 16,000 hospitalizations from COVID just last week. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Dr. Azar, good to see you. So the pricing now that's been announced, that's almost triple the cost the U.S. government paid when it was distributing this drug for free back in December of 2021. So with that in mind, do we have any idea how much of that almost $1,400 will be passed on to patients after insurance if they have it?
Yeah, well, it definitely will depend who you are as a patient, Vicki and Morgan. Always remember that the list price set by the pharmaceutical company has very little, similarity to the price that most people end up paying. So if you have private insurance, your copay is likely going to be that typical $10 up to $30 or maybe even nothing. For all of us through the end of the year, it still will remain free. Through the end of 2024, if you have Medicare or Medicaid or you are uninsured, it will also remain free. And then between 2025 and 2028, Pfizer has said that it is going to work with the government, with HSS, with a patient assistance program to help drive down costs. And there always are. And I think it's important for viewers who are listening to us right now to understand that there always are copay assistance programs and patient assistance programs so that ticket price that you see is never really what's coming out of pocket. But of course, it's going to be a concern for some people as the year runs out to see where they're going to fall in those categories, guys.
All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for us there. Dr. Azar, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Important to remember about those assistance programs. Those are available. All right, well, just months after its massive crackdown on password sharing, Netflix announced it is raising prices for new and existing customers.
Now, this marks the streaming giant's second price hike in less than 2 years. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin takes a closer look.
Netflix seeing green. The #1 streaming giant reporting quarterly revenue of $8.5 billion and adding nearly 9 million new subscribers, wildly exceeding expectations in the face of Hollywood strikes that have brought production to a standstill.
The real driver of this massive subscriber growth was Netflix's crackdown on password sharing. They were basically saying, nope, you can't share passwords anymore, no more freeloaders, we're going to make you start to pay.
Netflix also announcing it's raising prices for the first time in nearly 2 years. Its basic no ads plan up $2. The highest premium tier up $3.
Netflix is increasing their prices. As it is, we have enough on our plate.
This is astronomical. This is going to keep going up.
But rest assured, prices stay the same on its standard no ads plan and the lowest price tier with ads.
Netflix benefits from having more people watch the cheaper tier that has ads because they get revenue from subscriber fees, and then they also get that revenue from advertising. They need enough people watching those ads on Netflix for it to be worthwhile for their advertisers.
Insiders say Netflix is weathering the Hollywood strike storm better than other streamers because it has many original shows and license hits like Suits.
Because just so we're clear, Robert, I am managing partner.
In fact, in September, 8 of the 10 most watched streaming programs were on Netflix. Its total percentage of viewers more than Hulu, Disney Plus, and Max combined. And while production on some hit series could be delayed by the ongoing actor strike, royal lovers can rejoice. The final season of The Crown will debut next month, with Netflix offering subscribers new perks like live sports programming and video games based on hits like Love is Blind, Squid Game, and Wednesday. Strategies it hopes will keep profits streaming into the future. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
And later this hour, the State Department is urging Americans to leave Lebanon as quickly as possible. We'll tell you how the war in Israel is now spreading. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
So with the recent and rapid growth of artificial intelligence, the technology is quickly creeping into some of the world's biggest industries, including our military.
NBC News Now anchor Gadi Schwartz takes us inside the AI arms race that's helping to build the armed forces of tomorrow.
In the world of Silicon Valley, Palmer Luckey is known as a VR wonderkind, the inventor of the Oculus that he sold to Facebook for $2 billion at the age of 21.
I've built technology in China. I was part of the problem.
But in the last 10 years, he has pivoted to an entirely different domain, founding Anduril, arguably the most disruptive defense contracting company in the United States.
The conflict with China that is potentially on the horizon is not the only conflict that I think will ever happen. I think that modern technology can provide for asymmetry in a way that is hugely favorable to the United States and our allies if we build the right thing.
To clarify, that modern tech Palmer is talking about there is basically infusing AI straight into autonomous weapon and surveillance systems for the United States government. And so far, Anduril's biggest DoD contract to date is worth more than $1 billion. The company itself is now valued at over $8 billion.
If war were to break out with China right now, what would the first 3 days look like?
The dilemma that the Chinese are trying to present is essentially rendering the U.S. military deaf, dumb, and blind. So for 70 years, we have very consciously, as a nation, made the decision to rely on smaller and smaller forces that generate overmatch through qualitative technological advantage. So rather than having large quantities of aircraft the way we did during World War II, we've relied upon smaller and smaller quantities of incredibly stealthy, incredibly technologically sophisticated.
And very expensive.
And extremely expensive.
I think we're in the middle of a pretty seismic change in how wars are being fought.
Ben Jensen designs and plays war games as his day job.
Sitting where you sit and seeing all these scenarios and how they've played out in the modeling, do you think in the real world we are headed towards an imminent conflict?
I think there is definitely a gravity of great power war in the moment. There is no winning in nuclear war. So all of this is about first deterring great power conflict.
Deterrence is one of the key themes we'll hear from experts again and again. Let's say one side has a lot of expensive tanks, and instead of trying to match that, an opponent will opt to invest in cheaper, shoulder-fired tank killers. Or even something as simple as those IEDs that proved so deadly during the recent conflicts in the Middle East. Cheap to make at scale, hard to defend against, and also not the kind of thing the most powerful military in the world is used to deploying, until war game simulations kept showing that the U.S. might not do so well in the next generation of warfare.
So one of those asymmetries we're going to have to watch for is our investing in a small, exquisite force with live, realistic training.
Enter Anduril.
This is the future of drone warfare right here.
In a lot of ways, yes. There's no person who's flying this thing. It is a totally autonomous system that's capable of flying itself better than any human pilot ever could. They can fly out, acquire it with their own terminal guidance system, radar and vision sensors, accelerate to a speed of up to 188 miles an hour, and then run into them and knock them out of the sky.
So these are just like smasher drones.
These ones are purely kinetic. We do have versions of it that carry explosives as well. So this is Dive LD. It's an autonomous robotic submarine. It can traverse very long distances. It can perform missions that are weeks long, and it can go places, go to the bottom of the ocean, and just sit on the bottom of the ocean and passively listen for things, interact with things, wait for the right command.
And that's just some of the things we know about. But the artificial intelligence arms race is dependent on semiconductors, with components as small as the strand of DNA. These magical microchips power everything from data centers to cars to every smartphone out there. Now, over 90% of the most advanced semiconductors used by humankind are produced in one place, the island of Taiwan, with its most advanced chips freely traded with the United States, but unobtainable for China because of a U.S. chip embargo.
If China were to take over Taiwan, and if the semiconductor industry there was to be taken over by China. The United States would have a nearly impossible time getting any of the semiconductors it needs to build advanced weapon systems.
As for building advanced chips in the U.S., it's now a priority that is still billions of dollars and years away. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Kind of incredible,
right?
To think about what's happening and the amount
and how
of money.
quickly.
Oh, I know. We're moving there. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. A U.S. journalist has been detained and charged in Russia. Alsu Kurmashiva's employer, Radio Free Europe, which is a U.S. government-funded media company, says she has been charged with failure to register as a foreign agent. The Prague-based reporter could face up to 5 years in prison. This is the second time an American journalist has been detained since the war in Ukraine began.
Former President Trump's ex-lawyer Sidney Powell has pleaded guilty in the Georgia election interference case. Powell's plea deal, it includes 6 years of probation, a $6,000 fine, and $2,700 in restitution to the state. Now, she's also required to write an apology letter to Georgia citizens and to testify in other related court proceedings. Powell will not face any jail time.
And Oscar-nominated actor Burt Young has died at 83 years old. Young was well known for his roles in film and TV shows, including Rocky and The Sopranos. His daughter told the New York Times on Wednesday he passed away in Los Angeles on October 8th. No cause of death has been publicly announced.
Now to the chaos on Capitol Hill, where just last hour we saw conservative firebrand Jim Jordan announcing that he's backing a plan to elect Congressman Patrick McHenry as Speaker pro tempore.
The measure is currently being discussed behind closed doors by both parties. It would temporarily expand McHenry's powers so the chamber could move on to other legislative business. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from his post. So, Ryan, does this mean that Jordan is dropping out of the race for House Speaker, or is he going to continue to try and whip his Republican holdouts? And then what happens on the floor today?
Yeah, well, to answer your first question, Vicky, it does not mean that he's going to drop out of the race for Speaker. In fact, he's made it pretty clear that he plans to continue on as Speaker designate and try and whip up the votes to get to that 217 number. This would just allow more time for him to have that operation in place, and then at the same time allow legislation to get to the floor so that Congress can continue to do the people's business. Now, that distinction, though, could be problematic for some members, and we're already starting to see both Republicans and Democrats voice concerns about this potential compromise. While this is a new possibility, kind of a new direction that this story is headed, it's by no means a guarantee. And as you rightly point out, both Republicans and Democrats are huddled in separate conferences right now, trying to discuss what they could get behind to make this a potential off-ramp.
Yeah, Ryan Morgan here. I'm glad that you mentioned Democrats on that side of things. What are they saying about this plan, I mean, to empower McHenry?
Yeah, so actually the Democrats are meeting right behind me. That's where I'm standing right now. And, you know, there is some talk from inside the room that Democrats broadly support the idea or the concept of a short-term speaker pro tem that would allow the business of the American people to get done. But they do have some very specific conditions under which they would support that plan. And they're not talking about anyone specifically. Of course, the name Patrick McHenry is the one that's being floated because he's in the position now. For them, it's not about the individual. It's about these conditions that they'll have attached to whatever resolution comes to the floor in support of that extension of powers for McHenry or whoever it may be. And that could run into conflict with what Republicans want. So that's why, again, I have to reiterate that while this is something being floated, there's by no means any sort of guarantee that that's what we'll see come out of what happens on the floor today.
All right, Ryan Nobles for us there, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent. Ryan, we appreciate it.
Turning now to the Middle East, where concern of a bigger regional war grows by the day. New details about airstrikes in Gaza that hit another hospital, an apartment building, and a UN school is sparking more outrage.
That's right. Today, we're seeing even more violent protests across countries like Tunisia, Turkey, Jordan, all while global leaders, they're racing to find a way to reach peace in that region. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is live in Lebanon for us. Matt, first, just walk us through what you've been seeing just in the past 48 hours there in Lebanon. A lot of people, I mean, they're voicing their concerns. They're angry. Tell us about what they're feeling at this point.
Yeah, I mean, well, there were two things we were seeing. I mean, we were at the embassy in Beirut. We're now down south again. And, you know, at that embassy, there was violent protests. There were people who were trying to lay siege to the embassy. It was a scary situation to the employees inside who I was speaking to. They even set fire to, or tried to, a commercial building that was on the road leading up to the embassy because there were just so many soldiers and police who were trying to block the protesters' way to get up there. But, you know, earlier I was at a much more peaceful rally where they were, as you say, just expressing their opinions. I spoke with one woman at this Hezbollah-led rally, and here's what she told me about America and Israel and their involvement in the ongoing crisis.
It's not about you support. No one likes to go to war. No, war is a very terrible thing. But we know, as people of Hezbollah, as people who support Hezbollah, that if we don't support the Palestinian people today, if we don't support the Palestinian resistance today, the next day we will be on the next in the row.
So, guys, these are Arabs in Lebanon. They are not Palestinians, but they still see themselves as very much in solidarity and in support of the Palestinian cause.
Well, speaking of Lebanon, where do things stand at the border of Lebanon today with the fighting between Hezbollah and Israel there?
I mean, it is hot and getting hotter. That border is right behind me. You can see over that ridge where the lights are. The fact is that this has been on a low simmer for the whole week, and it pales in comparison to the enormous, monstrous violence that we've been seeing in the Gaza Strip and in Israel over the past 10 or 15 days. But the fact is, it carries a lot of potential. Just today, we saw that Al-Qassam brigades, and you might know that name now, that is the armed wing of Hamas, which is actually based in the Gaza Strip. Well, they have soldiers here, and this isn't the first time. Just today, they were firing rockets across the border into Israel. We heard that from them and from the IDF, and this is not the first time that they've been involved. They are very close with Hezbollah, which is another Iran-backed group that is based here in southern Lebanon. So we're starting to see the wheels turning. We're seeing these groups working together, and the real threat now is that Lebanon could be dragged into this war alongside Hamas. That would regionalize the conflict. It would be horrible news for just about everybody.
Yeah, no one wants to see that. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley live in Lebanon for us. Matt, thank you so much.
Well, meanwhile, Hamas says it's holding between 200 and 250 hostages inside Gaza, which includes some foreign nationals. In fact, U.S. officials believe at least 13 of those hostages are American citizens.
Our next guest had 5 family members that she believes were kidnapped by Hamas. We are deeply sorry to report that the Israel Foreign Ministry said today the remains of her aunt and cousin were found. Abby On joins us now. 3 of our family members are still missing. Abby, our hearts, first of all, truly go out to you and your family right now for everything that you all are enduring. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you know at this point and how you all are holding up?
Thank you for having me. It's not a situation that we expected to find ourselves in. We celebrated Carmela's 80th birthday on Tuesday. Celebrated is a weird word, but we marked her birthday as a whole family. We gathered to strengthen one another. We sang, we blessed her, and our belief was that she heard us, that she was being held hostage, and that she really heard and felt the love that was coming her way. And last night, a military official came to inform each of her 3 children that she and her granddaughter had been murdered by Hamas. So that means that one of her daughters was informed that both her mother and her daughter had been murdered by Hamas.
Abby, this is, every family's worst nightmare, no matter where you live on planet Earth. And the last time you heard from your aunt, who we just saw those beautiful pictures of, your cousins, that was Saturday, October 7th. Can you tell us about that last conversation?
We use WhatsApp for all of our communications, and after the bomb sirens on that morning, the family was in touch with each other. It was clear to us that the situation was dire, more so than it had ever been. It's normally just rockets. You go to a bomb shelter. For them, where they live, they stay there because the proximity is so close to the border. But they began sending messages letting us know that that Hamas had infiltrated, that they could hear gunfire, that they could hear Allahu Akbar, that they could hear people being shot. They heard their neighbors die. Carmela's daughter, who survived this, they began sending messages to say goodbye to one another. And in these moments, Carmela said, "You can't say goodbye. You have to keep your morale up. We're going to survive this." Wow. And I think those messages gave us hope that she was indeed alive and a hostage. But we learned last night that that's not true.
Those pictures of her celebrating with her family, they are joyous. She was certainly a force. We know you've also spoken with President Biden, Abby, and a few other government leaders. What have you heard from the administration, and what are they telling you about the efforts to get the remaining hostages out?
Yes, we've had many, many meetings. We are a strong coalition of families that have Americans being held hostage. We have had the chance to tell our story. We've had the chance to hear from these leaders. And I think we're at the point now, after Biden's visit yesterday, in which we need them to act. I know that the Rafah border is open. I know that aid is going to go in. And I don't know any one of us that wish the civilians of Palestine or Gaza to suffer. But we want any aid that goes in to be conditioned upon the release of the hostages. It feels like a simple arrangement, but again, I don't think we're working with people on the other side. I really feel like if you want water and electricity and food for your own citizens, then let ours go.
Yeah. Abby, we only have a few seconds left here, but I really think it's important that we end on this thought. You've said in other interviews that this is not a Palestinian-Israeli issue, that this is pure terror. For everyone who's watching these images come in on the internet, what do you, as someone who's been touched personally by this war, want the world to know?
I want them to know that I don't believe this is about living in Israel, and I honestly don't even think this is about being Jewish. I think this is a human concern. I think that terror is something we all have to stand up for. Everyone deserves the right to live and to live well. And when terror rules, none of us get that chance. Not Israelis, not Jews, not Palestinians, and I believe not the rest of the world. We stood against terror in the United States. We must now, as a global community, stand against terror unequivocally.
Right to live. All right. Abby, thank you so much for your time, and our hearts, our thoughts, our prayers are with you and your family. Thank you.
Abby,
thank you so much.
We are also following urgent new warnings today about the potential for violence and terrorism here in the U.S. as tensions grow over this Israel-Hamas war.
Now, a Homeland Security official tells NBC News that authorities are monitoring a heightened threat environment. And specifically, they say they're concerned about attacks on Jewish and Muslim Americans. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following this all for us. Tom, what exactly are authorities seeing that's making them issue this new warning?
Let me just read it straight from the FBI and Homeland Security alert that went out this morning. It says the following: we have observed an increase in threats to the Jewish community as well as the Muslim and Arab communities, including reports of physical assaults, bomb threats, and online calls for mass casualty attacks. And this is important. Homeland and FBI says they're concerned about the lone actor out there inspired by or reacting to the Israel-Hamas conflict and most likely threat. They pose, rather, the most likely threat to Americans, especially Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities. So this is very much a top priority right now within Homeland Security and the FBI and the NYPD, New York PD, which has increased patrols, put every single officer in uniform, suspended training, and we're seeing that at departments across the country, including here in Washington, D.C.
And you've talked about more officers in patrol, more officers out on the streets. What else is being done to thwart these threats? And also, what does the average citizen need to be aware of, Tom?
Bottom line for the average citizen is that Homeland and the FBI is saying, remember the old adage post 9/11, essentially, if you see something, say something, urging the public to stay vigilant, promptly report suspicious activity to local law enforcement. Here's the biggest concern, you guys, the lone actor. In other words, NYPD, which has a global intelligence arm as a police department, says it's unaware currently of any known credible threat. However, they can't be sure that there isn't some lone wolf that is being radicalized in his or her own basement on a computer, consuming this online content, and, you know, they decide to go out and act on their own. We've seen that before. And in fact, even though Hamas, being a terrorist organization, is banned on the platform used to be known as Twitter, now X, even though it's banned, the truth is we've already had 16 million views of Hamas violence on X alone.
Wow. All right, NBC News correspondent Tom Costello with the very latest there on the threats facing the U.S. Thank you, Tom.
Well, coming up next, how you can have a thoughtful and respectful conversation about all of these headlines, and specifically about the conflict there between Israel and Palestinians. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We are approaching 2 weeks since Hamas attacked Israel, and the atrocities happening in Gaza and Israel are getting harder to see and hear.
That's right, and this war has opened up a lot of old wounds for many people, and once again is highlighting the divide that exists on this very complex issue. In fact, you might find yourself wanting to have a conversation about the war, about what's going on, but sort of unsure of how to do so without offending someone. Joining us now on set, we have Caitlin Soule, licensed marriage and family therapist and founder of Bay Area Modern Therapy. Caitlin, my first question to you is, before you launch into a conversation with someone else on this, are there questions you should be asking yourself?
Yes, I think the most important question we can ask ourselves is, am I ready to have this conversation? And I know that seems a little bit tricky because we're all sort of forced to have this conversation right now, but our mental health is most important. So am I in a place to have this conversation? You know, is my emotion fairly low? It's impossible to be low right now on emotion. And am I able to think clearly? So maybe taking a couple deep breaths can be really helpful there too.
And a couple of those tips: is it a safe person to talk with? Is it going to be a productive conversation? Great questions to ask. We've heard this term, silence is violence. And with social media, there can be this pressure that you have to be out there, out in front, making your thoughts known. What do you think about that? And what's your advice to have a productive conversation if you want to?
I talk about that so often with my clients. There's this pressure to post or reshare. And I think what we have to, like I said before, is really consider our own mental health first. This isn't selfish. This is literally self-preservation. So how am I going to be able to have this conversation? So I think silence, there's sometimes a space for silence. When we don't know what we really think, we haven't gotten the right information. We want to make sure our sources are credible. So I think there is a time for silence and a time to speak when we feel ready and more informed.
And also that silence can be used to leverage other voices, right? To give people space who represent these communities, who are part of these communities, to have their narrative and story told. In just 10 seconds or less, is how we have these conversations important? In person, via text, thoughts?
So important. I think in person, when possible, is so much better. We don't have the same level of connection.
Yeah, we're on electronic media. That's great advice. Caitlin Soule, we appreciate your time so much. Thank you.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
You might remember this. 25 years ago, the death of Matthew Shepard during a homophobic attack sparked outrage and really disbelief across the country.
His parents, Judy and Dennis Shepard, sat down with former Today anchor Katie Couric to discuss the journey they have been on since that tragic day.
I interviewed you all less than 6 months after this happened, and I thought I'd play it for you.
You know, it's one thing to lose a son, but the brutality of this crime and the viciousness, how do you deal with that?
The anger really isn't there yet. I'm sure it'll come, but it's not really there yet. I don't understand how anybody could do that.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember thinking how odd it was that we were here doing this with you, that we're just two people who lost a son. I don't think we understand the scope of how big it really was.
In fact, by the spring of 1999, everyone knew the name Matthew Shepard. But to Judy, Dennis, and younger brother Logan, Matthew was just Matt. He loved the theater, and watching him play Abraham Lincoln.
The homemade costume was the best, right?
Yeah. This year, he would have turned 46 years old.
Matt would be the age now that I was when we lost him.
What do you think he might be doing?
Well, we often talk about how his dream was to be part of the State Department. He was so gifted in languages and really cared about folks he thought had less than they should have had.
Perhaps it was Matthew's trusting nature that made the 21-year-old University of Wyoming student fall prey to two men he had met at a bar in Laramie. Sensing Matthew was gay, they pretended to be gay too and invited him to a party.
On the way, said, we're not going to a party. You're being jacked. Give us your wallet. So they took his wallet, and then they proceeded to beat him, and he had 18 blows to the skull, and then they left him.
It was 18 hours before a bicyclist, thinking at first Matthew was a scarecrow, found him barely alive. I know you have said before that you have never visited the spot where Matt was found.
I haven't, Dennis was.
Why did you want to go there, Dennis?
That's where Matt was. And I keep thinking, what if he was yelling out what was going on, asking for Dad? And I wasn't there. I couldn't do anything. It was just something important to me.
During the 4 days Matthew was in a coma, the story went from a small town tragedy to an international reckoning. People everywhere asking, how could this happen? His attackers, Aaron McKinney and Russell Henderson, were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Matthew's legacy lives on. Judy and Dennis started the Matthew Shepard Foundation to advocate for LGBTQ rights.
Whenever I think about Matthew, I always think about his incredibly beaming smile.
A play called The Laramie Project followed, and later a choral work considering Matthew Shepard. In 2009, President Obama, motivated by Matthew's senseless murder, signed the Hate Crimes Prevention Act. But just as they believed real progress was being made, the Shepards are now watching as scores of anti-LGBTQ measures are being considered and enacted across the country. What has your reaction been as you've seen this unfold?
This battle is just the last, most vicious attack on the community. They're fighting a losing battle.
For so long, the Shepards couldn't bury their son for fear his grave would be desecrated. In 2018, his remains were finally interred at Washington National Cathedral. the same place they recently dedicated a devotional portrait of Matthew.
He's surrounded by some of the cards and letters that you all received.
It's really quite moving.
Got one hand on his heart saying, welcome, welcome, and the other is extended, like, I'm here for you.
What a legacy.
Yeah, 45 today. Well, that was former Today anchor Katie Couric reporting. Thank you, Katie.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Good Thursday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, October 19th. Capitol Hill chaos. Republican Congressman Jim Jordan suspending his bid to become Speaker of the House. What prompted his sudden decision, and who could be next in line to fill the top job?
Addressing the nation, President Biden is set to speak to Americans tonight about the United States' response to the escalating wars in Israel and Ukraine. What we are learning about his foreign policy message as tensions continue to rise overseas.
Period poverty. A growing number of states now rolling back taxes on tampons and other feminine hygiene products. Coming up, what this means on the ground for women across the country and the organization that's trying to help.
Swift screening. We are heading into the second weekend of Taylor Swift's massive Eras tour film, but it's shaking up some controversy among fans about how to experience it. What you need to know about movie theater etiquette.
Wow, I'm looking forward to that one. And welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with the rapidly changing race for House Speaker. Just over an hour ago, Congressman Jim Jordan said he's backing off his bid in support of a vote to empower the interim Speaker. That's because over the past couple of days, Jordan failed to get close to the 217 votes needed to win the gavel.
Now the big question, is there enough support within the chamber to temporarily elect Speaker pro tem Patrick McHenry? NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky takes a deep dive into the North Carolina congressman as House members huddle to discuss his future.
I'll now act as Speaker pro tem. So what do we know about acting Speaker of the House Patrick McHenry?
One thing's for sure, McHenry slams down a mean gavel.
So, he's a Republican from North Carolina, he's got a serious bow tie collection, but most significantly, he's serving as Speaker pro tempore, Latin meaning for the time being. He got the job when the House ousted Kevin McCarthy from the speakership. And now, as one attempt after another to elect a new speaker goes down in flames,
a speaker has not been elected.
Growing chorus in Congress is calling for McHenry to get more power, allowing the House to function until a new permanent speaker is picked. It's seen as a temporary compromise for a guy who used to be adverse to him. McHenry was first elected to Congress in 2004 at 29 years old, known as a firebrand.
Look, Chris, if you're going to invite me on your show, let me answer a question, for God's sakes.
And for his sparring with Democrats.
No, Congressman, we had an agreement.
You had no agreement.
We had an agreement for the time this hearing would occur.
You're making this
you
up,
asked
Ms. Warren.
it.
But later, as he told the Raleigh News and Observer in 2017, he slowed down enough to respect the process. McHenry now chairs the House Financial Services Committee and supported the Trump tax cuts. He voted to certify the 2020 presidential election, pushing back against the hard right wing of his party.
Electing a speaker.
McHenry has the pro tempore job now thanks to McCarthy's trust in him if it was ever needed in an emergency. Well, now we're in that emergency, and McHenry has the gavel, but he said he doesn't want the permanent job. Question is, will enough Republicans and Democrats work together to pick him anyway?
I have respect for Patrick McHenry. I think he is respected on our side of the aisle.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
Well, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. So, Ryan, according to our reporting, McHenry is brushing off the idea of a measure that would grant him broader power. So what can you tell us about where things stand with this?
Well, the Democrats just emerged from their closed-door conference meeting just a few minutes ago. The Republicans are starting to trickle out of theirs. And the short answer to your question, Vicki, is that there doesn't appear to be a ton of agreement as to what the next step in this process will be. We do know that the current speaker nominee for the Republicans, Jim Jordan, has said that he is interested in putting some sort of resolution on the floor that would empower Patrick McHenry for a short period of time. The problem is there may not be enough votes for even something as minimal as that. There are many conservative Republicans, many who back Jordan, that don't like this idea. And while Democrats that left this meeting told me that they're in favor of the idea broadly, they need to see some specifics behind what is in the actual resolution, and that if it is too broad, if it gives McHenry too much power or is for too long a period of time, then they won't support the measure. And it seems pretty clear that this is going to have to be something that is bipartisan in order to become a reality. So where things stand right now, there isn't a speaker. And at this point, there doesn't appear to be a opportunity for a speaker to be put in place anytime soon.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, I imagine you have not slept much of late, so thank you so much for keeping us up to speed. We appreciate it.
Well, right now, President Biden is back in Washington, where tonight he's expected to deliver a major foreign policy speech. This all comes after his high-stakes visit to Tel Aviv.
That's right. The president expressed support for Israel, but urged Israelis not to be consumed by rage in their fight against Hamas. Now he's expected to make his case to the American people and to Congress for a massive aid package that includes billions of dollars in aid to that region. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from the White House. Ali, look, a new poll shows that nearly all-time low approval ratings for President Biden, who's handling two wars, chaos in Congress, and, of course, pushback for his broader policies and his border policies. How critical is this speech tonight to convincing those holdouts who simply just aren't convinced that he's doing a good job?
Yeah, Morgan, a lot is hinging on this speech. This is a speech that's going to really test the president's diplomatic talents, his foreign policy chops, as he tries to rally Americans behind not just Israel in the wake of this attack by Hamas on October 7th, but also for Ukraine as its war with Russia rages on. And we expect the president to really remind the American people of the broader implications and the broader impacts of both of those wars. We also expect the president to talk about this roughly $100 billion aid package that we expect to go from the White House to Capitol Hill. That'll include aid for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, as well as the U.S.-Mexico border. Of course, without a House Speaker, it's impossible for any of that money to go to any of those places. So we expect the president to add some pressure on Congress to be able to get that done, to be able to help those countries, guys.
Ali, another main concern for the president is freeing American hostages in Gaza. Where do we stand right now with negotiations there.
Yeah, U.S. officials say that this has been and will continue to be the president's #1 priority to find and free those Americans who are among the nearly 200 hostages that were taken by Hamas into Gaza. The president talked a little bit about this yesterday, saying that U.S. officials continue to be in contact and coordinate with foreign leaders. And remember, that was a huge part of Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip last week, going to these Middle Eastern countries to talk with these leaders of these countries that already have lines of communication established with Hamas leadership, guys.
NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, thank you so much.
Well, just about an hour ago, the State Department issued a new advisory to all Americans worldwide, warning U.S. citizens to stay alert for potential terrorist attacks and violent actions.
This comes as Israel has been ramping up its airstrikes on Gaza, targeting Hamas militants there. Last night, President Biden said he reached a deal with Egypt to allow up to 20 trucks carrying humanitarian aid to go into Gaza as early as tomorrow. But right now, the border crossing between Egypt and that area, it remains shut down. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray is live in Tel Aviv, Israel, for us today. So, Jay, the Associated Press just reported that Israel's defense minister told his ground troops today to be ready to enter the Gaza Strip. So is there any sense of when exactly that could happen, and how does that affect the aid that they're trying to push through that Rafah border crossing?
Yeah, Vicki, and they're separate ends of Gaza, but it does affect that aid, and it's going to be interesting to see how things play out with that. Let's talk first about the ground invasion, as you talked about. And we did hear from the Israeli defense minister today, who said, and I'm quoting here, "You see Gaza now from a distance, you will soon see it from inside," talking to troops that have assembled right there on the border between Israel and Gaza. We have seen continuous attacks over the last 24 hours from the Israel Defense Forces, hundreds of airstrikes. They have taken out, according to the IDF, missile launch sites, tunnel shafts, intelligence and operational structures. They also say 10 Hamas leaders have been, again, their word here, eliminated. Is this a buildup to the ground forces moving in? It could be. At this point, it does feel like it's more imminent than it has been over the last few days. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
And Jay, President Biden was supposed to meet with Arab leaders in Jordan yesterday, but of course that summit was canceled. What then is the path for U.S. diplomacy moving forward, and how does he bring those leaders now into the fold?
Yeah, we know that he had phone calls with those Arab leaders on the plane ride back to Washington, and it's going to continue to be backdoor diplomacy. It's a rough spot right now. The U.S. in a tenuous situation as far as helping to ease frustration here, because thousands, as we've seen in the protests in the streets, are frustrated with the U.S. for supporting Israel after what they believe was a bombing at a hospital in Gaza. Of course, the U.S. and Israel have said that was not carried out by Israeli forces. But again, they're in a difficult position, and they'll have to do the talking behind the scenes.
All right, NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray. Jay, thank you.
We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration announcing new funding to improve the U.S. electric grid. The White House says it is investing nearly $3.5 billion to go to 58 projects across 44 states.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, the funding is part of President Biden's 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law. So what will these sort of new energy projects do to actually improve the electric grid?
So, Morgan, Vicki, the funds, the projects, they will be used to upgrade the old electrical grid, which is becoming more outdated. More than half of the transmission lines and power transformers that were used on the projects before were actually installed before 1970. That's according to the White House. Now, the investment is expected to get more than 35 gigawatts of clean energy onto the grid. Now, for perspective, 1 gigawatt is enough to power roughly 750,000 homes. That's according to data from the Department of Energy. And as mortgage rates hit 8%, yes, 8% this week, we learned home sales are at their lowest since the foreclosure crisis. Existing home sales dropped by 2% last month. The National Association of Realtors says, guys, that the drop is caused by what else? limited inventory and low affordability. So the housing issues continue. And of course, mortgage rates keep climbing higher. They will again this week. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, 8%. Wow. All right. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
And doctors are concerned that a newly announced price increase for a COVID treatment pill will actually limit access to the life-saving drug. How much it's actually going to cost once those free doses from the government run out. All that and more coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The drug maker behind the COVID antiviral drug Paxlovid announced it is pricing the pill at nearly $1,400 for a 5-day dose. That is almost triple the cost that the U.S. government paid when it started distributing Paxlovid for free back in December of 2021. The pricing will go into effect later this year. We have NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar with us now. So, Dr. Azar, if you have insurance, how much should you expect to pay? What should you be thinking about if this becomes a treatment that you need with COVID?
Yeah, so Vicki, if you're listening to this story right now and you're concerned about it and you have commercial insurance or insurance through your employer, your copay is very, very likely to be either, $0 or up to $30 potentially in the next couple of years. And it's still free for all of us through the end of this year. After that, through the end of 2024, if you are uninsured or have Medicare or Medicaid, it should still be covered. And then after that, Pfizer has said that it is going to collaborate with HSS to offer a patient assistance program for individuals who are either under or uninsured. So essentially the message is that as with a lot of really expensive prescription medications, Vic, what the ticket price is and what you're actually paying are really strikingly different. And that is because there are always copay assistance and patient assistance programs out there to help individuals. It is notable the Paxlovid sales are decreased by about 58% this year compared to 2022. So you can see what prompted the rise in this price, Vic.
Okay, and Dr. Azar, last hour you told us, look, ask about those copay insurance programs and assistance programs. That is good to know, too, if you don't have insurance. All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you.
Well, Vicki, speaking of health, for a lot of women, being able to afford or even get access to menstrual products, it's a struggle often referred to as period poverty. And according to a new study from the National Research Initiative on Period Poverty, nearly 1 in 3 American women has experienced it at some point in their lives. I spoke with the CEO of one nonprofit who's trying to make it her mission to end this type of poverty once and for all.
The so-called tampon tax.
Access to menstrual products.
We'll remove sales tax from our period products.
After years of silence, the issue of menstruation is becoming political. In the last 2 years alone, 5 states have voted to make feminine hygiene products tax exempt, bringing the total number of states with tax-free tampons and pads to 24. And this year, Representative Grace Meng of New York reintroduced the Menstrual Equity for All Act, a bill that would help students, incarcerated people, and those on Medicaid have access to free period products. It's a change college freshman Janiyah Lumpkin says is long overdue.
Okay, you have your period now, you still have to work. You still have to go to school, but it's like if you don't have those products, then you physically cannot.
It's a phenomenon known as period poverty, lack of access to basic menstrual hygiene supplies like tampons or pads, which is why Janiyah started volunteering with a nonprofit called Dignity Grows, which helps in an even more direct way, holding packing parties like these, where hundreds of volunteers fill tote bags with a month-long supply of hygiene products, all given away for free.
We have toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, deodorant, maxi pads, hand wipes, panty liners, and shampoo.
CEO Jessica Zach says these products have already reached the hands of 160,000 people.
It is a very taboo subject still, and it is a subject that not only affects women, it affects families and communities. It's not just a women's problem.
A new study commissioned by the organization found nearly 1 in 3 American women has been impacted by period poverty in their lifetime, an obstacle that 75% of women say affected other parts of their lives, like work, school, and even their mental health.
What is the feedback you've been getting to all of this?
We got a letter from a young woman that said, I am the first person in my family to go to college. I haven't missed school since I've been getting Dignity Grows totes.
Wow.
What's better than that?
When you see a woman like Janiyah who is outspoken about this issue, does it give you more hope for the future?
I'm at an age now when women didn't speak so much. But this is a generation of activists and advocates, and it gives me absolute hope for the future.
A future with fewer obstacles for the next generation.
So what's really interesting is that Dignity Grows, it actually has 60 chapters spread across 27 states. And they work with local providers. We're talking food pantries or homeless shelters to really identify the people who are in need. And they also made it clear that these tote bags, they aren't meant to just be a one-time handout, but instead they're sort of a steady supply that women can use whenever they need them.
It is so important. And I have to say, even with the price of these products, how difficult they are, if you ever ask a woman, hey, could you help me? Somebody is always there for you.
The sisterhood comes alive.
Yes, absolutely.
We love to see it.
That was a great piece. Thank you. Thanks. Well, as tensions rise over the Israel-Hamas war, the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring a heightened threat environment across the U.S. How police from coast to coast are responding to the security concerns coming up. Plus, what you can do. You're watching NBC News Daily.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So with the recent and rapid growth of artificial intelligence, the technology is quickly creeping into some of the world's biggest industries, including our military.
NBC News Now anchor Gadi Schwartz takes us inside the AI arms race that's helping to build the armed forces of tomorrow.
In the world of Silicon Valley, Palmer Luckey is known as a VR wonderkind, the inventor of the Oculus that he sold to Facebook for $2 billion at the age of 21.
I've built technology in China. I was part of the problem.
But in the last 10 years, he has pivoted to an entirely different domain, founding Anduril, arguably the most disruptive defense contracting company in the United States.
The conflict with China that is potentially on the horizon is not the only conflict that I think will ever happen. I think that modern technology can provide for asymmetry in a way that is hugely favorable to the United States and our allies if we build the right thing.
To clarify, that modern tech Palmer is talking about there is basically infusing AI straight into autonomous weapon and surveillance systems for the United States government. And so far, Anduril's biggest DoD contract to date is worth more than $1 billion. The company itself is now valued at over $8 billion.
If war were to break out with China right now, what would the first 3 days look like?
The dilemma that the Chinese are trying to present is essentially rendering the U.S. military deaf, dumb, and blind. So for 70 years, we have very consciously, as a nation, made the decision to rely on smaller and smaller forces that generate overmatch through qualitative technological advantage. So rather than having large quantities of aircraft the way we did during World War II, we've relied upon smaller and smaller quantities of incredibly stealthy, incredibly technologically sophisticated.
And very expensive.
And extremely expensive.
I think we're in the middle of a pretty seismic change in how wars are being fought.
Ben Jensen designs and plays war games as his day job.
Sitting where you sit and seeing all these scenarios and how they've played out in the modeling, do you think in the real world we are headed towards an imminent conflict?
I think there is definitely a gravity of great power war in the moment. There is no winning in nuclear war. So all of this is about first deterring great power conflict.
Deterrence is one of the key themes we'll hear from experts again and again. Let's say one side has a lot of expensive tanks, and instead of trying to match that, an opponent will opt to invest in cheaper, shoulder-fired tank killers. Or even something as simple as those IEDs that proved so deadly during the recent conflicts in the Middle East. Cheap to make it scale, hard to defend against, and also not the kind of thing the most powerful military in the world is used to deploying, until war game simulations kept showing that the U.S. might not do so well in the next generation of warfare.
So one of those asymmetries we're going to have to watch for is our investing in a small, exquisite force with live, realistic training.
Enter Anduril.
This is the future of drone warfare right here.
In a lot of ways, yes. There's no person who's flying this thing. It is a totally autonomous system that's capable of flying itself better than any human pilot ever could. They can fly out, acquire it with their own terminal guidance system, radar and vision sensors, accelerate to a speed of up to 188 miles an hour, and then run into them and knock them out of the sky.
So these are just like smasher drones.
These ones are purely kinetic. We do have versions of it that carry explosives as well. So this is Dive LD. It's an autonomous robotic submarine. It can traverse very long distances. It can perform missions that are weeks long, and it can go places, go to the bottom of the ocean and just sit on the bottom of the ocean and passively listen for things, interact with things, wait for the right command.
And that's just some of the things we know about. But the artificial intelligence arms race is dependent on semiconductors, with components as small as the strand of DNA. These magical microchips power everything from data centers to cars to every smartphone out there. Now, over 90% of the most advanced semiconductors used by humankind are produced in one place, the island of Taiwan, with its most advanced chips freely traded with the United States, but unobtainable for China because of a U.S. chip embargo.
If China were to take over Taiwan, and if the semiconductor industry there was to be taken over by China, the United States would have a nearly impossible time getting any of the semiconductors it needs to build advanced weapon systems.
As for building advanced chips in the U.S., it's now a priority that is still billions of dollars and years away. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Kind of incredible,
right?
To think about what's happening and
how quickly.
Oh, I know. We're moving there. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back. Your time is 1:30. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks again for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. A U.S. journalist has been detained and charged in Russia. Also, Kremenevcha's employer, Radio Free Europe, which is a U.S. government-funded media company, says she's been charged with failure to register as a foreign agent. The Prague-based reporter could face up to 5 years in prison, and this is the second time an American journalist has been detained since the war in Ukraine started.
The arraignment of a man charged in the killing of rapper Tupac Shakur has been postponed for the second time. 60-year-old Dwayne Keefe D. Davis appeared in court today, but his arraignment was pushed because of issues with his lawyer. The arraignment is now scheduled for November 2nd. He was arrested last month. He's accused of orchestrating the 1996 deadly shooting of Tupac.
And the Las Vegas Aces are WNBA champs again. They made history last night as the first team in 21 years to win back-to-back WNBA championships. The Aces defeated the New York Liberty with a score of 70-69 in Game 4 of the finals. Now, they did it without two of their starters who were both sidelined with foot injuries. Only two other teams in league history have actually achieved consecutive championship wins. Very cool.
Yeah, we were bummed for Liberty, but it was a great
But our
game.
congratulations to them.
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Go Aces. All right, back now to the battle for the gavel on Capitol Hill. Congressman Patrick McHenry is tamping down talk of a resolution that would expand his powers as interim House Speaker.
But at the moment, moment, both parties are discussing the possibility that he steps up and fills a leadership void now that Jim Jordan has put his bid on the back burner, at least for now. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Julie, this has sort of given us all whiplash. I know our colleague Ali Vitale just spoke with McHenry, and I want to play you just a bit of their interaction. Let's talk on the other side.
Are you talking with Hakeem Jeffries or any Democrats right now?
No.
Do you know of any members within your conference who are?
I'm focused on electing Jim Jordan, who's our Speaker nominee, Speaker of the House. That's my goal. That's my focus.
That's his goal. That's his focus. Give us some context here, Julie. What's sort of going on behind the scenes in that moment?
Yeah, hey guys, well, I'm standing outside of the room where House Democrats actually just finished meeting, and Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democratic Party in the House, told them that essentially they will support a candidate on a temporary basis who checks the boxes that McHenry seems to check. That is a person who did not object to certifying the election results back on January 6th. The 2020 election results, did not object to voting for that debt limit deal, voted to keep the government open, and somebody who is not extreme, in the words of Jeffries. This is somebody who paints the picture of Patrick McHenry, who is the Speaker pro tem. Our sources told myself, my colleagues, that McHenry plans to be somebody who his House colleagues could empower on the floor. Republicans right now, though, are still meeting behind closed doors. Kyle Stewart, our Hill producer, notes that when they finish that meeting, they will get on the floor, debate for up to an hour before they start actually voting on a resolution that would expand formally McHenry's powers so that he can actually do things on the floor, like pass legislation, including the supplemental for Israel and Ukraine.
Julie, it took former Speaker Kevin McCarthy 15 rounds of voting to win the gavel. So why was there so much pressure for Jim Jordan to step away after only 2 failed ballots?
Well, that's exactly what some of his hard right supporters are asking, including Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just sat outside of that Republican meeting, that she does want to see Jordan have more chances at the ballot. But here's the thing. That show that happened for McCarthy to get the gavel back in January, the 15 rounds, it was pretty embarrassing for Republicans. And because they spent the last 2 weeks without a speaker, trying to pick a speaker behind closed doors, having those 2 failed ballots on the floor, the second of which, by the way, Jordan actually lost more votes than the first, most of the conference feels like that would not be a productive use of time going forward. That doesn't mean, however, that Jordan is out of the running completely, right? He's actually going to continue trying to shore up support, try to whip votes, even if McHenry is empowered. Our sources tell us that could happen through January, the start of the second term of the 118th Congress. Jordan is expected to keep trying to shore up that support, so he's not out just yet.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin for us. Julie, thanks.
Well, in the last 10 days, an IDF official tells NBC News Hamas launched more than 6,500 rockets into Israel.
Now, the majority of those rockets were intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system, which the IDF says has saved thousands of lives. NBC News top story anchor Tom Yamas explains exactly how it works.
Much of the fighting in this war has been in the skies overhead, day and night, where Israel has a massive advantage, but Hamas has launched thousands of rockets. Some say Israel's Iron Dome is the world's best defense against missiles. We were given access to see it up close.
That's one of the batteries that makes up this system. This technology was developed by Israel, and the way it works is that when a rocket is fired from Gaza, that battery right there launches another missile that crashes midair, making sure the people in this country stay safe.
The system is a combination of a radar unit monitoring the skies and the direction of the incoming missile, a control center determining if that rocket will strike a population center, and a battery able to launch dozens of missiles that can destroy an enemy rocket launched from up to 43 miles away.
The last about 10 days, Hamas has launched over 6,500 rockets.
6,500?
Over 6,500 rockets in 10 days. We would have thousands of casualties, unbelievable destruction, injuries, and we would be living in a very different reality.
Hamas can't match Israel's firepower, but training videos published online show they are stocked with rockets. And in 2020, this video shows them digging up pipes to convert them into projectiles. Israel says the Iron Dome is 90% effective, but during the attacks on October 7th, Hamas overwhelmed the system.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions when rockets fired from Gaza are so many that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon, where a rocket hit this building with people inside.
This couple was home when the rocket hit.
What has the rocket barrage been like?
They say the missiles come like rain, and they wouldn't be here without the Iron Dome. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
As the Israel-Hamas war continues, the threat of an even bigger regional war, it increases daily. In fact, new details about airstrikes in Gaza that appear to have killed more families and children is sparking even renewed anger.
Today, we saw protests breaking out in countries like Tunisia, Turkey, and Jordan. And meanwhile, tensions between Hezbollah and Israel at the Lebanese border are escalating. Global leaders are racing to find a solution to reach some sort of peace. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Israel for us today. Raf, airstrikes earlier today hit another hospital in Gaza, a UN school, and an apartment building, while the Gaza-Egypt border is still closed. What is the situation like there for people in Israel and Gaza right now? And is aid on the way in the form of any sort of peace talks?
Well, Vicky, the White House is hoping to get the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza open sometime in the next day or so. There are about 20 aid trucks waiting on the Egyptian side of the border, but the UN says Gaza needs about 100 trucks worth of aid every single day. So this is a relatively small drop in terms of what Gaza needs. The hope also from the White House is to get Palestinian Americans and potentially others out of Gaza into Egypt and get them somewhere safe. But guys, we have seen again and again American optimism about getting the Rafah crossing opening, running into just a fiendishly complex reality on the grounds where you need not just Israeli buy-in, not just Egyptian buy-in, but you need cooperation from Hamas also. The White House is saying it is determined to make sure that none of that aid goes to Hamas, that it is intended for Palestinian civilians. The reality is, once the aid is inside Gaza, there's no real mechanism to stop Hamas getting it.
You know, Raf, it's really interesting that you talk about this buy-in. Let's go ahead and shift north, where securing Israel's border with Lebanon is also a top priority for the IDF. Where does sort of that fighting between Hezbollah and Israel stand?
Yeah, Morgan, this is the worst fighting across the border since the 2006 war between Hezbollah and Lebanon. With alarming frequency, we are seeing cross-border fighting. We are seeing both Hezbollah, which is the powerful Lebanese militant group, which is backed by Iran, shooting missiles towards Israeli positions. But we are also seeing Hamas, which has a small presence in southern Lebanon, shooting rockets over the border. Israel says 3 civilians were wounded by those rockets earlier. Morgan.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf, you are doing incredible live reporting for us from Israel, and we appreciate it.
We are also following urgent new warnings today about the potential for violence and terrorism here in the U.S. as tensions grow over this Israel-Hamas war.
Now, a Homeland Security official tells NBC News that authorities are monitoring a heightened threat environment. And specifically, they say they're concerned about attacks on Jewish and Muslim Americans. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following this all for us. Tom, what exactly are authorities seeing that's making them issue this new warning?
Let me just read it straight from the FBI and Homeland Security alert that went out this morning. It says the following: we have observed an increase in threats to the Jewish community as well as the Muslim and Arab communities, including reports of physical assaults, bomb threats, and online calls for mass casualty attacks. And this is important. Homeland and FBI says they're concerned about the lone actor out there, inspired by or reacting to the Israel-Hamas conflict, and most likely threat. They pose, rather, the most likely threat to Americans, especially Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities. So this is very much a top priority right now within Homeland Security and the FBI and the NYPD, New York PD, which has increased patrols, put every single officer in uniform, suspended training, and we're seeing that at departments across the country, including here in Washington, D.C.
And you've talked about more officers in patrol, more officers out on the streets. What else is being done to thwart these threats? And also, what does the average citizen need to be aware of, Tom?
Bottom line for the average citizen is that Homeland and the FBI is saying, remember the old adage post 9/11, essentially if you see something, say something, urging the public to stay vigilant, promptly report suspicious activity to local law enforcement. Here's the biggest concern, you guys, the lone actor. In other words, NYPD, which has a global intelligence arm as a police department, says it's unaware currently of any known credible threat. However, they can't be sure that there isn't some lone wolf that is being radicalized in his or her own basement on a computer, consuming this online content, and you know they decide to go out and act on their own. We've seen that before, and in fact, even though Hamas, being a terrorist organization, is banned on the platform used to be known as Twitter, now X. Even though it's banned, the truth is we've already had 16 million views of Hamas violence on X alone.
Wow. All right, NBC News correspondent Tom Costello with the very latest there on the threats facing the U.S. Thank you, Tom. Well, coming up, streamflation continues. How much it will cost you to watch Netflix after the newly announced price hikes. That's coming up. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Your monthly Netflix bill, it's about to go up again. The company announced its second price hike, 6 January 2022.
Yeah, this comes just months after Netflix started its massive crackdown on password sharing. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin takes a look at what this all means for your wallet.
Netflix seeing green. The #1 streaming giant reporting quarterly revenue of $8.5 billion and adding nearly 9 million new subscribers, wildly exceeding expectations in the face of Hollywood strikes that have brought production to a standstill.
The real driver of this massive subscriber growth was Netflix's crackdown on password sharing. They were basically saying, nope, you can't share passwords anymore, no more freeloaders, we're going to make you start to pay.
Netflix also announcing it's raising prices for the first time in nearly 2 years. Its basic no ads plan up $2. The highest premium tier up $3.
Netflix is increasing their prices.
As it is, we have enough on our plate.
This is astronomical. This is going to keep going up.
But rest assured, prices stay the same on its standard no ads plan and the lowest price tier with ads.
Netflix benefits from having more people watch the cheaper tier that has ads because they get revenue from subscriber fees, and then they also get that revenue from advertising. They need enough people watching those ads on Netflix for it to be worthwhile for their advertisers.
Insiders say Netflix is weathering the Hollywood strike storm better than other streamers because it has many original shows and license hits like Suits.
Because just so we're clear, Robert, I am managing partner.
In fact, in September, 8 of the 10 most watched streaming programs were on Netflix. Its total percentage of viewers more than Hulu, Disney Plus, and Max combined. And while production on some hit series could be delayed by the ongoing actor strike, royal lovers can rejoice. The final season of The Crown will debut next month, with Netflix offering subscribers new perks like live sports programming and video games based on hits like Love is Blind, Squid Game, and Wednesday. Strategies it hopes will keep profits streaming into the future. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
All right, the Taylor Swift Eras Tour movie, it is taking theaters by storm. It is officially the top grossing concert film of all time in U.S. history, bringing in over $92 million in its opening weekend.
Okay, cutting a little beat there, a little bop. All right, well, after video of fans dancing and singing to the film in theaters, it went viral on social media, and it raised an important question. What is proper movie theater etiquette? NBC News correspondent and Swiftie expert Emily Ketta joins us now. So many questions.
I'm so glad we're having this conversation.
I've got so many questions. Yeah. Okay, so we know that Taylor, AMC, they encourage people to do that little
dance,
little two-step I saw, little beat sort of on the side, like, is that acceptable?
So I will say this. I think this conversation all started with some of the viral videos, and it really ranges between what theater you're in, but people seeing some people running around, screaming, falling to the ground. And so it sparked this conversation around movie theater etiquette, which, by the way, is going to be an ongoing conversation because Beyonce also has her concert film coming up later this year. So people are really leaning into the experiences these days. I think the key phrase to remember with this is all within reason, right? So if you're singing and screaming so loudly that the person next to you can't even hear the movie, can't hear Taylor sing, okay, maybe rein it in. But I'll point out that surveys show, a Question Pro survey shows that the majority of people do believe dancing and singing enhances the experience.
It's acceptable. I mean, I think you got to read the room, but if everyone's having a good time, maybe, running around in front of the screen is
would you rather hear, like, your fellow moviegoers scream, or would you rather hear Taylor? What is your...
I think you want to enjoy yourself and get into it, and when Taylor says get into it, people will listen. So what are your tips, Emily, for a good experience all around for everybody?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, Taylor Swift, she posted overnight, and in the post, she said, what a truly mind-blowing thing that you've turned the Eras Tour concert film into. I've been watching videos of you guys going in the theaters, dancing and prancing, going on to say, and just generally creating the exact type of joyful chaos we're known for. So she's kind of cheering it along, if you will. In terms of what to do and not to do, what is okay, I would say, you can take selfies. You can trade friendship bracelets, respectfully sing and dance, but don't stand on the seats, don't block other guests, and don't chat. Don't have a conversation in the middle of this film.
Boom, done. That's it. Your do's and don'ts right there. Emily,
easy peasy. Because otherwise you'll have, like, bad blood or something.
Oh my gosh! You can't calm down. Here we go.
All right, Emily Ketta, as always, thank you so much. Thanks.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You might remember this. 25 years ago, the death of Matthew Shepard during a homophobic attack sparked outrage and really disbelief across the country.
His parents, Judy and Dennis Shepard, sat down with former Today anchor Katie Couric to discuss the journey they have been on since that tragic day.
I interviewed you all less than 6 months after this happened, and I thought I'd play it for you.
You know, it's one thing to lose a son, but the brutality of this crime and the viciousness, how do you deal with that?
The anger really isn't there yet. I'm sure it'll come, but it's not really there yet. I don't understand how anybody could do that.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember thinking how odd it was that we were here doing this with you, that we're just two people who lost a son. I don't think we understand the scope of how big it really was.
In fact, by the spring of 1999, everyone knew the name Matthew Shepard. But to Judy, Dennis, and younger brother Logan, Matthew was just Matt.
He loved the theater and watching him play Abraham Lincoln.
The homemade costume was the best, right?
Yeah.
This year, he would have turned 46 years old.
Matt would be the age now that I was when we lost him.
What do you think he might be doing?
Well, we often talk about how his dream was to be part of the State Department. He was so gifted in languages and really cared about folks he thought had less than they should have had.
Perhaps it was Matthew's trusting nature that made the 21-year-old University of Wyoming student fall prey to two men he had met at a bar in Laramie. Sensing Matthew was gay, they pretended to be gay too and invited him to a party.
On the way, said, we're not going to a party. You're being jacked. Give us your wallet. So they took his wallet, and then they proceeded to beat him, and he had 18 blows to the skull, and then they left him.
It was 18 hours before a bicyclist, thinking at first Matthew was a scarecrow, found him barely alive.
I know you have said before that you have never visited the spot where Matt was found.
I haven't, Dennis was.
Why did you want to go there, Dennis?
That's where Matt was. And I keep thinking, what if he was yelling out what was going on, asking for Dad? And I wasn't there. I couldn't do anything. It was just something important to me.
During the 4 days Matthew was in a coma, the story went from a small town tragedy to an international reckoning. People everywhere asking, how could this happen? His attackers, Aaron McKinney and Russell Henderson, were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Matthew's legacy lives on. Judy and Dennis started the Matthew Shepard Foundation to advocate for LGBTQ rights.
Whenever I think about Matthew, I always think about his incredibly beaming smile.
A play called The Laramie Project followed, and later a choral work considering Matthew Shepard. In 2009, President Obama, motivated by Matthew's senseless murder, signed the Hate Crimes Prevention Act. But just as they believed real progress was being made, the Shepards are now watching as scores of anti-LGBTQ measures are being considered and enacted across the country.
What has your reaction been as you've seen this unfold?
This battle is just the last, most vicious attack on the community. They're fighting a losing battle.
For so long, the Shepards couldn't bury their son for fear his grave would be desecrated. In 2018, his remains were finally interred at Washington National Cathedral. the same place they recently dedicated a devotional portrait of Matthew.
He's surrounded by some of the cards and letters that you all received.
It's really quite moving.
Got one hand on his heart saying, welcome, welcome, and the other is extended, like, I'm here for you.
What a legacy.
Yeah. 45 today. Well, that was former Today anchor Katie Crook reporting. Thank you, Katie.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, October 19th, 2023, primetime plea. President Biden will deliver the second Oval Office address of his presidency tonight, what he's expected to demand from Congress in response to the Israel-Hamas war.
Worldwide alert. The State Department issues a dire warning in response to the increased tensions overseas, what they're now telling U.S. citizens traveling abroad.
Nobody in charge. Congressman Jim Jordan ends his bid to be the next House Speaker for now. The new workaround being considered to get Congress back to work without a permanent leader.
And making a deal. Why a former Trump attorney is pleading guilty over her role in the Georgia election interference case.
Welcome, everyone, to NBC News Daily. We're wearing our purple today to show support for the LGBTQ plus community out there.
That's right. We're so happy to be with you on this Thursday, and we do have a lot of news to get to.
Yeah, let's begin this hour with President Biden set to make his case about the Israel-Hamas war to all Americans.
That's right. Just hours from now, President Biden will deliver an Oval Office address to the nation. The primetime speech comes after his visit to Israel yesterday. Today, the State Department issued a worldwide caution advisory for all U.S. citizens overseas. They're also also telling Americans in Lebanon to leave as soon as possible because of the, quote, unpredictable security situation.
Right now, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security are also warning of possible violence here in the U.S. The agencies are urging law enforcement across the country to be on heightened alert. Let's begin our coverage in Washington with NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, this will be President Biden's second Oval Office address in his presidency. The first was during the debt ceiling negotiations back in June. What are we expecting to hear from the president tonight?
Yeah, Kate, a senior White House official is telling us that the president has been working on this speech over the last week. They say that he also worked on it on Air Force One en route back to Washington after that high-stakes trip to Israel yesterday. They say he's putting finishing touches on it this afternoon. But, Kate, really the diplomatic demands of this president have been tested since October 7th when Hamas attacked Israel. That's really tested the president's ability to rally world leaders, especially leaders in the Middle East, around U.S. support for Israel. But we expect this address to actually test his ability to rally the American people behind supporting not just Israel during this Israel-Hamas war, but also Ukraine as its war with Russia rages on. And that's a very tall order when you think about the anger and frustration and divisions that we've seen, not just in the Middle East, but also here in the United States since this war began. But the White House says that it's important for the president to speak directly to the American people to remind them of what is at stake with these wars going on half a world away.
And of course, Ali, as we're talking about stakes, we got to talk about money, right? Because the White House is planning to ask Congress for about $10 billion in aid for Israel as part of a larger funding request, but there still is not a House Speaker. So nothing can really get done on Capitol Hill right now. How is the White House planning to work around that gridlock?
Yeah, that's right, Sinclair. We expect the president to potentially mention this roughly $100 billion aid package that we expect the White House to send to Capitol Hill before the end of the week. And that will include aid not just to Israel, as you mentioned, but also to Ukraine, to Taiwan as it faces aggression and threats from China, but also funding for the U.S.-Mexico border. Remember, that's something that Republicans have been demanding be included in the next supplemental funding package. So the White House believes this has a very good chance of passing. But as you mentioned, the complication here is not a dollar can go anywhere until the House confirms a House Speaker. And as you can tell from the marathon coverage from our Capitol Hill team, none of that has happened yet. So expect the president to put some pressure on Congress during this speech tonight.
Okay, Ali Rafa with the latest from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much. And of course, you can watch President Biden's Oval Office address tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on your local NBC station. We'll also be streaming it live on NBC News Now right here.
And we'll check in on that House situation in just a moment. But federal and local law enforcement agencies are on high alert today as tensions grow over the war that's happening in Israel.
Yeah, a joint FBI and Department of Homeland Security bulletin is warning local authorities about the heightened possibility of violence over what is happening in Gaza and Israel. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Department of Justice is laser focused on keeping Americans safe.
We are seeing an increase in reported threats against faith communities, particularly Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities and institutions. The entire Justice Department remains vigilant in our efforts to identify and respond to hate crimes, threats of violence, or related incidents, with particular attention to threats to faith communities.
NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, what more can you tell us about these warnings from the security bulletin? I understand that one thing that stood out in that is that the bulletin mentioned this use of graphic images as almost a motivator for people who may be making threats or thinking about committing acts of violence. Is there anything the government can do about that?
Right. So, I mean, if you looked at this bulletin and then watched the last 5 days of NBC News Now in this program, you'd say, well, it's a summary of all the things that we've discussed, right? Mm-hmm. So basically, we have on the first hand, all of the threats that are out there online, all of the graphic images and the calls for action from foreign terrorist organizations. And then you also have the threat of individual actors, people just acting out with, not in concert with anybody else. So when you look at those and talk about those graphic images, there's a protected right by the First Amendment in this country to share those type of images. We perhaps would not show them beyond a certain point because they become gratuitous. And of course, we're talking about victims of a terrorist attack. We're talking about people's family members. But online, sometimes people are incentivized on social media to share those type of things and to say things that are really divisive. That ratchets the temperature up even more, ratchets the rhetoric up. It becomes a problem.
I have to ask about the State Department warning that we mentioned today for all Americans living and traveling abroad. What do we know?
Right. Well, I mean, quite concerning, right? Because you hear about the types of things that have been happening overseas, the incidents involving U.S. embassies abroad. Now, that's been more focused toward Middle Eastern U.S. embassies. But we obviously talked about it earlier this week, a terror attack in Brussels. And so you look at all of the different threats that are out there, and you look at the propensity for there to be more issues in Europe based on what we know about how law enforcement responds, issues that they've had with terrorist cells and individuals in the past. It's much more organized over there, traditionally from a terrorist perspective. So yes, the State Department is telling people, hey, the same thing they're telling all of us at home and what we've been talking about, just because you're overseas doesn't mean that the threat subsides. In some cases, it could even be worse depending upon where you are. And that's what this alert is about today.
Well, time will tell. Tom Winter with the latest on security here at home and abroad. Thank you so much.
And that State Department warning to Americans living, traveling abroad comes as anger over the war is really feeding protests across the Middle East and across the world. Thousands of people took to the streets in Jordan earlier today, as well as in Tunisia. We also saw demonstrations in Turkey and Lebanon as outrage grows over the hospital explosion that Palestinian health officials say killed hundreds of people in Gaza City.
We're also seeing protests in the United States. Hundreds of demonstrators with a group called Jewish Voices for Peace descended on Capitol Hill Wednesday. This is significant as protests are not allowed in the halls of Congress. The group says about 300 of its members were arrested by Capitol Police.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is joining us now in Lebanon. So, Matt, it does seem like we're seeing new protests in multiple places every day. Is there a core message coming out of these global protests?
Yeah, well, the message that we're seeing, of course, is directed at that hospital bombing, or excuse me, explosion. That's still disputed. We don't know who exactly is responsible. The Israelis say it was the Palestinians. The Palestinians say it was the Israelis. But, you know, this was instigated after that. And, of course, that's the immediate reaction. But the people that I spoke with say that there's more to play here, that this is about generations of Israel colonizing the Palestinians and then hemming them inside the Gaza Strip. So for them, this didn't just start yesterday. This is a continuing accumulated anger and one that they feel like they need to stand up against. I spoke with one of the protesters at a Hezbollah rally yesterday. Here's what this person said.
But we know, as people of Hezbollah, as people who support Hezbollah, that if we don't support the Palestinian people today, if we don't support the Palestinian resistance today, the next day we will be on the next in the row. If we don't stand with our people, if we don't stand with our brothers in Gaza, the next day it would be our turn as well.
So as you can see, this is an accumulated grievance and one that they feel like needs to be dealt with by protest and even by armed insurrection. And this was not a Palestinian woman I was talking to. This was another Arab woman here in Lebanon who supports Hezbollah. Now, the question is, will the anger that I saw yesterday and that the nation saw yesterday be enough to push Hezbollah, which, like Hamas, is backed by Iran, into war with Israel? Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley in Lebanon for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, it's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. All eyes are on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
And Netflix raising prices once again. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with all of that. Hi, Christina.
I've just got so much good news for you guys. Kate and Clay, hello. Let's talk about Fed Chair Jerome Powell, Jay Powell, who says recent reports showing cooling inflation are just not enough. Jerome Powell made the comments in a speech this afternoon, saying the central bank remains committed to getting inflation to 2%. He hinted the labor market and economic growth may need to slow in order to reach that goal. The Biden administration announced $3.5 billion in funding for nearly 60 electric grid projects today. Officials say the money will generate about 35 gigawatts of energy. To put that into perspective, 1 gigawatt is enough to power about 750,000 homes. This is according to the Energy Department. Netflix is raising prices for some of its streaming plans as it blew past forecasts for new subscribers in its latest quarter, adding nearly 9 million people worldwide. Netflix is raising the price of its premium ad-free plan by $3 a month to $22.99, the one I have at home, and the one streaming basic plan goes up by $2 a month. Users with ads, or users that want to continue with ads, will continue to pay $6.99 a month.
Oof. Oh, and of course, they're not the only ones to do that, right, Christina? Raise their prices.
Oh, no, yeah, we're seeing it across the board with Disney Plus, you name it. It's just happening everywhere now.
And all of
Inflation,
us have.
Right?
Right, and we all have so many, at least I do. So many things I'm paying for.
Netflix may be a lesson in knowing your worth, right? They're like, we're a hot commodity. Let's raise our prices. Know your worth, folks. Maybe. No?
Up until there's got to be a threshold. There's always a threshold when people start leaving if it's going to be too high. I guess we're not there yet, so we're willing to spend $23 a month.
Oh. Christina is the expert. Christina Partsinevelos, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, getting the House in order. Top priorities are on hold on Capitol Hill until there's a new speaker. How long could it take for that to happen? You're watching NBC News Daily.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
New developments this hour in the fight over who will be Speaker of the House on Capitol Hill. Republican Congressman Jim Jordan will not be up for a third vote as expected today after failing to win the House's top job in 2 other rounds. Instead, he now says he will back a resolution to keep the temporary Speaker, Patrick McHenry, in that position through the end of the year. But there may not even be enough support in the House to pass that resolution. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is with us. Luckily for us, he knows what's going on there. There's another shutdown looming, Ryan, in less than a month. Nothing has gotten done in about 2 weeks now. And honestly, it seems like Republicans just cannot agree on how to move forward.
That's exactly right, Kate, and I have more bad news when it comes to that exact progress or lack thereof that's happening here on Capitol Hill. Republicans are now emerging from a closed-door meeting where they were discussing next steps, including that possibility of putting a resolution on the floor that would empower Patrick McHenry in a temporary position as Speaker of the House, Speaker pro tem, I should say, to bring legislation to the floor. And many of the members leaving that meeting saying that particular resolution is now dead on arrival, that it's likely not even going to be coming to the floor because there was such widespread disapproval of that particular path forward during this Republican conference. And even if Republicans supported it, there was definitely not going to be enough Republicans by themselves to support it, and it was going to require Democratic support. Democrats seemed open to the idea, but with some very specific provisions that may have made it untenable to too many Republicans. The long and short of it, Kate, this is still a mess. It's a huge mess, and there's really no sign that there's a way out of it.
Yeah. Okay. So make sure I'm understanding this right. Now the idea of having that temporary person become until the rest of the year, not happening. No agreement on that.
That's what it appears. Yes.
So
that's
can Jim Jordan run again? Or what happens? We have no idea.
That's a great question. He theoretically could, Kate. He could once again put his name up. They could go to the floor and go through this whole process again, like they've already done 2 different times. But all signs point to that being unsuccessful, and he could perhaps lose even worse than he did before. Perhaps they now go to the next man up. There's been a couple of other names that have been floated. None of them have 217 votes. There really isn't an answer right now, Kate.
And there's no way of working with Democrats and kind of doing like a compromise between the Democrats and Republicans.
Nope, they just don't trust each other enough. That's really not a viable option at this point.
Ryan Nobles at his post at the Capitol. Ryan, thank you.
A Georgia sheriff has now released both dash and body camera video. It shows the moments before a sheriff's deputy shot and killed a black man during a traffic stop on Monday. The deputy, who is white, pulled Leonard Cure over on suspicion of reckless driving. Cure had been wrongfully convicted and released from prison back in 2020. He'd served more than 16 years behind bars for a robbery that happened in Florida that he did not commit. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo with the latest. So, Stephen, can you just walk us through what happened here? What does the body camera video and dash cam video appear to show?
Yeah, heartbreaking stuff here, Clay. There were a lot of demands for this video. Authorities now releasing it. We do want to warn you, it is difficult to watch. This all happened in a traffic stop. An officer pulling over Cure's pickup truck. The deputy tells Cure to get out of the car, which he does. He's asking the deputy what he did wrong. Well, the deputy tells him to walk back to the truck and put his hands on it. The deputy tells Cure he allegedly clocked his speed at 100 miles per hour. Well, Cure says that should just be a speeding ticket. The deputy asks for backup, and that is when Cure becomes visibly upset. A deputy using his taser on Cure, which didn't subdue him. Instead, the two started struggling. We're watching the aftermath of what unfolded next here in this video. It ended when that deputy fired a shot, killing Cure. We're not going to show you that part of the video. It's too disturbing. And all this even sadder because Cure, as you mentioned, just released after wrongfully serving 16-year sentence. His family devastated.
He did not harm anyone. In fact, after being wrongfully convicted for 16 years, you know what he did? He forgave the idiots that locked him up. That is what he did. That is how forgiving he was.
Well, his family said Cure was likely traumatized from his years wrongfully serving behind bars, and that may have contributed to his reactions, Clay.
And Stephen, briefly, do we know, was that the entire body and dash cam video that was received or released, rather, or was it an edited portion?
Now, there was a bit that was edited. We have edited because it is disturbing to actually see what unfolded. Meanwhile, the deputy who is in that video is on leave pending an investigation, which is typical in cases like this. And that video, by the way, came out only hours after Benjamin Crump, who's representing the family, demanded that to happen, Clay.
Okay, Stephen Romo with the latest for us. Thank you.
Coming up, the lives of children in Israel forever changed by war, how some of the youngest are trying to make sense of their new reality. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Snapchat, the popular video and messaging app, is facing a legal battle over the nationwide fentanyl crisis.
Parents of children who died after taking drugs that contained fentanyl are suing Snapchat. They were in court on Wednesday. They claim the social media app allowed the sale of illegal drugs on their platform. A judge has now said he has until late January to decide if the lawsuit can move forward. Here's Lolita Lopez from our NBC station in Los Angeles.
My name is Lynn Sorensen. My daughter, Ava, was 17 when she passed.
I'm the father of Sammy Chapman, forever 16.
It was an emotional day for dozens of parents who say their children died too soon, taking drugs they did not know contained the powerful opioid fentanyl. They are among a group suing Snapchat, alleging in court documents that the social media platform allows people to sell illicit drugs on their platform that have led to deaths.
It's not only been about Daniel, but it's about all of the hundreds of thousands of children that have died due to fentanyl poisoning.
They are parents like Jaime Puerta, who lost his son Daniel. Jaime says Daniel took half of a pill he believed was oxycodone that he had bought online. It wasn't. Instead, LA County Sheriff investigators determined it was a counterfeit pill loaded with fentanyl, a synthetic drug 50 times more deadly than morphine, according to the CDC.
You have a social media app like Snapchat, which is propagating these drug deaths by facilitating and allowing drug dealers to sell illicit counterfeit drugs to our children.
The lawsuit also alleges Snapchat's platform makes it difficult for law enforcement to track down evidence of illegal activity. In Los Angeles Superior Court Wednesday, attorneys for both sides discussed whether Snapchat can be held liable for what others do on its platform. Among key issues the judge will take into account before deciding on how to proceed with the case. A spokesperson for Snap tells the I-Team it cooperates with law enforcement investigations, including preserving and disclosing data in response to valid legal requests. In a statement, Snap adds, "It is devastating that the national fentanyl epidemic has taken the lives of so many people, and we have great empathy for families who have suffered unimaginable losses. At Snap, we are working hard to stop dealers from abusing our platform. We do this by deploying advanced technologies to proactively find and remove dealers, working closely with law enforcement, collaborating with other technology companies, and by having a zero-tolerance policy where we shut off the infringer's account." Jaime says Snapchat should be doing even more.
Right now, we are not protecting our children.
That was Lolita Lopez reporting. And here to talk more about this lawsuit is NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. Angela, thank you for being with us. So it seems that the core of this argument is whether or not Snapchat is responsible for what people do on the platform itself. Do you think the judge is going to move forward with this case?
Well, I think it's very hard. So we all know about Section 230, which was an act passed by Congress, and that really protects all of these social media platforms from user-generated content. The idea is that users are responsible for what they post and they do. Like, for example, when you send a Gmail, it's not Google who's responsible, it's you. In this case, though, it's trickier. It involves minors, it involves drugs, but it's almost like trying to have a street corner be held liable, a place where people congregate for what happens on
that happens on that street corner. Exactly. There's a second part to this, though, that is interesting. That in the parents' allegations, Snapchat, as we saw, says that they cooperate with law enforcement all the time. But the lawsuit by the families claims that Snapchat makes it difficult for law enforcement to uncover evidence of illegal activity. How could that play out in court?
Yes, Kate. So this is a fascinating argument. I think it's the only part, frankly, the only part of the lawsuit that really has legs. And that's because if Snapchat really actively actively involved itself, actively deterred or prevented investigations from happening, as is alleged in this lawsuit, then that could be more than just hosting speech on their platform. They could be involving themselves and preventing investigations from happening. So in the lawsuit, there's one allegation that a child passed away and law enforcement tried to get the drug dealer responsible for that death off the site. But Snapchat just ignored subpoenas, allegedly, and as a result, that drug dealer was still allowed to sell on that site fake fentanyl pills or fake Oxycontin, et cetera, that had fentanyl in them. So it depends. In discovery, we're going to see a lot.
I mean, it's so tough because as this legal limbo sort of plays out, it's real lives who are sort of in the mix of it. Yeah.
Angela Sanadella, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, we've got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Drug maker Pfizer has announced new pricing for the life-saving COVID drug Paxlovid. The list price before insurance will be just under $1,400 for a 5-day course. That's more than double what the government paid for it. The government has purchased and distributed Paxlovid to the public for free since December 2021. Pfizer says that this does not necessarily reflect the price that patients will pay now, and they say they're working to secure arrangements that would lower out-of-pocket costs.
Russia has detained another American journalist for failing to register as a foreign agent, according to her employer. Alsu Kormasheva is a reporter with Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and holds dual Russian-American citizenship. She's the second American journalist to be detained this year after the arrest of Evan Gershkovich in March. If convicted, she faces up to 5 years in prison.
Oscar-nominated actor Burt Young has died at the age of 83. Young is best known for his role as Sylvester Stallone's brother-in-law, Paulie, in the Rocky franchise, where he received an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor. He also made appearances in other acclaimed films and TV shows, including Chinatown, Once Upon a Time in America, and The Sopranos. The cause of death has not yet been disclosed.
Let's return now to our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. President Biden will deliver an Oval Office address tonight on the administration's response to the conflict. The president's speech comes one day after his visit to Israel.
Meanwhile, on the ground, Israel's military continues to pound Gaza with another wave of airstrikes. Today is the 13th day of fighting. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said today the fight against Hamas will be, quote, a long war. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Ashdod, Israel, near the Gaza border. Raf, Israel's defense minister, I think, met with troops near the Gaza border today. What did he tell them about the next steps now?
Yeah, Kate, that's right. That meeting happening just a couple miles south of where we are. He told them basically to expect that they're heading into Gaza. He said, you're looking at Gaza from the outside now, but you will be looking from the inside soon. And it is the latest indication that Israel is preparing for this ground offensive into Gaza. It has become a little bit of a diplomatic guessing game exactly when that might happen. The conventional wisdom is that the Israelis are unlikely to launch that ground invasion while there is a foreign leader in town. Yesterday, of course, we had President Biden here. Today, we have the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. We were expecting the French President Emmanuel Macron at some point in the coming days, but the Israelis could surprise us and launch that invasion at any time. It's worth saying, while all eyes are on Gaza, we're also paying close attention to what's going on in the north, where there has been regular cross-border fighting between Israel and various militant groups in southern Lebanon, both Hezbollah, the powerful Iranian-backed group, but also Hamas, which does have a smaller presence in Lebanon. Guys.
So, Raf, I understand there is a deal, though, to allow aid from Egypt to enter Gaza. A convoy is waiting at the Rafah border crossing. Do we know when those trucks will really be able to get in?
Yeah, Zinkley, that is the question so many people in Gaza are asking right now. The president secured an agreement while he was here in Israel yesterday from Israel's war cabinet that they would allow aid to flow from Egypt into Gaza. The president spoke to the president of Egypt on the flight home. They say they have Egyptian buy-in. So far, though, the Rafah border remains closed. The White House is calling for patience. They say that they hope it's going to be open in the next day or so, that trucks carrying aid will be able to flow into Gaza, that Palestinian Americans and others will be able to leave Gaza. But we have seen this before, where American optimism about getting the Rafah border crossing open has run into the fiendishly complicated reality on the ground, where you not only need agreement from Israel, from Egypt, but also from Hamas.
Yeah.
Guys.
I remember saying Sunday that it would open Monday morning, and here we are on Thursday.
Yeah.
Raf Sanchez, thank you.
Thanks. Well, the pain and suffering of this conflict seen on the faces of children in the region. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella met with families from an Israeli community known as a kibbutz, attacked by Hamas terrorists, about the impact of the trauma.
The kids of Kibbutz Be'eri now living in a hotel on the Dead Sea, trying to make sense of their new reality.
Is that an ice cream?
No,
ice cream? Candy. No, candy. Oh, like a lollipop.
But below the surface, the horror lingers.
She asked me if the bad people from the Hamas come here to hotel.
Home no longer feels safe after Hamas terrorists stormed their small community, killing more than 50 and kidnapping others.
My son, 4 years old, he's just started talking about the terrorist bodies that he saw.
For volunteers like nursery teacher Shachar, the trauma is plain to see.
I can see many kids not willing to move away from their parents, speaking about many kinds of things that you wouldn't want small children to speak about.
Anthony's family hid for hours in their safe room, reading about the horrors on their phones, leaving the father of 3 considering the unthinkable.
At one point, I thought I was going to have to kill my own kids.
Nira and her teenage daughters came face to face with the terrorists.
And we just say to them, please don't kill us. Please, we didn't do nothing. Don't kill us.
They spared her and her daughters, but took her husband and daughter's boyfriend.
Too much sadness and too much that nobody's crying. It's like, you know, it's no contact between my heart and my mind.
A community heartbroken and numb. Their children changed forever.
They just want to be kids. They want to be kids again.
But first, they'll need to find a way to feel safe again. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News, the Dead Sea, Israel.
That is just crushing. In the last 10 days, an Israeli military official tells NBC News Hamas has launched more than 6,500 rockets into Israel. The majority of those rockets were intercepted by what's known as the Iron Dome defense system in Israel, which has saved thousands of lives, according to the Israeli Defense Forces. NBC News top story anchor Tom Yamas explains how it works.
Much of the fighting in this war has been in the skies overhead, day and night, where Israel has a massive advantage, but Hamas has launched thousands of rockets. Some say Israel's Iron Dome is the world's best defense against missiles. We were given access to see it up close.
That's one of the batteries that makes up this system. This technology was developed by Israel, and the way it works is that when a rocket is fired from Gaza, that battery right there launches another missile that crashes midair, making sure the people in this country stay safe.
The system is a combination of a radar unit monitoring the skies and the direction of the incoming missile, a control center determining if that rocket will strike a population center, and a battery able to launch dozens of missiles that can destroy an enemy rocket launched from up to 43 miles away.
In the last about 10 days, Hamas has launched over 6,500 rockets.
6,500?
Over 6,500 rockets in 10 days. We would have thousands of casualties, unbelievable destruction, injuries. We would be living in a very different reality.
Hamas can't match Israel's firepower, but training videos published online show they are stocked with rockets. And in 2020, this video shows them digging up pipes to convert them into projectiles. Israel says the Iron Dome is 90% effective, but during the attacks on October 7th, Hamas overwhelmed the system.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions when rockets fired from Gaza are so many that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon, where a rocket hit this building with people inside.
This couple was home when the rocket hit.
What has the rocket barrage been like?
They say the missiles come like rain, and they wouldn't be here without the Iron Dome. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Tom, thank you. And as we said, President Biden will deliver an Oval Office address tonight on his administration's response to the Hamas terror attacks against Israel.
One of the major points he's expected to hit on is an aid package for Israel. Let's bring in Asha Castleberry-Hernandez. She is an expert in Middle East policy. She's spent time in both the State Department and served in the U.S. Army Reserves. It's very nice to have you with us for your perspective on all of this. We've been hearing about the possibility of U.S. troops potentially one day maybe getting involved in this conflict. And I wonder what you think the Pentagon may be thinking about, what that might look like.
Yes, well, thank you so much. As of yesterday, President Biden said we are not sending U.S. troops. But if it does happen, the likelihood of that looking like is that the U.S. troops will provide assistance but will not be a frontliner in this war, kind of like Operation Inherent Resolve in Iraq and Syria when we responded to ISIS. We will play more of a supportive role. And with regards to that support role, our responsibilities will most likely be like providing medical assistance, learn how to address explosive devices, logistical support, also continuing the intelligence support as well.
Being inside of Israel for that, though, or outside and just consulting?
Outside nearby countries.
Okay, that's notable. And of course, we know there are still Americans, right, stuck in Israel and the Gaza Strip. What do we know about what the State Department is doing to get them out, and defense departments as well?
Yes, so the State Department is working very closely with our neighboring countries, our allies and partners such as Qatar, working very closely through covert channels like trying to connect with Hamas as far as negotiating those hostage affairs effectively. So it's ongoing, it's tough, but that's one channel. And there's other partners, too, as well that are trying as far as addressing this issue. Like, for instance, Turkey. I don't think it's much talk with Turkey, but Turkey has announced in open sources that they're trying to help in terms of the hostage affairs issue.
And I have to ask about what Raf just said. He said that the Israeli defense minister basically told his soldiers, be ready. You're going to go in. There's going to be a ground invasion of Gaza. Do you suspect there are back channels right now trying to negotiate to have that not happen, or at least to minimize civilian casualties?
Yes, of course. There's always going to be an opposition view as far as trying to stop this effort. But the IDF is going to do what they say as far as initiating this ground operation. It is a responsive, major ground offensive that they feel is necessary, but we'll see moving forward as far as when that does happen. But priority right now is to make sure that the local Gazans receive humanitarian assistance, as well as the hostage affairs issue is effectively addressed.
And I wonder, where do you see this conflict heading, right? Because we're expecting President Biden to address Ukraine, right? Of course, that's still going on, even with this Israel-Hamas war. We know Russia and China met earlier this week. They're looking at these tensions. What do you make of it all? Also, concerns about Iran.
Yes, it's very concerning. I do feel that Iran is going to continue to provide its support to Hamas, so to continue the support overall, which they've been doing for many years. As far as Russia and China, they are, I would say, in support of what's going on in terms of trying to make sure that the United States is not necessarily have their eye on the prize in terms of Ukraine as far as providing assistance. There's talks right now as far as China being more provocative in terms of Taiwan, so that there's a potential likelihood that the United States could stretch itself too thin. It won't be able to conduct a balancing act in all three hotspots. So, you know, on paper, you'll see where they'll mention both Russia and China, oh, de-escalate, we want peace. But in terms of overwhelming the Americans, I do feel that there's an intent there.
So you're saying, I think I understand you're saying that some of our enemies, U.S. enemies, might be sort of taking advantage of the fact that we are so focused on Israel and Hamas right now.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Asha Castleberry-Hernandez, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate having you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up, a former Trump attorney pleads guilty to trying to overturn the 2020 election results in Georgia. So what does that mean for the case against the former president? We'll tell you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're following some breaking developments in one of the cases involving former President Donald Trump. This one is about the Georgia election interference case.
Yeah, Sidney Powell, a high-profile member of Trump's legal team following the 2020 election, pleaded guilty this morning to 6 misdemeanor counts. She was one of 19 defendants, including Trump himself, who was indicted in August for their efforts to overturn results in Georgia. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander and NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delaney. And Blaine, I'll start with you first. Can you just remind us what this specific case is, and then walk us through the details of the deal and just how much of a surprise this was?
Yeah, absolutely. So Sidney Powell is facing charges basically for her involvement with the data breach of voting machines down in Coffee County, Georgia, a rural county here in Georgia. So let's talk about this plea deal, though. Several things. One, this is something that people who had covered this for a long time, even attorneys for Ken Chesbrough, who she was set to go on trial with jury selection starting tomorrow, were surprised by the timing of this. When you certainly look at the fact that jury selection was set to begin in less than 24 hours, certainly the timing of it is very notable. Now, here's what the plea deal entails. 6 years probation, a $6,000 fine, $2,700 of restitution, a letter of apology to the state of Georgia. But really the thing that we're watching the most closely is that she has to testify against the remaining 17 defendants. And of course, among those 17 is former President Donald Trump. So this is the second plea deal that we've seen here in Georgia. Scott Hall, a lesser known defendant, took a plea deal a couple of weeks ago. But when you talk about somebody like Sidney Powell, somebody who had a firsthand interaction with former President Trump, who was present at a number of things that prosecutors will no doubt be interested in, certainly her future testimony will be very notable. Now, I actually was texting back and forth with Steve Sadow. He is the defense attorney for former President Trump, defending him here in Georgia in this Fulton County election case. And he gave me a very brief statement. He basically said that assuming truthful testimony in the Fulton County case, it will be favorable to my overall defense strategy. Basically saying if Sidney Powell comes in, if she tells the truth, it'll be good news for them. He said he's not commenting any further beyond that, but that's how Trump's team is reacting to that news in Georgia here today, guys.
Okay, and Ken, she sort of touched on this, what it's going to mean for Donald Trump potentially. Do you want to pick it up there?
Yeah, well, look, so even though Sidney Powell was charged in relation to this Coffee County breach, she was also one of the preeminent lawyers espousing some of the most outlandish and bogus allegations of fraud in the 2020 election. And she was doing that after meeting frequently with former President Trump. And in fact, Trump was even considering appointing her as a special counsel. That came out during the January 6th hearings. The Justice Department talked him out of doing that. So she has the potential to testify about a lot of very significant aspects of, for example, Trump's state of mind with regard to these allegations of fraud, which we now know are false, because the whole premise of this case was that he was trying to foment, bogus allegations of voter fraud and get the officials in Georgia to change the results of the election by putting pressure on people. So to the extent that she can testify about that, this is somebody who's a part of the alleged conspiracy. That's really powerful testimony.
And Ken, of course, this is a state case, right? So her deal is with the state of Georgia. How could this impact any of the special counsel's cases against the former president?
Well, Zingley, here's the thing. By agreeing to plead guilty and admit to crime, she has essentially incriminated herself in the Jack Smith special counsel election investigation in the federal case. So there's a lot of legal experts right now who are saying it's very likely that she is now negotiating with Jack Smith about a potential plea deal because she's one of the unindicted co-conspirators in that case against Donald Trump. We'll have to see whether that happens, but it does appear that this could affect the federal case.
Okay, Blaine and Ken, thank you both so much, and thanks for watching. There's a lot more ahead.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you're a Swiftie, and let's be honest, everybody's a Swiftie now, right? You might be heading to the movie theater this weekend. That is, if you haven't already seen it, Taylor Swift's blockbuster Eras concert film.
Yeah, but today there's a big debate around the right and wrong way to enjoy it. NBC's Emily Aketa explains.
Hey there. Well, for most of us, going to the movies is a quiet experience. You can't take out your cell phone, and there is definitely no obviously talking in the theaters. But for many, the Eras Tour concert film has been the exact opposite, with singing, dancing, and snapping plenty of photos. And while many Swifties are hailing the buzz as part of the unique experience, the movie mayhem is stirring up some bad blood, among others. Waving phone lights, dancing in aisles, even belting out lyrics at the top of your lungs. Swaths of Swifties can't control their excitement at the Eras Tour concert film. Welcome to the Eras Tour!
Just as excited as I was to go see this actual show.
But this morning, the movie mayhem has some saying, amid a growing debate over movie theater etiquette, some fans airing their frustrations on social media, calling scenes like this disrespectful. I want to hear Taylor sing, not y'all, one person wrote. Another saying, suddenly, I don't want to go. The music so loud, it spilled into theater hallways. Some moviegoers bracing for potential interruptions during this weekend's highly anticipated release of Killers of the Flower Moon, the Martin Scorsese movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro.
Turn it down a notch. There are a few of us next door. I'm trying to watch Killers of the Flower Moon.
But those swept up in Swiftmania describe the experience as the most iconic thing and point to Taylor Swift's own words in defense. Eras attire, friendship bracelets, singing and dancing, encouraged, she wrote on Instagram when announcing the movie's release. And theaters around the world listened, dropping long-held decorum for the 2-hour and 45-minute film that's already shattered domestic box office records for the genre, raking in nearly $93 million in its opening weekend.
I'm gonna go to this movie at least 13 times.
And movie theaters are going with the flow. AMC encourages dancing and singing throughout the concert film. And in Kentucky, the Sauerbeck Family Drive-In is letting in fewer vehicles to make more room for dancing. Even dine-in theater Alamo Drafthouse welcomed fans getting a little rowdy within reason.
Singing and dancing has been encouraged, but what would you caution people against doing?
If you are singing so loudly that the people around you can't actually hear Taylor singing, this is a problem. This is an experience that we're having communally, but that doesn't give you the permission to destroy someone else's viewing experience simply for your own enjoyment.
Etiquette experts say it's okay to take selfies, trade friendship bracelets, and respectfully sing and dance at the concert film. But they say avoid stealing the show. Don't stand on seats, block other guests from viewing or exiting, talk between your favorite songs, or record the concert film. And if you have a concern, raise the issue with a theater employee.
So finding that middle ground where everyone can truly enjoy, can revel in being Swifties in this theater together, I think what a wonderful thing and what a great reason to bring us back to the movies.
We should point out a Question Pro survey shows the majority of people do think singing and dancing within reason enhances the experience. And in celebration of the movie's success, Swift overnight released the live version of Cruel Summer, of course, the second song in the show, and for many fans, myself included, a favorite. Back to you.
Oh, wow.
Would you go to a...
I was planning on going, actually, but I don't like when you can't hear the actual person, like Taylor swinging.
Yeah, singing. And swinging, because there's lots of dancing. Yeah.
Both. All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories that are trending today, okay?
Starting with tennis GOAT Serena Williams may have stepped back from the sport, but she isn't taking it easy. The superstar announced that she will be writing 2 new books, one being described as a, quote, intimate memoir of her childhood and tennis career, and the second will be an inspirational work offering rules for living living. Neither, yeah, kind of cool. Neither of the books, though, are titled or have a release date. So wait for that one.
Yeah, I'd buy them both. Talk about the cat's meow. There's this cat in England who has set the Guinness World Record for the loudest purr by a domestic living cat. I guess that's the category. Bella the cat purred at 54.6 decibels. That's about as loud as a washing machine. Wow. Officials from the Guinness World Record set up recording devices to figure it all out. Wow. Congratulations.
Purr.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Great to be with you. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, October 19th, 2023, urgent message. Fresh off his trip to war-torn Israel, President Biden takes his plea straight to Americans in a primetime address tonight. What he says Congress needs to do now.
Who's the boss? After 16 days, Republicans have yet to fill the vacant speaker seat. Why a plan to temporarily solve the problem is suddenly in doubt.
Taking the deal, Trump ally Sidney Powell accepts a plea agreement over her role in the Georgia election interference case. What that could mean for former President Trump's upcoming trial.
And grounds for concern. Why Hawaiians still struggling to recover after the Maui wildfires are now facing a new, potentially toxic threat.
That'll be really important. It's important to stay focused on communities even after all the news crews
That's right, after the news crews leave. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're wearing purple today, by the way, to show our support for the LGBTQ+ community.
That's right. We're really glad to be with you, and we do have a lot of stories to get to. So let's start this hour with President Biden. He's set to make his case about the Israel-Hamas war to all Americans tonight.
The president will address the nation from the Oval Office. The primetime speech comes after his visit to Israel yesterday. Today, the State Department also issued a worldwide caution advisory for all U.S. citizens overseas. They're also telling Americans in Lebanon to leave as soon as possible because of the, quote, unpredictable security situation.
The FBI and Department of Homeland Security are warning of possible violence here in the United States. The agencies are urging law enforcement across the country to be on heightened alert. We begin this hour with NBC News White House House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good to see you. So this will be the second Oval Office address of Joe Biden's presidency. The first, of course, was during the debt ceiling negotiations back in June. So what are we expecting to hear from the president tonight?
Yes, and Clay, well, a senior White House official tells us that the president has been working closely with top aides on this speech for the last week. They say he was also working on it during the flight back to Washington after that trip to Israel yesterday, and he's making some finishing touches to it this afternoon. But Clay, they say that this past almost 2 weeks now since Hamas's invasion of Israel, really that's been a test for the president in how he's handled really his foreign policy chops and his ability to unite foreign leaders around the U.S. support for Israel. This speech tonight is going to test his ability to unite the American people around not just U.S. support for Israel as it continues its war against Hamas, but also Ukraine as it continues its war with Russia. And that's a tall order when you think of all of the division and frustration that we've seen erupt, not just in the Middle East, but also here in the United States since October 7th. So we expect the president, according to a senior White House official, to really make this direct appeal to the American people, to talk to them directly and remind them of what he says are the stakes of this war, both of these wars going on half a world away, Clay.
All right, Ali Rafa with us. Ali, thank you so much. And you can watch the NBC News special report on President Biden's Oval Office address. That's tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on your local NBC station. We'll also be streaming it live on NBC News Now.
Israel's defense minister told soldiers today they will soon see Gaza, quote, from the inside.
The statement appears to point to Israel's anticipated ground assault of the Gaza Strip as it continues to target the territory with strikes. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. He's in Tel Aviv, Israel. Josh, what more are we learning about this potential ground assault? Is there some kind of timeline?
Well, Kate, there probably is a timeline, but the Israeli military certainly isn't sharing it with us or with the enemy, Hamas. Now, we have been getting these indications in the last 24 hours that there could be a buildup underway towards something sooner than later. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today visiting Israeli troops right near the Gaza border, asking them if they were ready to fight. They, of course, replied that they are. He promised them that they will have a decisive victory. And as you mentioned, we had that ominous message from Israel's defense minister saying that those who are currently seeing Gaza from afar will soon see it from the inside. And separately, we also heard from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak today saying that he expects that ground incursion to come really in the next few days. And so while we don't have a definitive timeline, now that some of the high-level visits to this region are over from President Biden, from Secretary Blinken, and today from British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, that potentially removes some of the complications to launch a ground invasion and could free up Israel to move quickly on what it has now been promising for more than a week, Kate.
And Josh, I know strikes hit southern Gaza just yesterday after Israel told people in Gaza days ago to head south to get to safety. Has the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, said anything about this? And what do we know about the humanitarian situation right now in southern Gaza?
Well, the humanitarian situation certainly has not gotten any better. There has been some hope in the last day or so that it will start to improve due to an apparent agreement that President Biden struck with Egyptian President Sisi to start allowing, according to Biden, up to 20 humanitarian aid trucks into the Gaza Strip. We are still waiting to see if that Rafah border crossing with Egypt will ever open. But when it comes in terms of those Israeli strikes in southern Gaza, we're also hearing from the Israeli military saying that notwithstanding the fact that Israel has told people in the north of Gaza to move south for their own safety, that Israel has never declared a ceasefire over the Gaza Strip, in the south in particular, and they will continue to strike any legitimate target. Israel's military saying that each one of its airstrikes has an address, and that address is Hamas, wherever it is in the Gaza Strip. Clay?
Okay, Josh Letterman with the latest on the ground for us. Thanks so much.
Anger over the war is leading to protests across the Middle East and around the world. Thousands of people took to the streets in Jordan earlier today, as well as Tunisia. We also saw demonstrations in Turkey and Lebanon as outrage grows over the hospital explosion that Palestinian health officials say killed hundreds of people in Gaza City.
We're also seeing protests in the U.S. Hundreds of demonstrators with a group called Jewish Voices for Peace descended on Capitol Hill Wednesday. This is significant since protests are not allowed in the halls of Congress. The group says about 300 of its members were arrested by Capitol Police.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Lebanon tracking all of this for us. Matt, it seems like we're seeing new protests every single day, and I know we're headed into a Friday, which is sometimes a time of protest. What's the core message coming out of these global protests?
Well, it's a great question because, you know, we were talking about how this is a reaction to that hospital explosion that happened 2 nights ago. And yes, it was. That's what called out the entire Arab and Muslim world onto the streets of capitals from Baghdad to Beirut, where I was yesterday. But the message that I got when I was there was that this is not just about that hospital explosion. It's also not just about Joe Biden's visit to the Middle East, which was another topic that we heard speakers discussing in some of those rallies. This is about decades, generations of what Palestinians and Arabs throughout the Arab and Muslim world consider to be oppression, colonization, and marginalization at the hands of the West. And it was that, not just Israel. They spoke about the United States and Israel in the same terms, with the same condemnation, and they really see themselves as being victimized historically, not just over the past 10 days, not just since the blockade began on Gaza. And for those who are not Palestinians, and again, the people that we were speaking to in Lebanon, they're not Palestinians, they're Lebanese, but they're still Arab. And they were demonstrating in solidarity. Here's one woman that I spoke to yesterday.
But we know, as people of Hezbollah, as people who support Hezbollah, that if we don't support the Palestinian people today, if we don't support the Palestinian resistance today, the next day we will be on the next in the row. If we don't stand with our people, if we don't stand with our brothers in Gaza, the next day it would be our turn as well.
So again, she's describing her brothers in Gaza. She's not Palestinian, she's Lebanese. And so for them, this is an epical fight. This is something that would need to continue, and not just in terms of protests. She was not excluding the idea of going to arms. And that's one of the big questions here. Will Hezbollah, this group that she was supporting, be called to arms? And will it come from Hezbollah itself, or will it come from places further afield, namely Iran? Guys?
And Matt, of course, you're in Tyre, Lebanon right now, and that's exactly where Lebanon, the State Department, just issued a warning for Americans to get out. So talk to us about the significance of that move, and what are you seeing on the ground?
Yeah, and I'm not just in Lebanon. As you mentioned, I'm in Tyre, where actually there was talk of the IDF said that there was outgoing missiles coming out of here. We didn't see or hear that, but we have seen explosions and we have seen projectiles up along that ridge line. It wasn't quite clear to us whether they were incoming or outgoing, but there has been some very frothy fighting all along this border, and more casualties today. Yesterday, I think it was the day before, was the most vicious day, the most deadly day for fighting along the border. So again, this is a region that is on the precipice of dragging itself or being dragged into war and internationalizing a conflict that's already upended the Middle East. Guys?
Matt Bradley with the latest in Lebanon for us. Thank you.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Delta is responding to frequent flyer backlash.
And Universal Music is taking on artificial intelligence. Julia Borston joins us now. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, Delta Airlines is making some changes to its frequent flyer program after facing backlash from customers. The initial overhaul shifted to reward the biggest spenders and not the most frequent flyers. But now it will make it less expensive for passengers to achieve elite status and will ease limits on visiting airport lounges for certain credit card holders. The Biden administration is temporarily lifting some sanctions on Venezuela in a sign of support for democracy in the country. The suspended sanctions on the country's oil, gas, and gold sectors were in response to Venezuela's government and an opposition group agreeing on conditions for the next presidential election. And Universal Music is going after an AI chatbot for copyright infringement. A lawsuit filed this week in federal court accuses Anthropic's bot, called Claude, of ripping off popular tunes when it's prompted to write lyrics. Anthropic has yet to comment on this suit. Certainly going to be fascinating to see how all these AI lawsuits play out.
No, truly fascinating. I think something similar happened with the artist Drake, right? They remade one of his songs that was pretty similar, too.
And I think he wasn't happy about it.
He was not
right?
too happy about it. I think a lot of artists have some serious questions, hence a lot of the strikes we've been seeing, too.
Yeah. Julie Borston, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Well, coming up, why Republicans are back to square one in their search for a House Speaker and what it means for Congress's growing agenda.
Plus, the new potentially toxic threat facing people on Maui, still coping with the devastation of those deadly wildfires. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The chaos on Capitol Hill is not letting up. A resolution that would have kept temporary Speaker Patrick McHenry in his position through the end of the year appears to be a non-starter. It comes after hardline Republican Congressman Jim Jordan failed twice to reach the required number of votes to be elected Speaker. He canceled a third vote that was set for today. The House has been without a Speaker for more than 2 weeks now after Kevin McCarthy was ousted from his position. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Noble is following this for us. So, Ryan, why has this plan suddenly lost Republican support, and is there any chance that Democrats may go for it?
So the short answer is no, Zinkley. It seems as though once this proposal was floated to Republicans in a private conference meeting, many of them just didn't like the idea. They didn't think that this was going to solve the problem. They were concerned about granting these temporary powers to the Speaker pro tem Patrick McHenry and the long-term implications of that. And as a result, Jim Jordan emerged from that meeting, made it clear that that option was off the table, but also made it clear that he was still running for Speaker and that he was going to try and meet with the holdouts to try and convince them to come to his side. And Jordan even went as far as to suggest that we could see another vote on the House floor even today. Now, even though he is asking for that, Zinkley, there's not a lot of evidence that the outcome is going to change all that much. The 22 Republicans who did not vote for him the last time, not one of them has publicly changed their position, and there's no indication they will if another vote goes to the floor. Zinkley?
So, Ryan, what happens next? Jordan still doesn't have the votes, and also, I mean, the House has quite the agenda to get through.
I wish I knew the answer to that question, Zinkley. Nobody really knows what's next. Dave Joyce from Ohio, who is the originator of this resolution for the short-term fix to Patrick McHenry, told a couple of our colleagues just a few minutes ago that the Republican conference couldn't vote to agree on the time of day. They're that divided right now. And so when you have a conference that is fractured as this one, where you have so many different competing agendas, the likelihood of settling on someone that can get to 217 votes seems incredibly elusive. So at this point, it's anybody's best guess as to what comes next. But the only thing we know for sure is that there's no speaker, and that means Congress is paralyzed and all these big, important issues will not be addressed. Zinkley?
Ryan Nobles with the latest. Thanks so much.
People in Maui are on high alert about a potential toxic threat. Tests now show ash from the recent fires contains higher than expected levels of arsenic and other dangerous metals. People there are especially concerned since 3 Lahaina schools are opening just this week. Daryl Huff from our NBC affiliate in Honolulu reports.
Aided by well-equipped volunteers, ash has been sifted at many homes, like these in Kula. But the health department is now discouraging sifting after tests of Kula ash found higher level of toxins than expected.
The arsenic, which is of the greatest concern, is 140 times above the environmental action level.
Arsenic at more than 3,000 milligrams per kilogram was likely due to termite-treated wood. Lead was twice the safe level and cobalt 20 times above it. Similar levels or even higher can be expected in Lahaina. With 3 schools east of the burn zones opening this week, the superintendent reassured families that air is being monitored and there are air filters in every classroom and office.
So in the event that we do need to utilize them, those filters filter air and particulates out within the classrooms.
But the reassurances weren't enough even for some elected officials, especially after Department of Health Maui Health Officer Lauren Pang said children should be asked about scratchy throats.
I would like to ask that of the school children if I don't cross political
I'm
boundaries.
not sending my kids back. I'm not going to do it.
While Pang pointed out for the council that monitors have shown the air to be consistently safe around schools, he also cast doubt about whether more testing should be done on dust that may have traveled from the burn zone.
The other kind of sample you can do is pull it out from the air, catch everything onto a filter paper. It's called a sniffer. Test that. Okay. That's in the air. So I asked for that.
So we're waiting for ash, and yet our kids are going to school. That's concerning.
It also didn't seem clear to Pang whether ash samples from Lahaina were being tested.
I kind of don't know what meetings to attend. It's a little bit confusing who's doing what.
Many today saw it more simply, a chilling reminder about proper PPE.
Especially when I see, politicians that's in the area and they're not wearing PPE, not a good example.
That was Daryl Huff reporting, but it really just sobering and shows you, even after the news crews leave, like we said, once that breaking news is done, there's still so many repercussions of issues like this.
Yeah, and you've got kids going to school and you don't know, it sounds like they don't know exactly how good the air is at this point. Daryl Huff, really appreciate that report. Thank you. Still to come, we're going to talk about what we know about a group of Americans still stuck in Gaza. A family member in Chicago, actually living in Florida right now, telling us why they're holding on to hope.
still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A Georgia sheriff has now released both dash and body camera video showing the moments before a sheriff's deputy shot and killed a black man during a traffic stop Monday.
The deputy, who is white, pulled Leonard Cure over on suspicion of reckless driving. Cure had been wrongfully convicted and released from prison back in 2020. He had served more than 16 years behind bars for a robbery that happened in Florida that he did not commit. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. So, Stephen, take it step by step. Walk us through what happened, what this dash cam and body camera video shows.
Yeah, there were a lot of demands for this video to be released. Authorities now releasing more than 30 minutes of this footage from those cameras. We do want to warn you, though, it is difficult to watch. We're not showing the shot itself, but this all happened during a traffic stop. You see here the body camera angle of the deputy holding that taser to Cure, which he does end up using on him. It does not subdue him, though. He had told Cure to get out of his truck, walk to the back, and put his hands on. Cure seemed to be following those orders, but they were arguing the whole time. Cure asking him why he was being pulled over like this for speeding when it should just be a ticket. That is when the deputy asks for backup, and you see it there. Cure and the deputy continue to struggle until that shot is fired. This video now being released. Cure's family has seen it, and they are devastated.
He did not harm anyone. In fact, after being wrongfully convicted for 16 years, you know what he did? He forgave the idiots that locked him up. That is what he did. That is how forgiving he was.
Now, his family, you see them there. They were speaking with attorney Benjamin Crump, who's representing them. And after their demands for the release of that video, it was fully released yesterday, just hours after they held that press conference.
So, Stephen, talk to us about the sheriff's deputy who ultimately fired that shot. What's the latest on the investigation? And then you're saying this all started allegedly because of speeding, correct?
Yes, that is what you can hear on the video itself. The deputy says that he clocked him speeding more than 100 miles per hour. That deputy now on leave pending an investigation, which of course is typical in these cases. And once again, that video finally coming out after many demands over the period of days, which has happened over the weekend, finally being released yesterday. Kate Sinclair.
All right, Stephen Romo with the latest for us. Thank you so much.
Just months after its massive crackdown on password sharing, Netflix has announced a subscription hike is on the way. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin tells us why and who will be feeling the impact.
Netflix seeing green. The #1 streaming giant reporting quarterly revenue of $8.5 billion and adding nearly 9 million new subscribers, wildly exceeding expectations in the face of Hollywood strikes that have brought production to a standstill.
The real driver of this massive subscriber growth was Netflix's crackdown on password sharing. They were basically saying, nope, you can't share passwords anymore. No more freeloaders. We're going to make you start to pay.
Netflix also announcing it's raising prices for the first time in nearly 2 years. Its basic no ads plan up $2. The highest premium tier up $3.
Netflix is increasing their prices. As it is, we have enough on our plate.
This is astronomical. This is going to keep going up.
But rest assured, prices stay the same on its standard no ads plan and the lowest price tier with ads.
Netflix benefits from having more people watch the cheaper tier that has ads because they get revenue from subscriber fees, and then they also get that revenue from advertising. They need enough people watching those ads on Netflix for it to be worthwhile for their advertisers.
Insiders say Netflix is weathering the Hollywood strike storm better than other streamers because it has many original shows and license hits like Suits.
Because just so we're clear, Robert, I am managing partner.
In fact, in September, 8 of the 10 most watched streaming programs viewers were on Netflix. Its total percentage of viewers more than Hulu, Disney Plus, and Max combined. And while production on some hit series could be delayed by the ongoing actor strike, royal lovers can rejoice. The final season of The Crown will debut next month, with Netflix offering subscribers new perks like live sports programming and video games based on hits like Love is Blind, Squid Game, and Wednesday. Strategies it hopes will keep profits streaming into the future. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Coming up, how the impact of the war between Israel and Hamas is being felt around the world. What's being done to ensure Americans stay safe? You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us on all those places you see wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Drug maker Pfizer has announced new pricing for the life-saving COVID drug Paxlovid. The list price before insurance will be just under $1,400 for a 5-day course, more than double what the government paid for it. The government has purchased and distributed Paxlovid to the public for free since December 2021. Pfizer says that this does not necessarily reflect the price that patients will pay and said it's working to secure arrangements that would lower out-of-pocket costs.
Oscar-nominated actor Burt Young has died at the age of 83. Young is best known for his role as Sylvester Stallone's brother-in-law, Paulie, in the Rocky franchise, where he received an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor. He also made appearances in other acclaimed films and TV shows, including Chinatown, Once Upon a Time in America, and The Sopranos. The cause of death has not been disclosed.
And the Las Vegas Aces are WNBA champions again. They edged out the New York Liberty last night, 70-69, to become the first team in over 2 decades to win back-to-back WNBA titles. And check this out. The Aces were then showered with praise, literally. The Las Vegas airport shared this video of their grand arrival back home.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Let's switch gears back to what's happening in Israel. The pain and suffering of this conflict seen on the faces of children in the region.
NBC's foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea met with families from an Israeli community known as a kibbutz attacked by Hamas terrorists about the impact of the trauma.
The kids of Kibbutz Be'eri now living in a hotel on the Dead Sea, trying to make sense of their new reality.
Is that an ice cream? Ice cream? Candy. No, candy. Oh, like a lollipop.
But below the surface, the horror lingers.
She asked me if the bad people from the Hamas come here to hotel.
Home no longer feels safe after Hamas terrorists stormed their small community, killing more than 50 and kidnapping others.
My son, 4 years old, he's just started talking about the terrorist bodies that he saw.
For volunteers like nursery teacher Shahar, the trauma is plain to see.
I can see many kids not willing to move away from their parents, speaking about many kinds of things that you wouldn't want small children to speak about.
Anthony's family hid for hours in their safe room, reading about the horrors on their phones, leaving the father of 3 considering the unthinkable.
At one point, I thought I was going to have to kill my own kids.
Nira and her teenage daughters came face to face with the terrorists.
And we just say to them, please don't kill us. Please, we didn't do nothing. Don't kill us.
They spared her and her daughters, but took her husband and daughter's boyfriend.
Too much sadness and too much that nobody's crying. It's like, you know, it's no contact between my heart and my mind.
A community heartbroken and numb. Their children changed forever.
They just want to be kids. They want to be kids again.
But first, they'll need to find a way to feel safe again. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News, the Dead Sea, Israel.
Really poignant there. And speaking of security and feeling safe, federal and local law enforcement agencies are on high alert here in this country as tensions over the war grow here.
Yeah, a joint FBI and Department of Homeland Security bulletin is warning local authorities about the heightened possibility of violence over what's going on in Gaza and Israel. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Department of Justice is laser focused on keeping Americans safe.
We are seeing an increase in reported threats against faith communities, particularly Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities and institutions. The entire Justice Department remains vigilant in our efforts to identify and respond to hate crimes, threats of violence, or related incidents, with particular attention to threats to faith communities.
NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, we've been talking all week about these threats, right? But what more can you tell us about the warnings specific to the security bulletin?
Right. So I actually was reviewing some of our reporting on this program and some of our web stories over the week. And this memo that went out today is kind of a catch-all of everything that's been out there so far. And the reason for that is you have the NYPD, which has its intelligence bureau, and some of the Joint Terrorism Task Force on the East Coast and on the West Coast that are kind of providing more updates real time. You've got our own independent research of what's going out there on the internet. And then FBI and DHS sends this nationwide and says, look, here's our summary of what we're seeing. And what we're seeing is really violent rhetoric. And one of the things that I think has been interesting and perhaps disturbing through this process is that people seem to get more engagement online the stronger their positions are, the more heated the rhetoric that they use, and the more violent the images that they publish or put out there in their posts. And so I think that has led to a ratcheting up of the type of rhetoric that we're going to see and we have seen. And where does that go from there? Does somebody act out on that in the form of violence? I think that's really what has law enforcement so concerned.
That's a really good point. I want to ask about the State Department out with their new warning about Americans abroad, traveling or living abroad. They say in part due to increased tensions in various locations around the world, the Department of State advises U.S. citizens overseas to exercise increased caution. What's the concern?
So one of the things over the last 7-8 years in the NBC News investigative unit that we've been focused on is terrorism in Europe, in part. And one of the things that we've found is that there are more individuals there that have ties to terrorist organizations, actual real ties to terrorist organizations, and have the ability to organize. And particularly back in 2016, 17, and 18, there were a group of individuals who came out of Syria, had previous ties to all sorts of different terrorist groups. And are those individuals, particularly given the closest to Northern Africa, which is also another hotbed for terrorist groups, in Europe, could you have more of a problem because there are more individuals there that have traditional ties to terrorist organizations? Plus now you have, as we discussed yesterday, these direct calls from various terrorist organizations for people to act out and commit violence. And so I think when you see that, that led to the State Department saying, hey, just because you're not in the United States or just because you're not in Israel, you might have a problem wherever you travel.
Tom Winterforce. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Thanks.
Well, the State Department says nearly 600 Americans are still stuck in Gaza. NBC's Lester Holt spoke with one of them.
What happens when it gets dark where you are?
You hear the drones get much louder, and you just hear lots of booms. Many in the distance, some that hit closer, and at times you hear a whiz go by and something hit closest. And those are quite scary as well. It makes you jump whenever you hear a car go by during the day, because it sounds like a missile going past. But again, you try to sleep because you just want to wake up with the morning.
That is Emily Rauschenberger. She, her husband, and 5 children have been stuck in Gaza since the war broke out. Joining us now is Emily's father, John Rauschenberger. And if it sounds familiar, John, for our viewers, you've been with us before. You were with us a week ago today. We keep checking in with you about your family. That's the first time, though, that we've seen your daughter, Emily. How does it feel to see her for you and hear what she's saying?
Just delightful, absolutely delightful. I'm glad you could connect with her. We hear from her for a couple, 3 minutes each day because they only have about an hour of internet. And I was really happy. I guess the fact that Mr. Holt was in Tel Aviv, maybe he got better connections quicker than we do from the States over there. So we're just heartfelt. We can't thank NBC for keeping this out front and helping us try to get the Americans out of Gaza through the border crossing, as well as other foreign nationals. We want them all to come home and leave the country safely.
Yeah, John, I'm sure it's just so great to see her and be hearing from her, if only for moments each day. I know, though, you told us that your daughter and grandchildren are still cramped into a small apartment with 30 other people. So how are they managing? How are they describing the conditions?
Well, they just took in another family, so now there's 34.
Wow.
The kids, and I'd say half of them are kids, so they won't let the kids out of the house to play during the day, which is very difficult on the very young ones, like my 4-year-old granddaughter, Mariam. But they're managing. Food supplies are getting a little tight. They send 2 of the older kids, Nura there in the hot pink. She goes out at the bread line. Her first day in the bread line, she spent 2 hours. Got near the front and got muscled out, and then the door shut. She said, Pops, she said, the second day I knew what I was doing. No one was going to muscle me out. But Emily did confirm today that loaves of bread, or the type of bread, the flat bread that they have in the Middle East, is getting smaller. So obviously the bakery's starting to run out of materials. The water, they have to go out and find a water truck each day for their water needs. But they're trying to make it kind of as much of a camp out if you can for the kids.
Yeah, you got to pretend.
Parents, as long as they are focused and steadfast and positive, the kids reflect their parents.
Right.
But we just so want to draw attention that we have these foreign nationals and, most importantly, Americans on the border there. We just need it opened up. They're prepared to leave.
Yeah, John, let me ask you, because a week ago when you were with us, you said you had talked to one person at the State Department who got on the phone and they said, we can't help you. Since then, the government said, yes, we're going to open up the Rafah border. We're going to get flights going. They promised a lot of things, and yet your family is still stuck. Have you gotten any update?
I knew we needed... No. We knew they had to get the Americans out of Israel. They were in danger up there to the north, too. But they're in more danger, I feel, selfishly, in the south. We have heard nothing from the State Department. We registered them on the very first day this began as wanting to evacuate from the Rafah border crossing. I registered them as the sponsor, so I'm supposed to be contacted at the same time she does. And with all due respect, we have not heard anything from the federal government or the State Department, which is very frustrating. all they hear and what to do is word of mouth. They're within a couple miles of the Rafah border. They can leave on a moment's notice.
Yeah.
They're packed and ready to go. But no, we're frustrated.
I'm sure.
And we're hoping the president addresses this tonight.
John Rauschenberger, again, we wish you only the best and hope that everything works out well for your family. Really appreciate you sharing everything.
Heartfelt thanks for your support in keeping this out in front of the public's eye and the government and the State Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming up, we're going to talk about a former Trump attorney pleading guilty to trying to overturn the 2020 election results in the state of Georgia. So what does that mean for the case against the former president? We'll tell you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're following some breaking developments in one of the cases involving former President Donald Trump, specifically the Georgia election interference case.
That's right. Sidney Powell, a high-profile member of Trump's legal team following the 2020 election, pleaded guilty this morning to 6 misdemeanor counts. She was one of 19 defendants, including Trump himself, who was indicted in August for their efforts to overturn the results in Georgia. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and NBC News senior legal correspondent and Today anchor Laura Jarrett. Thank you both so much for being with us. So, Vaughn, let's start with you. Remind us which case this is, the details of it, and just how much of a surprise this really was.
Right. This is the Fulton County case. Donald Trump, as well as Sidney Powell, they are one of 19 defendants who were charged on state charges, namely racketeering and conspiracy charges. Sidney Powell is key. She is now the second of these 19 defendants to plead guilty. She's pleading guilty to election interference. Particularly in her instance, she was around a alleged effort to tamper with voting machines here. But what is so important about this guilty plea is the fact that as part of this agreement, she has to go and testify truthfully about all the other 19 defendants. And Sidney Powell was around for an awful lot. She was attorney for Donald Trump, was in cahoots with Rudy Giuliani. She was at the White House in December of 2020 when Donald Trump talked about appointing her as a special counsel to investigate these fraud claims. Sidney Powell was privy to a lot, and she could be key to the prosecution.
And so, Laura, what could this mean to the case of the former president.
Well, it's not welcome news to former President Trump's defense team because obviously she's privy to all of the meetings that Vaughn laid out, and she has to testify truthfully about them or this entire thing falls apart. Remember, guys, she was facing serious prison time between 5 and 20 years, and now she gets 6 years probation only. So that means she gave them something significant in return for her cooperation.
And that's just a misdemeanor, right? I mean, that probably played a lot into making the plea deal.
Yeah, I think it certainly factored in for her, realizing that she was facing that much time and then to have to only do misdemeanors for probation. I think that she had a significant incentive, and there was sort of a timing element here. Remember, she had wanted a speedy trial. Her trial is actually supposed to start on Monday. Jury selection is tomorrow, so time really was of the essence for her.
Laura, one more to you. This is a state case in Georgia. So this deal that she's made on the state level, could it impact any of the federal cases that involve former President Trump?
Potentially, since she has to testify truthfully. Certainly Jack Smith, the special counsel, who's also looking at election interference, but on the federal level, he's going to be paying very close attention to everything she says. And if I'm her attorney, this might be an ideal time to actually come forward and cooperate with the feds as well, although we have no reportings to suggest that she has done that.
And Vaughn, of course, there are other defendants, right? So what does this mean for them?
Right. This is all part of one conspiracy indictment here. And yet, just like Sidney Powell had requested a speedy trial, Kenneth Chesebro, who was another Trump attorney, did as well. And the jury selection process begins tomorrow for his trial. But this is where it's going to get complicated, because the state prosecutors are going to have to bring forward all of those witnesses and find Kenneth Chesebro guilty. And they're going to have to do it all over again when Donald Trump and the others ultimately take the stand.
Vaughn, have we heard anything from former President Trump or his attorneys or anyone today?
We have heard from his attorney, who told us, said in the statement that it's a good thing for them, because this is going to play directly into their defense that they intend to make. What is that defense? It is not quite clear, but for Donald Trump, they're going to try to make the best of this to the extent they can.
Do legal analysts agree with that assessment, that it's a good thing?
No, she said earlier.
Yeah. Just making sure.
No, this is not welcome news.
Of course. Well, Laura Jarrett, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you both for your analysis, as always. The U.S. State Department has confirmed that Russia has detained another American journalist for failing to register as foreign agent. Alsu Kormasheva is a reporter with Radio Free Europe Liberty and holds dual Russian-American citizenship. She's the second American journalist to be detained this year after the arrest of Evan Gershkovich in March. If convicted, she faces up to 5 years in prison.
There's much more news ahead on NBC News Daily.
But first, let's talk about today's Daily Snapshot. Communities around the world are mourning those who were killed in Tuesday's hospital explosion in Gaza. Heavy rain could not stop hundreds of pro-Palestinians from holding a vigil outside Downing Street in London. You can see them right there. Plastic sheets were laid out on the ground for people to pray on. While some pushed for the British government to get more involved, many said they were just there to mourn the loss. And so many lives lost already in this Israel-Hamas conflict.
One picture capturing one moment.
Yeah.
More NBC News Daily right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Snapchat, the popular video and messaging app, is facing a legal battle over the nationwide fentanyl crisis.
Parents of children who died after taking drugs that contained fentanyl are suing Snapchat. They were in court on Wednesday. They claim the social media app allowed the sale of illegal drugs on their platform. A judge has now said he has until late January to decide if the lawsuit can move forward. Here's Lolita Lopez from our NBC station in Los Angeles.
My name is Lynn Sorensen. My daughter, Ava, was 17 when she passed.
I'm the father of Sammy Chapman, forever 16.
It was an emotional day for dozens of parents who say their children died too soon, taking drugs they did not know contained the powerful opioid fentanyl. They are among a group suing Snapchat, alleging in court documents that the social media platform allows people to sell illicit drugs on their platform that have led to deaths.
It's not only been about Daniel, but it's about all of the hundreds of thousands of children that have died due to fentanyl poisoning.
They are parents like Jaime Puerta, who lost his son Daniel. Jaime says Daniel took half of a pill he believed was oxycodone that he had bought online. It wasn't. Instead, LA County Sheriff investigators determined it was a counterfeit pill loaded with fentanyl, a synthetic drug 50 times more deadly than morphine, according to the CDC.
You have a social media app like Snapchat, which is propagating these drug deaths by facilitating and allowing drug dealers to sell illicit counterfeit drugs to our children.
The lawsuit also alleges Snapchat's platform makes it difficult for law enforcement to track down evidence of illegal activity. In Los Angeles Superior Court Wednesday, attorneys for both sides discussed whether Snapchat can be held liable for what others do on its platform. Among key issues the judge will take into account before deciding on how to proceed with the case. A spokesperson for Snap tells the I-Team it cooperates with law enforcement investigations, including preserving and disclosing data in response to valid legal requests. In a statement, Snap adds, "It is devastating that the national fentanyl epidemic has taken the lives of so many people, and we have great empathy for families who have suffered unimaginable losses. At Snap, we are working hard to stop dealers from abusing our platform. We do this by deploying advanced technologies to proactively find and remove dealers, working closely with law enforcement, collaborating with other technology companies, and by having a zero-tolerance policy where we shut off the infringer's account." Jaime says Snapchat should be doing even more.
Right now, we are not protecting our children.
That was Lolita Lopez reporting. And here to talk more about this lawsuit is NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. Angela, thank you for being with us. So it seems that the core of this argument is whether or not Snapchat is responsible for what people do on the platform itself. Do you think the judge is going to move forward with this case?
Well, I think it's very hard. So we all know about Section 230, which was an act passed by Congress, and that really protects all of these social media platforms from user-generated content. The idea is that users are responsible for what they post and they do. Like, for example, when you send a Gmail, it's not Google who's responsible. It's you. In this case, though, it's trickier. It involves minors. It involves drugs. But it's almost like trying to have a street corner be held liable, a place where people congregate for what happens on
that happens on that street corner. Exactly. There's a second part to this, though, that is interesting. That in the parents' allegations, Snapchat, as we saw, says that they cooperate with law enforcement all the time. But the lawsuit by the families claims that Snapchat makes it difficult for law enforcement to uncover evidence of illegal activity. How could that play out in court?
Yes, Kate. So this is a fascinating argument. I think it's the only part, frankly, the only part of the lawsuit that really has legs. And that's because if Snapchat really actively involved itself, actively deterred or prevented investigations from happening, as is alleged in this lawsuit, then that could be more than just hosting speech on their platform. They could be involving themselves and preventing investigations from happening. So in the lawsuit, there's one allegation that a child passed away and law enforcement tried to get the drug dealer responsible for that death off the site. But Snapchat just ignored subpoenas, allegedly, and as a result, that drug dealer was still allowed to sell on that site fake fentanyl pills or fake Oxycontin, et cetera, that had fentanyl in them. So it depends. In discovery, we're going to see a lot.
I mean, it's so tough because as this legal limbo sort of plays out, it's real lives who are sort of in the mix of it. Yeah.
Angela Sanadella, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And thanks for watching. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker reporting in Washington, where the impasse inside the House has hit yet another roadblock, with Republicans unable to agree on even a temporary short-term plan to get the chamber up and running. We'll head to the Hill for the very latest in a moment. But first, President Biden is preparing to deliver a primetime Oval Office address this evening to appeal directly to the American people to support Israel and Ukraine. It comes amid a desperate humanitarian crisis inside Gaza, and as Israeli forces prepare for a potential ground invasion, with the Israeli defense minister telling troops today they would soon see Gaza, quote, from the inside. President Biden's remarks, just the second Oval Office address of his presidency, follow his return from Israel, where he reaffirmed U.S. support and brokered an agreement to allow desperately needed humanitarian aid into southern Gaza from Egypt. This morning, the White House Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner said aid could begin to reach civilians soon.
We believe those trucks will get into Gaza over the course of the next day or so. The president has also been quite clear, though, that if we see that aid being misappropriated, being taken essentially by Hamas for its own purposes, that will affect the continued distribution of assistance. And so he sent a strong message that this aid needs to get to the Palestinian people in Gaza, to civilians in Gaza, that this is not some sort of support program for fighters, and we will see how that unfolds.
Meanwhile, the UN says more than 1 million Gazans have been displaced with no way out of the territory. And Israeli airstrikes in Gaza continue targeting Hamas. This NBC footage shows the aftermath of an apparent airstrike in Gaza City yesterday, with first responders searching through the rubble. This is some of what the situation is like on the ground from video. Audio diaries shared with NBC News in recent days.
I keep on thinking that I'm in a nightmare and I'm going to wake up from it, but honestly, it's taking so long. I thought it would stop sooner. I don't understand anymore. My brain can't take it. My heart can't take it, because I would like to help, but I don't know how, and I don't understand why.
So this strike was about maybe 200 meters from where we are. That area over there is a very busy market. Yeah, you know, very busy market. We just picked up food from there half an hour ago. So just to emphasize how, you know, these Israeli bombs are falling on densely packed civilian areas, and there's women, children, people. The thing is, life is going on in Khan Yunis and in Gaza, probably. Life is going on, and there's probably, and you can't bomb here without killing civilians.
Well, amid the questions of getting aid into Gaza, still no answer to the question of how many people will be able to get out. A U.S. official tells NBC more than 350 U.S. citizens stuck in Gaza have asked the State Department for help leaving. The State Department announced today the number of Americans who've been killed has risen to 32, with 11 Americans still unaccounted for. Joining me now is Raf Sanchez in Israel, and Ali Rafa is at the White House. So, Raf, let's start with you. President Biden announced 20 trucks of aid would be moving from Egypt to Gaza. The White House says it could come as early as Friday. What is needed to get the crossing open, and how much optimism is there that this is actually going to happen, Raf?
Well, Kristen, you heard the White House there calling for patience, saying they're hopeful that the crossing is going to open tomorrow. Egyptian state media is reporting the same, which hasn't happened before. As you know, Kristen, we have been through this scene before where there's been American optimism about getting the Rafah crossing open, only for that optimism to crash headlong into the realities on the ground. This is a fiendishly complicated security picture. You have Hamas on one side of the border, Israel carrying out airstrikes in the area. On the other side is Sinai, where Egypt has been struggling against its own jihadist groups. It does seem at this moment like both the Egyptian and the American and the Israeli governments are aligned on getting the crossing opening tomorrow, but it is such a fluid situation inside of Gaza that I think for those people desperate for the aid to come in or desperate themselves to get out, they're only going to believe it when they see that crossing actually open.
Yeah, for good reason, Raf. That's certainly understandable. And I guess the question is, we're talking about these 20 trucks getting in, but more aid will certainly be needed, right? I mean, is there any discussions, what plans, if any, exist to try to get more aid beyond these 20 trucks?
Yeah, absolutely. 20 trucks is a drop in the ocean here. The UN is estimating Gaza needs the equivalent of 100 trucks every single day. So 20 trucks would be a start, but it would be a small start. The hope is to come up with some kind of mechanism here that is sustainable. That means that every day aid can be going from Egypt into Gaza. But with the security situation in flux, it really is going to be a case likely of taking it day by day. The Israelis have said they are agreeing to what they're calling a humanitarian area in the south of Gaza where that aid can be safely delivered to, where they are committing that there won't be any airstrikes. And you heard the White House say that they are determined that this aid will go only to Palestinian civilians, not to Hamas fighters. The reality is it's going to be very, very difficult to make sure that happens once the aid crosses over. And if the Israelis see on any kind of large scale that this aid is going to Hamas, that they feel it is helping Hamas's war effort, you can bet they're going to withdraw their consent for that crossing to be open.
Yeah, that's going to be the massive challenge in all of this, right? Making sure it doesn't go to Hamas. We are, of course, anticipating, and we've been talking about the possibility of this Israeli ground offensive. Raf, what's the latest there? Are all signs still pointing to an invasion?
All signs still pointing to an invasion, Kristen. The Israeli defense minister was a couple miles south of us here, meeting Israeli troops. As you said, he told them, right now you're looking at Gaza. Pretty soon you are going to be inside Gaza. It has turned into something of a diplomatic guessing game when exactly the Israelis might go in. The conventional wisdom has been they're unlikely to launch the ground offensive while there is a Western leader in town. So we, of course, had President Biden here yesterday. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak was here earlier today. He flew from here to Saudi Arabia to meet with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who's a major, major player in all of this. We were expecting the French President, Emmanuel Macron, to be here at some point in the coming days. But it may be, Kristen, that the Israelis surprise us and they launch this ground offensive even when one of these European leaders is in town.
Well, and speaking of which, of course, President Biden just returned from that trip to Israel, as you said, and we are anticipating hearing from him tonight. What does the Israeli government want to hear from President Biden, Raf?
So they were very reassured by his comments here yesterday. He spoke emotionally, as the president is known to do when he's faced with human grief up close, and there is a lot of grief in this country right now. But he also spoke very practically that he is going to ask the Congress for more money for aid for Israel, especially to replenish those Iron Dome missile interceptors, which have been defending the skies against Palestinian rockets. In just the last few minutes, there have been 4 more rockets aimed at the Tel Aviv area. That's according to the Israeli military. I think one thing the Israelis would like to know is, one, the details of this aid package. And Kristen, I think they have the same question that a lot of people where you are in D.C. have, which is, how is this package going to get through a House of Representatives that does not have a speaker? So the president, unlikely to have a great answer to that tonight, given the chaos you've been reporting on in the House. But that's one of the questions that they have here.
Raf, it's one of the questions that we all have. You're absolutely right, and it is going to be a central focus throughout this hour. We really appreciate your joining us. We appreciate your continued extraordinary reporting from the region. Raf, please continue to stay safe. Thank you so much for joining us. Ali, I want to turn to you. I know you've been reporting on this throughout the day. What are you expecting to hear from President Biden tonight? What will you be watching for?
Yeah, Kristen. Well, I think the big test to come for President Biden today is just going to see whether the diplomatic accomplishments that he has been able to achieve since October 7th, since Hamas's attack on Israel, whether that can translate into support among the American public to continue supporting Israel through this Israel-Hamas war, but also Ukraine as its war with Russia rages on. And that's going to be a very tall order when you consider what we've seen over the last few days, this outrage and anger, frustration growing not just in the Middle East, but also among people here at home in the United States. And White House officials say that the president thinks that this is extremely important to be able to issue this direct appeal directly to the American people that they say will remind the American people what's at stake, how these two wars, frankly, going on half a world away, still impact Americans here at home. And they say that that's going to be a major part and a major focus of the president's address tonight, Kristen.
Well, we'll all be watching very closely. Ali, we know that, of course, the president has been talking about the fact that he was able to secure this deal to open up the Rafah Gate temporarily, which, as Raf was just talking about, we are watching and waiting for to see if that happens. But what does the White House think that the president accomplished during his trip in addition to that? What do they see as the other deliverables with his meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Yeah, Kristen. Well, the White House sees a couple things that were accomplished during this trip, not just that agreement with Egyptian President Sisi to use the Rafah border crossing to bring that aid in, but they see that agreement as sort of a foundation, a groundwork to be able to eventually, when this Rafah border crossing does open, be able to get Palestinian Americans out. As we know that more than 350 of the Palestinian Americans, roughly 500 to 600 that live in Gaza, have already contacted the State Department to try to get out. And you juxtapose that with what the State Department is seeing among Americans trying to get out of Israel. And the situation in Gaza is much more desperate. They see that as a foundation to be able to work more with the Egyptian president to be able to get those people out, Kristen.
Yeah, it is a major test for this president. All right, Ali Rafa, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And we've got some breaking news to tell you about right now out of the Pentagon. While the administration grapples with the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, the Pentagon is now seeing an uptick in drone attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East region. Just moments ago, the Pentagon confirming the USS Carney, a guided destroyer operating in the Red Sea, shot down missiles and drones launched by Iranian-backed Houthi forces in Yemen. This follows multiple drone attacks targeting U.S. forces in Syria and Iraq. Joining me now is Courtney Kube, who was in that briefing at the Pentagon. So, Courtney, what more are we learning about these attacks?
So, yeah, there's really been this uptick, as you said, Kristen, in attacks on U.S. forces, installations where U.S. forces are based in Iraq and Syria. But I'll start with the Carney, because that one it's a pretty remarkable incident. And according to Brigadier General Pat Ryder, who we just heard from in the briefing, it's actually still ongoing. What we know so far is the Carney was in the northern Red Sea, so just south of the Suez Canal, when 3 land attack cruise missiles and upwards of a dozen drones all started flying near and over the ship. The ship shot them all down. Now, it doesn't appear at this point that the missiles or the drones were actually targeting the ship, but the fact that they were flying over and nearby is a threat to this U.S. ship. Many of these can be guided while they're in flight, especially the drones, so they could be flying over and brought down to attack the ship. Again, at this point, there still is no indication that they were actually targeting the ship. And in fact, General Ryder said they were potentially going towards Israel, the U.S. using their inherent right of self-defense to shoot those projectiles down. On land, yesterday we heard about attacks at Al-Assad, 2 drones that went in over the base trying to attack it. One was shot down. The second one, as it was shot down, it broke into pieces and struck a hangar where U.S. forces were sheltering in place. Several U.S. military forces received minor injuries, including lacerations. Another drone attacked a U.S. base in northern Iraq. It was shot down with no injuries or casualties involved. But then we just learned about 2 more drones that targeted a Tanf garrison in southern Syria. One was shot down. The second wasn't. It actually struck the base, leading to some injuries among U.S. forces there. Now, I mean, all of this combined is a large increase in the number of these sorts of incidents than what we have been hearing over the last several months. We've been asking the question, is it directly tied to what's happening in Israel and Gaza? The U.S. doesn't have any direct ties at this point, but the timing sure seems like it could be some kind of a connection, Kristen.
Courtney Kube, on this breaking news and these breaking developments, we know you'll continue to stay on top of it. Courtney, thank you for rushing to the camera for us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, tensions flare behind closed doors as House Republicans scramble to find a way to get Congress back to work, potentially without a speaker. How will they do it? Well, we're live on the Hill with the latest next. Plus, we've got interviews with one of the key holdouts on the Republican side, along with a member of Democratic leadership on what comes next for both sides amid the impasse. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
lives in the now.
Israel declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning to Capitol Hill, the House of Representatives is still without a speaker as Republican infighting and dysfunction entered a new level today. Faced with no path to the majority, Republican Speaker nominee Jim Jordan this morning threw his support behind temporarily empowering Speaker pro tem Patrick McHenry in order to revive some basic functions of the House. McHenry told NBC News, though, that he is still focused on electing Jordan.
My goal is to take our Speaker nominee and elect that person as Speaker of the House. That's my goal. I'm focused on electing Jim Jordan, who is our Speaker nominee and Speaker of the House. That's my goal. That's my focus.
Well, by the afternoon, that gambit fell flat, with several Republicans coming out of their closed-door meeting telling us that it lacked support within the conference. Later on, Jordan acknowledged McHenry and the empowerment plan failed and told reporters that he is still running for Speaker and trying to get holdouts on board ahead of a potential third ballot that could happen as soon as today.
I'll just say this: we made the pitch to members on the resolution as a way to lower the temperature and get back to work. We decided that wasn't where we're going to go. I'm still running for Speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race. But I want to go talk with a few of my colleagues. Particularly, I want to talk with the 20 individuals who voted against me so that we can move forward and begin to work for the American people.
NBC's Garrett Hake has the very latest on the fast-moving developments on Capitol Hill. Garrett, you guys are getting a workout on the Hill. It's safe to say that. Look, things appear to be basically in the same place as they were 24 hours ago. What's the very latest from your vantage point?
Well, same place or worse, Kristen. I mean, the challenge here for Republicans is every time they think they've hit rock bottom or they can't be more divided against one another and themselves, they find a way to make it worse. And that's really what happened in this conference meeting today. A lot of angry members making accusations against one another, and now folks are back in their corners. Now, as we speak right now, Jim Jordan is meeting with at least some of those holdouts, also with Kevin McCarthy and Patrick McHenry, who are trying to help him whip votes back in his direction. Look, to McHenry's credit, he's been very consistent that he doesn't want anything to do with this job. He said as much today on camera. He's been saying as much when he talks at all about any of this. And they're trying to see if there's any path forward for Jordan, because McHenry-mentum is basically toast. I mean, listen to what some of the sort of base members of the Republican Party were telling us after that idea was shot down in conference today.
27. Our Republican voters worked very hard to give us our majority, and this conference is broken because Republicans worked with Democrats and put us here.
We're handing our majority back over to the Democrats by going along with the power sharing agreement. It's absurd. It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen. It's going to take Democrats to make it happen, and that is a historic betrayal to our Republican voters if we go along with it. It's a big mistake.
So, Kristen, Jim Jordan has left open the possibility that there will be another vote, perhaps as early as today, but another vote that simply loses him more Republican support. I don't understand how that helps. And, I think people have to understand it's not as if there is some secret plan that nobody's telling us up here on Capitol Hill. No Republican leader or backbencher, nobody in the Republican conference knows how they're going to get out of this just yet. And they're all kind of staring at each other looking for ideas.
And Garrett, on top of all of this, we understand that at the Republican conference, things got a little heated, that McCarthy may have shouted at Matt Gaetz, who, of course, led the effort to oust him. What did you hear about that?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's clearly no love lost between these two. Our understanding of this incident was that McCarthy was speaking, Gates got up to speak, McCarthy yelled at him to sit down. Nobody disputes that. Look, it's not surprising, and Gates is definitely getting some blowback in this moment because the more dysfunctional this all gets, the more that the anger in the rest of the Republican conference is resurfaced at him for being the one to bring forward this motion to vacate that then was joined by 7 other members and the rest of and all Democrats to oust McCarthy. So, you know, if he's the sort of spark that got him into this mess, every now and then members are reminded of that as they sit in that windowless basement conference room eating boxed lunches and sort of fretting over the fact that this is what their jobs as members of the United States House of Representatives has been reduced to.
Wow, and a lot of pressure on them to resolve this. Undoubtedly, that's adding to the tensions. Thank you so much, Garrett Haake. Great reporting as always. Joining me now on set is Colorado Republican Congressman Ken Buck. Congressman, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
So as Garrett just reported, Jim Jordan is huddled meeting with some holdouts on Capitol Hill. You, of course, are one of those holdouts. You're not there. You're here. Is that a sign that your vote is not gettable?
I am not going to change my vote on Jim Jordan. I'm happy to meet with him. I'm happy to meet with Patrick McHenry, Kevin McCarthy, anybody that wants to meet and talk. I think the best move is for Jim to withdraw at this point. I think he may need another vote to be convinced that he's not going to get there, which is fine. He was the nominee. The conference should give him that respect. But I think at some point we need to move on and find the 217 votes for a plan.
And just to be clear, will you attend that meeting? Let's assume it's still ongoing once this conversation finishes. Will you go and listen to what he has to say?
Oh, absolutely. He's meeting with folks individually, so I just kind of moved my time slot along so I could meet with him, but I absolutely will go and meet, yeah.
Let's talk big picture here. You heard Garrett make this point that I thought was interesting. He said that the momentum for McHenry is essentially toast. Is that how you see it? Do you think that McHenry is not going to be the Speaker pro tem? Because just to reset the table here, there had been this plan, I guess, C at this point, right, to give him more powers, but you all would need to vote to do that. Is that something you would support, or do you think that effort's done?
Well, I agree that it can't happen as a bipartisan effort. We have to have 217 votes before we leave conference for one candidate or for Patrick McHenry as a temporary candidate. I think it would be politically unwise to try to go back to a base and say, give us the votes, give us the money, give us the resources to win elections after we had to use the Democrats to make the House floor functional. So I think there will be that realization when Jim Jordan decides to step away.
And would you, just put a fine point on it, would you support McHenry if you could get 217 Republican votes? You would give him a vote for expanded authority, essentially.
Well, I would give him a vote to be the Speaker of the House for a temporary time period. And I would, during that time period, work very hard with my Republican colleagues to try to find the 217 votes to make sure that we have a permanent Speaker for the rest of this Congress.
But you're not going to do it with Democratic support. It has to be Republicans finding that path on their own.
I believe that's right. And I think that's a general feeling in the conference.
Let's talk about what happened at that meeting today, because apparently there was some reporting that McCarthy shouted at Matt Gaetz to sit down. Were you in that meeting? What did you witness?
I was there for 3.5 hours, Kristen. It was painful. Kevin McCarthy went to the microphone several times, and as the sort of person who was last speaker was granted the ability to speak as often and as long as he wanted to. Matt Gaetz got up and wanted to make a point. Kevin told him to sit down. At that point, tempers started flaring a little bit. It was no more than a minute and a half of a 3.5-hour meeting, but there was some tempers, clearly, and I think after that point in time, people backed down again. And part of the reason that there's temper right now is this constant barrage of phone calls. I have 6 full-time people answering the phones. I have 20,000 messages from people where we couldn't. So far, I've had 4 death threats. I've been evicted from my office in Colorado. I have notice of an eviction because the landlord is mad with my voting record on the speaker issue. And everybody in the conference is getting this. So it's natural. Family members have been approached and threatened. All kinds of things are going on. there's going to be some tension.
4 death threats, Congressman, because you're not supporting Jim Jordan?
That's right.
And of course,
and I want to, if I can,
Yes,
make something absolutely
please.
clear. This is not Jim Jordan's
Yes,
fault, and I'm
yes,
not suggesting
and he
at all
has been
that
very
it is.
clear about that,
This
yeah.
is, you know, there are a lot of TV pundits, there are a lot of radio pundits, there are a lot of grassroots groups that are putting out misinformation and hateful information, and it just stirs people up. And there are a lot of people that are scared about the direction of this country, and they're taking this to heart.
Given that, these, and you are not the only congressman, as you say, to receive these threatening texts and phone calls and emails. What does that say about the state right now of the House of Representatives? I mean, some people are looking at this from the outside and saying it feels broken right now, Congressman. Do you feel that way?
You know, politics is downstream from the reality that we have in this country. And we have a country that is very divided at this point. What we need to do in Congress is to make sure we don't throw some gasoline on that fire. We need to make sure that we are talking in ways that soothe the tensions and not inflame the tensions.
Given where you are right now, given that it has been so many days without a Speaker of the House, do you regret voting to oust Speaker McCarthy?
I don't. I regret the fact that we didn't solve this problem during the first 15 votes, that it took a lot of promises to a lot of different groups to get to the Speaker vote in January. That's what I regret. I think if we had had more consensus at the beginning, we wouldn't have gotten into this point. I voted the way I did because I think that the spending in this country is an existential threat. I made my point. Now we need to move on, get a Speaker, and govern.
You have signaled you would support Congressman Emmer for Speaker of the House, and yet he's someone who supported the CR that Speaker McCarthy signed off on. So would he have done anything differently?
Oh, I don't know if he would have. I think what he would have done differently is to have an initial conversation where we didn't have 4 or 5 different numbers floating around the conference as promises. This is what we're going to spend. I think that's what Tom would do differently. But I'd support Kevin Hern. I'd support a lot of people for this position.
Do you know very quickly who that next person up will be if it doesn't go to Jim Jordan? And let's say, hypothetically, McHenry does become Speaker for the next Speaker pro tem for the next 30 days. Who would be that next person up at bat?
I think what you're going to see is 4 or 5 people run, but I also think that Scalise was an automatic and Jordan was an automatic. Now you're going to see the conference actually have discussions about qualities and move forward.
Congressman, I have to ask you this because I've spoken to so many Republicans in the House, in the Senate, outside of Congress, who say they are really worried that this is going to cost Republicans your majority in the House, your hard-fought majority. How much does that concern you? Do you think you're giving up your majority day by day?
I think the majority was in jeopardy long before this, and I think it will be in jeopardy based on the presidential races and who the candidate is at the top of the ballot. So I don't think that people are going to look at this and say, I voted against a Republican because of what happened a year 13, 14 months ago.
Well, let me put it another way. Do you think Republicans can hold on to your majority in the House in the wake of this? What's the argument to show that Republicans can govern?
Well, I absolutely think they can. And the key, the critical piece is, do we pass appropriations bills? Do we do what we need to do to secure the world? Do we do things that make sense and show a contrast with the other party?
Congressman Buck, thank you for joining us on what is a very busy day for you. We appreciate it. Great to see you. Thank you. And joining me now is South Carolina Democratic Congressman, Assistant House Democratic Leader Jim Clyburn. Congressman Clyburn, thank you so much for joining me again. I know this is a busy day, perhaps not as busy for Democrats. But look, as I was just talking about with Congressman Buck, it appears as though the plan to empower McHenry to make him Speaker pro tem is falling apart. What are Democrats doing right now, if anything? Because I know that there were some preliminary discussions going on potentially about a bipartisan deal. What are Democrats doing to try to get the House back open?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. We are really at a critical point in the relationships that we have here on Capitol Hill. Our leader, Hakeem Jeffries, has been making it plain for several days now that Democrats are all about keeping our focus on the people of this country and our duties and responsibilities to them. And he has been saying for some time now that a bipartisan path forward is a very good way to go, especially on an interim basis or a temporary basis, while the Republicans work out their differences. And hopefully, at some point in the not too distant future, be ready to have a permanent speaker. And he's offered Democratic support for such a situation that they seem now to be throwing cold water on. So I don't know where we're going from here. I just hope that we remember what our responsibilities are to the American people, to the security of this country, and to the stability of American families.
Well, I guess a two-part follow-up question to that. On the one hand, Patrick McHenry is saying he actually hasn't talked to Leader Jeffries yet about empowering him as Speaker. Do you, even though you're at this standstill, this roadblock, do you want to see that conversation start?
Oh, I think that Leader Jeffries wants to see it start. I've been watching and listening to him. I've been to our meetings. He's made it very clear that he sees it as our responsibility to seek common ground. And the best way to do that, in my opinion, is for us to get a broad mass, critical mass of both sides, Democrats and Republicans, to come together to elect someone to get us to where we ought to be until such times as the Republicans can get their act together. I just think that would calm the waters, that would cool things down, and I think it would say to the American people that all of us are interested in putting aside our partisanship in order to focus on their futures and on our country's security.
Congressman, as you just heard Congressman Buck say to me, he doesn't want a bipartisan solution. They want to be able to do this with Republican-only support. So what are you saying to your Republican friends and colleagues to try to break that logjam? As you are saying, okay, you would be open to a bipartisan solution, it seems like there are a number of Republicans, based on our reporting, who don't think that's the right path forward. They feel like that would be a betrayal to their voters.
Well, you know, I've been around here for quite a while now, and this whole, what we call the Hastert rule, I'm not too sure that rule deserves credibility that my Republican friends are giving it any more than Hastert's service as Speaker maintained credibility. They ought to walk away from that rule just because of the name of it. And let's really think about what we need to do on an interim basis until we, or till they, can get their act together. Look, we are all Americans. We are all great defenders of this democracy, I would hope. But it seems to me that there are some on that side of the aisle who seem not to want to defend this democracy, not want to continue our trek toward a more perfect union. It's what this country's been going through since its founding. We know the history of the country, and we know what we've been through as an American people, and what we need to do in order to seek that more perfect union. And that is get beyond our comfort zones. I know it may be very comfortable for them to do things if they got everybody in their caucus agreeing on it. But sometimes, in order to get things done, each side must get beyond this comfort zone. Big things happen in this country when people do that, when they accommodate each other. It happens in families. You know, I tell people all the time, no family can succeed with one person being the one to always get his or her way.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with the Congress. We have to learn the art of compromise. And I can't think of a better way to compromise than for us to put together a critical mass of members on both sides of the aisle and get us to beyond where we are today. That's what the American people like to see us do.
Congressman, I want to ask you about one other issue, some tweets by your fellow members of Congress, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. They have tweets up saying that Israel is to blame for the hospital blast in Gaza. Those tweets have not yet been removed, despite U.S. intelligence, an assessment which shows it was a rocket misfire from a militant Palestinian group in the region. Do you think your Democratic colleagues should delete those tweets, and should they apologize?
I'm going to leave it all up to them. I do not pass judgment and that sort of thing. I stand with the President of the United States. Joe Biden made it very clear that he was there in Israel. He had seen all of the videos and the other pictures of what may or may not have happened, and he came to the conclusion that this was an error on the part of a third party to this conflict. And I am going to stand squarely with the President of the United States. We should have one voice when it comes to our foreign policy. The President has laid out what that position is for the country, and I support him 100%.
So given that, was it appropriate for your two colleagues to tweet out something that runs counter to what the president said and to U.S. intelligence, Congressman?
You implied that those tweets went out before the investigations were made. And if they did go out before the investigations were made, I understand that, because there are people who thought that it had come from that source. The investigations have been made, and they indicate that it may not have been, and I'll let them decide whether or not the tweets ought to be taken down. I don't do a whole lot of tweeting, especially when it comes to issues involving national security and our relationships with our allies around the world.
All right, Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for joining us at a critical moment for the House of Representatives. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
Coming up next, wartime politics. 2024 Republican rivals are picking sides and picking fights as the crisis in the Middle East takes center stage on the campaign trail. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's
Welcome back. As President Biden prepares to speak in prime time tonight, a new poll from Grinnell College has his approval rating at just 38%, similar to poll numbers from CNBC in Quinnipiac earlier this week. As the White House looks to bolster the president's political standing at home, he's expected to push for action tonight as he prepares to seek congressional approval of a massive aid package for Israel and Ukraine. But the White House will be unable to pass anything while the House is paralyzed without a speaker. The House has now been in a state of legislative limbo for 15 days. I'm joined by my panel, Julia Manchester, national political reporter at The Hill, Faz Shakur, senior advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders, and former Republican Congressman from Pennsylvania, Charlie Dent. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. Really appreciate it. Julia, let's start with President Biden and his approval ratings. He's been very outspoken, obviously just traveled to Israel. Before the trip, though, we had approval ratings from him showing that he's still struggling. He's still struggling to gain traction despite speaking out forcefully on the day of 38% approve, 53% disapprove. However, this is a big moment for him.
It's a very big moment, and I think it's one of his strongest moments. I mean, you're hearing from his usual critics, David Friedman, the former ambassador to Israel under Trump, praising him for his response. He's getting a lot of praise, I would say, from conservatives in Israel, not as much here, but it is a big moment. This is very much his bread and butter foreign policy. Of course, chaired the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He has these relationships like in Israel and in the Arab world, and I think whenever there's a moment in a country when Americans feel that they are under attack, they rally around the commander-in-chief. We saw it during 9/11, and I think we could see it with President Biden, but things are just so partisan right now. I don't know if it's translating.
Well, it is a big test, and Charlie, I mean, we're going to hear from President Biden tonight. People are going to be listening very closely to what he says. He will undoubtedly talk about this deal that he secured while he was in Israel to get some aid in. We anticipate that happening hopefully tomorrow at some point. What are you going to be watching for?
Well, I want to see how the president lays out this whole situation in terms of not just Israel, but Ukraine, Taiwan. We have so many threats that we need to deal with right now. And of course, Congress is paralyzed, the House is paralyzed at the moment. And so how is the president going to talk about this issue in the context of what's going on Capitol Hill? Yeah. I think this is a big problem, even though I think most Republicans probably agree with the president on his approach to Israel thus far. There'll be some critics, but by and large, they're in the same place. But how is the president going to address the dysfunction?
That's what are you going to be listening for? What are you watching for?
To me, one of the harder political questions he's trying to deal with, the president, is that while we embolden and we rightly stand with Israel to take on Hamas, we have, based on their record, a concern of Benjamin Netanyahu as a prime minister. Is he going to overreact, do things that are against humanitarian concerns? And the track record, as you know, between Biden and Netanyahu is one where Biden has expressed that concern.
Yes.
And I think he's lost a little bit of the voice now, right? Because he's had to rightly so, hug an Israeli prime minister who's taking on terrorism, yet I know harbors those concerns about no overreaching. And you started to see that come out a little bit of just Biden expressing don't overreach here. And I think that finding that voice and calibrating it accordingly tonight is critical.
It will be fascinating to see how he walks that line. And we understand in private conversations, administration officials, the president himself have been very firm on that point, that it's critical to follow international law, just as you're saying. Julia, you know, Charlie makes the point that this is all going on against the backdrop of this complete complete dysfunction that we are seeing in the House of Representatives. They still don't have a Speaker of the House, and yet they're getting this request for $100 billion in aid. I mean, do you have any sense of how this ends? How long could this actually drag out?
You would think that, in the wake of a war in the Middle East and a looming government shutdown, that there would be some sort of last-ditch effort to, put aside any, grievances and such and just get it through, get someone through. But when we heard rumblings earlier today that Patrick McHenry could potentially get those expanded powers, that's not happening. So it's really unclear where we go from now. And I think that's the scariest part, because now we are seeing the real impacts of what it means to not have a Speaker of the House.
Yeah. What is your takeaway, Charlie, as you watch this all unfold? And you heard Ken Buck say he's gotten threatening text messages and phone calls because he didn't throw his support behind Jim Jordan.
Well, the threats that have been made against those who have opposed Jim Jordan have not gone well with the members who've been threatened.
No.
In fact, I think many of them are immovable objects right now. And I don't know how they get to 217 votes for a Republican candidate with Republican votes. I still say that they're going to, at some point, have to establish some kind of bipartisan coalition with a government sharing option there that they're going to have to negotiate with the Democrats, similar to what the Senate did last session when it was 50-50. Each side had equal representation on committees. Democrat controlled the chairs. Maybe you can work something similar. They have to negotiate that, but that's going to be painful too. But they're going to have to start talking about it because there just aren't votes for one candidate.
You have a theory for what's at the root of this. I mean, what are we watching here unfold?
Well, look, what happened is I served in that Republican caucus conference. You have a small minority that wants to dictate policy outcomes. And in this case, they want to dictate the speaker. Jordan lost to Scalise. But by electing Jordan, they would be rewarding bad behavior. We've seen this before on so many issues. Ukraine aid. They don't want Ukraine aid, even though a strong majority in the House wants Ukraine aid. They're trying to undermine the will of the majority. That's why we have votes in Congress to determine policy.
Faz, it's notable because there are some divisions right now amongst Democrats as they watch this unfold, as they talk about the situation in Israel. John Fetterman, I want to put this up, posted yesterday, it's truly disturbing that members of Congress, and I was just talking about this, of course, with Congressman Clyburn, rushed to blame Israel for the hospital tragedy in Gaza. Who would take the word of a group that just massacred innocent Israeli civilians over your key ally? Politically, what do you think this moment means for Democrats?
You want to navigate your values, and you appreciate people are coming to this. This is an intractable conflict that's been going on since 1948. So you're going to obviously have a lot of passionate feelings about each perspective. And as Democrats, I think we have a broader tent that has all of those perspectives, which is healthy and then can be unhealthy at times. But I think it's to say that ultimately there is some common ground here. This is why I was saying about Netanyahu. I think for many people there's a concern. We easily understand Hamas, crazed, radical, inhumane.
Yeah.
Netanyahu's not there, but if he engages in actions that are you able and willing to say that there's a concern too? And I think that's where a medium ground is, because there's a lot of people who are concerned that you would only have the criticism of Palestinians. Is there going to be an appropriate voice of saying if Israel overreacts or does something that's inhumane, would we as America, with its power and its might, be able to say something about that?
And we're watching divisions in the Republican Party too. I want to play a little bit of what Ron DeSantis had to say and get everyone's reaction on the other side.
He's sending $100 million to the Gaza Strip for, quote, humanitarian assistance. The problem with that is Hamas runs the Gaza Strip. That is going to be commandeered by Hamas. And oh, by the way, Hamas is still holding people hostage. They're still holding Americans hostage. I would not send that money. And I've actually challenged all the other Republican presidential candidates step up to the plate and join me in saying, don't send money to Hamas.
Charlie, is that good politics to be criticizing the $100 million in humanitarian aid?
No. Quickly, I would say that Republicans are not, right now have to deal with their non-interventionist, isolationist wing. They're in a spot. I put DeSantis, Ramaswamy, Trump in that area. They don't want us to get involved. Well, now we're going to have to help Israel. They know that. Same thing on Ukraine and Taiwan. So this is a real moment for them. It's a good moment for Nikki Haley, probably, and Mike Pence.
You're just hearing and listening to anti-Arab animus. You can sense it. You can feel it. It's not about, like, policy. It's just that there are some brown-skinned people. They aren't like me. I don't know them. I don't like them, don't fund them, right? And you're like, okay, I get that that's an ideological perspective. It's being aired, you're seeing it. That's not our values. I hope it's not the majority of Americans' values.
And Julia, how do you think this plays out on the, I mean, as Charlie said, it really is exposing the divide within the Republican Party.
Well, it's interesting to see Ron DeSantis coming after Nikki Haley this week, someone who arguably has one of the, the most wide foreign policy resumes in the field. He's coming after her for being too liberal on refugees. She never said that the U.S. would accept refugees, but she's also moving up in the polls, so I think that's a reflection of that in many ways.
She is leaning into her foreign policy experience, and it is paying off in the polls. That is for sure. Fantastic conversation. Thank you so much, Julia, Faz, and Charlie. Really appreciate it. And still to come, inside the urgent and complex mission to get humanitarian aid into Gaza's besieged borders. I will talk to an aid worker about the increasingly dire situation on the ground. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The UN and the Red Cross are calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza today to address the rapidly escalating humanitarian crisis taking place as the war between Israel and Hamas rages on. Supplies, including food, water, and fuel, remain in dangerously short supply all across Gaza. Meanwhile, aid workers and truckers are gathered on the Egypt side of the Rafah crossing, ready for the gate to open on the Gaza side. After the U.S., Egypt and Israel indicated they had come to an agreement to get some humanitarian assistance into the region. I'm joined here in Washington by Scott Paul, Associate Director of Peace and Security for Oxfam. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
Well, as we've been reporting on, President Biden struck this deal yesterday to open the Rafah gate to get some aid in. We hope that happens at some point tomorrow. But do you expect that to actually happen? What's your level of optimism that they're actually going to be able to get that aid in and get it to the right people?
Well, technically speaking, three groups need to turn a key. You need the Egyptians, the Israelis, and the authorities in Gaza, Hamas. But let's also put this in perspective here. We're talking about 20 trucks that would go through the gate and be distributed, truckloads distributed amongst the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza. Before this escalation of the conflict, hundreds of trucks would go through that gate just for humanitarian assistance. And then you have to talk about what kind of circumstances is that assistance going to be delivered in? I have 33 Palestinian colleagues in Gaza. Normally, they'd be running relief operations. Now they're running for our lives. It is not safe to deliver or receive assistance with bombs falling and without a clear sense of where is safe and where is unsafe. So optimistic that the assistance will come in, not feeling very good about the impact that will have once it arrives.
How much assistance is actually needed? Because our reporter, Ralph Sanchez, was saying earlier today that 20 truckloads, while it's welcome, is really a drop compared to how much is needed. He said that about 100 trucks per day are needed. Is that your assessment, too?
Even more than that.
Wow.
It's a drop in all of the oceans. And again, that's assuming that it can be safely distributed and people can safely receive it. To this point, there's been no assurances that there's any place within the Gaza Strip that's safe from bombardment. And remember also, people within Gaza, the 2.3 million civilians living in Gaza, are working without telecommunications, without clear information about what's happened recently, except for very, very little word of mouth. Fuel has been interrupted, so there's very little way to get around the Gaza Strip. It's chaos, and people are afraid and unsure what to do to stay safe.
What can you tell us about the situation on the ground inside Gaza, and how many aid workers do you actually have there right now?
So we have about 33 colleagues working in the Gaza Strip. A number of them have lost their homes. Many of them have lost close family members. It's been a very difficult time for them. On TV, what you see bombs, but I think that's different. It's hard to portray the scale of devastation that's taking place. From bombardment, you've got entire residential neighborhoods wiped out and key water and sanitation infrastructure. But let's also remember that the government of Israel imposed what they called a complete siege on the Gaza Strip, which means no food, no fuel, no electricity, and no water. And so without fuel and electricity, you can't pump safe water for drinking. You can't transport solid waste. Hospitals can't function. Right now, you have surgeries taking place without anesthetics. Wastewater is not being treated, and so it's going straight out into the sea, and it's a massive public health risk. And again, no one knows where to go for safety.
And of course, we are all bracing and watching for this potential ground invasion by Israel. We only have a few seconds left, but what are your concerns if and when that happens?
The people of Israel have suffered a horrific attack, and I know everyone there is afraid. And unfortunately, there's simply no way to guarantee the safety of Israelis or Palestinians. But we know that a ground invasion like that and foregoing an immediate ceasefire will cause additional untold destruction, devastation for Palestinians in Gaza.
Scott Paul, thank you so much. Our thoughts are with your workers, and thank you for being with us this hour. Be sure to tune in for special coverage of the president's primetime Oval Office address tonight. That's 8 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with that new warning from Israel that the war with Hamas will get worse and soon. The country's prime minister telling troops to be ready to invade Gaza. What we know about when that could happen and the concern this fight could spread beyond the Israeli-Gaza border. Plus, back here in Washington, we are just a few hours away now from the president's rare primetime speech from the Oval Office. How he's planning to convince you that your taxes should go toward two allies at war overseas. Then we're learning about at least 2 drones attacking U.S. troops in Syria, something that's been happening kind of a lot at military bases in the Middle East. Who the U.S. thinks was involved with tensions in the region so high. And an American journalist now in custody in Russia again. The second time this has happened since the Kremlin's invasion of Ukraine. What the U.S. is doing to get her back. Then, why Starbucks and its union are suing each other over posts about the Israel-Hamas war. That's coming up a little later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are starting with that new pledge from Israel that this war is about to escalate. Look at this. This is the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, meeting with troops just along the Gaza border, ready to retaliate after that Hamas terror attack nearly 2 weeks ago. with one of his top military leaders warning soldiers they will soon see Gaza from inside. Listen.
There is no forgiveness for this thing, only total annihilation of Hamas organization.
The timeline is still not clear for when any ground attack would happen, but what is clear, the palpable fear tonight that this war could erupt into a bigger regional fight already in the West Bank now. Deadly confrontations between Palestinians and Israeli soldiers. To the north, Hezbollah now claiming it's hit Israeli army positions. And in the south, new strikes near another hospital in Gaza and an apartment building, sparking more anger, more panic for people there. Our Lester Holt talking with one American woman trapped there.
What happens when it gets dark where you are?
You hear the drones get much louder. It makes you jump whenever you hear a car go by during the day because it sounds like a missile going past. But again, you try to sleep because you just want to wake up with the morning, because the morning it's much less. So you just count the hours down really at night.
Across the region tonight, at least 3,700 people are believed to be dead in Gaza, 1,400 in Israel. And now the diplomatic scramble to try to get help to civilians is happening as we speak. Britain's top leader in Israel today, the King of Jordan, and a key UN leader, both in Egypt. And then in just a little bit, we're going to hear from the president in that primetime speech to the nation. We've got it covered from every angle. Josh Letterman is live for us in Tel Aviv. But I want to start with Raf Sanchez, live for us in Ashdod, Israel. So, Raf, can you talk through the sense of a timeline now for a potential ground attack by Israel? We know that there was, obviously, with President Biden in the region just about a day and a half ago, not, the beginning of that incursion at this point. Do we have any sense of where things stand as we speak?
Well, Hallie, the sense is it's coming soon. The Israeli defense minister was a couple miles south of us earlier today. He was meeting with troops, as you said, and he told them, you're looking at Gaza now, you're going to be inside Gaza soon. We continue to see those columns of Israeli tanks, artillery, heavy equipment moving south towards the border with Gaza. The question, though, is when. And it has become something of a diplomatic guessing game here. The conventional wisdom is that the Israelis are unlikely to launch that ground invasion while there is a Western leader in town. We had President Biden here yesterday. We had the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak here today. He flew on to Saudi Arabia to speak to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, another key leader in all of this. We were expecting the French President Emmanuel Macron at some point in the coming days, but it's very possible the Israelis are going to surprise us, that they may just announce this invasion is underway in the middle of the night, whether or not any foreign leaders are here. I think it's worth saying, Hallie, none of these leaders, from President Biden on downwards, have tried to dissuade Israel from launching a ground invasion. What we heard the president tell the Israeli War Cabinet yesterday is think about the day after. Think about who is going to be in control of the Gaza Strip, which is home to 2 million people. After Israeli forces go in, he encouraged Israel to learn from what he called the mistakes that the United States made after 9/11. And he is also encouraging Israel to do everything it can and to do more than it is currently doing to ensure the well-being of Palestinian civilians inside of Gaza, starting, hopefully, with the flow of humanitarian aid from Egypt into southern Gaza starting tomorrow. Hallie.
We're going to have more on that piece of it in just a second, Raf, but talk to us about the concerns that this could explode into a wider regional conflict here. It feels like that is some of the shadow that is hanging over the region tonight.
There are flashpoints everywhere tonight, Hallie. Up in the north, we have seen cross-border fighting between Israeli forces and militant groups in southern Lebanon at their worst level since 2006, when Israel and Hezbollah, that powerful Lebanese militant group and Iranian proxy, fought an absolutely devastating war. Hezbollah claims to have fired a couple of missiles at Israeli military positions over the course of the day. And Hamas, which has a small presence, but a presence in southern Lebanon, says it was responsible for a barrage of rockets. Israel says 3 civilians were wounded. The Israelis have been shooting back with artillery throughout the day. You mentioned those ongoing firefights in the occupied West Bank between Israeli troops and local gunmen. And then, of course, this reporting from our own Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon that an American warship came under fire from drones and missiles going past the coast of Yemen earlier. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us there in Israel. Raf, thank you. We're glad to have you with us. I want to bring in Josh Letterman now, who is live for us on the ground in Tel Aviv. And Josh, help us focus in here on the diplomatic scramble. Raf talked about it, that Israel appears poised to launch a potential ground invasion really any minute, any day here. That's coming as you're seeing world leaders fanning out across the region here. Is there real hope at something diplomatic that could create a breakthrough here?
I don't think anyone's optimistic about a breakthrough in the immediate future, Hallie. Over the last several days, the focus really had been on this whirlwind of U.S. diplomacy, with President Biden here in the war zone yesterday, Secretary Blinken and others also in the region, where a big focus was on calls from the U.S. privately to Israel to pump the brakes just a bit. We even heard President Biden say that he had discussed with Prime Minister Netanyahu alternatives to the kind of full-on ground invasion that Israel has been threatening. But now, with President Biden back in the U.S. giving that primetime speech later tonight, the focus has been diplomacy on others, from Prime Minister Rishi Sunak of the U.K., but also the countries in this region. One of the fascinating things about the meeting we saw in Cairo today between King Abdullah of Jordan and President Sisi of Egypt, those two leaders who were, remember, supposed to meet with President Biden yesterday, canceled that summit, is they are simultaneously putting pressure on Israel to let humanitarian aid in, to stop the airstrikes, but also making clear, Hallie, that neither Egypt nor Jordan want to see an influx of Palestinian refugees coming from the Gaza Strip into their territory.
Talk about where things stand from the humanitarian aspect, Josh, which you've alluded to here, but this top official at the UN calling for this immediate humanitarian ceasefire to try to get Hamas to let hostages out, to get Israel to let aid into Gaza. We know that officials at the State Department say they're meeting with the Israelis, with the Egyptians, to try to get aid moving more quickly here. We're talking about the things that people so desperately need: food, water, medicine.
That's right. And while the U.S. has stopped short of that call for an immediate ceasefire that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for, the U.S. has echoed the UN in calling for an immediate resumption of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. Take a listen to what the UN Secretary General had to say about that need today.
Let me be very clear, reaffirming that international humanitarian law must be respected, that protection of civilians is also a must, and any attack to an hospital, a school, or UN premises are forbidden.
Now, as that aid hopefully resumes to Gaza, Hallie, the U.S. has made very clear it does not want to see one drop of it end up in the hands of Hamas. But there are some real questions about what kind of mechanisms the U.S. or, frankly, any other nation can put in place to actually prevent humanitarian assistance to being diverted to Hamas. The White House says they are currently working on some type of a system to make sure that happens. But there are some real skeptical voices here in Israel who believe that no matter what, Hamas is going to take advantage of that situation.
Josh Letterman live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you. We've been talking, right, about what's getting in from Egypt to Gaza, or what could, which is the humanitarian aid. But what about who can't get out? All these civilians, these people caught up in this war who cannot leave right now. People like you see here lined up at the Rafah border crossing over the past few days. The countries near and at the border, Egypt, Jordan, they don't want to take them in. Our Megan Fitzgerald has more.
Well, look, there is a concern across the region that the Israelis are trying to push the Palestinians off of their land and into Egypt and Jordan. Now, the Israelis are saying that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to go after Hamas, trying to destroy Hamas. But the concern, one, for regional leaders here is that they don't want to see the Palestinians lose their land. But also, pushing the Palestinians into places like Egypt and Jordan would certainly put a strain on the resources. And keep in mind, these are two countries that already are home to millions of refugees. Now, we know that King Abdullah of Jordan has said that to do that would be a declaration of war. Egypt's President Sisi said it would be a red line. He is also concerned that an influx of Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula could create this launch pad of violence and attacks towards Israel, which in turn would bring Egypt into conflict. They don't want to see that happen. That is why today we saw a meeting between King Abdullah and President Sisi to talk a little bit more about how to de-escalate the violence, a plan, because this region is already running high. Back to you.
So just Megan Fitzgerald, thank you very much for that reporting. President Biden tonight set to make his case to the American people that the U.S. should keep sending money to our allies, to Israel and Ukraine, to help them fight the wars they're in. With the White House ready to put some money where its mouth is and ask Congress to greenlight $100 billion. That includes money for Israel and Ukraine, along with money you see here for Taiwan and the U.S.-Mexico border. Sources tell us a lot of this money is going to go towards resupplying stockpiles of U.S. weapons, stockpiles that have shrunk because of shipments to Ukraine. NBC's Ali Rafa has posted up just outside the White House for us. So, Ali, lay out what the expectation is here for the president's speech and who he's really aiming at here, whose hearts and minds he's hoping to change with this address.
Yeah, Holly, this is going to be a big ask from the president to the American people as we expect him to try to draw support and unify the American public around continued support, not just for Israel in the wake of this Israel-Hamas war, but also Ukraine as it continues to fight Russia's invasion for nearly 2 years now. And you see the recent public polling around continued support militarily for Ukraine. If you look at this recent poll showing 41% of Americans support more military aid to Ukraine, and that's down from 46% in May. And so a senior White House official is telling us that we expect the president to really use his diplomatic accomplishments, his foreign policy chops, to try and translate that into the support of the American people for this, to really try and make this relatable and understandable and try to explain the broader impacts of not supporting these two countries during a time of war by the U.S., what broader impacts that would have not just on the global stage, but also here at home, Hallie.
The White House seems to be trying to make a bet here that Congress could go along with this request, or at least is hoping that Congress will, because it ties together stuff that Republicans are very publicly passionate about, the border, combating China, with an issue that there has been more Republican skepticism on, and that is continuing to send aid to Ukraine. Does the White House have a backup plan if, let's say, House Republicans call the bluff, kill the whole thing? And that, by the way, Ali, is assuming that there even is an action plan because the House of Representatives would need a speaker for that to happen.
Yeah, that's right. Not a dollar of any of that aid can go anywhere until the House confirms a speaker. But a White House official I spoke with today told me that they don't see the need for a backup plan here because this package includes everything that they think lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want, including that border funding that you talked about that Republicans have been demanding included in this next supplemental request. The backup could potentially be what we're hearing from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who said after he comes back from this trip to Israel that he was on last weekend that he would be willing for the Senate to make that first move and get the ball rolling on that supplemental, as well as the confirmation of Jack Lew as the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. And Schumer saying that potentially the Senate picking up the ball on this and starting first could translate into more support from the House when they eventually do confirm a speaker, and the process does start there, Hallie.
Ali Rafa, timeline still TBD on that. We will be looking ahead, of course, to the president's speech in just a few hours in our special coverage right here on NBC News Now. Ali, thanks. The Pentagon tonight confirming that a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea, as we talked about at the top of the show, has shot down a bunch of missiles and drones fired out of Yemen, maybe headed for Israel. Listen.
We cannot say for certain what these missiles and drones were targeting, but they were launched from Yemen, heading north along the Red Sea, potentially towards targets in Israel.
This comes as we're learning about an increase in the number of drone attacks on American troops, with tensions in the Mideast, of course, continuing to escalate over that hospital explosion in Gaza. At least 2 drones have targeted American forces in Syria, 3 attacking U.S. and coalition forces in Iraq. Courtney Kuby, our Pentagon correspondent, is joining us now. Explain why this matters, right? What these drone attacks signify from a military and readiness perspective.
So there have been stretches of time where drone attacks and any kind of attack on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria have been pretty common. Militia groups will fire off what the U.S. military calls indirect fire mortars, 155 rounds, those kinds of things. But we haven't been hearing about that for several months. There was one attack back in March that the U.S. responded to with airstrikes, and ever since then, we haven't really heard about strikes or any kind of attacks on bases in Iraq and Syria. Well, that has all changed in the last 24 hours. Suddenly we've had this big uptick. So it started with yesterday. There was 2 drones that targeted al-Assad in western Iraq. One of them was shot down. The other one was shot at, but the pieces broke up, fell to the ground, hit a hangar, and several service members who were inside were injured. Lacerations, minor injuries, but injured from this drone that fell to ground. Another one struck at a location in northern Iraq. The U.S. shot it down, no injuries. Then we've just learned today about 2 in southern Syria at a base called Al-Tanf. The U.S. shot one down, but the other one was able to make its way in and strike the base, injuring several service members. So all of this, as I said, has been a real change from the op-tempo that we've seen over the last several months in Iraq and Syria. Then we also learned about an incident in the northern Red Sea. This one was with a destroyer, the USS Carney. Now, we know of at least 3 land attack cruise missiles and a number of drones that were all flying over the Carney as it was in the northern Red Sea. Now, as far as we know at this point, U.S. officials do not believe the ship itself was a target. But remember, a lot of these things can be maneuvered in the air. So when it started coming near the ship in any way, flying over it, the U.S., citing their self-defense, right of self-defense, shot them down. At this point, officials are saying this is still an ongoing situation. What we know of, again, at this point, 3 land attack cruise missiles and more than a dozen drones, Hallie. So that's a large number of projectiles flying over the ship.
Yeah, no kidding. Can you also give us a sense, Court, of when you're talking with officials there at the Pentagon, when you're talking with your military sources, how much they are bracing for the possibility that there is a conflagration in a broader way in the Middle East after this Israel-Hamas war? In other words, that this does open up another front, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, Hallie, they are really concerned about that. No one's saying that specifically what's happened in the last 48 hours is directly tied to Israel. The timing may just be a coincidence, but I think that everyone's going to be watching very closely in the hours and days ahead to see if this uptick continues and it becomes sort of a new norm there.
Courtney Kube, thank you very much. So that's the landscape as it relates to what is happening overseas with this international crisis. There is also, as you probably have heard, a domestic crisis happening here in Washington, and that is the lack of a Speaker of the House. In that building that you see right there, the U.S. Capitol, we think maybe any minute there could be a vote, another one to try to get somebody into that position. There may also not be a vote. We just don't know, and the people who would know are behind closed doors right now, huddling in a room on the Capitol complex. House Republicans are now back to Plan A after their Plan B was declared DOA, meaning no temporary speaker. That seems to be off the table. A paralyzed House, everything stuck in the same status quo for the past couple weeks because there really is no actual leader here. There is one member who says he's still interested in the job, even after losing 2 votes in the last 2 days, maybe set to lose the next one. And that's this guy, Republican Congressman Jim Jordan. Even though based on conversations that our team is having with the anti-Jordan faction, it really doesn't sound like things are moving in his favor. Listen.
Jim is not going to get to 217. He needs to be convinced of that. And when he is, I think he will drop it.
There's never a never. There's never a never, but it would be really, really hard for him to.
I have told him I'm not going to be voting for him. Thank you.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay, never, ever, ever. Looks like then he might not have the votes, right? Which could be bad news for Americans who don't want the government to shut down next month when the funding runs out, and potentially worse news for American allies who are looking for support financially. I want to bring in NBC's Ryan Nobles, who is following this from Capitol Hill. So, Ryan, can we do something? Can we big picture it and then get into the weeds? Because big picture, here's what I think probably most people care about. Jim Jordan this, Jim Jordan that, yes, McKay, when are the people whose salaries we all pay with our tax dollars going to actually get functionally back to work?
And I don't know the answer to that question, Hallie. And the people that are responsible for answering that question don't know the answer to that. You know, I ran into a couple Republican members of Congress last night and asked them what's happening next. And their response to me was, we can't talk to you because we don't know what is going on right now. I mean, there is just an unbelievable impasse right now that there appears to be no way to get over. And they continue to talk. They're huddling right now behind closed doors. Jim Jordan reaching out to that group of more than 20 lawmakers that have said that they're not going to vote for him at any stage of this fight. But at this point, there appears to be no resolution in sight.
You talk about this huddle behind closed doors. Tell us more about that, because I know that one of our producers is there, as he says, with like the entire Capitol Hill press corps, waiting for some kind of signal from inside the room. Jim Jordan is there. He is talking with some of these holdouts. He's talking with various members. He has already tried to do this, right? We saw this week already. Remember, Jim Jordan, kind of ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus guy who wants to now take the speaker's gavel. He tried to convince people who didn't vote for him on round one to vote for him round two. He lost ground. He did worse than he did originally. We're maybe headed to round three now. What is going to change? What is going to be a game changer here? Anything?
Well, perhaps the biggest game changer would be Jim Jordan stepping aside. That's what's led to any kind of incremental progress we've had in this situation. But Jim Jordan just seems unwilling to do that. Listen to what he said after he emerged from a behind closed doors meeting with members of his conference, where many of them made clear to him that they were never going to vote for him.
I'm still running for speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race. But I want to go talk with a few of my colleagues. Particularly, I want to talk with the 20 individuals who voted against me so that we can move forward and begin to work for the American people.
But he's not talking to all of them. We know for a fact that not all 20 are in this room. We don't even know how many are in this room. One of them, Mike Lawler of New York, left it after being there for only a few minutes. You know, it doesn't appear at this point that he's making any real progress to get to that 217 number, Hallie.
Can I just ask you, Ryan, just like friend to friend here, like, what are your friends texting you in the group chat about this, right? Like, what is the thing that you're hearing about that you think people should know about that you're not talking about here? Like in other words, what's the thing you haven't said on TV yet that you think is important for us to know here?
You know, Hallie, I think it's important for people to understand just how dire this situation is. You know, when I have my friends that aren't in the Capitol text me and ask me about the status update, when I talk to my friends that are in the Capitol and we talk about the status update, we all say the same thing. There isn't an exit strategy here. You know, and I've covered, you know, politics for a long time, and even when things look bleak, there's always a way to get around these things. You always see a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't see a light at the end of the tunnel right now, and I don't mean to sound the alarm bells, but right now, I don't know the way around this, and I don't think anybody up here does.
Especially because the thing that I think a lot of people thought could have been the way out, which is this temporary plan to install Patrick McHenry, the current temporary speaker, a little bit longer, that door shut today, right? So, I mean, even this thing that could have been the light at the end of the tunnel is extinguished.
Well, and I didn't even really believe that had a lot of possibility, because it would require both Republicans and Democrats to work together. There's just no appetite for that right now. So even that, to me, wasn't really a light at the end of the tunnel. You know, until they can find this person that can get 217 votes, which I don't know if that person exists, we're going to be here for quite a while.
Ryan Nobles, order dinner. Thank you. We're going to have a lot more tonight on our top story, including what's changed in Lebanon to make the State Department warn all the Americans there to get out now. Plus, the new questions tonight about an Indiana woman's mysterious disappearance in Puerto Rico.
Leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
As the world braces for the next phase of the war between Israel and Hamas, remember what started it, that surprise Hamas terror attack that included a massacre at a festival not far from the border with Gaza. What was supposed to be a celebration, you see it here, packed with people listening to music, dancing, all of it, ending hours later in chaos. At least 260 people believed to have been hunted and slaughtered, more people missing. Adam Bar-El was a volunteer at that festival. He is joining us now. Adam, we know that, of course, you managed to get out safely, but you lost friends in that horrific attack. How are you doing?
Well, you know, on one side, I thought about it, and on one side, it's like regular days. Every day I'm waking up, you know, brushing my teeth, taking the cold shower, planning my, watering my plants. But on the other side, it's a bit different, because every time, every 2 or 3 days, I'm going like for a funeral of a friend, for a good friend. And when I'm taking a shower, I have to be careful because I have only 1 minute when there is like a rocket attack to get into shelter, which is about 60 seconds out of my house. So basically it feels bad for me to know that it didn't over yet, because the war continues, and actually, you know, we're looking for peace, you know, and it isn't over yet, and I hope that they didn't die for nothing.
Yeah. You know, Adam, you say that you are looking for peace, that is your hope here. You look at the posture of the Israeli Defense Forces right now, and they are very prepared, it seems, to go in for a ground invasion in Gaza as retaliation for that horrific terror attack. What do you want to see happen next?
Again?
Sure. I was just asking, Adam, what you want to see happen next as the world is preparing now for a potential ground invasion of Gaza. And you say to me that what you are hoping for is peace.
Yeah. What I'm looking for actually is, I'm looking to live here with safe. I'm hoping that each and every one of us can live in safe with his family, go out and feel safe. And I don't know how it can be happen, but this is what I wish for us, for the Palestinian, and actually for everyone.
You talk about how every day, every couple of days, you are going to honor and mourn your friends who have been killed here. You're attending funerals. Where are you drawing strength from after what happened? I know you got to the festival early. You helped open everything up before that festival started. It seemed normal before it very quickly became anything but normal. It became a day that turned into a nightmare and just a horrific massacre. Today, as we speak, where are you finding your strength to face every day?
Where I'm finding my strength?
Yeah.
I believe this is what I found out. I believe that this is like a war between, it's not a war between us and the Palestinians. It's war between people who wants to live and people who wants to kill. This is what I believe. So when I got shot and my friend got shot and I saw them and I ran out, I fought for life. and my brain stopped working. And also now, I'm working with cocktails. I'm working with something that it's, that it's happy. And I'm coming back to my house, and I said to myself, I have to continue. I have to continue. Life have to continue, and continue doing what I believe, continue doing what I'm good at. And this is what I want actually everybody to feel.
Adam Bar-El, we're grateful to you for making the time for us tonight. Thank you so much for being with us after just what I know has been a difficult couple of weeks. I appreciate it. We have another difficult moment here, an update on a story that we shared with you earlier this week when we spoke to one Israeli mother, Hadass Calderon, with 5 family members who she says were taken hostage by Hamas. If you've been watching the show, you probably remember how emotionally gut-wrenching that conversation was. We have now learned that Hadass's 12-year-old niece, Noya, and her 80-year-old mother, Carmela, have been found dead near the Israel-Gaza border. Family sharing that on social media. Hadass's 2 children and her ex-husband are still missing, believed to have been taken from the kibbutz where they lived in that Hamas terror attack nearly 2 weeks ago. Our thoughts are with Hadass, her family, and the many families who have lost people they love in this war. We'll be right back. The State Department today telling all U.S. citizens they should get out of Lebanon now while they still can because of the dangerous fighting that's happening there between the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah and Israel. This is why the U.S. government's telling Americans do not travel there with anger throughout the Arab world over that hospital explosion in Gaza. The State Department's also putting out a warning to every American overseas, every American to be extra precautious, just be on alert for potential terrorist attacks or violence. I want to bring in Matt Bradley, who is on the ground for us live in Lebanon. And this new warning from the State Department emphasizes people should get out while they can still actually buy a plane ticket to do so, while there are still commercial flights available here. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, that's alarming to us because we're kind of wondering what changed here. We're still in Lebanon, of course, and we want to get out if there's a major war, something catastrophic. But we will remain here. We'll still be providing the news. But the fact is, we asked the embassy a little bit. They didn't provide any specifics, and they're not going to. But this changed in just the last couple of days. The warning before, and this isn't the first warning that the State Department has had for Lebanon. The warning from a couple of days ago was do not travel. That has now gone up to leave. So the reason why, as you mentioned, the real strong language there was leave while commercial flights are still available. So we just heard that Lufthansa just a couple of days ago, the German airline, they have said that they're going to be suspending their flights between Frankfurt and Beirut. That was normally a daily flight. And Actually, Middle East Airlines, which is the official airline of Lebanon, has moved 5 out of its 25 planes to Turkey in order to protect them. Now, this is alarming because this means that there are these commercial airlines and embassies, and we've heard warnings from a couple of different governments, including the United Kingdom, all warning about travel here. You know, they're worried that the commercial airlines will stop, and that means that Americans or other nationals will be stranded here. And when I spoke with somebody I know at the embassy, they said basically the embassies don't want to be responsible for lots of Americans who are here without a plan, who will inevitably turn to the embassy and say, help get me out.
Can you talk a little bit, Matt, about why Americans in the region are potentially seen as such a target? I know you've talked about this a little bit. Our team has heard you, and I want you to pull that thread a little bit more if you can.
Yeah, I mean, we were at a rally the other day, and, you know, the fact is, when we were speaking to people there and we were listening to the speakers at this Hezbollah rally, they had no daylight between the United States and Israel. You know, we often think of Israel as the main enemy, but people in the Middle East, they see America as the father of Israel. They see Israel as a puppet state of the United States. And when Joe Biden comes out and says, we're going to back Israel no matter what. Our support for Israel is unconditional no matter how they behave in the Gaza Strip, though Joe Biden has urged Israel to show some sort of restraint and to keep humanitarian concerns in mind. You know, that just reinforces this notion that Israel is a puppet state of the United States. It's something that you hear on Arab television channels, you hear in Arab print media all the time, even though that might sound strange to Americans who do see a lot of daylight between America and Israel. So, yeah, Americans here, they're going to be possibly suspect. And we saw that just the other day when protesters attacked and tried to set fire to the American embassy here in Beirut. So it's no surprise that the American embassy would be issuing those warnings. Seeing the State Department issuing those warnings worldwide, that is a major escalation. Hallie?
Sure is. Matt Bradley, live for us there in Lebanon. Obviously, Matt, we're glad that you and your crew are safe. We're glad you're in touch with the embassy. Appreciate it. With Israel's ground invasion into Gaza still looming here, some Americans inside both Israel and Gaza are trying to get out to somewhere safer. But there are some big roadblocks for a bunch of reasons, including canceled flights, blockades, and more. NBC's Marissa Parra has taken a look at where the evacuation push stands and tonight's breakdown.
I'm happy to be back and I'm safe.
In recent days, Americans have been fleeing Israel by the thousands.
I have a lot of friends that are fighting, so I'm worried. It's right to be with my family right now.
The U.S. effort to get Americans back home has been complex, through the skies, chartering flights, and even over water. For those who made the sea journey to Cyprus, it was a vital lifeline.
They're having a hard time getting out any other way.
3,000 Americans reported finding their own ways out of Israel. For many, that meant flights through those commercial airlines still flying. Major carriers like American, Delta, and United suspending flights in and out of the country. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis also launched an initiative to fly American citizens directly from Israel to Tampa. But not every American in Israel wants to come home. So far, only about half the seats offered on U.S. chartered journeys have been filled. Only 1,500 of the more than 5,000 offered airline seats were used by U.S. citizens and their families, according to the State Department. And that massive Royal Caribbean cruise ship chartered by the U.S. government set sail with only 150 passengers out of 2,200 spots. And for the Americans stuck in the Gaza Strip, it's been a vastly different reality.
Imagine having to have all your life in a very small suitcase that hardly has enough supplies for you.
Amid Israel's total siege of the territory, including a naval blockade, there's only one way out: the Rafah border, crossing with Egypt, which has been closed since October 10th. An American aid worker trying to escape tells NBC News about her state of limbo.
It hasn't been the safe haven that we were promised. There's bombing, there is no water, there's no electricity, there is no fuel, hardly any food.
The State Department says roughly 500 to 600 U.S. citizens were in the Gaza Strip before the Hamas attacks on October 7th. It says so far they've received requests for help from 350 and their families. The government has told Americans to wait near the Rafah crossing because they think if it does open to evacuees, that window might be brief. But for Palestinian Americans back in the U.S., they say the government's efforts have fallen short.
What we're hearing from the State Department, the messages are, at the end, good luck. Good luck is what we're telling Americans?
I want to bring in Marissa Parra, who is joining us now. So, Marissa, when you talk about Americans who remain in the region there are, U.S. citizens believed to be among the 200 roughly or so hostages being held in Gaza. Give us an update now on the latest to get them out.
Hey, I mean, certainly a sensitive, very delicate situation, Hallie. We know that the United States has sent an intelligence specialist team to locate where those hostages, particularly American hostages, are being held. We know that President Biden has said that this week he's spoken to the families, the American families of those still missing. But Hallie, a very difficult and key part of this is even getting a sense of an exact number. Today, the State Department simply said that 11 Americans remain, quote, unaccounted for. Hallie?
Marissa Parra, thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Trump attorney Sidney Powell is pleading guilty today in the Georgia election interference case, a day before her trial was set to start. She's going to serve 6 years of probation. She's supposed to pay thousands of dollars in fines, and she has to testify at future trials as part of this deal with prosecutors. She now becomes the second and highest profile defendant so far to take a plea deal in this case. Number 2, the family of Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton says she's had a scary setback. That's their phrasing, scary setback in her fight against pneumonia. Her daughter on Instagram says that Retton is really exhausted. She says she was doing a lot better when things took a bad turn and that she's still in the ICU. Number 3, Pfizer will start selling Paxlovid, that COVID antiviral, directly to customers next year. So no more needing to go through your doctor. It's going to be pretty expensive, though, $1,400. That's more than double what the U.S. government pays for it. Now, here's the thing. The company says, hey, that's the list price. That's not necessarily what most patients are going to end up paying for after insurance. Number 4, Netflix's crackdown on password sharing may be paying off, at least for the company. They say they added nearly 9 million new subscribers over the last couple months. That's like 3 times as many people as this time last year. Netflix also says it's going to raise the price per month for its premium subscription in this country and for some people in the UK and in France. Number 5, Delta is walking back some changes to its frequent flyer program after major customer backlash. The company says it's going to roll back some of the restrictions it had put in place on, like, whether you can go to certain lounges and have access to those spots. They're also going to lower the requirements you need to actually get that elite status. When we come back, another American journalist detained in Russia. The second time this has happened this year. The questions that's raising about other Americans in that country. What's next?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
To a bizarre mystery in Puerto Rico where police are trying to figure out whether a body found in a river is that of an Indiana teacher missing for more than a week. Here she is, 44-year-old Amanda Webster. In a critical update tonight, Puerto Rican officials tell us a family member of hers flew there to give DNA. Forensic investigators have also pulled dental records and fingerprints. Police say search crews found a body face down in a river in the southeast region of the island Saturday. You see it there. She'd been reported missing on last Wednesday after she didn't check out of the place she was staying and left her stuff, including a rental car. Maggie Vespa is joining us now. Maggie, help us understand where this stands tonight.
Yeah, so Hallie, what's really important to understand is you kind of mentioned all of the steps that forensic investigators are taking, right? They're talking about fingerprints, they're talking about dental records, and they had a family member fly there to give DNA. And basically what that all adds up to is investigators say the body they found in the river is, they say, badly decomposed. In fact, initially, they couldn't tell us the gender of the person they found because, again, this person had been face down in a running, and they said, rocky area of that river. They have since said it is the body of a white woman. So, again, now they're bringing in all these kind of extra steps to ID this person, but they did tell us the body is so badly decomposed, they wouldn't let the relative of Amanda Webster look at it or look at photographs. They also can't tell how the woman they found died. But they have been, again, investigating this for about a week at this point. They knew Webster was going for a hike in the area. Again, this body was found by search crews who were out looking for her. And basically that search began last Wednesday, a week and a day ago, when, again, she didn't check out of her Airbnb on time, according to friends. So we're still kind of in the investigative mode. But at this point now, as of this latest update with the family member visiting, we're basically waiting for DNA confirmation, Hallie, which could take several more days. So just people in agony back in Indiana waiting for those answers.
What else do we know about who Webster is? The people who love her back home have been pretty public and pretty outspoken throughout this whole ordeal.
Yeah, they have. I mean, she's 44 years old. She went on a vacation by herself, and then she was sending, photos and videos she was posting. She was just having like a fun single woman trip, going hiking and just sort of relaxing. And we know that she was supposed to come home on Wednesday to a community who loves her. She's an art teacher at an elementary school. The school says she also works with special needs students. And once she went missing, again, last Wednesday, kind of in that in-between period between Wednesday and Saturday when this body was found, people had a lot of hope. They had vigils hoping their friend, their loved one would come home. But again, once that body was found on Saturday, basically this mystery really took a devastating turn. Family and friends, basically, they want answers, obviously, but they're really bracing for the worst, and they're talking to us as if that body is her. And again, we should stress, we don't have official confirmation yet, but they're just basically bracing to find out that their loved one has passed away, and they also want to learn how this could have happened, Hallie.
Maggie Vespa, thank you for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it's tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, officials say a driver was arrested after 4 Pepperdine University students were killed in Malibu. They say 6 people in all were hit by a car along the Pacific Coast Highway right near the school. 4 of those people died. The other 2 were taken to a hospital. The school holding a prayer service on campus today to remember those students. Out of our Midwest Bureau, the man accused of killing 2 girls in Indiana back in 2017 now does not have attorneys. They are withdrawing from the case representing him. The suspects pleaded not guilty. The judge says the trial set for January is probably going to get pushed back. And out of our Southern Bureau, the city of Orlando is planning to buy the property of the Pulse nightclub and turn it into a memorial. Remember, 49 people were killed at that nightclub back in 2016. At the time, it was the worst mass shooting in American history. Orlando's mayor says the city hopes that this is going to speed up the process of making a permanent memorial to honor the victims killed at that massacre. The proposal is going to go in front of the city council next week. New details tonight on yet another American journalist being held in Russia, this time on charges of failing to register as a foreign agent. We're talking about Alsu Kormasheva, who's an editor for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. That's an American broadcaster. It's funded by the U.S. government. She's a citizen of both the U.S. and of Russia. She holds dual citizenship. So what happened here? What's the issue? Officials say she traveled to Russia for a family emergency back in May. When she tried to get on a flight out, she was temporarily detained for not telling the Russians about her American citizenship. Both of her passports, the U.S., the Russian, were confiscated. She hasn't been able to leave Russia since. The State Department today saying they've been working on her case for months.
We haven't made the details of our work public until now because we thought it was not helpful to the cause to get her to leave. But this appears to be another case of the Russian government harassing U.S. citizens.
want to bring in Keir Simmons, who is joining us now. So, Keir, this is the second time this year that we've seen an American journalist detained in Russia. Talk about the way that this is raising concerns about the actions that the Kremlin is taking, the possibility that they are looking to essentially use some of these Americans almost as potential pawns to be looked at diplomatically for high-value Russians who the U.S. has.
Yeah, Hallie, Ulsa Kulmasheva is, as you say, she's not just, though, a dual American and Russian citizen. She doesn't just work for Radio Free Europe. She's also a mother of two. So there's a family tonight that is really, struggling, and heartbroken. Now, of course, as you say, what she's accused of is failing to register as a foreign agent. It does appear from what's been reported so far that she was doing her work as a journalist. That does, if she was found guilty, hold up to a 5-year jail sentence. The journalism organisation tonight is describing it as spurious. But the context is, as you're right, is, of course, that she is the second US journalist to be held after Wall Street Journal's Evan Gershkovich was held in March. We should mention, too, there's also Paul Whelan and at least 2 other Americans who are in Russian prison tonight. And as you say, the suspicion is that there is a political aspect to this. The Russians would absolutely deny that, of course, and would say that this is their legal system working. But let's just point out that this is the week when President Putin met with President Xi and again denounced President Biden while Biden was dealing with the Middle East crisis. So it's a reminder, if nothing else, that Russia remains one of President Biden's many foreign policy challenges.
This news of her detention is coming as the Russian foreign minister, and this speaks, Keir, to what you're talking about here, the broader diplomatic, geopolitical picture here. Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, was meeting with the head of North Korea. Are we hearing anything more about that and the significance there?
Yeah, another extraordinary image. We do know that because Foreign Minister Lavrov has said that the relationship between Russia and North Korea is deepening, is strong. US intelligence is saying that they have seen weapons being sent from North Korea now to the Russians to help in Ukraine. It does look as if there is a plan for President Putin to visit Kim Jong-un in North Korea at some stage. You'll remember, of course, that Kim Jong-un made his way to Russia recently. So there are so many headlines right now, Hallie, that would be huge headlines in the foreign policy sphere, foreign policy arena at any other time, but it's just coming like a fire hose, and this is just a good example.
Keir Simmons, live for us overseas. Thank you. Thank you for managing that fire hose for us. Appreciate it. Yep. Still to come, some social media posts about the Israel-Hamas war, now at the center of a legal fight between Starbucks and union workers. We're breaking that down next.